Halt! Don't move. Put down the gun. Hands up. Bang. A sharp pain exploded at the back of his head. His vision swayed, and he slowly collapsed. Chaotic footsteps seemed to close in around him. Those images kept replaying in his mind like a nightmare, jarring Qin Yang. Struggling, the unconscious Qin Yang forced his eyes open and stared at the blurry world around him. Where was this? The conditions were so crude, it rivaled his time aiding Africa. Qin Yang, a renowned military industry expert, was riding to a military conference when his car crashed midway. His head slammed hard against the windshield, and then he knew nothing more. He should have been in a hospital now, but there was no smell of antiseptic in the air. Qin Yang was not lying on a hospital bed either. He was sprawled across a rough wooden table perched on a long bench that dug uncomfortably into him. His vision gradually cleared. He saw the vivid red characters painted on the whitewashed wall. In times of difficulty, our comrades must see the achievements, see the light, and raise our courage. The Fongsong typeface was crisp, as if freshly painted. Above it, a faded, time-worn line read, "Correct political direction, plain work style, flexible." The last few characters were illegible. Beside the big characters on the wall was a wooden window, its frame filled with vertical steel bars, making the room look somewhat like a prison. What place was this? Shouldn't he be in a hospital? Pain throbbed in his head. Qin Yang reached up and felt several layers of bandage wrapped around it. Had the car accident injured his head? He staggered to his feet and walked toward the window, wanting to see outside. But the blinding sunlight triggered another wave of intense pain in his skull. His legs gave way, and he collapsed back onto the long bench. Then a flood of something rushed into his mind. This was his memory. Time March 13th, 1980. Location, a third front factory called Capital No. One agricultural machinery factory hidden in the mountains northwest of the capital. Character, a second-generation factory kid about to turn 18. At this age, the factory kid had already finished 10 years of schooling, without learning much of anything. Getting into the factory meant waiting to inherit a family job, which could be years away. So he spent his days loafing around, stirring up trouble and wrecking things. A few days earlier, goaded by his buddies, Qin Yang had sneaked into the factory warehouse and stolen a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. With that rifle on his shoulder, Qin Yang finally had face in front of his friends. He excitedly went hunting in the mountains. Not a single pheasant, but the factory's security team, drawn by the gunfire, cornered him. Unfair, utterly unfair. He had already put down the gun, yet they still whacked him across the back of the head with an entrenching shovel. Split his skull open. A legendary military industry expert reduced to a useless factory second-generation brat. What a trap. No, a trap for a military expert. Xiao Wang, please open the door. Let me take a look inside. Clatter. Outside came the sound of a lock being opened. A man in a blue denim work uniform stepped in. A striking red badge on his left chest featured two crossed rifles, the words 960 Military Industry above, and a yellow Great Wall emblem below. His face was grim. Uncle Lu, have you come to take me home? Qin Yang, reluctantly accepting his new identity, recognized the man walking in. It was Lu Yong, his father. Qin Bao's good friend. The two had been transferred together from the capital to this remote mountain gully more than a decade ago. Over the years, Qin Bao had risen to chief of the technical department, and Lu Yong to deputy director of the production workshop. Qin Bao had been away on a business trip these past few days. If it had been Qin Bao, he would have beaten this troublemaker black and blue, or hung him from the rafters. Take you home. You're still thinking about going home. Lu Yong's face was extremely ugly. The factory is right now deciding how to deal with you. You've got quite the nerve, stealing a gun from the factory storage. Do you have any idea how serious this crime is? If it had been the original Qin Yang, he would have dropped to his knees with a thud, sobbing and begging, "Last time, I won't dare again," and all that. Back home, he would behave for a few months, but once it passed, his hands would itch again. A classic case of once burned, twice shy, except he forgot the pain once the scar healed. Lu Yong was furious. The adults were all busy at the factory, and although the children attended the factory's affiliated school, they remained unsupervised. Little by little, small mistakes had grown into a great error. Crying would not help this time. This could mean jail. But who would have thought Qin Yang's reaction would far exceed his expectations? According to Article 14, Paragraph 2 of the criminal law, those who have reached the age of 14, but not 18, and commit homicide, aggravated injury, robbery, arson, habitual theft, or other crimes that seriously disrupt social order shall bear criminal responsibility. Fine, so you know the law. Lu Yong's eyes bulged. Your behavior seriously disrupts social order. 3 to 10 years, understand? Qin Yang was cursing inwardly. This brat had no sense of self-preservation. If his hands itched, he should have chopped them off. Why steal a gun? He was lucky the security team hadn't put a bullet in him on the spot. Still, that entrenching shovel blow had been wicked. Likely enough to kill that brat, or else how would he have possessed this body? Thankfully, his own experience was deep enough. He remembered a similar case in '87 where the kid had gotten off scot-free. He could use the same method to clear his name now. Stealing firearms is indeed a crime endangering public safety, but some such crimes are severe, while others are not. I stole the gun with no criminal intent, made no plan in advance, did not conceal the weapon afterward, but only hunted in the mountains, and caused no harmful outcome. Therefore, such behavior does not constitute a crime that seriously disrupts social order. So after a knock on the head from an entrenching shovel, your brain got sharper, and your tongue smoother. Either way, it's still theft. Uncle Lu, I've been wrong, Qin Yang went on. I have my reasons. The kid loafed around all day, never worked hard, and did all sorts of bad things. How could he have any real reason? Lu Yong stared at Qin Yang with total disbelief. For our factory's military-to-civilian project, my dad has been working day and night. I see it, and I worry, so I wanted to help him by figuring out a suitable military-to-civilian project. Military-to-civilian project. Lu Yong definitely didn't believe it. He would sooner believe a pig could climb a tree than believe Qin Yang had that kind of ambition. Still, that was a decent excuse. It could be turned into an internal disciplinary matter. As long as it wasn't reported, it would be easy to resolve. The factory hadn't even noticed the gun was missing. It was only when Qin Yang started shooting that they went to check. If this were reported, the factory would shoulder significant blame. You've really grown capable, huh? Thinking up an excuse like that. Right? For a third-front military factory like ours, without transformation, we're just waiting to die. My dad's hair has turned white over these past months. So I was wondering if we could convert the Type 56 semi-auto we produce into an air rifle. That way we use our strengths and achieve a breakthrough in the military-to-civilian transformation. Air rifle. Lu Yong's eyes went wide. The capital No. 1 agricultural tool factory bore the capital's name, yet stood on an exclave that did not belong to the capital, a barren mountain to the west of the capital. Rows of red brick tiled houses nestled among green trees looked ordinary enough, but one must never be fooled by their appearance. Founded in 1969, this agricultural tool factory did not produce a single shovel. Its sole task was to manufacture the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, commonly known as the 56 half. In that special era, third-front military factories flourished. Not to mention small rifle plants. Even artillery, aircraft, tank, and armored vehicle factories established numerous third-front bases. Outwardly, it was disguised as the capital No. 1 agricultural tool factory, but internally, it bore the code designation Factory 960. In the second year after its founding, it produced 150 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles. By 1974, output had climbed to 300. Its products were not only numerous, but well-made, earning commendations from higher authorities, and even exports. Its former glory was now history. In the late 1970s, as the nation began its transformation, third-front military factories were the first to feel the shock. State orders dried up, and the factory had to find its own way out. Switching from military to civilian production to survive. This became the new mission of these small third-front factories. The capital No. 1 agricultural tool factory would not hesitate. If it was transformation they wanted, so be it. With the name agricultural tool factory, couldn't they make something else? Let's make agricultural tools. As it turned out, they just couldn't make it work. After one failed project after another, Qin Baohua, the head of the factory's technical department, was so worried his hair was turning gray. In recent days, he had gone out on an inspection tour, reportedly planning to use the factory's equipment to produce kitchen knives. If this had originally been a bayonet factory, making kitchen knives might have made some sense. But a rifle maker switching to knives, how could it compete with Wang Mozi or Zhang Xiaoquan? Qin Yang grumbled inwardly. This dad is too unreliable. Since we can't make rifles anymore, why not make air rifles for hunting birds? At first, Lu Yong had dismissed Qin Yang's words as mere quibbling, but at the mention of air rifles his eyes lit up. Factory 960 had always made guns, the workers had been doing it for over a decade and knew the craft inside out. Continuing to make guns would be well-trodden ground, but, you talk big boy, can you actually sell those air rifles? Lu Yong couldn't afford to praise Qin Yang. If he did, the kid's tail would wag right up to the sky. Of course, Qin Yang went on, think about it. For years we've had militia training every year and plenty of people know how to handle a gun. Now that the rifles have been taken back, what do when their hands get itchy? Of course they buy an unrestricted air rifle to satisfy the craving. Besides, there's plenty of game in the mountains. With an air rifle, they could hunt some in winter and improve their meals. Qin Yang knew his subject well. Actually, some factories in China have already started making air rifles, like the Shifeng brand from Factory 971 and the Xinhe brand from Factory 973. But how could air rifles from those third-front factories compare with our famous Factory 960? Our factory's product quality is absolutely the best. When it came to making guns, Qin Yang could talk on and on. We just need to modify our production line to switch to air rifles. The deep hole drill bits for the barrels have to be replaced. Air rifles come in 5mm and 5.5mm calibers, different from our rifle caliber. We'll add rifling inside the barrel for a more stable lead pellet trajectory and adopt the spring piston principle with a fixed barrel and a pump underlever structure. The wooden stock will be made from the same high quality wood used in military products. We won't fight other factories over price. We'll win with quality. Of course, the domestic market isn't enough. We need to earn foreign exchange through exports. Those wealthy Middle Eastern hunters would surely love them. Exporting tens of thousands a year is no problem. Qin Yang was now in full swing. Uncle Lu, I borrowed that rifle only to transform it into an air rifle and find a way out for our factory. Alas, my passionate heart for the factory was misunderstood. I even got hit with an entrenching tool and nearly beaten to death. You little brat. Still complaining. I'll beat you for this. A father's neglect is to blame. A furious roar came from outside. Qin Baohua was back. As luck would have it, Qin Baohua had just returned, and before he could even report on his inspection trip, heard about his son's affair. He flew into a rage, came straight to the detention room of the security section, and grew even angrier on overhearing Qin Yang's tall tales. At this, Qin Baowu walked in while pulling at his belt. Stealing a rifle. How dare you? I'll beat you to death. Qin Yang turned and saw it was his father. Seeing how furious he looked, Qin Yang decided that a wise man yields to circumstances and slipped under the table. Dad, everything I just said is true. Why are you hitting me? Old Qin calmed down. Lu Yong also began to persuade him. Just now I listened to Yangzi. He makes sense. Since our factory needs to switch to civilian production, air rifles are a good project. Don't you know his weight? If he could steal a rifle just to make suggestions for the factory, then I, Qin Baowu, will call him Dad from now on. Dad, those were your words. A voice came from below. Qin Baowu grew even angrier. He bent down to grab Qin Yang, who was hiding underneath, and shouted, "Come out. I'll beat you to death." Old Qin, don't get angry. Yangzi, say less. Lu Yong stepped in to separate them. That Qin Yang really was something. He deliberately provoked his father. This was, however, a tradition. Lu Yong remembered last time about 3 months ago, when Qin Yang had been beaten by Qin Baowu for doing something bad. After it was over, Qin Yang grimaced in pain, looked at Qin Baowu with concern, and asked, "Dad, didn't you eat enough?" While so, the beating wasn't hard enough for him. Thus Qin Baowu rolled up his sleeves and beat him a second time. And now, Qin Yang was offering to become Qin Baowu's dad. Wasn't that just asking for a beating? Dad, I'm your son. Can't you trust me just once? Trust you? Fine. Aren't you always saying you want to research air rifles? First, draw me a design. If I draw a good design, will that prove my innocence? Of course not. And it must be a genuine air rifle design, not a few random lines to fool me. Then I'll need a professional drawing board and drafting tools. Qin Baowu looked at his son darkly. Then let's go to the drawing office. Xiao Wang, you come along too. Wang Guoqing, a security section staff member standing guard outside, slung a Type 56 rifle across his chest and followed Qin Baowu and the others with a dignified air. Every factory needs technical people. Even if they don't do original design, they must thoroughly understand the drawings issued by higher authorities. Technical work requires a dedicated drawing office. In big factories, it can be as large as an auditorium with hundreds of people drawing at once, an impressive sight. But Factory 960 was mainly engaged in production, so its drawing office was pitifully small, with only a few drawing boards. Seeing Qin Baowu and the others come in, the draftsman quickly stepped aside to watch the excitement. Qin Yang stood before a drawing board, picked up a drafting tool, and began drawing with swift strokes. At the moment Qin Yang made his first stroke, Qin Baowu's gloomy expression began to ease. When did this kid learn to use drafting tools? At the second stroke, no trace of anger remained on his face, and his eyes began to sparkle. By the time Qin Yang finished, Qin Baowu had actually broken into an approving smile. A beautiful air rifle design appeared vividly on the paper. The wooden stock extended all the way into the body, almost identical to the Type 56 half, but there was no magazine well underneath. Inside, an ingenious spring piston mechanism was designed, and a long section of barrel was exposed with a pump lever installed below. Almost the perfect design. Above all, the drawing was extremely neat, winning praise even from draftsmen with over a decade of experience. Dad, how about it? Qin Yang smiled at Qin Baowu. Am I a genius? Xiao Wang, take him back to the detention room. What? Qin Yang was completely puzzled. I've already made the design. I'm not even asking you to call me Dad. Can't you just let me go home for a meal? Factory 960 office building, 3rd floor conference room. Years of wind, sun, rain, and weathering had left the red brick exterior mottled and faded. In summer, vines crept all over it. Someone had once suggested clearing them away, but the proposal was rejected on the grounds that the foliage provided better concealment. Having gone unpainted for nearly 2 years, the wooden window frames had lost their former luster, and the glass was streaked with grime. Sunlight streamed through, illuminating dust motes dancing lazily in the air. At the front of the conference room, beneath 4 portraits of great leaders, sat Zhu Zizhong, the director of Factory 960. A tall, lean man in his middle years, he gazed down at those assembled with a grave expression. The cigarette clenched between his fingers had burned down to a long trail of ash, which crumbled and fell onto the cement floor beside him. Flanking him on either side were the deputy directors Zhou Yongfei, who oversaw production, and Yang Zhaoxiang, in charge of personnel. Below them sat a contingent of section chiefs and workshop directors. This was a formal factory affairs meeting of the highest tier within Factory 960. Our factory is overrun with idle children of employees roaming about doing nothing but pilfering and causing trouble, seriously undermining discipline. Everyone here knows each other by sight, so the security section has found it difficult to keep proper order. This isn't what it was like in previous years. And now these spoiled youths have grown even bolder, finally bringing disaster upon themselves. Security section chief Mu Guijin spoke from below. We cannot show leniency this time. Stealing firearms is a grave offense. In the old days, it would have meant death. Now the security section has no choice but to make enemies. We must report Qin Yang's theft of the gun and let the authorities decide his punishment. This will serve as a warning to other employees' children about what not to do. Let us wait for old Qin to return first. It may well be a misunderstanding. They are merely children. What ill intent could they possibly harbor? Zhou Yongfei spoke up. Old Zhou, we held the very same thinking at the outset. We regarded them as mere children and indulged them only to watch their audacity swell ever greater. Now they have committed a terrible offense, and they must be taught a lesson. Yang Zhaoxiang interjected. The technical section fell under Zhou Yongfei's purview, while the security section reported to Yang Zhaoxiang. The conflict had now been laid bare for all to see. Director Yang sought to make an example of one to warn the rest. Those seated below remained silent, yet their minds were as clear as mirrors. 3 years prior, Yang Zhaoxiang's son Yang Wankai had graduated from high school. Taking advantage of the factory's prosperous times and severe labor shortage, he had secured a permanent position at Factory 960. Many of his peers, children of fellow employees, had joined him that same year. Such favorable conditions would never come again. For children of employees to enter the factory as workers thereafter, they could only wait for their fathers to retire and inherit their positions. By all accounts, becoming a permanent worker should have been reason enough for gratitude. Yet Yang Wankai despised the hardship of assembly line work and petitioned Yang Zhaoxiang repeatedly. Eventually, the father maneuvered to have his son transferred into the technical section. What could not a deputy director overseeing personnel accomplish when arranging a post for his own son? Would not those workshop directors and section chiefs welcome him with smiles? But Qin Baoguo was different, a man of unyielding principle. Want to join the technical section? Very well. Draw a technical schematic first. What arrived was worse than a child's sketch. The boy had no understanding of basic drafting conventions whatsoever. Very well, then follow the production blueprint and fabricate a sample component. Result: he could not decipher the drawings. Thus Qin Baoguo saw Yang Wankai shown the door. To Yang Zhaoxiang this was nothing short of profound humiliation. Yet his patience was remarkable. He suppressed his fury and continued to greet Qin Baoguo with a smile whenever they met. An old man takes revenge, and 10 years seemed too soon. Now the opportunity had finally arrived. Qin Baoguo's son had been caught red-handed, and Yang Zhaoxiang intended to make him suffer. After being expelled from the technical section, Yang Wankai had simply turned around and joined the security section as a clerk, carrying himself with such arrogance that he often seemed more formidable than his own father. The engineering spade blow to the back of Qin Yang's head had been delivered by Yang Wankai. Had Yang Wankai been carrying a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle fitted with a bayonet at the time, he might very well have plunged it deep enough to kill. There were many one simply could not afford to offend, especially figures like Yang Zhaoxiang, the smiling tiger. On the surface he appeared genial, but the moment he spotted an opportunity, he would ruthlessly destroy anyone who had crossed him. Director Zhu, our position in the security section is to impose strict punishment, prevent such incidents from occurring again, and ensure these employees' children remember this lesson. Having spoken, Yang Zhaoxiang turned his gaze toward Director Zhu Zizhong. Zhu Zizhong frowned. He was fully aware of the conflicts among his subordinates, but the nature of this offense was sufficiently grievous that even his inclination toward compromise now seemed inappropriate. By the time Yang Zhaoxiang had summoned everyone to this meeting, the matter had already escalated beyond the point of reconciliation. Sigh. It seems I shall have to offend old Qin after all. Just as Zhu Zizhong was about to make his decision, Qin Baoguo and Lu Yong strode into the room. Respected leaders, comrades, the investigation has been completed. Lu Yong held up a set of design blueprints, speaking with excitement. Qin Yang's theft of the gun was deliberate and purposeful. He wished to assist us in our military-to-civilian conversion project. What? The words struck like thunder, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Did he say that Qin Yang, that delinquent youth, wanted to help the factory? Are you speaking the truth? Zhu Zizhong felt a surge of hope and hurried to ask. Yes, these are his designs. He has proposed what he considers our most suitable course of action, utilizing our existing production lines to manufacture air rifles. As he spoke, Lu Yong had already walked over to a small blackboard and hung up the design drawing Qin Yang had sketched. Before them all appeared the blueprint of a beautifully crafted air rifle. This air rifle resembles our Type 56 semi-automatic rather closely, doesn't it? Precisely. Young Qin Yang dismantled one of our Type 50 SIXS, studied it thoroughly, and then produced these designs. Lu Yong continued. Qin Baoguo said nothing, merely returning to his seat. As the boy's father, it was not fitting for him to speak, and Lu Yong's advocacy served him best. Now wait a moment. Yang Zhaoxiang feigned surprise. I had never heard that young Qin Yang possessed the ability to draft technical drawings, much less produce work of such quality. Could this blueprint truly be his handiwork? Without revealing his hand overtly, he had pinpointed the critical issue. Yang Zhaoxiang appeared to harbor no ill will, yet he abandoned neither his original intention. Attempting to exonerate Qin Yang. Dream on. That blueprint was undoubtedly drawn by Qin Baoguo himself, nothing more than an elaborate scheme to clear his son's name. Officer Xiao Wang from the security section stood beside him while he was drawing, and others from the drafting room can attest to this. As well, Qin Baoguo spoke up. If I had drafted this in his place, I will resign from Factory 960 this very instant. Given all this, young Qin Yang acted with good intentions, and his theft of the gun was aimed at advancing the factory's military-to-civilian conversion. I propose we let this matter rest. Where's Qin Yang? Zhu Zizhong inquired. He remains in the confinement room. Then release him. Absolutely not. Yang Zhaoxiang could no longer contain himself. The smiling tiger tore away his mask, revealing fangs. I refuse to believe it. Even if this blueprint genuinely came from Qin Yang's hand, it is insufficient. Unless he can manufacture a qualified air rifle according to these drawings. Though this stance would inevitably offend Director Zhu Zizhong, such a splendid opportunity could not be squandered. He must see Qin Baoguo's son locked away for several years to vent the resentment festering within him. Zhu Zizhong was a soft-hearted man, a pushover. After this matter passed, Yang Zhaoxiang could merely visit him, explain his difficulties, speak of his well-intentioned intentions, and Zhu Zizhong would forgive him. Regardless, this opportunity must not be missed. As for burning bridges with Qin Baohua, humph. The bridge had already been burned when he ousted Yang Wankai. Let him now regret it. Isn't this making things difficult for him? Upon hearing Yang Zhaoxiang's demand, everyone present wore expressions of disdain, and even Mu Guijin looked somewhat embarrassed. Factory Director Yang, your request is crossing the line. Verifying the authenticity of this drawing is simple. Just ask around. One could even summon Qin Yang over and have him redraw it in front of everyone. Moreover, Qin Baohua is an upright man with no need to lie on this matter. Director Yang, this isn't quite appropriate. Zhou Yongfei held the same rank as Yang Zhaoxiang, and his words carried significant weight. How is this inappropriate? The bow has been loosed, there's no turning back. If we don't nail Qin Yang's crimes today, this won't be over. Yang Zhaoxiang fixed Zhou Yongfei with a piercing gaze. Everyone here knows how Qin Yang usually behaves at the factory. To think this man suddenly learned to draw technical diagrams, and so precisely at that. Doesn't everyone find that suspicious? His deliberate provocation struck a chord with everyone. Indeed, if Qin Yang could draw such beautiful and precise diagrams, then pigs could fly. Don't look at how Qin Yang usually misbehaves, but this kid is smart. Perhaps he learned by watching his father draw, absorbing knowledge through osmosis. Lu Yong spoke up. Qin Baohua was not one to say much, but Lu Yong couldn't stand by and watch Qin Yang being sent away. Besides, if pushed, he could always bring Yang Wankai into the conversation. Did you think they were all as useless as your son? Yang Zhaoxiang wore a cold smile. He had been waiting for Lu Yong to say exactly that. Excellent. Since he learned by watching his father, he must be quite clever. Qin Yang used to sneak into the workshop to play often enough. If he could learn drawing just by watching, then surely he could also learn to operate various machine tools just by looking. Isn't that right, everyone? No one echoed Yang Zhaoxiang's words. To do so would be to oppose Section Chief Qin. However, curiosity began to spread among them. Could this Qin Yang truly be a prodigy? He learned to draw after merely watching and drew so precisely. If he could draw just by observing, perhaps he could operate machinery just as well by simply watching. Fine. Qin Baohua spoke up. Then bring Qin Yang to the production workshop and have him independently manufacture an air rifle according to these design drawings. Old Qin. Lu Yong grew anxious at once. This is simply asking the impossible. We must not agree to this. A smile played on Yang Zhaoxiang's face. This Qin Baohua was too straightforward, he couldn't withstand goading. Now that Qin Baohua had agreed, who dared to object? Once Qin Yang proved unable to machine the air rifle, he could be sent away. This was Qin Baohua's own doing. Don't blame anyone else. Neglecting to teach is the father's fault. Since Qin Baohua's son had committed a crime, Qin Baohua himself would be implicated. Combined with the failure of the military-to-civilian conversion project, his position as head of the technology section would also be stripped away. Yang Zhaoxiang had already planned everything ahead. He turned to Zhu Zizhong. Director Zhu, don't you think it's time to have Qin Yang try his hand in the workshop? Very well. Zhu Zizhong finally spoke. Since Section Chief Qin has agreed, let us see what this lad of Qin Yang's is truly made of. Report the results to me afterward. With that, Zhu Zizhong stood and returned to his office. Lu Yong's face went pale. Alas, it seemed there was no turning back now. He had done his best. Why on earth had old Qin agreed, when he clearly knew Yang Zhaoxiang harbored ill intentions? The decision had been rendered. Everyone rose to their feet. It was time to head to the workshop and witness the spectacle. As they moved outward together, Lu Yong deliberately lagged behind, falling into step beside Qin Baohua. Old Qin, you've lost your senses. How could you agree to such conditions? And if I hadn't agreed, would Director Yang have accepted refusal? Yangzi has caused trouble since childhood, and each time his parents had to clean up after him. This time let him stand on his own. If he has the ability, he will overcome this calamity. If not, he can go inside and reflect on his life properly. Hey old Qin, where are you going? The workshop is to the left. I'm going home to eat. Lu Yong could only throw up his hands in exasperation. Was he abandoning Qin Yang to his fate? He stamped his foot, then made his way toward the workshop. Production had long been halted, and the workers were drifting about idly. When they saw a group of leaders approaching, they quickly cleared the machines, and upon hearing what had happened, could only stare at one another in disbelief. Section Chief Qin's son was coming to operate machinery. What a joke. That troublemaker, if he touched the machines, might end up maimed himself. This Director Yang was simply too ruthless. This was nothing short of retaliation. In the gaze of the crowd, Qin Yang walked in. Hello everyone. So many people watching me work. I'm honored. Oh, Deputy Director Yang, you're here too. Witnessing Qin Yang's casual, indifferent manner of greeting, Lu Yong's heart grew heavy. This kid truly would never grow up. Could he not see the situation for what it was? Sigh. It was no wonder old Qin had given up on him. The military-to-civilian conversion project of our factory is of great importance, and I have been striving tirelessly to find a way out for the factory. Fortunately, my brilliant son Qin Yang devised the air rifle project. I had intended to keep a low profile, but with so many eyes upon me, I have no choice but to present my humble work. Talk big and possibly break your tongue. Keep playing the part for now. Once you embarrass yourself, we'll send you away. Yang Zhaoxiang's gaze turned hostile. Hurry up and begin. Mu Guijin felt a twinge of worry. For some reason, he sensed that the Qin Yang before him now was different from the Qin Yang of before. Beyond his carefree demeanor, something else seemed to have appeared, though he could not put his finger on it. However, a foreboding thought surfaced in his mind. If Qin Yang could learn drawing on his own, then perhaps he truly could learn machining by himself as well. Qin Yang, mind your safety while operating, Lu Yong reminded him. Understood, Uncle Lu. Just watch closely. Let's start with the stock. With that, Qin Yang picked up a piece of walnut ash wood. This wood, differing from walnut by only a single character, was far cheaper and was the most suitable timber for crafting the stock of China's Type 56 semi-automatic rifle. The timber had already been pre-processed into rectangular boards awaiting further shaping. The woodworking machine tool was started. Qin Yang took the piece of timber, and unlike seasoned craftsmen who would first sketch guidelines with a pencil, drove it straight toward the power saw. A piercing screech rang out, and a smile appeared on Yang Zhaoxiang's face. Let us see you cause a production accident. Watching Qin Yang's hands move back and forth, Lu Yong trembled with anxiety, fearing that Qin Yang might sever a finger with a single mistake. Yet he dared not offer any reminder, for that might only cause Qin Yang to falter. The saw continued its relentless grinding, with chips flying in every direction. The block of timber in Qin Yang's hands took shape, gradually transforming into the form of a wooden rifle stock and barrel. Some expressions slowly shifted to astonishment. The kid actually has some skill. After the power saw cut the rough shape, a planer refined the surface, followed by a drill press for the holes. The 3-in-1 woodworking machine was remarkably convenient. Half an hour later. About done. Now only sanding remains. If we wish to save time, shall we skip this step? Good. Brilliant. Someone shouted aloud. Looks alone don't count. We need to verify whether it matches the drawings. Yang Zhaoxiang's face darkened. Old Wang measured the stock and compare it with the blueprint. Master Wang stepped forward, conducted a thorough inspection, and then cross-referenced the drawing. Director Yang, this stock matches the drawing's dimensions perfectly. This technique is extraordinary, even better than my own. This was undoubtedly a master craftsman. Yang Zhaoxiang, his face grim, ordered, set the stock aside. Continue with the barrel. Woodworking is not difficult. An excellent carpenter does not need a ruler. Relying solely on experience, he can produce finished products. In the thousands of years of our country's long history, there have been many master carpenters, and even a carpenter emperor. Qin Yang, having learned such woodworking skills from somewhere, is indeed enviable, but these are mere trivial tricks. When it comes to gun manufacturing, the simplest part is making the stock, while the most difficult is crafting the barrel. The barrel is a crucial component of a firearm. When a bullet is fired, the gunpowder combusts, generating high-temperature, high-pressure gas that propels the projectile forward. Upon leaving the muzzle, the bullet attains an initial velocity of several hundred meters per second, or even over 1,000 meters per second. To ensure the bullet's stability, the barrel must have rifling inside, causing the bullet to spin as it travels. Although there were many makeshift gun-making methods during wartime, the renowned Type 81 cavalry rifle used steel from railway tracks, and its barrel was crafted using the simplest technique of grinding scissors and sharpening kitchen knives. However, these were merely stopgap measures. After the founding of New China, the era of modern standardized rifles began, and the manufacturing techniques for firearms synchronized with those abroad. Manufacturing a barrel requires materials that are hard pressure resistant and heat resistant. Domestically, they selected boron-containing 50-grade high-quality steel. Specialized gun drills are used for deep hole processing, followed by a series of operations such as rifling, chrome plating, and so on. If broken down meticulously, just making the barrel involves hundreds of production steps. Only those who can craft barrels are considered qualified master gunsmiths. Factory 960 boasted a wealth of talent, yet the number of master craftsmen capable of independently manufacturing barrels did not exceed 50. How could Qin Yang, this young lad, possibly know how to make a barrel? Should we postpone the barrel processing until tomorrow? Lu Yong spoke up. Currently our workshop only has drill bits for producing 7.62mm caliber barrels, which don't match the airgun's caliber. The selection of a caliber for a nation's main service rifle is a very cautious process, requiring numerous experiments and comparisons from all aspects. During World War II, there was a wide variety of firearm calibers. The Mauser 98K was 7.92mm, the Type 38 Arisaka was 6.5mm, and the Mosin Nagant rifle was 7.62mm. By the Cold War period, the Warsaw Pact had standardized on 7.62mm. Domestically, there was little room for choice, so they directly adopted the same 7.62mm caliber. Airguns have calibers of 4.5mm and 5.5mm. This is like a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. Without the proper processing tools, how can it be done? Yang Zhaoxiang glanced at Lu Yong. Can't you process it without a drill bit? Isn't that nonsense? Without a diamond, can one handle porcelain work? Without the right drill bit, how can you make a barrel? Most of the people present were experienced masters, and hearing such unreasonable, deliberately difficult remarks, they were somewhat indignant. Ha! Master Zhang Guiqiang spat fiercely. Yang Zhaoxiang's gaze turned to that side. Old Zhang, spitting on the ground, randomly fined 50 cents. Alas, a higher rank crushes people. Even if it's a deputy, he's still a factory leader. Qin Yang glanced disdainfully at Yang Zhaoxiang. Deputy Factory Director Yang, I have no other choice today, but to continue processing the airgun, right? Although he was Deputy Factory Director, everyone usually deliberately omitted the word deputy when addressing him. Now Qin Yang's question was practically provoking Yang Zhaoxiang on purpose. Exactly, Yang Xiaoxiang said firmly. If you can't finish it today, I'll report your matter up. The surrounding workers were actually siding with Qin Yang, this good-for-nothing fellow. Yang Xiaoxiang was furious and completely threw caution to the wind. Without a male, no child is born. Without the right drill bit, no corresponding barrel can be made. But who can blame Qin Yang for being so capable? Uncle Lu, do we have any semi-finished products with holes drilled? There are some semi-finished products. Lu Yong said, but the inner diameter is wrong. If the inner diameter is wrong, we'll think of another way. If I don't finish it today, I'll have to go inside and squat. How scary. Please bring me the barrel, blank brother Zhao. Zhao Qianjin, who had entered the factory 3 years ago, was Lu Yong's apprentice. Watching everything from the crowd, he felt both indignant and curious. Can you really make it? Let's give it a try. Factory, 960 manufactured guns obtaining various raw materials from sister units. Barrel blanks were among them. These blanks were thick iron rods similar to rolling pins. Since they were unprocessed, the surfaces were rough and black, looking unremarkable. Once the barrel was finished, it would be placed on a lathe to turn the outside down to a fine finish, revealing the metallic luster. This processing method wasted at least 2/3 of the high-quality steel, but it was the only way. Direct casting would result in a 100-barrel burst. At this moment, the interior of the semi-finished product had already been drilled to a 7.0 mm diameter deep hole. After further processing, the smoothbore diameter would reach 7.442 mm. Then rifling would be extruded with the distance between lands exactly reaching 7.62 mm. Its exterior had also been turned down, appearing shiny. Qin Yang took the small, exquisite, golden cudgel handed over by Zhao Qianjin, walked to a nearby workbench, quickly fixed it onto an electric drill, and then headed to the cold forging machine. The crowd was surprised. What was Qin Yang going to do? The barrel processing didn't require that 10-ton cold forging machine. Could he be trying to hammer the barrel thinner with the cold forging machine? Finally, a master craftsman spoke up. Theoretically possible, but the process is uncontrollable. After hundreds of trials, one might gain experience, but right now, the precision is too difficult to control. Fitting it on the electric drill makes rotation convenient, but control becomes even harder. Amid the crowd's murmurs, Qin Yang placed the barrel under the cold forging machine's hammer and pressed the switch. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The shiny barrel began to rotate, dazzlingly brilliant. Brother Zhao helped start the cold forging machine. Qin Yang shouted loudly. Clang, clang, clang. Qin Yang's hand gripped the drill handle steady as a mountain. The cold forging machine's hammer struck repeatedly, and the shiny barrel rotating received the hammer's blows. Under everyone's gaze, the barrel was slowly lengthening and thinning. This scene was too magical. Qin Yang laughed inwardly. Now you see something new. This is the most advanced cold forging barrel manufacturing technique of later generations. In later generations, cold forging was used to create rifling. A mandrel was inserted into the drilled blank, which was then rotated and forged in the cold forging machine. After one pass, the mandrel was extracted, and the rifling was directly imprinted inside the barrel. However, during this process, the barrel also thins, as after forging, its length increases by about 30%. After such cold forging, the barrel also becomes stronger, a multi-win situation. For now, Qin Yang was simply trying to hammer the barrel thinner from 7 mm down to 4.5 mm. How amazing! Truly worthy of being Section Chief Qin's son, just as smart. This is absolutely a great invention. Hammered like this, the barrel can withstand even higher chamber pressure. The surrounding people marveled. Yang Xiaoxiang's face, however, grew paler and paler. Even this couldn't stump Qin Yang. Moreover, Qin Yang's movements were effortless, clearly the demeanor of a seasoned expert. He might actually succeed in this. After playing the villain for so long, would he end up being a joke again? The machine's sound stopped. Brother Zhao, please bring a caliper over. Zhao Qianjin brought the caliper, measured it himself, and looked at the data. 4.0 mm. Oh, incredible. There's a 0.5 mm margin left. Oh, after further processing, it will be exactly 4.5 mm caliber. It worked. Seems my luck is really good, Deputy Director Yang, don't you think? The barrel has already been produced. Although there were still many follow-up steps, such as polishing the bore and cutting the rifling. After Qin Yang showcased such a brilliant skill, who could still refuse to be convinced? Yang Xiaoxiang looked at the admiring expressions around him, resentment rising in his chest. Oh really? Bring it here, and let me see. As he spoke, Yang Xiaoxiang snatched the calipers over, personally measured several different spots, and they really were 4 mm. How is that possible? Even the strongest veteran master in the factory couldn't do it, so how could Qin Yang, that idle troublemaking good-for-nothing, have this kind of skill? Today he had made himself the clown. Yang Xiaoxiang was furious, but fortunately his face was thick enough, and after a moment, he forced a smile. There was no point in continuing to make a fuss. The barrel hadn't stumped Qin Yang, so the other components were even less likely to be a problem. It was time to find a way to step down gracefully. I'm not bad, Qin Yang. So your usual cynical live for the moment look was all an act. Since you have such excellent skill, you should make good contributions to the factory in the future. Don't keep drifting through life in a daze like before. Our factory happens to be short of skilled people right now. Yang Xiaoxiang put on the airs of an elder teaching the younger generation and made a speech. Alright, that's all for today. It's almost time to get off work. Everyone break it up. With that, Yang Xiaoxiang intended to turn and leave. Wait, Deputy Director Yang. Don't you want to watch this gun being assembled? Weren't you going to test me? No need. If I hadn't pushed you, no one would have known how excellent you are. Today your skills have been fully displayed. The factory can be sure that you really are contributing to its military to civilian conversion project. I'll go back and praise your performance today to Director Zhu. Everyone clock out and head home. Break it up? That won't do. You must see with your own eyes that I make the air rifle, so there's no way you can later claim that someone else did the other parts. After all, in your eyes, I'm just a good-for-nothing ne'er-do-well. I have to prove myself. I have to enter the factory and the technical section through my own real skill, not by relying on my father, the technical section chief. Yang Zhaoxiang's face turned black. This was a resounding slap in the face. If what Yang Zhaoxiang said in the conference room could still be considered impartial, then what he had just said in the workshop was deliberate troublemaking. Everyone could see that Yang Zhaoxiang was doing this purely to retaliate. Back then, Yang Zhaoxiang's son Yang Wankai wanted to enter the technical section, but because he lacked skill, Qin Bao would send him away. That was a monstrous humiliation. The smiling tiger Yang Zhaoxiang endured for several years before finally seizing this chance to push Qin Yang into the pit. And what happened? Yang Wankai couldn't draw diagrams. Qin Yang drew beautiful ones. Yang Wankai wasn't skilled at operating machinery. Qin Yang was better than the old masters. Comparing the two sons side by side, Qin Yang was a fresh flower while Yang Wankai was a pile of dung. What was even more amusing was Qin Yang's tone, the sort that could drive a person to death with rage. He emphasized the word deputy and deputy director, mocking Yang Zhaoxiang for still not being able to cover the sky with one hand. He never mentioned relying on his father to enter the technical section, nor did he say half a word about Yang Wansai, but everyone knew what he meant. Everyone was stifling laughter. Just now the old master Zhang Guoqiang had been fined 5 mao for spitting on the ground. If everyone now laughed at a leader, wouldn't that cost 5 yuan? Next I should polish the inner wall of the barrel, then cut the rifling. After the inside is done, I'll machine the outside and finally true the barrel. Ignoring Yang Zhaoxiang's liver-colored face, Qin Yang went back to work. It's just that there's no special punch for swaging a 4.5 mm caliber barrel. I guess Deputy Director Yang is definitely going to make me do something like a clever housewife cooking a meal without rice. But this won't stump me because I'm Qin Yang, smart. I've never seen a blueprint, but I can draw it the moment I start. I've never operated machinery, but I can handle it the moment I try. Even making rifling is child's play. We'll use electrochemical machining. Electrochemical machining is for smoothing the bore. Zhang Guoqiang asked curiously. The inside of a barrel drilled by a deep hole drill was still somewhat rough, so the inner wall had to be polished smooth. This was called smoothing the bore, and there were many technical methods. At Factory 960, they used the electrochemical method, dissolving the raised parts on the inner wall by electrolysis to leave it smooth and fine. Smoothing the bore, rifling, and chamber cutting can all be processed using the electrochemical technique. Now, so we don't hold up everyone's dinner, let's do several steps at once. Qin Yang was full of enthusiasm. Today he was the most dazzling guy around. The family quarters of Factory 960 were built along the mountainside. 2-story buildings with red bricks and red tiles stood hidden beneath large trees. In summer the lush branches blocked the red roof tiles, and from the sky nothing could be seen. The family quarters were almost all identical tube-shaped apartment buildings. Each room was about 20 square meters, and the corridors were stuffed with odds and ends. Building No. 3, room 208. The room was crammed full. Against the south-facing sunlit window were a double bed, and a single bed separated in the middle by a curtain into 2 independent spaces. The family sleeping area occupied nearly half the room. At the head of the double bed was a writing desk, and beside the writing desk was a high-low cabinet which together took up half of the remaining space. Against the wall stood a folding dining table opened only at mealtimes, otherwise there was no space even to walk around. Qin Bao was sat on the chair in front of the writing desk silent. Behind him stood a woman in her 30s or 40s. On each side of her head was a braid that reached just to her shoulders. She looked brisk and capable with delicate features, but her normally beautiful face was taut and her eyes seemed to glisten with tears. She was Qin Bao's wife Niet Zuilian, who worked at the Internal Supply and Marketing Cooperative. When she heard what had happened today, she was extremely anxious. Old Qin, what are you still standing around in a daze for? Go hurry and plead with Director Zhu for leniency. Let me tell you, Yangzi is a piece of flesh cut from my own body. If he gets locked up this time, I'll never forgive you. As she spoke, Niet Zuilian raised the spatula in her hand and pointed it at Qin Bao. A scorched smell drifted over from a kitchen partitioned off near the door. The dish is burnt. Why don't you hurry up and go look? Qin Bao said, Humph, let it burn. It's better that way. If our son gets locked up, life will be impossible. I'll go back to the capital, and don't expect to eat another hot meal. You won't even get a burnt meal. You. Yangzi ended up the way he is now because you spoiled him since he was little. He should suffer a lesson. Qin Bao said as he stood up, intending to go check on the food in the kitchen. But hearing those words, his wife, Niet Zuilian, was enraged. She raised the spatula in her hand. Old Qin, he's your own son. How can you say such a thing? I'll fight you to the bitter end. Bang. Just then the door outside was pushed open. Wang Jinmin, a young clerk in the technical section, was excited. Section Chief Qin. Section Chief Qin. Great news. Qin Yang has already produced the gun stock and barrel, and he's processing the other parts. He's just incredible. He hadn't finished speaking when he saw the scene in the room and immediately shut his mouth. What? He made the parts. Qin Bao was filled with excitement. That kid really does have skill. I'll go over right now to see. With that, Qin Baowu took big strides toward the door. Suelian, why aren't you cleaning up the kitchen and making something delicious? I'm going to have a few drinks tonight, haha. Clatter crack. Component after component clicked into place. The machining was precise and assembly effortless. An air rifle materialized in Qin Yang's hands. All right, I have finished machining the air rifle according to the blueprint. Deputy Factory Director Yang, please inspect it. Qin Yang said smugly to Yang Xiaoxiang before him. Yang Xiaoxiang's face had long turned an ugly purple. He was a deeply calculating man, usually affable toward others, and only struck when he was fully in control. One swift move fatal. But this time he had failed. His original plan had been to get Qin Yang locked up, then use the incident to bring Qin Baowu down as well. He had never imagined the result would be like this. He had failed, completely failed. On ordinary days, Qin Yang looked like an idle, good-for-nothing youth. But who could have imagined he had such hidden depths? Whether drawing blueprints or operating machine tools, he was a master. The veteran craftsmen throughout the workshop were full of praise, and some even approached Qin Yang for advice on operating the equipment. If not for today's incident, Qin Yang would probably still be that cynical devil-may-care character. By forcing Qin Yang to get serious, he had only made Qin Baowu's position more secure, while turning himself into the entire factory's laughingstock. Yang Xiaoxiang was furious, but he knew he absolutely could not show it now. No need for an inspection, Qin Yang. You have already proved yourself an outstanding technician through your actions. I am very glad. With you in the factory, we are certain to rise from the ashes and walk toward brilliance. Deputy Factory Director Yang, then I'll trouble you to put in a good word for me with Factory Director Zhu so that I can become one of the factory's mainstays as soon as possible, just like Brother Wang Kai. He had brought up exactly the topic that should have been left alone, deliberately reopening Yang Xiaoxiang's scars. Everyone struggled to hold back their laughter. Of course. The waves of the Yangtze push each other forward, and each generation outdoes the last. I'm heading off now. Deputy Factory Director Yang, go slowly. Especially when walking at night, you really must be careful. A spade might suddenly come down on the back of your head. The one I took on my skull truly hurt. Yang Xiaoxiang stopped in his tracks. What did that mean? A threat? Just then Qin Baowu came trotting in from outside. Who said he didn't care about his son? Of course he cared. He simply showed it in a different way. Parents' love is truly universal, and Qin Yang felt deeply moved. Old Qin, your son. Yang Xiaoxiang had still intended to exchange pleasantries with Qin Baowu, but little did he expect Qin Baowu to ignore him, completely running straight to his son. Yang Xiaoxiang's hand clenched into a fist. Without looking back again, he strode out in vigorous steps. He might have failed this time, but at the next opportunity he would drive the Qins, father and son, to their doom. Yang Xiaoxiang had made up his mind. Son, you are my pride, came Qin Baowu's voice from behind. Dad, rest assured. Since I have been forced to reveal my real abilities, I'm not going to keep pretending anymore. I'm going to work hard and keep making you proud. Qin Yang spoke in an especially loud voice, deliberately trying to sicken Yang Xiaoxiang. I'm going to make a name for myself in this factory through my own abilities. I won't be like some people. No real skill at all, only able to rely on their father. Family Compound Building 3, Unit 208. A delicious aroma could be smelled even in the stairwell. Qin Yang entered his own door and sniffed again. Red braised pork. That's right, your favorite red braised pork. Niet Zuilian was all smiles. Her son was not only safe, but had also become quite famous, which brought glory to her as his mother. Old Qin Yangzi, sit down and eat first. I'll cook 2 more dishes so we can properly celebrate. The folding dining table had already been opened with 3 plates of food on it. Bowls were turned upside down over them to keep them warm, and beside the dishes stood a bottle of erguo too. Yangzi, bring 2 small liquor cups over. Huh, 2. Didn't Uncle Lu go home for dinner? When I say bring them, you bring them. Since when do you have so much to say? Qin Baowu's word was absolute law at home. Qin Yang nimbly brought the cups and set them on the table. Qin Baowu had already dexterously pried off the bottle cap with his teeth, and then glugged the liquor into both cups. Come, this is for you. Only then did Qin Yang understand. Dad, you're letting me drink. Qin Yang had naturally drunk before, but he had done it secretly with a bunch of good-for-nothing friends, and only while Qin Baowu was working overtime. If he had been caught smelling of alcohol, he would definitely have been hung up and beaten with a belt. Boy, you're quite something. All those times you ran to the workshop to steal things and sell them were just a cover. The real goal was secretly learning the craft. Since you've already completed your apprenticeship, you're an adult now. Come, today we too will drink to our heart's content. The 2 cups clinked together. Qin Yang tilted his head back, and with one gulp poured the erguo too into his stomach. The liquor of this era was truly good, pure grain, and in taste even better than the matai of later generations. After drinking, he picked up his chopsticks and took a few bites of food. Wait, something seemed wrong. Qin Baowu drank by taking small sips. He had only just sipped once, yet Qin Yang had already poured a whole fortune cup down his throat. Boy, have you secretly drunk before? No, Dad. This is my first time. Oh right. I've already made the prototype rifle today. So next the factory should switch to producing air rifles, right? He had to change the subject quickly. Next we'll convene a factory meeting. Once it's discussed and approved, we can switch production. This is indeed a good path, suitable for our Factory 960. No need for transformation and no need to update equipment. Boy, that move of yours is brilliant. Although our factory isn't short of workers now, with your contribution, there's no problem getting you in as a regular worker. Old Qin, now you're acting like a father. Nietzsche placed a plate of braised green beans and eggplant on the table, her face covered in smiles. Her son was going to enter the factory as a worker, a respectable job, and then they could find someone to introduce a wife for him. Dad, I don't want to be a worker. I want to go out and see the outside world. Be a worker, just to be laid off later. All the Third Front military factories shared the same fate, either they were relocated or they went under. Although the air rifle project proposed by Qin Yang could quickly bring the factory to glory, within 2 years the state would impose controls, guns would be banned in society, wars would break out abroad, and air rifle sales would plummet. Since he would have to leave sooner or later anyway, he might as well act now. In the 1980s, anything was possible. Smack. Qin Bao was slammed his chopsticks onto the table, his face terrifyingly dark, his eyes wide as brass bells as he stared at Qin Yang. Old Qin, have you finished dinner? At that moment, Lu Yang's shout came from outside. The factory director is calling another factory meeting. All right, I'll be there right away. Qin Bao put down his bowl and chopsticks and strode out in large steps. Both Qin Yang and Nietzsche breathed sighs of relief. Yangzi, just listen to your father. Seizing this chance to join the factory and become a worker is a good thing. Nietzsche said earnestly. Why is the factory holding a meeting at this hour? Discussing air rifle production wouldn't suffer for even one night. Qin Yang could only change the subject. Our factory's shift from military to civilian production is a matter of life and death. It's only appropriate to convene an emergency factory meeting tonight. Nietzsche said. Mom, I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Qin Yang slept soundly through his first slumber since crossing over. After all, he had been run-ragged all day. This good-for-nothing factory brat's body could hardly withstand such intense labor, and it had long since reached the limits of exhaustion. Thump thump. A tapping sounded at the window. Yangzi. Qin Yang slowly opened his eyes. Warm sunlight streamed in through the window, and a silhouette stood outside. A broad, chubby-faced, pudgy, and somewhat simple-minded in appearance. Who was this guy? Qin Yang racked his memory for any trace of him. Zhang Chao was the son of Zhang Guoqiang, a veteran master worker in the production workshop, and one of Qin Yang's closest friends. Although Qin Yang lived on the second floor, a heating pipe ran directly outside his window. It was wrapped in thick sponge to keep it from freezing. The young men thought climbing in through the window was far cooler than using the door, so they often crawled along the pipe couplings. Especially in the dead of night, they would crouch on the heating pipes and eavesdrop on other households' conjugal intimacies, one of their favorite pastimes back then. Yangzi, you're awake. Open the window quick. The voice outside was filled with delight. Qin Yang's parents had long since left for work. There was no one at home. Are you the only one? Qin Yang asked. I'm here too. Another man with shifty eyes appeared at the window. Gongzi. Catching sight of him, something suddenly clicked in Qin Yang's mind. This good-for-nothing factory brat he had possessed had nothing but shit in his head. He had been set up without even realizing it. Zhang Chao looked a bit dull and simple, always wearing a silly, honest expression. There was nothing wrong with him. But the other close buddy Zhao Jigang was a different story. True, they had all teased their female classmates together at school, jumped into brawls as one, and continued hanging out after graduation. But Zhao Jigang had another identity. He was the nephew of Mu Guijin, chief of the security section. This fellow, killed by a single blow from an iron shovel, really was a fool. He actually hung around with someone like that. The whole affair had been a plot against him from the very start. Why steal the rifle? Wasn't it Zhao Jigang who had put him up to it? Still, before Yang Zhaoxiang sprang his trap, Zhao Jigang's identity probably didn't seem like a problem. Even though Qin Yang was a soul who had transmigrated from the future, he had been set up the moment he arrived. He had to get revenge. The gloves were already off, so what was there to fear? Yangzi, opened the window. No, I won't. You guys aren't true friends. We agreed to go through life and death together, but you ran off and left me behind. Hearing this, Zhao Jigang immediately looked ashamed. Yangzi, you can't blame us for that. The moment we saw the security section coming, we split up and ran in 3 directions, as we always did. Who could have guessed they would go after you? Right. Later, Gongzi figured it out. At the time, you were still holding the Type 56 semi-automatic. To catch the ringleader, they naturally singled you out. We went to the detention room several times to rescue you, but there was always a guard posted outside. We never had a chance. Zhang Chao was on the verge of tears. Yeah, Yangzi, we brothers had no choice. But then we heard you put on an awe-inspiring display and stunned everyone. We've hung out together all these years and never knew you had it in you. Zhao Jigang continued. Open the window quick and tell us. How did you learn to operate those machines? The bottom line is you're not true friends. I'm not hanging out with you anymore. Don't be like that, Yangzi. We swore brotherhood in the Peach Garden, just like Lu Guan and Zhang. Yangzi, are you going to become a regular worker now? You're not really going to stop being friends with me, are you? Tears were already rolling down Zhang Chao's face. Of course not. Since you're both so sincere, as long as you help me vent this anger, we'll still be friends from now on. Qin Yang said. Fine, Yangzi, just say the word. We 2 brothers will help you do it. I'm going to splash Deputy Director Yang with a bucket of shit. Qin Yang opened the window and whispered to the 2 outside. It was him who kept tormenting me all day yesterday. Zhao Jigang was taken aback. Didn't you swear you'd whack Director Yang in the back of the head with a shovel in the dead of night? Now it's a bucket of shit. Fine, Yangzi, as long as it makes you feel better, I'll go splash him right now. Zhang Chao turned to leave. Come back. Qin Yang hastily called out. This guy really was too straightforward. Oh, Since we three are good brothers, this is something the three of us should do together. Qin Yang glanced at Zhao Jigang. Gongzi, are you willing? Zhao Jigang hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Just like Lu Guan and Zhang, true brothers value loyalty. How could I back out? But Yangzi, splashing Director Yang isn't that simple. We can't exactly carry a bucket of shit into his office, can we? Why not? Zhang Chao was just about to put that exact plan into action. If you carry a bucket like that, the stench will be too strong. People will smell you coming from a mile away. Zhao Jigang said you'd never even make it into the office building. Oh, of the three, Zhao Jigang was the one who devised the plans. One of us three needs to go fishing. Fishing? That means luring Director Yang out. Once he leaves the office building, we can splash him whenever we want. Zhao Jigang said. Right, that's a good plan. Who will go lure Director Yang out? Me. I'll say I'm going to see my uncle. No one at the gate will stop me. Zhao Jigang volunteered himself. Good, then it's settled. Gongzi, find a way to lure Director Yang out. Chaozi and I will lie in ambush under the third big locust tree on the left side of the office building. When he comes home, he'll know what happens when he messes with me. With the plan settled, the three moved swiftly. Zhao Jigang headed toward the office building while Zhang Chao intended to go to the latrine and make preparations. Yangzi, you don't have to get involved in this. I'll go to the latrine and bring out 2 buckets. I'm not afraid of the muck. No need. We'll climb in from behind the office building. Qin Yang said. Behind the office building. Zhang Chao was baffled. This wasn't the plan they had just made. Gongzi is executing plan A, we're executing plan B. We move simultaneously. Let's go. Oh, Zhang Chao nodded. The office building's heating pipes were indoors, so there was no climbing those. But there was a drain pipe on the outside, and one ran right beside Yang Zhaoxiang's office. It was cast iron and very sturdy. By the time Qin Yang and Zhang Chao had nimbly climbed up, they could hear voices from inside. Director Yang, you guessed exactly right. Qin Yang really is out for revenge, but not by smashing the back of your head with a shovel in the dark. He's going to splash you with shit. Yesterday I thought he was cunning, but it turns out he's another hothead. Yang Zhaoxiang's voice came. That's easy to deal with. We'll turn his scheme against him. Notify the security section and prepare to make an arrest. Splashing someone with shit certainly wasn't as serious a crime as stealing a rifle. But since the gloves were already off, if he was caught red-handed with the evidence, how could Qin Yang with such despicable conduct ever enter the factory as a regular worker? Zhang Chao's face was full of disbelief. How could this be? How could Gongzi have turned traitor? If Qin Yang hadn't been holding him back, he would have jumped in through the window right then and there to angrily denounce Zhao Jigang, that traitor. At last, footsteps sounded in the office, followed by the closing of a door. Qin Yang expertly pushed open the window and jumped in first with Zhang Chao, leaping in second, his face brimming with fury. Yangzi, I never thought Gongzi would betray us. From now on, I'll never treat him as a good friend again. I really want to beat him up to let off steam. Chaozi, do you remember the movie Gunshots of the Secret Bureau we watched last month? Zhang Chao nodded. We already know Gongzi is a traitor, but we can't expose him yet. Just like Lu Xiaoqin, the underground party worker who matched wits with the Secret Bureau's agents, we have to keep fighting Gongzi. As he spoke, Qin Yang scanned the office. Against the wall stood 2 rows of file cabinets, all locked. Hanging from the lock of one cabinet was a leatherette briefcase. Next to the file cabinets was a desk with a chair. On the desk lay some documents and an enamel mug. It looked well used, its white glaze slightly yellowed. Opposite the file cabinets were 2 single sofas with a tea table between them. On the tea table was a tray holding a thermos bottle and several glass cups, along with a package of old Longevity Star tea leaves, its opening sealed with a clip. Behind the door stood a wash basin stand on which rested a basin towel, soap, and the like. Yangzi, what do we do next? Take a dump in his briefcase. With one hand, Qin Yang took the briefcase off the file cabinet and casually tossed the documents inside onto a pile of papers on the desk. In this era, wearing a Zhongshan suit and carrying a leatherette briefcase meant you were definitely a leader. There's even a persimmon inside. So this Yang Zhaoxiang is a foodie too. Qin Yang unhesitatingly slipped the persimmon into his own pocket. Alright. Zhang Chao was absolutely a qualified excrement-making machine. He unbuckled his belt, fitted the briefcase over his backside, and the yellow and white stuff dropped inside. Qin Yang picked up the enamel mug bearing the inscription, "Serve the people," lifted the lid, and saw it was half full of tea. Let me add a little extra something. Qin Yang unbuckled his belt, placed the mug between his legs, and a clear stream poured straight down. The enamel mug was returned to the desk, its lid snapped shut. The leatherette briefcase was zipped up and hung back on the handle of the nearby file cabinet. Qin Yang surveyed the room with satisfaction, then his gaze landed on the thermos bottle. Chaozi, you haven't been suffering from internal heat these past few days, have you? Add some extra ingredient to that thermos. I guarantee the color won't be a problem. Footsteps echoed from the corridor. Let's go. Creak. The door opened, and several people walked in. What's going on? Gongzi, didn't you say Qin Yang and the others were waiting there to splash me? Where are they? Yang Zhaoxiang was somewhat irritated. Maybe Qin Yang and the others got scared. Mu Guijin had walked in with them. Hearing the note of blame in Yang Zhaoxiang's words, he immediately spoke up to exonerate his nephew. I'll go check again, see what Qin Yang and Zhang Chao are up to. Maybe they spent too long in the latrine and haven't come over yet. Zhao Jigang said as he headed outside. Don't be so hasty. Wait until they're in position before we go down. Yang Zhaoxiang sat back in his chair, picked up his mug, and began gulping it down. He was genuinely thirsty and drank in big gulps. but for some reason the taste was strange. Ugh. His stomach reacted first. How could it endure such a strong, foul liquid flowing in? He vomited everything, including the food he'd eaten that morning, splattering across the desk and floor, and a repulsive odor filled the air. Clang. The mug fell onto the desk, spilling the remaining liquid and soaking a stack of documents. Careful. Mu Guijin hurried over to support Yang Zhaoxiang. His gaze turned to the mug. The liquid in it was the color of tea, but its smell was extremely strong. What's going on? Quick, pour me a cup of water. Yang Zhaoxiang's stomach churned painfully. He needed a proper drink of good water. Yes, Director Yang, 1 moment please. Mu Guijin hurriedly fetched the thermos and poured water into a cup. No good, too hot. He quickly grabbed another cup and poured the water back and forth between the two cups until it cooled. Director Yang, please have some water. Taking the cup Mu Guijin handed him, Yang Zhaoxiang quickly tipped it into his mouth. The temperature was just right, neither hot nor cold. Wait, the taste seems off. Ugh. Yang Zhaoxiang vomited again. He had already thrown up everything in his stomach. On the second round there was nothing left to expel. It was all bitter, and even his bile came up. Yang Zhaoxiang felt his vision blur and his body weaken. His gaze locked onto the thermos. Clearly the troublemaker had not only tampered with his mug, but also with his thermos. Damn it. When I get my hands on him, I'll beat him to death. The smiling tiger Yang Zhaoxiang was now truly enraged. Think about it. He was a dignified deputy director in charge of personnel with great power and imposing authority. Normally every worker who met him had to bow and scrape. When had he ever been mocked like this? The room was filled with a stench. Director Yang. Director Yang. Director Zhu is calling you to a meeting. Meng Fanqing, a clerk at the factory reception office, knocked and opened the door only to be stunned by the sight inside. His jaw dropped as he asked, Director Yang, are you feeling unwell today? I'm not feeling well. I won't attend today's meeting. Yang Zhaoxiang said, Section Chief Mu, take the documents from my briefcase and attend the meeting in my place. Very well, Director Yang, rest assured. I'll definitely give those little brats. Before Mu Guijin could finish, Yang Zhaoxiang's glare stopped him. There was an outsider present. They had suffered such a loss. They couldn't let it be spread around. Otherwise, where would a director's authority be? Mu Guijin quickly shut his mouth and reached for Yang Zhaoxiang's briefcase. Even without Yang Zhaoxiang's recent vomiting, the room's odor was already thick enough that he should have discovered the problem in the briefcase. If they had walked in with calm minds, they would have detected the smell in the air. Unfortunately, everything happened so quickly that they simply couldn't react. Mu Guijin unzipped the briefcase and reached in to get the documents. Who could have imagined that he would grab something soft and sticky? Seems like a rotten persimmon. Mu Guijin looked toward the windowsill. The persimmon that had been there was gone. Director Yang, there are no documents in this bag. There's only a... Mu Guijin pulled out his hand and moved toward the wash basin near the door to wash it. Section Chief Mu. Ugh. Meng Fanqing caught sight of the yellow and white substance on Mu Guijin's hand and couldn't hold it in. With a heave, he vomited. Little Meng, don't misunderstand. There was a persimmon in the bag and I crushed it. Mu Guijin hurriedly tried to cover it up. It's not what you think. As he spoke, Mu Guijin put one of his fingers into his mouth and licked it. There was none of the sweet taste of persimmon, only a peculiar bitterness. It was definitely not the taste of food. Mu Guijin suddenly realized what it was and brought his finger to his nose. Actually, even without bringing it close, the powerful stench was already stinging his nostrils. This was definitely not persimmon. It was excrement. Ugh. Mu Guijin vomited too. Even though he had weathered all kinds of storms in the security section, what was before him completely exceeded his capacity to bear. Damn it. That bastard Qin Yang. I'll kill him. Men. Security section, assemble. Mu Guijin did not have Yang Zhaoxiang's self-restraint. Having been played like this, he absolutely had to take revenge. Meng Fanqing left covering his mouth and nose. Within half an hour, almost the entire factory knew. Hey Lao Wang, have you heard? A big incident happened in the factory director's office today. What incident? You haven't heard? Come let me tell you. Director Yang and Section Chief Mu of the security section were together. You mustn't breathe a word about this. I don't believe it. How could that be? Meng Dazue saw them with his own eyes. He was so disgusted he nearly threw up. The sun had slid toward the south. It was already noon. Family Compound Building 3, Room 208. Yangzi, you're incredible. This move of ours is even more satisfying than flinging dung. Zhang Chao said excitedly. And this braised pork is delicious. At noon, the factory workers all ate in the canteen, while family members fended for themselves. Nietzolian had made a lot of good food last night, and since it couldn't all be finished after returning, Qin Yang had invited Zhang Chao to his home to eat together. As for Zhao Jigang, he was still prowling around the factory latrines trying to find Qin Yang and Zhang Chao. Bury this matter deep in your gut. We did nothing at all understand. Qin Yang said. No sooner had he finished speaking than a furious voice came from the stairwell at the end of the corridor outside. Qin Yang, are you there? Get the hell out here. Zhang Chao's face changed. He bolted toward the window, but when he reached it and looked back, he saw Qin Yang still eating quietly, having casually tucked a brick from beneath the head of the bed into the front of his shirt. Remembering how he had abandoned Qin Yang and run away last time, Zhang Chao summoned his courage again and came back to sit down. Remembering how he had abandoned Qin Yang and run away last time, Zhang Chao summoned his courage again and came back to sit down. Bang! The door was kicked open. Qin Yang, don't you run. Yang Wankai appeared in the doorway, his face blazing with anger. Are you coming to the confinement room on your own, or do we have to drag you there? Yang Wankai was very tall and powerfully built. Standing there, he almost completely filled the doorway, and behind him appeared several members of the security section. Why would I run? You're awfully high and mighty. Did you lose your guns again? You. Do you know what you've done? I really don't. Why don't you tell me? Qin Yang remained seated and eating, paying Yang Wankai no attention at all. You snuck into Director Yang's office and did something evil. What evil thing? Who saw it? What evidence is there? Bring out your witnesses and physical evidence, and I'll go with you willingly. If you don't have any, stop spouting nonsense and close the door from the outside. Yang Wankai was stunned for a moment. The enraged Mu Guijin had washed her hands 10 times and brushed her teeth 5 times, yet still felt sick with disgust. She immediately ordered the security section to arrest Qin Yang. Yang Wansai, who had long since lost patience, personally led the men over. Now Qin Yang had choked him off with a single sentence. Evidence. In truth, fabricating witnesses would be easy, but one logical problem could not be resolved. Who saw it? If someone saw it, why didn't they warn them? Did they have to let Director Yang and Section Chief Mu eat it? Could it be that they actually enjoyed that taste? Physical evidence was even more non-existent. The director's office was being cleaned, and not a single fingerprint could be found. You have nothing? Then on what basis are you taking me away? Qin Yang said while eating braised pork. Yesterday, I rendered meritorious service and my family was very happy. They made a big table of food that wasn't finished, so after I woke up today, I invited Zhang Chao to my home for a meal. We've been eating ever since and haven't left the family compound once. Qin Yang looked at Yang Wankai. Where did you get the word that I did something bad? You can't just sling mud like that. Is your security section so almighty? It was you. This is retaliation. Oh, then why would I retaliate? Qin Yang was still eating. There is no love without cause and no hate without cause. I invented the air gun and brought this factory back from the dead. I'm a hero of this factory. Could your security section be jealous and trying to frame me? Beside him, Zhang Chao could do nothing but eat and nod. Qin Yang was truly formidable, just like Zhuge Liang playing the empty city stratagem. What is everyone crowding in here for? At that moment, a voice sounded from outside. Director Liu. Several security section officers saw Liu Yong in the corridor and looked rather awkward. They had come to arrest someone, but unlike yesterday, they had not a shred of evidence. Now they felt deeply uneasy. Oh, Wansai, you're here too. Liu Yong's expression showed surprise. What's going on? Official business. Director Liu, what are you here for? Yang Wankai countered. It's all for the factory's military-to-civilian conversion project. Yesterday, Qin Yang showed what he could do, and the whole factory was inspired. This morning, our veteran craftsmen already began making the guns according to the blueprints, but there are still some things they don't understand, so I've come to ask Qin Yang to help. Liu Yong said. Yangzi, have you eaten enough? If you have, come with me. Almost. Qin Yang stood up. Wansai, if you have the guts, lock me in the confinement room. If you dare touch me, believe me, I'll go to the capital and file charges against you. Yang Wansai's face turned pale. Watching Qin Yang walk past him, he itched to rush at him, but in the end, he didn't make a move. He had no evidence. Zhang Chao followed behind, still holding a chicken leg. Director Liu, can I come along and watch? I'm not as clever as Yangzi, and I can't astonish everyone the way he did. But I still want to learn some skills. Good Chaozi. A man must strive to improve and rely on his own abilities. Depending on your old man to lord over others like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. How once your old man kicks the bucket, you won't be worth a thing. Yang Wankai was so angry that his hands began to tremble. The three of them headed toward the production workshop. Yangzi, Chaozi, was it the two of you? Liu Yong's voice carried some helplessness. Uncle Liu, there aren't any technical problems in the workshop production, are there? Qin Yang changed the subject. Liu Yong was now certain. How could you do such a thing? Isn't this making an enemy of Director Yang? Uncle Liu, after what happened yesterday, we were already enemies. I'm not the kind of person who repays evil with kindness. Qin Yang said. This is only the beginning. From now on, I'll make their lives worse than death, and let them know how formidable I Qin Yang am. Enough, stop it. If your father finds out, he'll take his belt to you. Liu Yong then looked at Zhang Chao. Chaozi, you should be more careful from now on too. Don't hang around with Zhao Jigang and his crowd. Zhang Chao's father Zhang Guoqiang was a veteran craftsman in Liu Yong's workshop, one of their own. But Zhao Jigang was a different matter. Director Liu Yangzi said. Zhang Chao started to say something, but Qin Yang silenced him with a look. Uncle Liu, where's my father? He's gone out again surveying the airgun market. If the survey goes well, the project will officially launch. We're in pre-production now. Liu Yong said. Gone out again. Qin Yang's eyes darted. Excellent. Now no one was around to stop him from doing whatever he wanted. After Qin Yang and Zhang Chao entered the production workshop, everyone regarded Qin Yang with meaningful glances. Meeting their stares, Qin Yang strode purposefully toward the finished gun frames. Has this air rifle already been finished? Qin Yang lifted the air rifle from the rack. The once rough gun stock had been sanded smooth and coated with a layer of clear oil, the wood grain gleaming beautifully beneath the finish. The barrel had undergone further treatment, its surface gleaming with a blue-black luster that invited one to reach out and touch it. Yes, we followed the Type 56 semi-automatic process throughout. The only thing lacking is chrome plating on the interior of the barrel, Zhang Guoqiang explained. Skip the chrome plating then. Since we fire lead pellets will be minimal. That process would be a waste of resources, Qin Yang stated firmly. No one had ever heard of chrome plating an air rifle barrel. That would drive costs through the roof. Indeed. We are currently preparing to procure dies for machining air rifles of this caliber. Zhang Guoqiang continued. This morning we attempted your method from last night to make barrels, but every piece came out defective. Everyone is deeply impressed. You must possess technique we cannot fathom. What I did yesterday was merely forced by Deputy Factory Director Yang and fortunate timing. That method cannot succeed every time. Once our tools arrive, we will simply insert the rifling reamer and forge. It will standardize the caliber and cut the rifling in one operation. Their eyes widened in realization. Indeed, such a process was quite brilliant, achieving multiple objectives at once. Skilled craftsmen capable of manufacturing guns were plentiful, but those who could revolutionize production techniques were exceedingly rare. Yangzi, you have truly stunned us. Emerging from years of idleness now that the time is right, Lu Yong remarked with admiration. Those wandering years were merely a period of preparation. Now you have finally come forward. Our factory has a worthy successor, Lu Yong concluded. Even Qin Yang felt a measure of modesty at such praise. Cradling the rifle, he could not bear to set it down. Uncle Lu, if our production is viable, may I take this rifle for a test shot? Certainly, Lu Yong nodded. Take it freely. See who dares to interfere. Yesterday Qin Yang had been arrested for stealing a rifle. Today, he was testing one openly and legitimately. Lu Yong harbored his own resentment. Previously, everyone maintained appearances, but now that bridges had been burned, he felt no need for restraint. So what if the security department existed? Did they have free rein? Qin Yang was right. If they dared act recklessly, they would take their complaints straight to the capital. Qin Yang cast a grateful glance at Lu Yong. His own father had been stern, his mother indulgent, but Uncle Lu had always silently cared for and protected him. Shall we accompany you to the range? Zhang Guoqiang asked. No need. Continue processing the components. Should any issues arise, come to me. This air rifle will undoubtedly become our most profitable civilian product line, and everyone will likely work overtime. Zhang Xiao and I will handle it, Qin Yang said. Zhang Xiao nodded beside him. Dad, rest assured. If the security department dares arrest anyone again, I will fight them. Qin Yang shouldered the air rifle and headed for the range with Zhang Xiao, but a figure fell in his step behind them. Yangzi, where did you two go this morning? I searched everywhere for you. Zhao Jigang wore an expression of deep concern. I later heard about your remarkable performance. I am truly delighted. But why did you not tell me? Zhang Qiao's eyes flashed with open contempt. What pretense? Everyone knows you are allied with Factory Director Yang. Never mind. Yangzi and I were not yet prepared. When we heard Deputy Factory Director Yang was ambushed, Qin Yang replied with feigned helplessness. Though the outcome pleased me, it is a pity I was not the one who carried it out. He clearly has many enemies. Not you too. Zhao Jigang sounded genuinely surprised. Xiaozi, you truly did not do it. In Zhao Jigang's memory, Zhang Qiao would never lie. Zhang Qiao nodded. We had nothing to do with it. After hearing what happened to Deputy Factory Director Yang, Yangzi and I went to his house to celebrate. We intended to invite you, but we searched the entire factory and could not find you. If Zhang Qiao had merely nodded, Zhao Jigang might have doubted, but given the detailed explanation, there was clearly nothing to question. Then who had struck? Was there someone even more cunning in the factory who had seized the opportunity to settle scores with Deputy Factory Director Yang while framing Qin Yang? Zhao Jigang's mind raced through these possibilities while Qin Yang was already preparing to test the rifle. Click. With practiced skill, he depressed the pressure lever beneath the barrel to engage the latch, opened the breech, deftly inserted a lead pellet, then returned the lever to its position as the chamber closed. The loading process was complete. As the name implied, an air rifle used compressed gas as its propellant. In later competitions, models utilizing carbon dioxide cylinders were favored for stability, but in this era the conventional spring piston design dominated. Less precise, but structurally simple and cost-effective, making it the most widely applied type. The spring sat at the rear, the piston ahead, both housed within a sealed cylinder. Compressing the spring armed the mechanism. Upon pulling the trigger, the spring drove the piston forward, compressing the air ahead and propelling the lead pellet onward. With sufficient spring tension, the pellet could exceed the speed of sound, more than adequate for hunting. There were two primary methods for cocking the spring. One involved breaking the barrel, directly requiring the shooter to bend over while loading and simultaneously compressing the spring. However, this shortened the sight radius and was soon phased out. The other design, which Qin Yang had chosen, featured a separate underbarrel pumping lever, the mainstream configuration for air rifles in later years. Bang! The shot rang out as Qin Yang fired at the target 15 meters away. 10 rings. Yangzi, a perfect 10. You are incredible. Zhang Qiao cheered excitedly. Qin Yang smiled and continued loading. Above, a bird crossed the sky. Gray head, brown upper body with pinkish underparts, wings spread in flight, revealing black-brown plumage tipped with white, a ring-necked dove commonly seen in the north. Qin Yang raised the air rifle, tracking the dove for 2 seconds, then squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bird dropped instantly. Zhao Jigang stood transfixed. Did Qin Yang truly possess such skill? Yesterday, when he handled the Type 56 semi-automatic, he had not appeared nearly this capable. If he could not even hit birds perched in trees, how could he strike one in flight? Yangzi, may I try? Zhao Jigang asked. You? Qin Yang glanced at him. Can you shoot? Of course. I have fired a Type 56 before. Let me try this one. Very well. Qin Yang handed it over. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught several figures sprinting toward them, including one carrying an entrenching shovel, an unmistakably familiar face. Humph, just in time. Yang Wangsai's eyes were bloodshot. Everywhere he went, every person he met still appeared respectful on the surface, but he could always sense that they were laughing inwardly. It left a nameless rage churning in his chest. But he had no way to vent it. At lunch, Yang Zhaoxiang had already been trying to reason with him. Right now, everyone in the factory is comparing you with Qin Yang, saying you are a fox borrowing the tiger's might, trading on my identity and position. Now you must not lose your temper. If you do anything rash, you will be playing right into their hands, and then I'm afraid I will have no choice but to handle the matter impartially, perhaps even dismiss you. Now those words were still echoing in Yang Wangsai's mind. He had to suppress the fury inside, and put on a smile for the man who had single-handedly ruined the reputation of both him and his father. Qin Yang, what are you doing? Nothing, just test firing the gun. This air rifle has just been developed, so it may have many shortcomings that can only be exposed through trial fire. Everyone please stand farther away to avoid accidental injury. Accidental injury? Yang Wangsai sneered. Even though the security section's guns were taken away, we still hold target practice every month. How could we be afraid of an accidental shooting? Isn't that right, everyone? The other men forced awkward smiles. When the gods clash, the little ghosts suffer. Yang Wangsai's father was the deputy factory director, while Qin Yang's father was the chief of the technical section. These men could not afford to offend either side. But they had no choice. Mu Guijin had arranged this so they could only stay close to Yang Wangsai. In the 1960s and 1970s, the security section enjoyed its most glorious days. Its members carried not only standard-issue rifles, in some large factories the security section even had cannons. But after the 1980s began, social disorder made firearm control much stricter. The security sections of many less important factories had their firearms recalled. Factory 960, tucked deep in the mountains, had always enjoyed good public order. After all, it had no contact with the outside world, and only occasional conflicts arose among people inside the factory. So its guns were withdrawn. Apart from section chief Mu Guijin, who still had one, everyone else usually carried a rubber baton or something of the sort. Yang Wangsai had once been a bully in the factory and had always loved playing with an entrenching shovel. Now that the security section had lost its guns, he always carried one as well. Yang Wangsai, of course, was not afraid of accidental gunfire. If Qin Yang dared to point a gun at him, he would pull out his entrenching shovel and smack it against the back of Qin Yang's head again. Besides, the air rifle was now in Zhao Zhigang's hands. At that moment, Zhao Zhigang was still fiddling with it. It was the first time he had handled an air rifle with a cocking lever. His right hand gripped the pistol grip, and his left hand pushed down the cocking lever. Sure enough, it was similar to the old break barrel gun. Here, your pellet. Qin Yang's hand passed him a lead pellet. What do I do next? Zhao Zhigang placed the pellet into the chamber and asked, what about this cocking lever? With the old break-open barrel air rifle, after loading you folded the barrel back. But with this one. Now go and say hello to Wangsai. You two usually spend more time together than the three of us do, so how can you pretend not to know him? Zhao Zhigang's heart suddenly tightened. He turned his head to look at Yang Wangsai, and the air rifle in his hand also swung toward Yang Wangsai. At this moment, the air rifle had just been loaded, and the cocking lever had not yet been returned to place, making the gun look like one propped on a stand. Yang Wangsai was also startled. What are you doing? Don't point the muzzle at me. Don't point the muzzle at me. The morning incident had been strange. Those things had been put in only after Zhao Zhigang had called Yang Zhaoxiang away. So if Zhao Zhigang was in league with the two men before him, then a great deal would make sense. If Mu Guijin had not vouched for him thumping his chest and guarantee Yang Zhaoxiang really would have cut Zhao Zhigang in on the account. But Yang Wangsai's startled cry frightened Zhao Zhigang, who hurriedly turned the muzzle downward while his finger curled slightly from nervousness. Bang! The air rifle had actually fired. Oh damn! Yang Wangsai cried out and clutched between his legs, blood seeping out between his fingers. He cursed Zhao Zhigang, so you really are working with them. As luck would have it, it hit exactly that spot. If Zhao Zhigang's barrel had been pointing just a little lower, it would have missed Yang Wangsai. Zhao Zhigang was utterly dumbfounded. He could not understand what had happened. The air rifle had not even finished loading, so how had the lead pellet been fired out? That makes no sense. Gongzi, even if you wanted to vent your anger, what happened this morning was enough. Why did you shoot Yang Wangsai with the air rifle? Qin Yang's voice came over. No, I didn't. Zhao Zhigang was completely stunned. His voice was low and barely audible. Meanwhile, Yang Wangsai's heart-rending cries echoed across the entire shooting range. It hurts. Quick, take me to the hospital. When the lead pellet first pierced the flesh between his legs, it felt numb. Once that initial force passed, it turned into pain, and very, very intense pain. Yang Wangsai's body went from squatting to curling up, then to lying on the ground and rolling around. Only then did the people around him snap out of it and rush to carry him. Arrest them. Even though he was about to pass out from the pain, he had not forgotten the culprit. Wang Guiqing had not won the important task of carrying Yang Wangsai, so he could only clean up the mess with his two companions. He looked at Qin Yang and the others. Gentlemen, how about a trip to the security section? Of course not. We two did nothing, Qin Yang said. Don't go in for guilt by association. Chaozi, grab the prey, and let's go. That air rifle is the weapon involved for now, we'll leave it with you. Wang Guiqing did not dare to use force. He had witnessed the whole process just now, and Qin Yang really could wash his hands of it. The gun had been in Zhao Zhigang's hands. The pellet had been loaded by Zhao Zhigang, and at the very beginning Qin Yang had even warned the security section people not to come closer to prevent accidents. Zhao Zhigang, you're coming with us. Clatter, the air rifle fell to the ground. Zhao Zhigang dropped to his knees with a thud. Brothers, you know me. I couldn't possibly have shot Yang Wankai with the air rifle. We're on the same side. Zhao Zhigang, save your words for Chief Mu. Come with us now. Wang Guiqing said. The three of them would have had a hard time dealing with Qin Yang's 3 men, but there was no problem if they only had to handle Zhao Zhigang. Besides, Zhao Zhigang was Mu Guijin's nephew, so the matter could still take a turn for the better. Zhao Zhigang wore a mournful face knowing there was no other choice, and could only follow Wang Guiqing and the others away. Zhang Chao was delighted. Yangzi, what was that all about? How did the gun go off? Of course, because there is no safety. Judging by Yang Wangcai's condition, he seems badly hurt. Looking at the spot where he was hit, it seems to be his family jewels. Our air rifle really is for shooting birds. Son, don't be afraid. You'll be fine. In the hospital, Zhang Ping watched her son Yang Wankai writhing in agony on the surgical stretcher, her heart twisted with pain. She ran alongside the gurney, gripping her son's hand, tears already welling in her eyes. It hurts. It hurts so much. Mrs. Zhang, you've reached the operating room. You can't go in any further, a doctor told Zhang Ping. Maisie, I'm entrusting this to you. Please don't let anything happen to Wankai. Zhang Ping worked at the affiliated hospital of Factory 960, though she could barely read or write and lacked medical knowledge. She had studied nursing for a few years, but no one ever trusted her with injections. She fumbled every step of the process, making patients suffer unnecessarily. Over time, she gave up on injections altogether and simply lingered in the hospital, minding no real duties. When she saw her son wheeled in, panic surged through her, and she immediately rushed to guide the gurney toward the operating room. She didn't follow them inside, fully aware that her presence would only create chaos. Dr. Zhao Mei was the most skilled physician here. Her son would be in good hands. The anguished cries from within gradually faded, likely dulled by anesthesia. Pacing restlessly up and down the corridor, Zhang Ping's anxiety mounted with each passing moment. The screech of brakes shattered the air outside. Yang Zhaoxiang leapt from the security section's motorbike and strode briskly into the building. Pingzi, how's Wankai? His son had been shot. Yang Zhaoxiang's alarm drove him to immediately summon the security motorcycle. His face grew dark and menacing, his gaze cutting like daggers. He's still being resuscitated, with Maisie handling it. Just then Dr. Zhao Mei emerged briskly from the operating room in her white coat. Seeing both of them waiting, she exhaled in relief, but delivered the news grimly. The situation isn't good. The lead bullet struck directly in the pelvic region, bouncing and tumbling inside, shredding the spongy tissue. The safest approach is to remove 2/3 of the affected area. What? Yang Zhaoxiang's expression darkened. That's impossible. If 2/3 are removed, how will he carry on the Yang family line? The Yang family had maintained an unbroken male lineage for generations, and Yang Zhaoxiang was no exception. Zhang Ping had endured a difficult labor delivering their son, and though he survived, she would never conceive again. Functionality should remain intact. The bilateral structures are preserved, so reproduction is still possible. However, Dr. Zhao Mei hesitated mid-sentence. The unspoken truth hung heavy, with only that remnant left. Sensation would likely be gone entirely. What is it? Zhang Ping pressed urgently. We need to operate immediately. If infection spreads to both sides, even that possibility disappears. Then proceed with the surgery. Yang Zhaoxiang understood the gravity of the situation. His jaw clenched as he spoke, his foot stomping the ground before he strode out. Old Yang, where are you going? Your son is still inside. I'm going to get revenge for my son. Production workshop. You truly give me nothing but trouble. Lu Yong reprimanded the two young men in low tones. This has only made matters worse. If anything happens to factory director Yang's son, there's no telling what desperate measures he might take. Yangzi, I've got the camera. Just then Zhao Qianjin jogged in from outside, a seagull camera in hand. There should be 3 exposures left on the roll inside. As Lu Yong's apprentice, Zhao Qianjin was still young and unmarried, free from family obligations. He had used his first year's wages to purchase the camera, a frivolous expenditure that Lu Yong had once rebuked him for. Yet afterward, whenever Zhao Qianjin took photos of his master during festivals and holidays, Lu Yong would break into a wide grin and praise his camera. Upon returning, Qin Yang sought out Zhao Qianjin immediately. When he learned the young man would be using his camera, Zhao Qianjin wordlessly sprinted back to his dormitory to retrieve it. Brother Zhao, I'll need your help with photography in a bit. Climb onto that pillar over there. I need you to capture the most dramatic moment, like when Yang Zhaoxiang presses the gun against my head. And skip the flash. I'll position myself near the window to give you the best angle. Lu Yong's eyes widened. Yangzi, what are you planning? Sending certain people away, Qin Yang stated flatly. Several minutes later. Is Qin Yang here? Qin Yang, come out. No one can save you today. I'll put a bullet in you. Director Yang, don't do this. Stay calm. Mu Guijin's voice rang out. Hand over your gun. In earlier days, factory directors carried firearms, but those were gradually confiscated. Only Mu Guijin, head of security, retained one. Director Yang, please. Give it here. Qin Yang smiled inwardly. They were bluffing, grabbing for the weapon at the doorway, trying to intimidate. Who were they fooling? Qin Yang, get out here. Deputy Director Yang, I'm quite occupied. Why not come inside and discuss this? Qin Yang stood beside a machine tool, sunlight streaming through the window, in perfect illumination. Qin Yang kneeled down this instant. A real man bows to heaven, earth, and his parents, not to the dead. Though I suppose I could make an exception for a corpse. I never realized you harbored such malice. What happened in my office this morning I could overlook, but shooting my son with an air rifle this afternoon, that's asking for death. Director Yang, please calm yourself. Yangzi, stop being so defiant. Just apologize, and this will all blow over. Why let things escalate? Mu Guijin positioned himself as peacemaker, switching between coaxing Yang Zhaoxiang and pressuring Qin Yang, feigning sincerity. Lao Lu, you've always spoiled these kids. Look at the mess we're in now. You should persuade Yangzi to apologize to Director Yang. I did nothing wrong. What merits an apology? When your security personnel approached, I cautioned them to maintain distance. This range wasn't intended for them. From their arrival through the incident, my hands never touched a weapon. Zhao Jigang wielded the air rifle, and it was he who discharged it, striking Yang Wankai. Colonel Mu isn't showing favoritism toward your nephew, rather unfortunate. Mu Guijin's face darkened instantly. Zhao Jigang certainly shares blame, but that weapon was designed by you and crafted by your own hands. You bear suspicion as well. The instrument of crime belongs to you. Yang Zhaoxiang ground out through clenched teeth. Any suggestion that Qin Yang remained uninvolved would have been utterly unbelievable. Colonel Mu, because the item is mine, I'm presumed guilty. Is that the logic you're employing against me? Qin Yang directed his question toward Mu Guijin. Precisely. Mu Guijin clenched his teeth. Shameless as it seemed, Yang Zhaoxiang's fury was genuine. His son's manhood had been destroyed, and no father would accept such an injury without seeking retribution. Then I'll report to my superiors that the two of you forcibly assaulted an elderly scavenger woman. An elderly woman in her 60s wandered the hills gathering recyclables, her frame bent with age, wrapped in a patched military coat, so worn it had turned black with grime and parasites, her matted hair far filthier than anything modern dreadlocks could match. Absurd. Where's your proof? Mu Guijin bristled with outrage. It was a foul slander. Even in desperate hunger no man would degrade himself that far. But you possess the weapon. Qin Yang countered. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted from everyone present. Yang Zhaoxiang could restrain himself no longer. He raised his pistol and pressed it against Qin Yang's forehead. You're seeking your own destruction. Within Factory 960, Yang Zhaoxiang was known as a man with a smiling tiger's nature. He greeted everyone with a cheerful smile in daily life. The vicious and ruthless side he displayed today was absolutely unprecedented. Even a frightened rabbit will bite when cornered, let alone a human being. His son's manhood had been shattered, and how could Yang Zhaoxiang endure this? Zhao Jigang would certainly not escape responsibility, but the mastermind behind it all, Qin Yang, must be brought to justice. Everything was inextricably linked to Qin Yang, and he intended to make that young man kneel and beg for mercy through the cruelest possible means. Even if consequences followed for his misuse of the firearm, he could suppress the matter. Perhaps a public apology at the factory would suffice. But Qin Yang had to admit his wrongdoing. As long as Qin Yang confessed, he could send him away. Yet in that moment, he could never have imagined becoming a puppet controlled by Qin Yang's strings. This outcome, of course, was the product of Qin Yang's meticulous planning. After the original owner died by a shovel blow, Qin Yang had transmigrated into this body. Since he had taken over the original owner's place, it was only fitting that he avenge him. Ever since crossing over here, he had already clashed with Yang Zhaoxiang. Without destroying Yang Zhaoxiang, he would never know peace. Even if he left the factory to forge his own path, his father wouldn't agree to leave. This threat had to be eliminated once and for all. Through Qin Yang's step-by-step scheming, Yang Zhaoxiang was continuously provoked until he completely lost his rationality and committed this act. Exactly what Qin Yang had wanted to happen. At this moment, Lu Yong grew anxious, desperate to charge forward himself. Even if he couldn't fight Yang Zhaoxiang to the death, he would at least place himself between Qin Yang and the danger. But he remained still. Qin Yang's face still bore a composed smile as he turned toward the camera. Lu Yong understood this was a trap. Once the photograph was taken, it would destroy the once mighty Yang Zhaoxiang. He couldn't intervene or block the camera's view. All he could do was stand there helpless and anxious. At this moment, Yang Zhaoxiang's face was nearly twisted beyond recognition as he scanned the area around him. Do none of you have any respect for me as the factory director? If a tiger doesn't show its power, do you take me for a sick cat? Click click. Zhao Qianjin rapidly pressed the shutter, capturing the dramatic moment. Deputy Factory Director Yang, this is your fault. Your political awareness isn't high enough. Qin Yang glanced at him. Cadres should lead by example, serve the people, act as guardians of the workers. Yet you're behaving like a tiger ready to devour everyone. Qin Yang, I'm counting to 3. If you don't kneel down and apologize, don't blame me for being harsh. Yang Zhaoxiang's voice carried an unhinged quality. He was nearly driven mad by rage. The pistol's safety was disengaged. 1, 2, 3. I'll count for you. Stop waving that gun around recklessly. If it goes off accidentally, you'll still bear responsibility. You. Yang Zhaoxiang lost all control. Since Qin Yang was determined to push things to the extreme, he had nothing left to lose. He lowered the pistol from Qin Yang's head to between his legs, his face contorted with cruelty. Wang Kai from my family has been destroyed by you. I'll make sure you suffer the same fate. No. Lu Yong lunged forward desperately, trying to wrench the gun from Yang Zhaoxiang's grip. But he was too late. In his rage, Yang Zhaoxiang pulled the trigger. Click. The internal mechanism sounded clearly, yet no muzzle flame appeared. No gunshot rang out. Only Qin Yang's mocking laughter. Haha, Deputy Factory Director Yang, what an embarrassment. Threatening people with an empty gun. Lu Yong suddenly understood. The gun belonged to Mu Guijin, who naturally feared something going wrong. They had come here only to intimidate Qin Yang, so the weapon given to Yang Zhaoxiang contained no ammunition whatsoever. Even as Factory Director Yang was on the verge of madness, Mu Guijin remained composed beside him. He knew nothing would go wrong. How had Qin Yang known? Lu Yong looked at Qin Yang with even greater admiration for this former delinquent. He had only deduced things after seeing the results, yet Qin Yang had foreseen everything before Yang Zhaoxiang even arrived. It would be impossible for Qin Yang to know an empty gun simply by looking at it. That would require supernatural ability. But Qin Yang carried decades of experience from his past life, giving him thorough understanding of the manipulations and schemes that unfold within the factory. By observing Mu Guijin's calm composure, Qin Yang naturally deduced the gun was unloaded. If anything had gone wrong, Mu Guijin would have been finished too. Where are the bullets? Where are they? Yang Zhaoxiang was truly losing his mind now. Section Chief, Mu, give me ammunition. Stop it, Factory Director Yang. You must stay calm and not destroy your future with a grave mistake. A stern voice erupted from outside. A stocky figure appeared there, none other than Zhou Yongfei. Yesterday, when Yang Zhaoxiang had come to harass Qin Yang, Zhou Yongfei had deliberately stayed away from the workshop, knowing the two of them tended to clash when together. This morning's events left him shaking his head in disbelief. Qin Yang was quite ruthless. That afternoon, when Zhou Yongfei heard about Yang Wankai in his office, he was shocked. The kid was becoming increasingly reckless and lawless, pushing boundaries without considering the consequences. Upon learning that Yang Zhaoxiang had come seeking revenge, Zhou Yongfei could no longer stand by idly and immediately rode over on his bicycle. The bicycle couldn't match the speed of a motorcycle, so by the time Zhou Yongfei arrived, everything that needed to happen had already unfolded. The situation was already settled. Hearing the voice behind them, both Yang Zhaoxiang and Mu Guijin turned in surprise to see Zhou Yongfei approaching from the entrance. That call snapped Yang Zhaoxiang back to reality, though his expression remained dazed. If Qin Yang had admitted fault, Yang Zhaoxiang could have justified himself. His actions were extreme, yes, but Qin Yang had initiated the conflict, and his motivation was simply the fierce love of a father for his son. But now with things escalating to this point, how was he supposed to resolve it? Was he expected to apologize? Lost in chaotic thoughts, Yang Zhaoxiang suddenly felt excruciating pain in his abdomen. He turned around to see Qin Yang's right foot clad in canvas shoes delivering a savage kick straight to his gut. Bile rose in his throat, bitter, sour, salty. As he clutched his stomach and collapsed forward, his body curling like a shrimp. His legs gave way, and he fell to his knees before Qin Yang with a thud. Qin Yang, you dare strike Factory Director Yang. Seize him, Mu Guijin shouted loudly. Director Yang committed assault publicly in the workshop. Everyone witnessed it. I'm acting in self-defense. While shouting his defense, Qin Yang grabbed a long-handled wrench from a nearby machine and brought it down hard on Yang Zhaoxiang's back. Crack. The sound of shattering ribs echoed through the space as Yang Zhaoxiang collapsed forward onto the ground. A chill passed through Mu Guijin's eyes. The man had struck with lethal intent. The workers remained silent, but they grabbed whatever tools were within reach, their collective stance growing menacing. If the security department dared intervene, it would escalate into a full-blown brawl. After bullying someone to this extent, did he truly believe he could act with impunity? The section chiefs accompanying Mu Guijin saw the mounting tension and took a step back instead of advancing. Yang Zhaoxiang, lying on the ground, knew he had lost today, yet he maintained his dignity without uttering a single cry of pain. Zhou Yongfei's expression darkened as he realized Qin Yang had likely timed this confrontation specifically for his arrival. Was this another situation where he'd be forced to clean up the mess? Zhou Yongfei had no alternative but to address the security officers. What are you waiting for? Get Factory Director Yang to the hospital immediately. Section Chief Mu, you stay behind for the factory meeting. Qin Yang, Director Lu, both of you come as well. None of the people at Factory 960 would ever forget this day, March 14, 1980. So much had transpired that day that it merited inclusion in Factory 960's official records and would sustain endless gossip among the chatty women for a full year. Each detail spawning countless variations, with tellers spraying spit and listeners devouring every word. Of course, at present, everyone was still struggling to process the information, with some so overwhelmed that their minds could not keep up. What? Director Yang drank corpse water. Section Chief Mu consumed rat poison. What? Director Yang's son Yang Wangsai was shot in there with an air rifle and became a eunuch. What? Director Yang went after Qin Yang for revenge. This is terrible. Will Qin Yang also be castrated? What? Director Yang was beaten. His ribs were broken and he's hospitalized. No one's mind could fully absorb and process so much information, but one thing was certain: this had escalated beyond control, blown up completely. In the conference room, Zhu Zizhong's cigarette had accumulated an inch of ash, his brows knotted tight as twisted rope. The others wore equally grave expressions mirroring the director's demeanor, though privately, they found the situation intriguing. Section Chief Qin's son was quite formidable. Yet how would this matter be resolved? At that moment, only Qin Yang was speaking with animated gestures since the initial report concerned the air rifle accident at the shooting range that afternoon. Section Chief Mu had neither witnessed it himself nor had time to inquire from his subordinates, leaving him entirely uninformed and thus unable to contradict Qin Yang's account. That was precisely how the situation unfolded. Qin Yang laid out the events with complete clarity. The security section's mandate is to guard the factory and mediate disputes. The shooting range falls outside their jurisdiction, yet Zhao Jigang insisted on inserting himself into the matter. Lacking familiarity with air rifles, he seized the weapon from my hands to play with it himself. Therefore, regarding Comrade Yang Wangsai's unfortunate injury, I hold both Yang Wangkai and Zhao Jigang equally responsible. Section Chief Mu, what are your thoughts? Zhu Zizhong finally spoke. Director Zhu, we cannot simply accept Qin Yang's account at face value. Perhaps we should focus our discussion on Director Yang's injuries. That is undoubtedly a significant matter for our factory, Section Chief Mu responded. Director Yang had his ribs broken by Qin Yang with a wrench. This matter demands accountability. Justice speaks for itself, Director Zhu. I maintain that Section Chief Mu should recuse himself from this matter since Director Yang pressed his pistol against my head at the time, an act witnessed by everyone in the workshop. Whether I broke Director Yang's ribs, or worse, it constitutes legitimate self-defense, Qin Yang declared. Nonsense. There were no rounds in that weapon. Director Yang was merely joking with you. Who could have anticipated you'd strike with such malicious intent? Section Chief Mu protested urgently. Does an unloaded firearm justify pointing it at someone's head? Section Chief Mu, may I aim my air rifle at your windows daily without loading it? Enough. We must address matters step by step, Zhou Yongfei interjected. Section Chief Mu is right. We cannot rely solely on Qin Yang's version. We need to hear from others, particularly those directly involved. Director Zhu, should we summon Zhao Jigang? Had Yang Zhaoxiang been present, he would have steered the proceedings, but circumstances had shifted. Director Zhu lacked the decisive authority to override Zhou Yongfei's influence. Mu Guijin's expression darkened as Director Zhu acquiesced, then summoned Zhao Jigang. Let us hear his account. Within moments, Wang Guoqing burst into the room, his face drained of color. Director leadership team. Zhao Jigang has fled. What? Mu Guijin surged to his feet. That fool actually bolted. His escape constituted flight from justice. Every blame would land squarely on Zhao Jigang's shoulders. Had he remained, Mu Guijin might have preserved some avenue for his nephew, but now that possibility had vanished entirely. Section Chief Mu, might I ask what prompts such astonishment? Qin Yang interjected with pointed precision. Mu Guijin's gaze turned icy as he fixed upon Qin Yang, suddenly aware that cold perspiration beaded along his spine. The implication was unmistakable. Qin Yang suspected he had deliberately allowed Zhao Jigang to escape. Zhao Jigang bears primary responsibility for Yang Wangsai's injuries, yet he has fled in terror, Zhou Yongfei observed. Director Zhu, the security section cannot evade accountability here. I believe it unwise to continue assigning Section Chief Mu to lead the pursuit. I wonder if we should consider another candidate. Esteemed leaders, colleagues, I pledge to you. I will apprehend Zhao Jigang. He cannot escape these mountains. Mu Guijin proclaimed, though his uniform was drenched in sweat. Section Chief Mu, what approach do you envision for the pursuit? Will you carry your sidearm? You must exercise utmost care with it. Handing it to anyone else would constitute a serious violation of firearms regulations. As a security section officer, you're intimately familiar with these protocols, correct? Qin Yang pressed. Mu Guijin's entire frame began to tremble. Had Yang Zhaoxiang been present at this meeting, he would have faced no repercussions. But with Yang Zhaoxiang hospitalized, and Zhou Yongfei steering the proceedings, his position as security section chief appeared jeopardized. Section Chief Mu, you would do well to take some rest recently, Director Zhu Zizhong finally interjected. Captain Song will assume responsibility for the pursuit operation, and the firearm will remain under his custody for the time being. Mu Guijin's countenance darkened considerably, while Song Jinling, seated adjacent to him, barely concealed his elation. Understood, Director Zhu. Song Jinling had previously held the position of security section chief, before Mu Guijin leveraged various connections to secure his transfer, there resulting in Song Jinling's reassignment to the welfare section under Yang Zhaoxiang's personnel authority. In earlier years, the welfare section offered considerable benefits through its procurement responsibilities, but as the national economy shifted and third-line military factories struggled to survive, sometimes unable to disburse wages at all, it had deteriorated into a virtually empty office with no meaningful resources. Now Song Jinling was returning to his former position, and once he settled back into his seat, there would be no room made for Mu Guijin. Mu Guijin slumped back into his chair, his expression deeply troubled. Director Zhu, given that Zhao Jigang has fled to avoid prosecution, we can no longer proceed with the investigation. It is getting late today. Should we adjourn until tomorrow? Absolutely not. Qin Yang assaulted Director Yang openly in front of witnesses. His guilt must be established immediately. Mu Guijin insisted urgently. Director Zhu Zizhong stifled a yawn. Very well, we'll address it tomorrow then. What did you say? At the factory management meeting, they actually didn't convict Qin Yang. Yang Zhaoxiang angrily struggled to get up from the hospital bed, but the moment he moved, he pulled at his wound. A searing pain shot through his head, wrenching a pained groan from his throat. Zhang Ping, who was watching over him by the bed, could no longer hold back. They bullied us like this, yet they just brush it off and go home for dinner, as if nothing happened. Just you wait while I go chew him out until he's soaked in my scolding. Yang Zhaoxiang had climbed higher and higher in the factory, eventually becoming deputy director. Zhang Ping, basking in her husband's success, was usually treated with respect. Yet in the old days before their rise, she had been a fierce shrew, never losing a street quarrel, able to stand beneath someone's window and hurl insults for 2 full hours without ever repeating herself. Come back. Yang Zhaoxiang hurriedly called his wife to a halt. Don't go out there and humiliate yourself. Do you honestly think Qin Yang would spare you just because you're a woman? That man's hands are black as pitch. If you dare to stand at his door and curse him, he absolutely will drench you in a bucket of shit. Zhang Ping stopped in her tracks. So we're just going to let others bully us like this, eh? Take good care of Wansai, Yang Zhaoxiang said. Gazing at her son on the adjacent bed, still not yet past the anesthetic's effect, Zhang Ping finally swallowed her rage. This was a special care room with only 2 beds, and now both were occupied by the Yang family. Mu Guijin, seated on a chair nearby, could not help but sigh endlessly. This Qin Yang was truly ruthless and merciless. After soothing his wife, Yang Zhaoxiang turned to Mu Guijin, who had come to report. Section Chief, Mu, don't worry. Once I've recovered and returned to my post, I will definitely have you reinstated. From now on, it's an all-out war between me and Qin Bao's family. Having served as the deputy director in charge of personnel for many years, Yang Zhaoxiang could see through others at a glance. Mu Guijin had come to report almost in tears. His real motive was that he had lost the power of security section chief and wanted Yang Zhaoxiang to stand up for him. Although Yang Zhaoxiang already harbored resentment toward Mu Guijin over Zhao Jigang's matter, this was a time when he needed loyal men. Mu Guijin was his one truly devoted lackey, so he had to offer some words of comfort. Director Yang, I, Mu Guijin, am yours in life and yours in death. Mu Guijin was clearly stirred as well, and thus voiced his unswerving loyalty. On the bed over there, Yang Wankai finally woke up. He looked left and right, seemed to remember something, and quickly reached down with his hand. Where's my carrot head? Why is only this little stub left? Mom, tell Dad to go kill that Qin Yang right now and get even for me. Tears streamed down Zhang Ping's cheeks. Of course your dad went, but he got his ribs broken by that man. He's lying right beside you. Why don't you turn your head and look? This night was destined to be far from peaceful. Especially in the affiliated hospital of Factory 960, someone was screaming, heartrendingly cursing and wailing. Beneath the same night sky, members of the security section were searching the mountains nearby, trying to find the escaped Zhao Jigang. There were also Zhang Chao and Zhao Qianjin, who had secretly hitched a ride on the factory's delivery truck to the capital. As dawn broke, the two got off, knocked on the door of a nearby photo studio, had 2 sets of photos developed, slipped several of them into an envelope, then found the destination according to the address Qin Yang had given them, and dropped it into the designated mailbox. March 15th, the 3rd day since Qin Yang had crossed into this world. Our security section has done all we could in the search, but because the information reached us too late, and we were short-handed, we still haven't found him yet. Song Jianling was the first to present his report. However, rest assured, leaders, even if someone is hiding Zhao Jigang, we will definitely capture him and bring him to justice. Mu Guijin's face immediately darkened. Section Chief Song, what do you mean by those words? Nothing much. Song Jianling answered briefly. Section Chief Mu, Director Zhu told you to rest for a few days. Why did you bother to come? Such dedication is truly worthy of our study. Humph. Mu Guijin shot him a glare, and then said, leaders, we should continue the discussion from yesterday. Even if the gun went off in Zhao Jigang's hand and accidentally hit Yang Wansai, at that time, it was still in the process of being loaded. Under such circumstances, the air gun absolutely should not have been able to fire. Therefore, this gun's design has a serious flaw. Last night, after returning from the hospital, Mu Guijin had finally found time to ask about the details of the incident. Only after much deliberation had he found this loophole. If the gun's design was flawed, then Qin Yang, as the designer, absolutely could not evade responsibility. After saying this, Mu Guijin looked at Qin Yang, who was still sitting in the meeting. Genius airgun designer, what do you say? Does this gun like a safety mechanism? Section Chief Mu, do you know anything about guns? Hearing Qin Yang's sneering question, Mu Guijin felt somewhat annoyed. Of course I do. How could I not understand guns? We've worked in the factory for 10 years. Even if we've never eaten pork, we've certainly seen pigs run. Then do you know anything about air guns? I do, of course I do. If you truly understand air guns, then you shouldn't be saying such amateur nonsense. Air guns have no safety mechanisms. Qin Yang's gaze swept across his face, as if he were looking at an idiot. The earliest domestic air gun, the Gongzi brand B1, was a copy of the old Russians' Vostok-type air gun. Even those Russian firearms designers didn't bother adding a safety device to an air gun. An air gun, once loaded with a pellet, is always ready to fire. Mu Guijin was suddenly rendered speechless. Of course he didn't understand air guns. He was an administrative cadre, and the security section wasn't a technical department. Could it be that the argument he had racked his brain over all night simply didn't hold up before Qin Yang? However, the issue Section Chief Mu raised still has some merit. Since you all call me the genius airgun designer, I'll use my brain and build a special safety device. While loading a lead pellet, the trigger cannot be pulled so certain self-righteous people won't accidentally hurt others and then blame the gun maker. Truly a first-rate display of blame shifting. The original break barrel air gun didn't need a safety mechanism because when loading the barrel was broken open, so even if the trigger was pulled there was no worry of firing. But this special pump-action air gun was different. After loading a pellet, if the pump lever was not returned into position, it was still possible to discharge accidentally. Therefore, this type of air gun had an anti-accidental safety device. That is, after pulling the pump lever through the linkage action, a safety sear would automatically press against the trigger, preventing it from being cocked before the pump lever was reset, thereby providing a safety effect. The reason Qin Yang had originally left this mechanism off the drawings was of course deliberate. Once this air gun became a hot seller, a pack of factories would surely jump on the bandwagon. In this era, counterfeiting was considered skill, no one knew what infringement meant. So after the copycats started appearing, once we had already sold off our existing stock and the other knockoff factories had produced large quantities of air guns, we would announce that this gun had a defect and then produce an upgraded air gun with a safety mechanism. That way the air guns churned out by those imitating factories would all pile up unsold. And this pre-planned trump card successfully helped Qin Yang get his due satisfaction. The meeting had stretched on for a very long while. Director Zhu, I believe Comrade Qin Yang is truly outstanding, intelligent, capable, and well worth nurturing as a key talent. Talents like him are rare indeed. Should the factory take him on as a full-time worker? Zhou Yongfei, sensing the moment was ripe, spoke to Zhu Zizhong. Exactly. Comrade Qin Yang is the greatest contributor to our factory's military-to-civilian conversion project. Our workshop is still counting on him to guide our production. Without the status of a full-time worker, our requests would lack proper standing. Lu Yong chimed in as well. No way, absolutely not. Qin Yang assaulted Director Yang. He must be punished. Mu Guijin grew anxious. Director Zhu, you must think twice. He dared to strike Director Yang yesterday. Tomorrow he may dare to raise havoc in the capital. If things escalate, the factory will end up bearing the blame for him. Section Chief Mu, Comrade Qin Yang already reported this matter yesterday. It was you who acted improperly, Zhou Yongfei retorted. Mu Guijin's face flushed red. Even if we did have our faults, he had no right to break Director Yang's ribs. Qin Yang lifted his head, gazing at the long case clock ticking away in the corner of the wall. The meeting had already dragged on until 3 in the afternoon. The one who should have come. Why had he still not arrived? Bang. At that very moment the door was pushed open from outside. Director, leaders, someone from above has come. Wang Guqing announced breathlessly. Someone from above. Zhu Zizhong rose to his feet. Where? We'll go greet them at once. No need. A stern voice came from outside and a tall, powerfully built man strode swiftly to the doorway, square-faced with a cold, forbidding expression. Leader Dong, what wine brings you here? Please come have a seat. Have you eaten on the way? We've been so busy with the meeting that we haven't eaten either. Shall we head to the cafeteria together now? Zhu Zizhong said with a genial smile to the approaching man. Oh, a meeting this long. What momentous matter have you been discussing? Leader Dong asked. Zhu Zizhong hesitated briefly. Mu Guijin spoke up from below. Director, aren't we discussing the military-to-civilian conversion project? The arriving Leader Dong was from the Supervision Commission. They absolutely could not let him learn of yesterday's incident involving Director Yang. Otherwise, not only would Director Yang be doomed, but Mu Guijin, who had privately handed his firearm to Director Yang, would be dragged into it as well. Qin Yang sneered inwardly. Mu Guijin was certainly quick on his feet, but alas, far too naive. The superior had arrived at such a convenient time. Shouldn't it have occurred to him that something was afoot? Zhou Yongfei meanwhile cast a suspicious glance at Qin Yang. Qin Yang smiled, but said nothing. He was merely an observer, not even a worker at Factory 960 yet. Now was not the time for him to speak. Leader Dong turned his gaze to Mu Guijin. And this is a. Oh, my name is Mu Guijin. He had meant to say he was the chief of the security section, but then remembered he no longer was, and it seemed risky, so he stopped short. So you're Mu Guijin. Then yesterday afternoon you privately handed a firearm to an unauthorized person. Is that so? As he spoke, Leader Dong sat directly down in Director Zhu's chair. Fortunately, Yang Zhaoxiang was not present, so Director Zhu seated himself alongside. Mu Guijin's face went white in an instant. Everyone in the factory knew about this. How could he deny it? And how had Leader Dong learned of it? Factory 960 lay over 100 kilometers from the capital along winding mountain roads. For Leader Dong to have braved such a grueling journey in person, there must be rock-solid evidence. Mu Guijin did not want to confess, yet he felt denial would be useless. By now Leader Dong had already turned to Zhu Zizhong beside him. Director Zhu, is there such an incident? Zhu Zizhong nodded. Yes, there was. We were also discussing at this meeting how to handle it, intending to report it after we dealt with it. We never expected to disturb you. Discussing it at a meeting? For such a grave disciplinary violation, what is there to excuse? Leader Dong said. If the facts are clear, then no matter the reason, lending one's issued sidearm to someone else to use warrants dismissal from public office. Mu Guijin's entire body began to tremble, sweat streaming down in rivulets. He knew. This time he was truly finished. The state has issued firearm management regulations with strict provisions. If you privately lend your issued sidearm to another, and something goes wrong, who can bear that responsibility? Leader Dong looked at Zhu Zizhong. Had an accident really occurred, your Factory 960 would face punishment as well. Yes. We will deal with this matter with the utmost severity. And Yang Zhaoxiang. He certainly enjoys throwing his weight around. Actually pointing a gun at someone's head. Who does he think he is? A bandit chieftain. On hearing these words, Mu Guijin finally understood everything. It was Qin Yang. It must have been Qin Yang's doing. That fellow actually knew the right connections and had gone running to the capital to tattle. Mu Guijin gnashed his teeth in hatred. Though Qin Yang had time and again done things beyond their wildest expectations, they had still underestimated his capabilities. They wanted Qin Baohua and Qin Yang to fall, but was Qin Yang not equally determined to destroy them? Now Mu Guijin had fallen, and Yang Zhaoxiang would come to no good end either. Even without an actual accident, pointing a gun at someone's head was a severe disciplinary violation, more than enough to stuff Yang Zhaoxiang's file with black marks and get him sacked. A second-generation factory breath they had never once taken seriously had crushed them all by sheer force. Was this Qin Yang still the same factory kid they had known before? What's going on? Yang Zhaoxiang isn't here. Where is he? Leader Dong asked for a second time. I'm here. A feeble voice came from outside, and two men carried a stretcher inside. Lying on the stretcher was none other than Yang Zhaoxiang. Fortunately, Yang Zhaoxiang still had one loyal diehard in the security section. When this man saw a car with capital license plates drive into the factory, and even instruct the gate guard to stay quiet, he sensed something ominous and rushed over to tip him off. Otherwise, Yang Zhaoxiang would have been quietly schemed out of his job with no chance of turning the tables. His face was ghastly pale, but he knew well in his heart that the stakes were immense. He had to come personally to reverse the situation. What happened to you? Leader Dong asked, curious. I was beaten by Qin Yang, the very man whose head I pointed a gun at. Yang Zhaoxiang's voice was weak. That man is the real thug. Leader, you must seek justice for me. Director Yang, you needn't put on such an act. In the old days, soldiers never left the front line for light wounds. You only broke a rib. You can still walk. Why are you acting as feeble as if you were stricken with a terminal illness? Are you trying to win sympathy? At the sound of this voice, Yang Zhaoxiang immediately sat up bolt upright, but the motion pulled at his wound, and he cried out in pain before collapsing back down. Qin Yang, you're actually here. You backstage schemer, I will expose you for what you truly are. Perfect. Today, before this superior leader, let's put every matter on the table and ask the leader to weigh who is in the right. And besides, I have compiled a dossier of the bribes you've taken by abusing your power ever since you became deputy director. The amount is staggering. Today, I am filing a formal report under my own name. Everyone was dumbfounded. This Qin Yang was too much. He was going for an all-out frontal assault, and what's more, one designed to utterly finish Yang Zhaoxiang. The single charge of pointing a gun at Qin Yang's head would at most cost Yang Zhaoxiang his job. But add corruption and bribery to that, and he would be looking at prison. And with such a staggering amount, he might even face a bullet. Everyone present was utterly astounded. Who would still dare to take Qin Yang for an ordinary worker's son? To say nothing of his stunning technical brilliance. In the art of handling affairs alone, he was unquestionably the most seasoned, slippery old fox ever to have plied the byways of officialdom. His maxim was simple: if you strike at all, strike decisively, shattering Yang Zhaoxiang so utterly that he could never in 1,000 lifetimes climb back. Gritting his teeth, Yang Zhaoxiang raised himself on the stretcher. Fine, Qin Yang. Today one of the two of us is going down. I'm dying to see exactly what blackmail you've got on me. The material is of course for the leader's eyes. You just wait for your due reckoning. Qin Yang dangled the file tauntingly before Yang Zhaoxiang, then handed it over to Leader Dong with studied respect. By this time, Leader Dong had realized that he had likely been taken advantage of by this young man. But since the matter had already reached this point, he found himself obligated to resolve it on the spot. When he took up the file and looked, his face immediately turned grim. The matters enumerated were far too specific. September 1st, 1976. Zhang Xianghong from the carpentry group, 200 yuan. Zhao Xishui, 200 yuan. 18 persons, in total 3,600 yuan. Everyone listed above had received a slot in the first wave of return to city quotas transferred from Factory 960 to the Capital Automobile Works. December 5th, 1976. Zhao Guangdou, 500 yuan, moved from warehouse keeper to the position formerly held by Liang Zhongshu in the logistics department upon his retirement. One entry after another recorded with meticulous completeness. Dates, places, people, even precisely what was done with the money paid. Everything was documented with flawless precision. Leader Dong knew deep inside that this kind of exposure could never have been fabricated from thin air. In all likelihood, it was the simple truth. His face grew more severe with each moment, while Yang Zhaoxiang, riveted by the changing countenance of Leader Dong, felt his own unease darkening and deepening like a rising tide. Smack! Leader Dong slapped the file down on the table, and Yang Zhaoxiang's heart leaped at the sound. Leader, you must not believe this man. Qin Yang is a sackful of poisonous cunning. This entire report is nothing but vilification. Qin Yang, you not only brutalized me, you even schemed to drag my name through the mire. Our leader has piercing, truth-seeing eyes, and he will see right through your lies. Qin Yang, how exactly did you obtain these materials? Leader Dong, his face dark as a thunderhead, turned to Qin Yang as well. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly constricted once more. Everyone stared at Qin Yang with unsaid words hanging in the air. This time you've truly gone and bitten off more than you can chew. To dare to fabricate a document like this. Did you take the leader for an utter fool? Even if Yang Zhaoxiang had received a truckload of bribes, he would never have told anyone about them. And Qin Yang was hardly an intelligence operative. How could he possibly have amassed such exhaustive information? The more likely explanation was that he had made it all up. Leader Dong's eyes swelled as he glared at Qin Yang, an oppressive aura rolling off him in waves. Anyone of weaker conviction would have been cowed into wetting himself on the spot. That's right, Qin Yang. Making up materials to smear the good name of a factory leader is a grave offense. Why not kneel down and confess your crime to the leader before it's too late? Yang Zhaoxiang started to gloat once more. Leader Dong, my materials are of course supported by evidence. Qin Yang said, you can send someone to Director Yang's home to search right now. Underneath his bed sits an ammunition box. Yang Zhaoxiang cried out in alarm, you little bastard. How the hell do you know that? The moment the words escaped his mouth, Yang Zhaoxiang realized he had blundered and hurriedly tried to clamp his mouth shut, but it was already far too late. Xiao Wang, take men and search at once. If anyone dares to spirit that box away or destroy it before you get there, you are authorized to use whatever force is necessary. Yes, sir. The subordinate called Xiao Wang immediately went out to perform the task. Sweat streamed from Yang Zhaoxiang's forehead, and his whole body began quaking uncontrollably. It was certainly not his wounds flaring up. It was the realization that his game was up. Watching this, everyone understood by degrees, and their curiosity toward Qin Yang burned even hotter. How could he have known everything so precisely? A few minutes passed. Reporting Leader Dong. We found the ammunition box. Open it. With a long-drawn creak, the lid of the ammunition box was lifted away, revealing layers upon layers of neatly stacked Great Unity bills. Director Yang, a small fortune has been found in your home. How do you intend to explain this? Leader Dong demanded of Yang Zhaoxiang. What could it be planted? Other than the deputy director in charge of personnel, who else would have had the chance to enrich himself so lavishly? Even Zhu Zizhong's eyes bulged. Director Yang, all of this was from your corruption and bribe-taking. I have no idea. How could there be an ammunition box in my home? How could so much money be inside it? In his desperation, the only answer Yang Zhaoxiang could give was that he knew nothing. Director Yang truly knows nothing about this box of money. Should we call in technicians to verify whether Director Yang's fingerprints are on it? Qin Yang spoke up, still trying to deny the incontrovertible. Not a hope. Oh, there's a diary in here too. At that moment, Leader Dong spied the diary lying in the box. Delicately, he pinched it out with 2 fingers and opened it. The diary had unmistakably been stowed away at a different location. How on earth had it been brought together with the rest? Had Qin Yang known of it all along? Last night, the entire family had been at the hospital. Qin Yang must have climbed in through the window. Devil take it. What arguments were left to him now? A surge of scorching anguish stormed Yang Zhaoxiang's heart. His head swam, darkness curtained his eyes, and his body reeled backward. Director Yang. The 2 stretcher-bearers, seeing their charge faint clean away, hurried over to shake him awake. Leader Dong turned to Qin Yang with a complicated gaze. Comrade Qin Yang, the report you handed in is credible. In this whole affair, you have performed a genuine service. But what I wish to know is, how did you come upon this information? Qin Yang's report was at bottom nothing more than a direct transcription of what the diary recorded. The handwriting was unmistakably Yang Zhaoxiang's. The matter had finally been resolved beyond any shadow of doubt. The sternness on Leader Dong's face had by then faded considerably. Make yourself easy. Even if you did go a little beyond the pale, we will not be pressing charges. After all, you helped us excavate a worm devouring us from within a military factory. This is a bit embarrassing to mention. As all the leaders present today know, I am a fellow who loves to stir all sorts of mischief. That day a sudden inspiration seized me, and I slunk over to the foot of Director Yang's wall to eavesdrop. Qin Yang, utterly at his ease, went on, but instead of overhearing the goings-on of husband and wife in their boudoir, I chanced to overhear this secret. I let out a startled yelp and fled. Director Yang must have recognized me by my silhouette, and from then on he singled me out at every turn, even deftly springing a snare so that I would end up taking that gun, and then setting his own son on me to beat me near to death. Even if Yang Zhaoxiang were to dredge up the matter of Qin Yang taking the gun, it no longer amounted to anything at all. Qin Yang had been framed. Yang Zhaoxiang had wanted to silence a witness for good. By this time, Yang Zhaoxiang had already lapsed into unconsciousness and could not have offered a word in self-defense. And with the evidence so starkly displayed before all, what defense could he possibly have delivered in any case? Now, on behalf of the organization, I hereby announce Yang Zhaoxiang is relieved of his post as Deputy Director of Factory 960 and is to be taken into custody for investigation. With this sentence, Leader Dong proclaimed Yang Zhaoxiang's final ruin. Yes, Leader Dong. We too shall certainly take this affair to heart, deeply review its lessons, and ensure that nothing like it ever happens again. Zhu Zizhong said. Then our factory is left without a deputy director. Will the higher authorities be sending us a new one? No need. Let the factory choose its own candidate and simply submit the appointment for approval, Leader Dong responded. So spoke Leader Dong. It was already the 1980s, and a third-line military factory was no longer the coveted position it once had been. Factory 960 could collapse at any moment. Although Qin Yang had managed to develop an air gun, it had not yet been sold, and whether it could breathe new life in a Factory 960 remained uncertain. At such a time, who would be willing to come here and serve as deputy director? However, without a deputy director who would handle the massive administrative workload. During Yang Zhaoxiang's tenure, despite his embezzlement and personal gains, at least he got work done. Now that this position was vacant, someone had to fill it. Zhu Zizhong surveyed the people in the conference room. Everyone except Mu Guiping was present among the mid-level leadership. as Yang Zhaoxiang's most loyal subordinate Mu Guiping had also gone along to undergo the organization's investigation. Director Dong has asked us to choose someone ourselves. Does anyone have a good candidate in mind? Zhu Zizhong turned to those present and posed the question. Director Zhu, I nominate my father. Someone immediately seized on Zhu Zizhong's words. Many were eager to speak for the deputy director position, held considerable appeal for mid-level leaders within the factory. But before they could intervene, Qin Yang had already jumped in ahead of them. In fact, Qin Yang had no right to remain at the meeting. He was still not a formal employee of the factory. He had been summoned as the party concerned to explain the situation. Yesterday's session had ended prematurely, and today's continuation had taken an unexpected turn. Qin Yang, a second-generation factory worker, had actually managed to get the deputy director sent away. So no one dared to drive Qin Yang away. He continued to attend the factory meeting with shameless persistence, pushing forward his own relative without hesitation, directly putting his father up for the position. The expressions on everyone's faces were complicated. My father is also one of the founding members of our factory. Back then he gave up his life in the big city and came to this remote place building Factory 960 alongside everyone with his bare hands. Afterward, he threw himself entirely into production and research work with unwavering dedication. Qin Yang continued flattering his father. He is the most outstanding mid-level cadre in our factory and should take his achievements to the next level. The boy didn't blush once when boasting about his own father. Liu Yong reflected inwardly, but of course he would not miss this opportunity. That's right, Director Zhu. I also think old Qin is a fine choice. All these years he has been diligent and hardworking, never complaining. If not for the suppression by Yang Zhaoxiang, he would have been promoted long ago. Now there is no one more deserving of the deputy director position. Director Liu, your words are well put, but Section Chief Qin is currently leading our factory's most important military-to-civilian conversion project in the technical department. A mid-level leader spoke up. If Section Chief Qin becomes deputy director, who will be responsible for this military-to-civilian project? Of course they would not directly reject Qin Baoguo himself, but they could find other excuses. Uncle Wang, you are mistaken. Qin Yang immediately caught the thread. One can serve as deputy director and simultaneously hold the position in the technical department. Moreover, the military-to-civilian conversion project at our factory is already nearly complete. Only large-scale production and profit generation remain. It is time for our section chief to take a rest. Interrupted by Qin Yang, Uncle Wang lost face, but remembering what Qin Yang had just done, he dared not push back. Indeed, Qin Yang is right. Zhou Yongfei spoke up. On the production side, we have already decided to convert to large-scale airgun manufacturing. We are confident we can carve out a space in this industry. Our military-to-civilian project has completed its technical preparations. Old Qin can rest now. He has always been an upright man throughout his years at the factory. When Yang Wankai tried to enter the technical department back, then Old Qin refused him. A person of his character, when serving as deputy director, will surely be fair and command everyone's respect. Zhou Yongfei had also thrown his support behind the proposal. What more could be said? To oppose further would be to take issue with Director Zhou himself. I also find this acceptable. Zhu Zizhong finally spoke. However, to uphold democracy, let us put it to a show of hands. Those who agree that Comrade Qin Bao would serve as deputy director, please raise your hands. A show of hands. Whether this was truly democratic depended on the circumstances. With Zhu Zizhong already signaling his approval, who would dare oppose? Even old Wang, who had just expressed doubts, now raised his hand meekly. Thus Qin Yang's proposal passed unanimously. Very well. Let us draft an appointment document and send it to the higher authorities for sealing. From now on, Old Qin is our deputy director. Everyone must unite and strive to forge a promising path forward. With the matter settled, Qin Yang stepped out in high spirits. He knew his father had spent his entire life working selflessly, always yielding benefits to others. If his father were present, he would likely have politely declined the position multiple times. Now that the opportunity had arisen, Qin Yang naturally intended to secure it for him. As Qin Yang thought these thoughts and left the office building, he spotted Zhang Chao at the doorway looking deeply anxious. Yangzi, something has happened. Yang Zhaoxiang's wife is at your doorstep hurling insults. Yang Zhaoxiang's wife. That most notorious scold in the entire factory. A cold smile flickered across Qin Yang's face. Let's go. It's time to give those she has bullied some satisfaction. The investigative methods of this era were truly primitive. Yang Zhaoxiang had accepted countless bribes, and his wife bore responsibility as well. How could Director Dong have failed to take her away as well? The residential courtyard was in an uproar. May the entire Qin family perish. May your children be born without anuses, and may your sons serve as slaves for generations. From afar, Qin Yang heard Zhang Ping cursing with the most vicious language imaginable, and his fists clenched instantly. Bold indeed. She still thinks she is the former factory director's wife, and that no one dares to cross her. Qin Yang ascended the stairs with a dark expression. The onlookers gathering to watch the spectacle quickly parted as they realized it was Qin Yang approaching. Today they had all witnessed Director Yang being handcuffed and loaded onto a police car. Qin Yang, a mere second-generation factory worker, had actually brought him down. Such a person radiated an aura of sheer menace. As if sensing something, Zhang Ping, who had been unleashing a torrent of abuse at door 208, turned her head. Upon seeing Qin Yang, her eyes gleamed with hatred. Oh, Qin Yang, you dare come back? I'll As she spoke, Zhang Ping's hands curled into claws lunging toward Qin Yang's face. Bang! Without so much as a glance, Qin Yang delivered a swift kick, striking her forcefully. Ego! Zhang Ping stumbled backward over a dozen steps and collapsed onto the stairway landing. He's hitting people. Everyone witnessed this. Qin Yang assaulted me. I'll sue him. Zhang Ping wailed from the floor. Sue. Go ahead. The superiors will ask where this occurred, and you will tell them, at the Qin family doorstep. Why did he strike you? Because you blocked the entrance and cursed for an entire afternoon. And what will the superiors say? They will say you deserved it. Qin Yang's tone was icy. If you do not leave now, I will beat you until you roll away on your own. Qin Yang, you'll regret this. Zhang Ping fled, leaving a parting threat. Mom, I'm back. That stray dog biting at random has been driven away. Son. Inside the room, Nie Zuoyan threw her arms around her son. When Zhang Ping had been cursing outside, she could only hide at home and weep silently. Now she had nothing left to fear. Her son had finally grown up. Qin Baoguo returned travel-worn and weary. He keenly sensed that everyone's gaze upon him was different from before, yet he didn't think much of it. Until someone enthusiastically came up to greet him. Director Qin, you're back. Oh, Lao Wang, don't call me that. Since when did Qin Baoguo become a factory director? Since yesterday. The factory already submitted your nomination for director, and approval should come down soon. Lao Wang said with a chuckle. Director Qin, when are you throwing a promotion banquet? Let's all celebrate together. Director nomination. Then what about the original director? Was he transferred away? Qin Baoguo was even more puzzled. Yang Zhaoxiang embezzled over 100,000 yuan and has already been taken in for investigation. Thanks to your son Yangzi's whistleblowing, otherwise everyone in the factory would still be kept in the dark. Hearing this, Qin Baoguo's expression instantly changed. How was this connected to his son again? This Qin Yang, couldn't he stay out of trouble even at home? He had originally planned to return to his office first, but now he changed his mind and strode toward the family quarters. Yangzi, what trouble have you stirred up now? Fine, then you're still not out of bed. Entering the room, Qin Baoguo set his briefcase on the desk nearby, and seeing Qin Yang still sleeping with the sun high in the sky, reached over to tug his ear. Ouch, that hurts, it hurts. Qin Yang rose from his warm, comfortable bed covers and looked at Qin Baoguo. Dad, you're back. I'm back. Now what good deeds have you done? Confess honestly. Thus Qin Yang could only recount everything that had happened recently, omitting certain parts where necessary. After all, his father was a man of clear likes and dislikes who wouldn't appreciate his son playing dirty tricks. In short, everything seemed to be Yang Zhaoxiang's own undoing, with Qin Yang merely being in the right place at the right time. After listening, Qin Baoguo let out a sigh. A single misstep leads to eternal regret. Once Lao Yang became factory director, he grew increasingly arrogant and domineering. Now something has finally happened to him. Greed knows no bounds. What did he need so much money for anyway? It wasn't as if he had anywhere to spend it. Dad, you're already the deputy director now. A new broom sweeps clean. Do you have any plans? I'm not capable of that. I'm a technical man, not an administrative one. I'll talk to the factory and have someone else take the deputy director position. I'll just go back to being the head of the technical department. Dad, how can you have so little ambition? Qin Yang rolled his eyes at his father. Didn't you always say the factory was like your own home? Now that they're asking you to be the head of the household, you don't dare. No sense of responsibility at all. All right, stop trying to provoke me. I know my own limits well enough. Qin Baoguo said, your old man's vision isn't as broad as yours. On this investigation trip, I found that air guns are indeed very popular in society, and there's nothing like our pneumatic pump action model. As long as our product quality is solid, we're sure to open up sales. Dad, you're only looking at production. Haven't you noticed the other problems in our Factory 960? Other problems? What problems? Qin Baoguo was curious. Qin Yang said, our Factory 960 is just like the other factories, big and all-encompassing. Less than half of the people here are actually engaged in production. The rest, the workers' hospital, the school, the cinema, all have plenty of idle people. In the past, the state paid their wages, so it didn't matter. But now the factory has to be responsible for its own profits and losses. The workers on our production line still have to support that huge crowd of idle people. Even if the factory makes money for now, it will be dragged down in the future. Qin Baoguo turned serious. What do you know? This is about solving the employment problem for the workers' family members to let the workers work with peace of mind. If Factory 960 is to shift from military to civilian production and become a modern enterprise, we must shed these burdens. Only by traveling light can we develop and move forward. All of this needs to be led by a deputy director in charge of personnel. Dad, why are you so resistant? I bet you just don't have the guts to offend people, right? Nonsense. Your father isn't someone who fears trouble. Qin Baoguo declared. For the sake of the factory's development, I'm willing to make enemies. This deputy director position isn't a cushy job, it's a test for you. Dad, think about the difficulties the factory faced before. Qin Yang continued to persuade his old man. At a critical moment like this, can you still back down? Fine, I'll take this role. A surge of boldness welled up in Qin Baoguo's heart. As a new broom that sweeps clean, I'll bring earth-shattering changes to Factory 960. Dad, since you're so motivated, let me offer a few more ideas to help you out. Speak. Let's sell our air guns to the wealthy big spenders. Wealthy big spenders. The tycoons of the Middle East, the rich oil barons. Those people have nothing better to do with their time and love hunting, but it's inconvenient for them to use military standard firearms. Our air guns would be the perfect choice for them. Qin Bao's expression turned grave. Are you sure? Of course, Dad. Once our air guns hit the market, someone will soon be making knockoffs. The domestic market isn't very interesting anyway. Let's directly earn money from foreigners. In doing so, we can also increase the country's foreign exchange reserves. For someone who had spent over a decade buried deep in the mountains, mustering the courage to venture out into the world was no easy feat. Qin Yang could only tempt his father with all kinds of benefits. Earning foreign currency was something that could bring glory to the country. But it seems we haven't established diplomatic relations with those countries yet. It's just people-to-people trade. Qin Yang said, Dad, we're now carrying out reforms, walking a path no one has ever walked before. We must have the spirit to forge ahead. If no one else dares to go, I'm willing to do it. To build the bridge with the wealthy buyers. For the sake of our Factory 960, I'll go all out. Qin Bao nodded. All right. I'll report your suggestions to the factory management meeting and let everyone discuss them. Discuss. By the time they finished discussing, the whole plan would be dead in the water. It wasn't that Qin Yang looked down on the factory leaders, but people in this era truly lacked boldness and vision. Opening the door to foreign trade was no easy matter. Sure enough, at the factory management meeting, when Qin Bao, who had just been promoted to deputy director, put forward these proposals, everyone was stunned. It's true that our factory exported guns before, but those were arranged by higher-level leaders. Shen Lishui, head of the sales department, spoke up. Now we'd have to sell guns abroad all on our own. We'd be flying completely blind. That's right. Dealing with foreigners isn't easy, and what if we get cheated? Better to be cautious and sail the ship of safety. The other brother factories are all selling domestically, why can't we just do the same? Even Liu Yong was frowning over there, thinking more deeply. Qin Bao didn't have the mindset to come up with something like this. Qin Yang must have suggested it. What was Qin Yang trying to do? Could he be planning to take advantage of this opportunity to travel abroad for fun? He really was audacious. The meeting turned into a one-sided affair. Almost no one supported this proposal of going abroad to sell. All right, we'll shelve that project for now. I have another idea here concerning major personnel adjustments, and it directly relates to the future development of our Factory 960. Qin Bao began to raise the issue of the idle personnel. Bang! Startled by the sound of the air rifle, a pheasant flapped its wings, attempting to take flight from the tree, but the next second it plummeted like a stone. Zhang Chao gleefully picked up the bird, his face brimming with joy. Yangzi, you're incredible. You never miss a shot. We'll have a great meal today. Qin Yang smiled. That's enough, we have what we need. Let's make beggar's chicken. Yes, sure. Yang Zhaoxiang had already been arrested. Yang Wankai disappeared from the hospital late one night, his whereabouts unknown. Zhang Ping vanished along with him. The factory didn't bother much, just filing a casual report. This incident became almost legendary, spreading from mouth to mouth. Qin Yang, the very person involved, was cheerful every day, using the excuse of testing the rifle to go hunting. Today's harvest was decent. 2 pheasants enough to make delicious beggar's chicken. Zhang Chao walked back with a pheasant in each hand, saying to Qin Yang, Yangzi, your proposal to go abroad was rejected by those people. They're so short-sighted, they'll regret it someday. Qin Yang chuckled. Chaozi, don't you think I'm just using this opportunity to travel abroad? What, you think helping the factory sell air rifles is just an excuse? Of course not. Zhang Chao shook his head vigorously. Yangzi, you're a capable man. If you really wanted to go abroad, you wouldn't need to rely on the factory's connections. Qin Yang felt deeply moved. In the end, it was this childhood friend who trusted him the most while all the others doubted him. Where was the basic trust between people? Hey Yangzi, it looks like a big crowd has gathered over there. Never mind that, let's eat beggar's chicken. Huh, isn't that my dad? The 960 factory, though small, had all the necessities. The cinema was a favorite place for many to pass the time. The cinema was built against the mountain with many steps outside. At that moment, Qin Bao stood on the highest step, the cinema entrance behind him, and a large crowd of workers before him. Director Qin, we are regular employees of the factory. We've made many contributions to it. Now the factory treats us like burdens and wants to shake us off. Is that fair? That's right, Director Qin. We dedicated our best youth to the motherland and to the third-line military factory. Now the factory wants to burn the bridge after crossing the river. That won't do. Even when Director Yang was here, he never tried to get rid of us. These last words made Qin Bao's face darken. He was originally a technical man, not skilled in handling such situations. Now surrounded by so many people, each speaking their piece, he felt at a loss for words. Fellow workers, dear comrades, please quiet down. Qin Bao shouted, everyone has indeed made great contributions to the factory. The factory is not trying to drive you away. This is an order from above. The higher-ups attach great importance to our third-line military factories. In recent years, they've been calling for us to move out of the mountains and into the cities. Now that the country has reformed and opened up, opportunities are everywhere. As long as you have the will, you can go out and find your own livelihood. Qin Yang shook his head from outside the crowd. His father was forced into a role he wasn't suited for. There were other capable people in the factory, but none came to help Qin Bao. They were all waiting to see a joke. Others could stand by, but he couldn't. So Qin Yang handed the air rifle to Zhang Chao, slipped around the crowd, quickly climbed up the cinema steps to the entrance where his father stood, and then came back down just as swiftly. Yangzi, what are you doing here? Qin Bao was already in a panic. This plan was still under discussion, not yet finalized, and not announced publicly. But someone had leaked the news, and now he was trapped here. He was completely caught off guard. However, since the situation had arisen, he might as well explain everything to everyone. But he hadn't expected that reasoning with these people would be like a scholar facing a soldier. Impossible. Everyone quiet down. What's all this fuss about? Qin Yang ignored his father and shouted to the crowd below, "You're acting as if the sky is falling. Isn't it just that the factory needs to cut some non-production frontline staff? What's there to argue about? Look at your ages. You've all lived through the era of streamlining administration and simplifying staff, right? Why are you so lacking in ambition? This poor mountain valley has no entertainment. What is there to cling to? At least it's a job," someone below spoke up. "If we leave here, what else can we do? A job? If the factory goes under, everyone will go unpaid. What's there to hold on to?" Qin Yang looked at these people. "Can't you broaden your horizons? Whatever you do out there, won't it be better than scraping by on these meager wages in the factory?" Easy for you to say. What can we do out there? Plenty of things. Qin Yang said, "For example, our factory is currently producing air rifles. You can wholesale them from the factory and sell them elsewhere. The factory must give priority to our own people. Wholesale price of 25 yuan each. You can resell them for 35 yuan. Sell 10 rifles a month, and you'll earn 100 yuan. Isn't that better than your fixed salary?" Qin Baoguo grew anxious. He wanted to divert the non-production staff, but he hadn't arranged a fallback for them. No wonder they were dissatisfied. If they could be assigned to other factories in the capital, they would have no complaints. But other factories were also undergoing reforms, and it wasn't easy to place people from the third-line factories. These idle workers at the 960 factory had grown accustomed to coasting through life. How could they give up their iron rice bowl and go out to find business opportunities on their own? Qin Yang immediately offered them a solution: sell guns. The 960 factory had already started producing air rifles, but hadn't begun selling them yet. Why not adopt a salesperson model, letting these idle workers go out and promote the rifles, killing two birds with one stone? Easy for you to say. It's not that easy to sell. Another voice from the crowd rebutted. Is it easy to spend a day with a newspaper and a cup of tea? Does that create any value? Qin Yang looked down at the people. When you demand this and that from the factory, think about what you've contributed to it. Times have changed. You can't just drift along anymore. All right, I'll set an example for you. Let's start with a small goal: earn 10,000 yuan and become a 10,000 yuan household. A small goal? 10,000 yuan household. Qin Baoguo's eyes widened. His son's ambition was truly grand. Last year, the newspaper reported on Huang Xinwen, the pig-raising king, who became the nation's first 10,000 yuan household by getting rich through pig farming. But everyone just heard about it. Who could actually earn 10,000 yuan? With a monthly salary of just a few dozen yuan, it was too hard. Old Qin, your son is full of wild ideas. At the factory meeting, Chen Lishui, head of the sales department, remarked with emotion, product sales are originally our department's task. Now that Qin Yang wants to help, we in sales naturally give our full support. In the past, the sales department was merely a place to keep idle personnel with no real work. After all, under the planned economy, the factory produced according to higher-level directives. Raw materials were allocated and finished products were taken away by the higher authorities. There was no need to actually sell anything. Now that the factory was transitioning from military to civilian production and had to sell on its own, Chen Lishui was worried. What if they couldn't sell anything? Unexpectedly, Qin Yang stepped forward, offering to help sell the air rifles. Chen naturally couldn't be more pleased. Good, since the sales department has no objections, we might as well give it a try, Zhu Zizhong said. That boy Qin Yang might just carve out a path. But let me make this clear up front: if Qin Yang makes money, none of you better get jealous. Of course, we have nothing to be jealous of, Chen Lishui said. If this method works, our sales department will give Qin Yang a certificate of merit. No need for a certificate. That boy doesn't care about honors. But if he opens a path, then our factory's transition and personnel redistribution will have a clear direction. Qin Baoguo said, from now on we'll operate lean and the factory can develop better. With the decision made back in the office, Chen Lishui's confidant Gao Chen couldn't help asking, Chief Chen, sales is our department's business. Now someone else is sticking their nose in. Isn't that overstepping? Chen Lishui glanced at Gao Chen. What are you thinking? Do you think these air rifles are a hot commodity that people will swarm to buy, eh? That we just have to wait here? Gao Chen fell silent. These things aren't that easy to sell. Qin Yang talks about selling 1,000 rifles, pure bragging. In the factory he can do as he pleases, but out in society life will teach him to be humble. Just wait and see. Chen Lishui didn't think much of Qin Yang's plan to sell rifles, which was why he agreed so readily. That way, if the rifles didn't sell later, the sales department could wash their hands of responsibility. Besides, he couldn't afford to offend factory director Qin. Qin Yang was a man of action. Once the factory approved his plan and all procedures were legal, he set out with Zhang Chao. Each of them rode a 28-inch bicycle with 2 baskets hanging on the back. In each basket, they placed 10 air rifles without proper gun cases, simply wrapped in a layer of straw. From the outside, the baskets just looked like 2 bundles of straw. Yangzi, my dad said, we're not doing this for the bread, but for the pride. This time we have to sell all the rifles and show everyone what we're capable of. If we really can't sell them, we'll find a place to hide them, and back home my dad will give us the money, as if we sold them. Thanks to Master Zhang, but it won't be that complicated. These few rifles, we can sell them right in the county town. Although Factory 960 was called the Capital Agricultural Machinery Factory, it was actually built in a mountain valley. The area belonged to Qi County, and the next higher administrative unit was Wuqing. Wuqing was the western gateway to the capital. Beyond Wuching lay the vast grasslands known as Beyond the Pass. In the old days, many people went there to trade. In later years, Wuching would become world famous for hosting the Winter Olympics. So we're going to the county town? Zhang Chao asked. The county town doesn't have that big a market. If we just want to sell these 40, we could go to the county. But if we want to sell 1,000, we have to go to Wuching. Before leaving, Qin Yang had made a bold claim, set a small goal, earn 10,000 yuan. That meant selling 1,000 air rifles. The small county town didn't have that kind of demand or purchasing power, so they had to go to the prefecture-level city. Yangzi, why don't we just go to the capital? Zhang Chao suggested. The capital? Too many people, too mixed. Easy to get into trouble, Qin Yang said. All right, Yangzi, I'll follow your lead. Zhang Chao greatly admired Qin Yang. While pedaling his bicycle, he continued, so when we get to Wuching, how do we start selling? We start by crashing the scene, Qin Yang said with a smile. Crash the scene. Zhang Chao's interest was piqued. Where are we crashing? The Wuching department store, Qin Yang replied. In that era, the department store was the most bustling shopping destination. Every county and city had one. The area around the department store was almost the center of the city, teeming with people coming and going. The Wuching department store was a 4-story building, its exterior lavishly tiled, giving it an upscale look. The families of well-off workers loved to shop there. Near the department store was a small park, and in one corner of the park a dedicated air rifle shooting range had been set up. In those days, air rifle shooting was quite popular. Retired old men could push a cart, set up a sign, hang balloons, and run a shooting game to earn some pocket money. There were also larger shooting ranges. This small park shooting range was already fairly large. Against a wall stood 10 targets. 20 meters away from the targets were several long benches, and behind the benches stood a number of shooters. Some wore the sports uniforms of nearby schools, others wore Green Army uniforms. There were men and women, young and old. Almost all of them shared the same posture, stock against shoulder, right eye aligned with the sight, right hand on the trigger, left hand supporting the gun. Their supporting hand was also distinctive, not directly gripping the forend, but with the palm, open thumb hooked around the trigger guard, and 4 fingers cradling the forend ahead. They were clearly experienced. This wasn't a place for making money. Everyone brought their own air rifles, coming here for their own enjoyment. Bang! Bang! After aiming for a full minute or two, the shooters finally fired. The onlookers had already started chattering. Lane 3, 10 rings. Incredible. Lane 5, another misfire. Lane 8, 8 rings again, always 8 rings. On lane 3 stood a young man with a side-part hairstyle uncommon for the time, wearing a Western suit. He was a regular here and highly skilled. Showing off his technique and earning praise gave him a great sense of accomplishment. At that moment, he smugly broke open the barrel to reload for another shot. Shooting like that at only 20 meters, pretty pathetic, came a voice from outside the crowd. Though not loud, it was clearly heard because it came at a lull in the conversation. Yeah, these amateurs can't compare with us. Especially those air rifles. They're all old Gongzi models, way too outdated. Old Gongzi. Outdated. That was the best domestic air rifle at the time. The Gongzi brand from Shanghai. The young man in the side part turned angrily toward the back of the crowd. Who's talking nonsense over there? Come out. Everyone looked over, watching 2 young men standing there with 28 bicycles, each with 2 baskets hanging from the rear, filled with straw. Selling plates and bowls. The man with the side-parted hairstyle immediately drew this conclusion: this straw was used to wrap bowls and plates, fragile items that break easily. These 2 men must also be itinerant vendors selling dishes. In these days, anyone can come out and brag. You a porcelain seller, have you ever seen an air rifle? Hey, were you 2 the ones talking big just now? The man with the side-parted hairstyle said, if you know what's good for you, apologize and admit your mistake, and we'll let this go. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being gentle. I'll smash everything in your baskets. In these times, any man in a suit with a side-parted haircut was no good. Although the man with the side-parted hairstyle behaved properly while target practice here, he wouldn't hesitate if someone dared to cause trouble for him. Who didn't know how to fight? He had a gang of brothers. At this moment, Qin Yang had just taken an apple from the basket, wiped it on his clothes, and was about to take a bite. Hearing the other's words, Qin Yang's tone remained extremely arrogant. Apologize? For what? You've got no skill but a huge temper. Hearing this, the man with the side-parted hairstyle almost laughed in anger. I have no skill. Then show us what skill you have. That was exactly what he was waiting for. All right, then I'll show you today. Qin Yang said, placing the apple in his hand on Zhang Chao's head. Chaozi, balance this apple on your head and stand by that target over there. Zhang Chao nodded and walked forward with long strides, balancing the apple on his head. By now, some people had realized what was happening, their eyes filled with surprise and their words tinged with worry. Young man, this is no joke. If you miss, it could cost someone's life. That's right, young man, don't act recklessly. Amidst the bystanders' chatter, Qin Yang's hand continued to reach into the basket, pulling out an air rifle. The stock was dates red, gleaming with varnish in the sunlight, while the barrel was blackened, a clear sign of professional treatment. When he saw this air rifle, even the man with the side-parted hairstyle showed appreciation in his eyes. What a fine gun. Just one glance, and he fell in love with it. The feel was far superior to his old Gongzi model. Why is there a rod under the barrel? A marksman in school uniform asked curiously. Never seen one before, have you? They say your old Gongzi models are too outdated, but some won't believe it. Our rifle has a dedicated air pressurizing rod. Advanced design, top-notch internationally. As Qin Yang spoke, he forcefully pressed the air pressurizing rod, loading lead pellets before everyone's astonished eyes. Isn't it just a special air pressurizing rod? Nothing remarkable about it. Our hopper-style rifles aren't bad either. The man with the side-parted hairstyle, unwilling to lose face, continued. Not bad. Far worse. The aiming baseline on my rifle is twice as long as yours. Within 100 meters I can hit wherever I point. Which do you think is better, mine or your hopper style? Yangzi, I'm ready. Zhang Chao called out from over there. Watch closely now. Qin Yang said, I'll perform for you, shooting an apple from 50 meters away with an air rifle. 50 meters. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit could no longer contain himself and quickly grabbed Qin Yang. Young man, this is no game. Everyone's believing you. Just leave now. An air rifle's accuracy was only about 20 meters at most. Qin Yang wanted to perform at 50 meters. God knew where the bullet would fly. Most likely it would hit the head of that young man balancing an apple on his head. Thinking of that bloody scene, the middle-aged man shivered all over. It's fine, uncle. Qin Yang said, I'll demonstrate for everyone today and let certain people know there's always someone better, something beyond the sky, and a better gun beyond the gun. That outdated Gongzi brand should have been used as firewood long ago. Let him try. I want to see how skilled he really is. The man with the side-parted hairstyle said resentfully. If he can shoot the apple off, I'll apologize to him. If he blows someone's head apart, I'll send him to the police station. Saw you, kid. The man in the Zhongshan suit said anxiously. Uncle, it's really fine. Just watch. Qin Yang said, walking dozens of steps away from the long bench and stopping. Everyone quickly stepped aside. This was getting serious. They needed to stay far away. Getting hit by a lead pellet would be unfair. In an instant, all obstructions between Qin Yang and Zhang Chao were cleared. Everyone looked at Zhang Chao, who was standing there with a foolish grin. Was this guy insane? Qin Yang stopped and raised the gun. If anything happens, it's your own fault. Before the man with the side-parted hairstyle finished his sentence, they heard a bang. He fired already. When those 10-plus guys were practicing with air rifles earlier, they had to aim for several minutes, only daring to shoot when they felt that unity between man and gun. And now, this guy just raised the gun and pulled the trigger. He didn't even see him aim. He really was a man of few words, but fierce action. Everyone was first stunned by Qin Yang's rapid fire, then in the next second they reacted and quickly looked at Zhang Chao, acting as the target. The apple on Zhang Chao's head had already been shot to pieces. Several pieces flew off, while a few remained on his head. He cheerfully picked one up and put it in his mouth. This apple was crisp and sweet. Delicious. This is impossible. The man with the side-parted hairstyle shouted loudly. I don't believe it. You must be cheating. Raising his hand and firing one shot, smashing the apple off someone's head from 50 meters away. How was that possible? Even with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it. It must be a trick, definitely cheating. Don't believe me. Qin Yang smiled at the man with the side-parted hairstyle. Then what would convince you? The man with the side-parted hairstyle looked around, then said, if you've got the skill, shoot that streetlight to pieces. The city's municipal construction was quite good. A streetlight hung at the corner of this small park about 60 or 70 meters from Qin Yang. There was no way he could cheat at that distance. If I blow it up, will you compensate me? Qin Yang asked. If you can shoot that streetlight to pieces, I'll admit defeat. If not, you were definitely cheating just now. Before the man with the side-parted hairstyle finished his sentence, Qin Yang had already loaded the second round. He raised his arm almost exactly as before, and without much aiming pulled the trigger. Bang! The streetlight shattered on impact. Awesome. That's impressive. That's real skill. The surrounding bystanders cheered enthusiastically. The middle-aged man who had worried about Qin Yang shooting his companion's head also gave a thumbs up. Impressive. As expected, there's always someone better and always a better gun. The man with the side-parted hairstyle swallowed hard and asked, how can you shoot so accurately? Are you a marksman from the military? Even a military marksman couldn't achieve this level with an old Gongzi. Qin Yang said, it's mainly because this gun of mine is excellent. Good guns. This was the core argument Qin Yang instilled, and indeed his primary goal. After all, he had come out specifically to sell guns. Good guns. The man with the center part looked at the gun in Qin Yang's hands and swallowed hard again. Where was this gun made? Capital Farm Tools Factory. Qin Yang said, Capital Farm Tools Factory. Everyone widened their eyes. A farm tools factory makes guns. Although it's called Capital Farm Tools Factory, we've never produced a single hoe. We're a professional gun manufacturer. The Type 56 rifles exported in previous years were all made by our Capital Farm Tools Factory. Yes, I know. It's located in a mountain valley in the county below Wuching. The man in the mouse suit spoke up. But I've never heard they produce air guns. By the way, what brand is this air gun? A gun always needs a catchy name to make sales easier. Although the factory hadn't named it, yet Qin Yang casually came up with one on the spot. Lion brand air gun. Like the Lion King of all beasts, far superior to others. Qin Yang said, our air gun has absolute military-grade quality. Do you all know why it can hit accurately from 50 meters away? Why? Because we use the same production line as the Type 56, including the rifling inside the barrel. It's all military-grade. Qin Yang said, other air guns are civilian products from small factories. They simply can't compare to ours. Brother, want to give it a try? With this gun you'll hit that streetlight too. The man with the center part was tempted. Alright, let me try. Here you go. Qin Yang generously handed the gun over. The man with the center part mimicked Qin Yang's earlier movements, loading a bullet, then firing with the same proficient stance. Bang! The recoil from the butt caught him off guard, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Ouch, why is the kickback so strong?" Of course, we use a specialized compression rod. The internal pressure is high, so the recoil is naturally powerful. Well, did you hit it? I hit it. The light bulb is shattered. The man with the center part was thrilled. This air gun is excellent. Are you selling it? Of course he was selling it. He had come out specifically to sell guns. Qin Yang was thrilled inside, but on his face, he put on a reluctant expression. I originally intended these air guns for the department store. If you want to buy them, that's fine, but our quality is top-notch, and the price reflects it. Good guns cost good money. We wouldn't bother with cheap junk. How much? The man with the center part patted his chest. We're not short on cash. Since we've met today, consider it fate. Since you like our guns, I'll cut the chatter. The factory price is 60 yuan, but today I'll sell them to you for 50 per piece. The same price as our department store delivery. 50 yuan. With the reform and opening up, wage levels in the 1980s underwent dramatic changes. In the early 1980s, ordinary workers earned only 30 or 40 yuan per month. A deputy county magistrate or a deputy regiment commander made barely 100 yuan a month. By the late 1980s, common wages had risen to several hundred yuan, and those running their own businesses could easily earn over 1,000. Now Qin Yang was asking 50 yuan per air gun, far from cheap. Air guns at this time cost only 30 or 40 yuan. Even by the late 1980s, they only reached 80 or 90 yuan. Zhang Chao, who had just returned, was equally exhilarated. Yangzi really is brilliant. They had bought each gun from the factory for 25 yuan, and were selling them here for 50, a profit of 25 yuan per piece. If all 40 guns sold, that would be 1,000 yuan in profit. One trip out was equivalent to 2 or 3 years of his father's salary. 10 trips, and the goal of becoming a 10,000 yuan household would be achieved. Now it was the man with the center part who frowned. At 40 yuan, he could have bit the bullet and bought it. But 50 yuan, was it a bit too expensive? That ragged gun in your hand should have been tossed out long ago. You can't even hit it 20 meters. It's useless as a firewood stick. As an accomplished shooter, how can you go without a proper gun? Qin Yang said. Since you're not short on cash, buy a good one. Whether you're competing with others or hunting in the mountains, a fine gun is indispensable. Think about it. One shot from 50 meters away, blowing a streetlight to pieces. Doesn't that sound thrilling? The man with the center part finally nodded. True, I do need a good gun, but I don't have that much cash on me. Can you wait while I go home and fetch it? In those days, carrying a few coins in your pocket made you relatively well off. Few people could casually produce 50 yuan. All right, Qin Yang agreed. But hurry, the guns in my basket are limited. If you're slow, someone else will grab one. Just then, crows cawed overhead. Qin Yang quickly pumped the compression rod, loaded a bullet, and raised the gun, aiming at the sky. Bang! With the gunshot, the crow fell from the sky. Watching the pitiful bird plummet to the ground, the man with the center part swallowed hard. You have to wait for me. I'll take one. The man in the mouse suit, who had previously tried to discourage Qin Yang, spoke up. Shooting apples off someone's head and shattering light bulbs were still stationary targets. Shooting a crow in mid-flight, that was true skill, requiring both a sharpshooter's talent and a fine gun. Since the man in the mouse suit had been watching the crowd, he too was clearly a shooting enthusiast. He had only planned to observe, but now he couldn't hold back any longer. He decided to buy one for himself. Chaozi, what are you standing around for? Hurry and grab the gun. Hearing Qin Yang's call, Zhang Chao snapped out of his daze and rushed to the bicycle, pulling one gun from the straw. I want one too, another onlooker called out. Once someone bought the first one, everyone would feel validated. A good gun deserved a good price. What was the difference of 10 or 20 yuan compared to ordinary air guns? Military-grade quality, absolutely worth it. Buy one now before the opportunity was gone. And so more people stepped forward. By the time the man with the center part returned with the money, Qin Yang had already sold more than 20 air guns. Give me 5, the man with the center part said. My brothers want them too. All right, no problem. Chaozi hand over 5 guns. Nice business, a voice came from nearby as Qin Yang counted the money. Naturally, our air guns have the best quality. Once this chance is gone, there won't be another. Want one? Qin Yang said, looking up. When he saw the person who had greeted him, his heart skipped a beat. White shirt, red collar, tabs, white peaked cap. The police had arrived. We received a report from citizens that someone is damaging streetlights here, so we came to investigate. Unexpectedly, we've also caught someone engaged in profiteering. Come with us to the station to explain your criminal activities. By the time he uttered those final words, the man's tone had turned stern. The surrounding crowd had already scattered, and those who had bought guns were already bolting away. The man with the center part was the fastest of all. Speculation and profiteering was a charge steeped in the distinct flavor of its era. In the era of the planned economy, small-time vendors had no place. Anyone plying their trade through the streets and alleys was branded a speculator and profiteer. Only after entering the 1980s did the state adopt a dual-track system with planned and market economies running in parallel, creating even more room for maneuvering. It was not until 1997 that the charge of speculation and profiteering was formally removed from the criminal code. Though the nation had embraced reform and opening up, many strings were still pulled tight. These officers had received a report that someone was damaging a street lamp. Upon arrival, however, they found not vandalism, but the age-old crime of speculation and profiteering. A transgression they were hardly inclined to overlook. Then again, who could blame them? Qin Yang and his companions had drawn such a large crowd with their booming business that nobody noticed the policeman approaching. Officer, there's been a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Qin Yang hurried to explain. We are not those rootless street vendors. We are sales representatives from the Capital Agricultural Tools Factory. Here are our credentials. Though being caught red-handed by the officers had taken Qin Yang somewhat by surprise, he had made preparations in advance. Before leaving, he had obtained official credentials and a letter of introduction from the factory. Unlike those peddlers without formal employment, we are factory people holders of iron rice bowls. Could we possibly be guilty of speculation and profiteering? The Capital Agricultural Tools Factory makes farming equipment. When did it start producing air rifles? Zhao Fong, the lead officer in the peaked cap, frowned as he examined the credentials Qin Yang produced. Our publicly stated name is the Capital Agricultural Tools Factory, but in truth we are a third-line military facility. Our factory originally manufactured the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle, and with the current military-to-civilian conversion program, we've branched into air rifles. To open up sales channels, the factory dispatched us to promote them. Qin Yang explained hastily. Zhao Fong's frown deepened. Your credentials are in order, but your letter of introduction lists People's Mall and the department store as your designated destinations. Yet here you are selling privately on the street. The letter of introduction served to establish the identities of Qin Yang and Zhang Xiao and indicate whom they were supposed to meet. As a matter of course, the factory had listed commercial outlets at every level as prospective buyers. No one had bothered specifying individual contacts since letters of introduction were unnecessary for dealing with private persons. Zhao Fong remained skeptical. Then how do you explain this? We happened to pass by and saw someone testing an air rifle. We couldn't resist chiming in, and that's how this whole situation arose. Qin Yang continued. Everyone was impressed by the quality of our air rifles and started requesting purchases. We couldn't simply dampen their enthusiasm. The answer was almost self-evident. Selling through retail outlets yielded pitiful margins. Where could such profits compare with selling piece by piece? If Qin Yang had gone directly to a mall manager to pitch his wares, he wouldn't have fetched 50 yuan, perhaps not even 25. Then how do you prove these credentials aren't forged, and that you truly come from a military factory? Zhao Fong pressed on. That's easy. Does your station have any malfunctioning firearms that need repair? Hand them over to us, and we'll prove our expertise. Qin Yang puffed out his chest with confidence. Though both scenarios involved a trip to the police station, being summoned to repair guns was worlds apart from being brought in for questioning. Hearing this, a young officer behind Zhao Fong spoke up. Captain Zhao, could you let them repair my Type 54? I'm consistently shooting low despite aiming directly at the target. The Type 54 was legendary throughout the country. As China's first standardized service pistol, it was produced continuously from the 1950s all the way to the 1990s. It served not only in the military but across numerous other departments, and the police force was equipped with a vast number of Type 54s. Though later models like the Type 64 and Type 77 appeared, none matched the Type 54's breadth of application. This pistol was originally designed for high shooting accuracy, yet ordinary users found it notoriously difficult to shoot straight, primarily due to poor ergonomics. Designed around Soviet anthropometrics, its wide at the top, narrow at the bottom grip felt too large in Chinese hands. Experienced marksmen could achieve impressive precision with the Type 54, but the average person found it nearly impossible. Shooting low was among the most common complaints. Upon hearing the officer's words, Qin Yang extended his hand. Hand it here, let me see. Zhang Xiao showed no fear whatsoever. He trusted Qin Yang's abilities and knew this was a trivial matter to handle. Zhao Fong nodded, and the young officer drew his pistol, removed the magazine, and passed it over. Zhao Fong continued to watch Qin Yang, warily afraid the young man might attempt some trick. Qin Yang accepted the pistol with practiced ease. Before long, the sound of rapid metallic clicking filled the air, and within moments the handgun was completely disassembled. A true professional, no doubt about it. Watching Qin Yang's movements, Zhao Fong knew this young man was no ordinary person. Even seasoned officers at the precinct could not match such dexterity, yet here stood a youth. Had he been handling firearms since before birth? After taking it apart, Qin Yang picked out a single spring leaf, bent it firmly with his fingers, and then reassembled the pistol with the same rapid clicking sounds. The entire process took no more than a minute. All done. Done. You fixed the low shot problem just by taking it apart and putting it back together. Zhao Fong asked in astonishment. Indeed. To us technicians, these are minor issues. Would you like to test it here or take it back? The young officer took the gun and glanced at Zhao Fong. Zhao Fong nodded. Test it here. There's a target set up nearby. All right. The young officer agreed. In that era, firearm regulations were far less stringent than in later years. Firing 1 or 2 rounds for testing was nothing unusual. Moreover, only by passing a live-fire test could they confirm that Qin Yang truly came from a military factory. Skillful disassembly and reassembly were one thing. Whether the repair had actually worked remained to be seen. The young officer inserted the magazine, gripped the pistol with both hands, aimed at the target, took several deep breaths, and pulled the trigger. Bang! As the gunshot echoed, he strode purposefully toward the target. A hole had appeared, made by a 7.62mm pistol round, and it sat right on the 8th ring. The chronic problem of shooting low had been solved. The low shot problem had been eliminated so easily. Amazing. How did you do it? I saw you bend the trigger spring. What was the reasoning? The young officer asked Qin Yang excitedly. The principle is quite simple. The firing mechanism of the Type 54 has a design flaw that requires roughly 2.5 kilograms of trigger pull force, 60% more than that of the American M1911 pistol. Qin Yang did not hold back, explaining straightforwardly. Therefore, someone with limited shooting experience cannot fully precock the trigger. By the time the shot breaks, they end up jerking it forcefully, which naturally pushes the muzzle downward. Zhao Feng nodded approvingly. Exactly right. You clearly do come from a military factory. Come with us back to the station, brother. Zhang Chao's eyes widened in disbelief. Hey officer, we've already proven our identity. Why do we still need to go to the police station? To repair our guns for us. Before the liberation, the military's arsenal was a hodgepodge of weaponry. It was not until the first 5-year plan that the nation established the necessary industrial base, ushering in an era of standardized firearms. Yet these standardized rifles primarily armed the military, while police forces remained undersupplied. Consider the legendary box pistol of the anti-Japanese war. It remained in service with grassroots police units well into the 1970s, only being fully phased out in the 1980s. Officers at the Wuching police station were comparatively well equipped, but venture further into the countryside, and a single station might possess only one handgun, forcing them to borrow firearms from militia units during operations. Over the years, the station had accumulated a stockpile of malfunctioning weapons. In the past, there was nothing to be done, but with representatives from the military factory now available, this was an opportunity they could not miss. Qin Yang glanced at the remaining air guns in his bicycle basket and said with a smile, Captain Zhao, might we be allowed to sell off these last few guns? These people are in such a rush to sell. Selling guns, what's the hurry? Zhao Feng refused outright. Go to the station and repair the guns first. I'll contact the buyer at the department store, and you can consign all your remaining air guns there. Then thank you, Captain Zhao. Zhao Feng kept his word. While Qin Yang assisted with gun repairs at the station, the department store's purchasing agent Luo Minghai arrived. Old Luo, the capital agricultural tools factory, has produced an entirely new model of air gun. Highly accurate, with impressive range, of fine piece indeed. Your department store must stock a batch. As they walked, Zhao Feng spoke with Luo Minghai. Yes, I've heard. 50 meters out, shooting light bulbs. Dead on every time. Luo Minghai remarked. The price is rather steep though. 50 yuan per gun. By then the two had arrived at the area where Qin Yang was repairing guns. The air guns awaiting sale were laid out nearby, and several officers were examining them with interest. Uncle Luo, 50 yuan is the retail price. For our supply to the department store, 40 yuan per gun will suffice, Qin Yang said. That gives you a 10 yuan margin per unit. Can 50 yuan per gun actually sell? Luo Minghai frowned slightly. Why not? We brought 40 guns out, and only these few remain. Uncle Luo, if you're concerned about unsold inventory, you may take the guns first and settle payment after they're sold. Luo Minghai's eyes lit up. You're allowing us to purchase on credit? Absolutely, Qin Yang replied. We're building a long-term supply relationship. Would we risk alienating the department store? Very well, then I'll take all these remaining air guns. Luo Minghai said. If sales go well, the department store will order another batch. Next time we'll settle payment upon delivery. Alright, Uncle Luo, this is my brother Zhang Chao. He'll be coming regularly from now on. Should you run short on stock, simply let him know. Our factory is located in a remote area, difficult for you to find. There was no way he would let them come to the factory themselves. Otherwise, how would Qin Yang make his profit? How would he ever reach his goal of 10,000 yuan? Since Qin Yang would have many responsibilities ahead and could not frequently make the trip himself, he introduced Zhang Chao to manage the business going forward. After finalizing the arrangements, Luo Minghai departed with the guns. Qin Yang continued assisting with repairs while everyone else busied themselves. As the sky gradually darkened, Zhang Chao couldn't help but ask, Yangzi, are these guns difficult to repair? Of course not. Just a few minutes each. Then why did it take so long? We haven't eaten yet. Zhang Chao hesitated for a few seconds, still processing, when he heard Captain Zhao's voice. Engineer Qin, thank you for helping repair the guns here. It's grown dark now. Let me take you out for a meal. Selling the air guns had earned a tidy sum, making a restaurant meal quite affordable, but being treated by others felt altogether different. With Qin Yang's assistance in repairing the guns, their form of address had shifted, and the title Engineer Qin was indeed pleasing to hear. At a small restaurant near the police station, Captain Zhao ordered several dishes and opened a bottle of erguota liquor. Gazing at the spread, Zhang Chao could feel his mouth watering involuntarily. Engineer Qin, in the future, if you wish to sell guns anywhere within our jurisdiction, you are welcome to do so. As a token of gratitude for the gun repairs, Zhao Feng was remarkably generous. Thank you, brother Zhao, Qin Yang said. However, since we've already entrusted the department store with sales, it would be inappropriate to sell privately. Should anyone wish to purchase an air gun, the department store remains the best option. He had originally addressed him as Captain Zhao, but now that they were sharing a meal, he sought to build rapport. Using a warmer form of address was sure to yield benefits. Captain Zhao nodded, just about to say something more, when he spotted Luo Minghai hurrying over. Uncle Luo, you're here. Uncle Luo, join us for a drink. Qin Yang offered, generously extending the invitation on someone else's behalf. No thank you, little Qin. I've come with a message. Bring 100 air guns tomorrow. Actually, make it 200. These things don't break easily after all, Luo Minghai said. 200. Qin Yang was equally surprised. You sold all the ones you took. Yes, every single one. Many customers came after hearing the news, but found nothing left. Luo Minghai began producing cash. This is payment for today's sales. Tomorrow when you deliver the new batch, we'll settle payment face to face. Qin Yang's remarkable feat of the day had already spread throughout Wuchang. Word had gotten around about an advanced air gun, and many were eager to purchase. Upon learning the department store carried them, crowds flocked there. Unfortunately, there were only a handful of guns, and they vanished quickly. Excellent. No problem at all. After we finish eating, we'll head back through the night and deliver the guns tomorrow. Youthful vigor served them well. After a hearty meal, the two rode their 28 bicycles through the night, covering over 100 kilometers back to Factory 960. Dad, it's so late. Aren't you asleep yet? From a distance, Qin Yang spotted his father Qin Baohua beneath the swaying street lamp at the gate, and his heart warmed. Qin Yang had grown up within the factory grounds. It was a self-contained world. This marked his first true expedition beyond its walls, and his father had clearly been waiting worried. Did you sell all the air guns you took out today? Qin Baohua noticed the empty rear baskets on both Qin Yang and Zhang Xiao's bicycles, and immediately addressed the most critical matter. Zhang Xiao's father Zhang Wuqiang stood nearby, his face tense with anticipation. Had they sold the guns, or hidden them away? Sold them all. Established a supply relationship with a customer. They've ordered 200 guns for tomorrow. Qin Yang announced proudly. That's right. We sold them at 50 yuan each, making 1,000 yuan profit on this trip. Zhang Xiao, unable to keep secrets, could not resist sharing everything upon seeing his father. 1,000 yuan. Zhang Wuqiang's eyes widened. Really? Would I make this up? Zhang Xiao replied. Yangzi is incredibly capable. Tomorrow we need to deliver 200 guns to. Xiaozi, stop. Qin Yang interjected. This is our trade secret. If word leaked to the sales department, they would undoubtedly intercept the deal. Looks like business is going well. Qin Baohua nodded with satisfaction. Tomorrow bring the factory's old Jiefeng truck. With this quantity, bicycles won't suffice. Right, but I need to drive. Xiaozi can ride along. That's sufficient. No one else should come. If you can drive the truck, then you may drive it. Now go home and eat. Your mother has prepared a feast. Xiaozi, you're coming too. That same night, there were still some people stirred with excitement. Zhao Gang, coach of the Wuchang shooting team, ran his hand over the brand new air rifle, his tone brimming with emotion. This Lion brand air rifle is of remarkable quality. It can fully serve as a professional firearm for our team. Absolutely. Its precision matches our imported German Waihila air rifles, yet it sells for only 50 yuan. Captain, tomorrow, let us go wait outside the department store. As soon as it opens, we will buy the guns. Zhang Yuanxiao, a team member, said. I hope they restock soon. By the way, friend of Yuanxiao, could you let us borrow this rifle for our shooting team? If we cannot buy one tomorrow, we will train with your gun. After all, didn't you buy 5 at once? Zhao Gang turned to the man with the side-parted hair. Indeed, the friend of Wuchang shooting team member Zhang Yuanxiao was precisely that side-parted man Qin Yang had encountered. As a shooting enthusiast, the side-parted man was close friends with Zhang Yuanxiao of the shooting team. After purchasing the guns, he was extremely excited. He gave the other 4 to others and brought this precious rifle to the shooting team to show off. To his surprise, after the professional team members tested it a few times, they discovered its performance matched that of the imported German air rifles. Each German air rifle cost 10,000 marks. Their entire shooting team owned only one. Fearing wear and tear on the imported firearm, each team member was allowed only 1 shot per day, often spending half an hour aiming before finally pulling the trigger. Now this suddenly appearing Lion brand air rifle had actually reached the same standard as the imported German one, yet sold for only 50 yuan. It was undoubtedly exceptional value. Hearing Zhao Gang's words, the side-parted man nodded. I can leave it here, but you must let me train alongside you. The side-parted man had always dreamed of joining the Wuchang shooting team, but unfortunately, he had been eliminated in the selection exam 3 years in a row. All right. Zhao Gang agreed without hesitation. The members of the Wuchang shooting team stayed awake the entire night. Early the next morning, they rushed to the department store and waited. At 8 o'clock, an old Jiefeng truck rumbled toward them. Seeing the straw-wrapped objects on the truck, they were instantly thrilled. Hey, are those air rifles in the back? That's right, Lion brand air rifles. Zhang Xiao, who had been guarding the cargo in the truck bed all the way from the capital, jumped down and said with a grin, these are the flagship products of our capital agricultural tools factory. But don't worry, we are no longer selling directly. All purchases must go through the department store. Selling directly at the department store the previous day was fine, but doing so today would undermine the department store's business. Soon Luo Minghai arrived. Glancing at the customers requesting the air rifles, he recognized one of them and paused in surprise. Old Zhao, the Wuchang shooting team, came to buy these civilian air rifles. When did things fall to this? Zhao Gang's face was full of excitement. Old Luo, you wouldn't know about this then. We tested it last night. This Lion brand air rifle's precision is on par with the German imports. Our shooting team can now train freely instead of suffering with 1 gun for 20+ people. Old Luo, we want to buy 50 this time. They had worried they wouldn't be able to buy the air rifles today, but unexpectedly a whole truckload had arrived. What else was there to say? Let's buy 50 first. They could train openly from now on. These guns are not suitable for shooting team members. Just then Qin Yang stepped out of the driver's cabin and said to the impatient members of the shooting team, what not suitable? It matches the precision of the German imports and still isn't suitable for shooting training. Zhang Yuanxiao shouted. Is there any gun more precise than this one? Zhao Gang also furrowed his brows. This person had come down from the truck, which meant he was from the capital agricultural tools factory. Surely as the shooting team came to purchase, the other party should have been welcoming. Young man, tell us, why aren't these suitable? Zhao Gang asked curiously. The batch of Lion brand air rifles we produced is military grade, with very high precision. It is not surprising that it reaches the level of German imports. However, this type of gun is already outdated. Spring piston air rifles inevitably suffer from vibration during shooting. If you wish to compete, especially in future Olympic Games events, you need to use compressed air, or preferably compressed carbon dioxide powered air rifles. Spring piston air rifles are inexpensive and long-lasting. Since the energy supplied each time is the same, the initial velocity of the pellets remains constant with a stable trajectory. In the 1970s, the Olympic competition air rifles were all of this structure. However, these air rifles always produce some vibration, and their precision cannot compare with compressed air-powered models. After entering the 1980s, advanced competitions, especially the Olympic Games, quickly phased out spring piston air rifles in favor of compressed air, particularly compressed carbon dioxide. Although in the 1980s, various air rifle design departments continued to make improvements, with the renowned manufacturer Waihila introducing the HW-77 and the subsequent air arms TX-200 becoming the pinnacle of traditional spring piston air rifles, none could ever return to the Olympic stage. The Lion brand air rifle was only for civilian use. A professional shooting team should use professional-grade air rifles. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Zhao Gang smiled bitterly and nodded. Yes, young man, you are right. But those air rifles are too expensive. Our prefecture-level city shooting team simply cannot afford them. Not to mention the Wuqing shooting team. Even their provincial shooting team could not afford such air rifles. It was said that the national team only owned 2 of them. Cannot afford it. Can you afford 500 yuan per gun? Qin Yang asked. 500 yuan. Zhao Gang's eyes widened. That price was too cheap. Even 5,000 yuan per gun would not be expensive. Can your capital agricultural tools factory also produce these professional Olympic competition air rifles? Zhao Gang took a deep breath and asked. Qin Yang nodded. That's right. These air rifles must be produced according to orders. You give me the money, and I will deliver within 10 days. Of course, to protect your rights, we will clearly state in the contract that if the performance does not meet expectations, we are willing to pay 10 times compensation. Yesterday, selling the guns was still a buyer's market. To open up sales channels, Qin Yang had even been willing to let the department store sell the goods before payment. But now that the sales channel had opened up, they could produce according to orders. Old Zhao, rest assured. I inquired yesterday, and they indeed are a famous third front military factory from the capital, only 100 kilometers or so from our Wuqing. They are not scammers, Luo Minghai said from the side. Good. Zhao Gang nodded. At 500 yuan per gun, we can order 10, and we will buy 30 of these Lion brand air rifles. Zhang Chao was beaming with joy. Yangzi was too amazing. Another big deal closed. Yesterday's air rifles earned 1,000 yuan. Today's 200 air rifles earned 3,000 yuan. Now with the order for 10 professional air rifles at 5,000 yuan, each who knew how much profit they would make. The goal of becoming a 10,000 yuan household seemed within reach. When the old Jiefeng truck returned to the factory, it was already noon. Gao Chen, a clerk in the sales department, stood in the factory's open ground. Watching the old Jiefeng come to a stop, he immediately greeted the people on board with a cheerful smile. Yangzi, did you sell everything? Yeah. Qin Yang nodded. Brother Gao, since you're here, let's just hand over directly. Did you bring the iron? Qin Yang was doing a business with no upfront capital. For every air rifle he took from the factory, he would simply write an IOU to the sales department. Only after selling the goods and getting the money would he settle the account and retrieve the IOU. Good. Gao Chen said as he looked toward the cab. The canvas bag was bulging. There was a lot of money inside. 200 air rifles costing the factory 5,000 yuan in principal. Qin Yang said, pulling out 5 stacks of 10 yuan notes, each stack containing 100 notes, exactly 1,000. You still have a lot in there. How much did you make this trip? Gao Chen's gaze remained fixed on the canvas bag. Not much, just 2,000 yuan. There are a lot of small bills inside. Qin Yang said, we've secured a big client. I estimate we can go again in half a month. The small goal of becoming a 10,000 yuan household can be achieved in a few months. Brother Gao, you need to tell Section Chief Chun to report to Director Zhu, have them promote me as a model, and encourage everyone to take up sales. 2,000 yuan. The bulging bag looked even bigger than the 5,000 yuan Qin Yang had taken out. What small bills? Who would use small bills when doing such a big business? Gao Chen swallowed hard, his eyes filled with greed and reluctance. After the handover, Qin Yang slung the canvas bag over his shoulder. Let's go, Chaozi, we're done for the day. Yangzi, should we report the matter of the 10 competition air rifles to the factory? Zhang Chao asked with some concern. There were 8,000 yuan in the bag. 3,000 was their profit and 5,000 was the customer's money for buying professional shooting air rifles. Don't rush, we have 10 days before delivery. Qin Yang looked completely confident, so Zhang Chao said nothing else. Gao Chun, with mixed feelings, went to the finance department to hand over the money. When he returned to the sales department and saw Chen Lishui, he immediately began to complain. Section Chief, Chen, this is unfair. We all work in the factory, but we only earn a few dozen yuan a month, while that Qin Yang made over 2,000 yuan in just 2 days. Over 2,000 yuan. Money that would take them years to earn, and Qin Yang made it in just a few days. Unfair. Chen Lishui looked at his subordinate meaningfully. This is approved by the factory. Director Zhu even said, don't be jealous. If you have the ability, go out and do sales yourself. This is clearly taking advantage of the factory. Gao Chen said indignantly. In the past, when we were cutting off capitalist tails, this kind of practice would have been criticized. And he even asked the factory to commend him. Chen Lishui smiled. All right, then let's report to the factory and publicly praise him. Section Chief, Chen, we can't encourage this unhealthy trend. Gao Chen became anxious. Xiao Gao, you need to learn more. Chen Lishui said, we'll lift Qin Yang up high, and then. Gao Chen suddenly understood. Sure enough, Section Chief, Chen was more ruthless. How had he not thought of that? In the afternoon, the factory's broadcast system crackled to life. Dear fellow workers and comrades, the propaganda department is now honored to report a great piece of good news. The voice inside was crisp and pleasant like the singing of an oriole. Our 960 Factory's military-to-civilian conversion project has achieved tremendous success. Today we sold 200 Lion brand air rifles, generating 5,000 yuan in revenue. For a military factory with over 1,000 workers, 5,000 yuan in revenue was nothing, but it marked a new beginning. In the past, they didn't have to worry about money. Wages were allocated by higher authorities, and any needed materials were transferred by them following the planned economy path. But after starting the military-to-civilian conversion, the higher authorities' funding stopped. If they couldn't carve out a successful path, they would have to go hungry. The 5,000 yuan represented their entry into a new era. From then on, they would assume sole responsibility for their profits and losses, and they would earn a living by their own ability. Comrade Qin Yang has earned 2,000 yuan from this deal. We hope everyone will learn from Comrade Qin Yang. Apart from frontline workers, all other personnel can become salespeople, making money by promoting our Lion brand air rifles externally. This is far better than earning a fixed salary in the factory. We can also foresee that in the near future, Comrade Qin Yang will become the first 10,000 yuan household in our factory. The entire 960 factory erupted. Qin Yang made 2,000 yuan. Selling air rifles can make big money. I never expected Qin Yang to be so amazing. That's right, 2,000 yuan. I want to transfer out of the workshop and go into sales. Tell me, we all work the same hours, do the same jobs. Why is the treatment so different? When Lu Yong heard the workers in the workshop talking like this, he suddenly frowned. He looked at the workers laboring inside. Stop talking and get to work. The factory won't treat you badly. If I hear anyone gossiping further, I'll deduct their month's bonus. With that, Lu Yong strode out and headed straight to the deputy director's office in the administration building. Old Qin, this is not right. Seeing Qin Bao was slumped over his desk, Lu Yong went straight to the point. Qin Yang is young and has made 2,000 yuan. There are too many jealous people in the factory. It's easy to attract sabotage. When people heard that Qin Yang had made 2,000 yuan, what was their reaction? Those familiar with Qin Baohua and those who had watched Qin Yang grow up might feel gratified. That kid is really capable. He had found a way out for the factory and also benefited himself. But such people were few. Many more would be envious. Looking at themselves earning only a few dozen yuan a month, while Qin Yang could earn thousands or even tens of thousands. Could they feel balanced? After envy, they would stir up trouble. Broadcasting it today, probably someone would write a complaint letter to the higher-ups tomorrow. Old Lu, you're right. Those idle people in the factory would not think about how to make money like Yangzi. Instead, they would be jealous. Qin Bao was said, next we need to teach them a profound lesson. Tell them that the times have changed, society has changed. The factory doesn't need those gossips, it needs more people like Yangzi. Lu Yong looked at Qin Baohua in amazement. Old Qin, you've already planned this far. From his understanding of Qin Baohua, it was impossible. This old friend was top-notch in technology, but not in administration. He couldn't outmaneuver others. Qin Baohua smiled. What Yangzi said last night. The iron rice bowl only breeds lazy people. It should have been broken long ago. Capable people should earn more, and those who just coast should get out. Qin Baohua indeed disliked the intricacies of human relationships, as they would waste his time. He would rather immerse himself in technical research than delve into the psychology of others. However, if one assumed he was oblivious to these matters, they would be gravely underestimating him. What Lu Yong could conceive, Qin Baohua naturally could too. After Qin Yang's analysis the previous night, Qin Baohua had come to agree with this approach. The 960 factory was plagued with numerous issues. Perhaps a potent remedy was in order. A one-time solution would suffice. Those accustomed to the communal pot often harbor a lazy mindset. Why exert oneself when the rewards are the same regardless of effort? Why roll up sleeves and work hard when one can simply lie back and collect money? They needed a jolt to realize that poverty is not socialism. As long as they were willing to strive, a beautiful life awaited them. The next day, while Qin Yang was still dozing in bed, Zhang Chao roused him. Yangzi, something terrible has happened. Has the sky fallen? Well, no. Then let me sleep a bit longer. Qin Yang turned his head to the other side, intending to continue his slumber. The leader who came last time, the one who took Yang Zhaoxiang away, is back. He says he wants to investigate your corruption. The leader from last time. Qin Yang finally sat up. Once Pandora's box is opened, it cannot be shut. The demon has been unleashed. There are always those who want to use Leader Pan as a weapon, but it's not that easy. What's Pandora? Pan Jilian's father. Oh. While bantering with Zhang Chao, Qin Yang washed his face and brushed his teeth. Once finished, Wang Guoqing from the security department arrived. Qin Yang, the leader, wants you at a meeting. Got it, I'll be there right away. In the conference room of the 960 factory, all mid-level and senior managers sat rigidly, their eyes fixed straight ahead. At the head of the table sat leader Dong, his face stern and solemn. We have received a report. Another serious economic case has occurred in your 960 factory. What is the meaning of this? It's only been a few days since the Yang Zhaoxiang incident, and now this again. Do we need to send a task force from the higher authorities to be stationed in your factory? A task force is unnecessary. An observation and study team would be more appropriate. To witness how our 960 factory, through reform, has revitalized a once bankrupt third-line military factory. A voice came from outside. Qin Yang, how dare you speak like that? Zhu Zizhong's face darkened. You have no sense of propriety. After berating Qin Yang, Zhu Zizhong turned to leader Dong. Leader, please don't be angry. This child Qin Yang didn't mean to offend you. He's been like this since he was young. Leader Dong's eyes gleamed. An observation and study team. I'm curious, what exactly would they study? How to embezzle state assets, how to stuff factory funds into one's own pockets. Leader Dong, I'd like to know. If someone is deliberately distorting the truth and framing me, shouldn't you intervene? Good people shouldn't suffer injustice, right? A flicker of light danced in Leader Dong's eyes. Fine. Speak today. If you are in the right, I will reprimand the one who reported you. But if you cannot justify yourself, Yang Zhaoxiang's fate will be your warning. Leader Dong, our factory is transitioning from military to civilian production. Our flagship product, the Lion brand air gun, was invented by me, Qin Yang. You must be aware of that, right? Leader Dong nodded. Yes, I learned that during my last visit. You are very skilled technically, but that is no excuse for embezzling factory assets. Leader Dong, if I had taken this design to another third-line military factory, or even an ordinary machine shop, how much do you think I could have earned? Qin Yang said. The shooting team in Wuqing has tested my gun. It matches the precision of professional air guns from German companies. I'm not boasting. This design alone is worth at least 100,000 yuan. If I sold it to a foreign air gun company, it would fetch at least $1 million, and they would hire me as a technical consultant. But I didn't care about that money. I gave my design to the 960 factory for free. Qin Yang declared. A selfless man like me is being slandered as someone who embezzles factory property. Don't you think I'm more wrong than Do Ye? In this era, intellectual property was not yet recognized as wealth. Many factory technicians' inventions were freely ceded to the factory. But if taken elsewhere, they could indeed be sold for money. Especially if they met international standards, foreign companies would indeed offer high prices. One thing at a time, Leader Dong quickly regained his composure. No matter how great your contributions to the factory, that does not justify embezzling its assets. Yesterday you sold 200 air guns. The factory earned 5,000 yuan, and you took 2,000. Doesn't that money burn your hands? Leader Dong, if I hadn't worked hard to promote the sales, our factory's air guns would never have sold, and the factory wouldn't have gotten 5,000 yuan, Qin Yang said. Those who reported me have no ability at all. They got jealous when they saw I earned 2,000 yuan in commission. Why don't they go out and sell themselves? Leader Dong, without my efforts, could everyone in the factory just lie around waiting for a pie to fall from the sky? That 2,000 yuan was a commission? Leader Dong asked in surprise. Of course it was a commission. The malicious reporters certainly wouldn't mention that, Qin Yang replied. That day the factory was at a loss over sales. As they say, ample rewards produce brave men. The factory decided to use a commission scheme to boost sales. The wholesale price was set at 25 yuan per air gun, and any amount above that became the salesperson's commission. Everyone present knew about this plan, and it has been documented. You can check it. This was Qin Yang's greatest confidence. He had acted with the approval of the factory management meeting. Were those accusers blind? Leader Dong turned a questioning gaze to Zhu Zizhong. Zhu Zizhong nodded. Yes, Leader Dong. At the factory management meeting, everyone agreed to this plan. We've calculated the costs. Each air gun costs about 10 yuan to manufacture plus labor, that's 15 yuan. The factory makes 10 yuan per gun. It's up to the salesperson to sell at whatever price they can. After all, the more they sell, the more the factory earns. Director Zhu, our commission plan is highly inappropriate. Suddenly a voice rang out. Everyone turned in astonishment to look at the speaker, Chen Lishui, the head of the sales department. What was he doing? Openly opposing the factory director during an investigation by a higher-level leader. The factory belongs to all of us, not to any individual. The factory is transitioning from military to civilian production, and everyone is working hard. Qin Yang has indeed contributed greatly, but that cannot be an excuse for him to embezzle factory assets. Think about it. What did the salesperson do? Just say a few words. Why should they get so much money? The guns were produced by the factory. If they could sell for 35 yuan each, the factory's profit would be even greater. Now it's as if the salesperson has taken the factory's rightful share into their own pockets. Chen Lishui spoke with an air of righteousness. As the head of the sales department, I feel nothing but contempt for such behavior. Who wouldn't despise it? What everyone should despise is Chen Lishui's behavior. Chen Lishui, the section chief of the sales department, has made no contributions. No one has ever seen them put their minds into promoting air guns, yet Qin Yang managed to sell the guns, and now Chen is here to belittle Qin Yang's contributions. Even if he didn't write the whistleblower letter himself, he is still the mastermind behind it. If you thought this plan was inappropriate, why didn't you speak up back then? Now he's dragging up the past. That's going too far. But everything Qin Lishui said could actually be explained. Wouldn't it be better for the factory if they could sell each gun for 35 yuan, making an extra 10 yuan? Why give those benefits to the salesman? If the salesmen take what rightfully belongs to the factory, isn't that embezzlement of factory assets? In any case, this label must be pinned on Qin Yang. Unlike Yang Zhaoxiang, Qin Lishui harbors no grudge against Qin Baohua. His public attack is entirely for his own benefit. What Qin Lishui really wants to bring down is not Qin Baohua, but Zhu Zizhong. In the past, no one cared about the position of director of Factory 960. The place was on the verge of collapse. But now everyone could see that their Lion brand air guns would sell like hotcakes, and their factory would rapidly grow and develop. Qin Lishui had connections. His father held a cadre position in the capital. As soon as the factory leadership position became vacant, Qin Lishui would step right in. Zhu Zizhong had always been careful and cautious, but unfortunately this time, he was led astray by the Qin father and son. 2 consecutive incidents of embezzlement and accepting bribes. Director Zhu's position as factory director was surely at risk. Qin Lishui was hiding too deep. Director Dong's gaze turned toward Qin Yang. Qin Yang, do you have anything to say? Very well. I was wrong. Qin Yang spoke up. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Zhu Zizhong's expression grew dark. Was Qin Yang admitting guilt? His own troubles would be that much worse. How could he have been so impulsive as to approve that plan in the first place? He had calculated every possibility, but never anticipated Qin Lishui's brazen provocation. Qin Lishui was elated. Excellent. So even Qin Yang knows when to admit fault. When you framed factory director Yang back then, I thought you were so formidable. Turns out you're nothing but this. With the pride of a victor, Qin Lishui cast a look at Qin Baohua. Curiously enough, Qin Baohua had remained silent from beginning to end. What was he thinking? At a time like this, wouldn't he want to defend Qin Yang? Where were you wrong? Director Dong asked. I shouldn't have been so eager to help the factory rushing out to promote sales without obtaining an individual business license. That constitutes unlicensed operation. Qin Yang continued, if the relevant departments wish to impose a fine, I accept it. What? An individual business license? Qin Lishui was utterly bewildered. What Qin Yang was saying seemed completely unrelated to the matter at hand. Director Dong was equally curious. What does an individual business license have to do with embezzling factory assets? It's like this, Director Dong. You may not be aware, but as of now, I am still not a formal employee of Factory 960. Qin Yang explained. In essence, I have no affiliation with Factory 960 whatsoever. My recent activities have all been conducted as an individual business owner. I purchased a batch of air guns from Factory 960 at 25 yuan each as a small merchant and resold them at 35 yuan each. I believe the country supports this kind of behavior now, doesn't it? Qin Lishui was momentarily stunned. Could it really be explained this way? If Qin Yang were truly an employee of Factory 960, then the heavy accusation of embezzling factory assets could indeed be placed upon him. Earning 10 yuan per gun. That would be outright greed, wouldn't it? That profit should have belonged to the factory. But if Qin Yang was not an employee of Factory 960, if he was an individual business owner who purchased the air guns at 25 yuan each, then the price at which he sold them afterward had nothing to do with the factory. After the upheaval ended, a large wave of educated youth returned to the cities, and the old system simply no longer worked. In 1979 alone, the nation needed to find employment for 38 million workers. Government placement alone could never solve the employment problem for so many people. If the government did nothing, these people would become a source of social instability. Therefore, to enable them to make their own way, the government opened the door to individual business operations. In those days, the State Administration for Industry and Commerce submitted a report to the Central Committee requesting permission to establish individual businesses and develop a private economy, which received central approval. Approximately 100 individual businesses were approved to open their doors that year. 2 years later, in 1981, the figure had risen to 1.01 million, a tenfold increase. Speculation and profiteering had once been punishable offenses, but now they had entered a gray area. Not openly encouraged, yet not strictly dealt with either. Originally, Qin Baohua was to process Qin Yang's factory entry procedures. The factory had already agreed, given Qin Yang's tremendous contributions. However, obtaining formal worker status was not so simple. The factory's word alone would not suffice, and an application to the higher authorities was required. Such procedures could easily take months. So to this day, Qin Yang was still considered an unemployed drifter. A smile appeared on Zhu Zizhong's face. With this explanation, everything became perfectly reasonable. There was no embezzlement of factory assets at all. Only an individual business owner purchasing goods from their Factory 960. The individual business owner made money, and certain people grew envious. Zhu Zizhong's threat was neutralized. He turned his gloomy gaze toward Qin Lishui. A tiger may not show its strength, but do you truly take me for a sick cat? Since you've orchestrated this scheme, don't blame me for being merciless. Individual business owner. Director Dong muttered repeatedly. How am I supposed to talk about you lot? We await Director Dong's criticism, Qin Yang said deferentially. Our country is undergoing reform. No one has walked the path of marketization before. Factory 960 is exploring this road. Though your steps may have been too bold, reform requires experimentation. Director Dong continued. In fact, our superiors have been closely watching you all along. If your factory prospers, they might even send an observation team here to learn from you. Please rest assured, Director Dong, Zhu Zizhong said. Our factory will deepen reforms and promote development. We will not rely on the higher authorities and will strive to pay more taxes to the country. Was the matter to be dismissed so easily? Director Dong, they are deliberately confusing right and wrong. Chen Lishui grew anxious. Regardless, that 10 yuan profit should have gone to the factory. Section Chief, Chen, that's not quite right. Qin Yang turned to Chen Lishui. You are the section chief of the sales department, yet you seem to treat sales under a modern market economy as if they were a plague. Our superiors have granted our Factory 960 the authority to transition from military to civilian production and to be self-supporting. We must find ways forward with development as our primary condition. To adapt to social progress, we must carry out market-oriented reforms. Are you still living in the past, waiting for other units to come to us for purchases? Director Zhu, Director Dong, I believe Section Chief Chen is no longer suited to the role of sales department chief under a market economy. Chen Lishui's expression suddenly changed. Whoever can sell our factory's products is a hero of our factory. Zhu Zizhong nodded. Section Chief Chen's thinking is outdated and indeed no longer adaptable to the current situation. This single sentence sealed Chen Lishui's fate. The boy was finished. It doesn't matter whether the cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Director Dong did not make an explicit statement, but quoted a well-known saying, the meaning of which was unmistakable. Chen Lishui's face went pale. He knew he had lost. The factory director position was no longer within his reach, and he would have to pack his belongings and leave. Market-oriented economic reform was an uncharted path, with everything being explored through trial and error. Along this journey, numerous challenges were inevitable, requiring wise leadership to navigate and discern. If Factory 960 did not pursue its military-to-civilian conversion project, its ultimate fate would certainly be bankruptcy and closure. After all, the state-owned enterprises and cities were struggling nowadays, and higher authorities simply could not spare attention for the third-line military factories. The successful military-to-civilian conversion at Factory 960 had already drawn the attention of superior leaders. Naturally, they hoped this military factory could forge a promising path, offering valuable experience for other military factories to follow. Expanding factory sales through commission-based sales representatives represented a fundamentally different approach from the old sales department that passively waited for customers to walk in. It reflected the distinction between market economy and planned economy. As Director Dong was a reasonable man, as long as Qin Yang could explain himself adequately, he would surely let Qin Yang off the hook. Distinguished leaders, I have another business matter to report, Qin Yang continued. What business? Zhu Zizhong asked with delight. While Director Dong is here, you should report to him as well. Our factory's military-to-civilian conversion has taken the lead among all sister units. Just moments ago, Chen Lishui had been throwing mud at him, attempting to pin a reputation-damaging label on him. Now, everything had completely reversed. He was the one with merit before leadership. Whatever Qin Yang was about to report would undoubtedly be icing on the cake. Here is the situation. While in contact with the Wuqing shooting team, I learned they need a more advanced air rifle, Qin Yang explained. I have already committed to producing 10 units for them with my own design drawings to be manufactured here at our factory. As the middleman, I am willing to offer our Factory 960 a price of 100 yuan per unit. The factory would profit more than 60 yuan per piece. 60 yuan per piece meant 600 yuan for 10. Zhu Zizhong nodded with excitement. Of course, Director Dong, you see. This is a strategy of using financial incentives to motivate our sales personnel to work harder, thereby achieving greater prosperity for our factory. Director Dong nodded. This is indeed a way to stimulate workers' initiative and create more value. Your exploration in sales methods has been successful. When the internal system meeting convenes at the end of this year, you must summarize these experiences and deliver a presentation at the conference so everyone in the entire system can learn from your successful approach. Do not keep these methods to yourselves. Yes. Zhu Zizhong was overjoyed. A system-wide presentation had never been afforded to their Factory 960 before. This time, they would finally make a name for themselves. Qin Yang, you must have earned quite a bit from this business, haven't you? Director Dong asked, looking at Qin Yang. That's correct. I quoted the Wuqing shooting team, 500 yuan per rifle. What? The entire room was stunned. Ordering at 100 yuan per piece from the factory, then reselling with a profit of 400 yuan each. In the past, such behavior would likely land Qin Yang in prison from which he would never emerge. Chen Lishui's eyes widened as he rebuked. Qin Yang, you still claim you are not taking advantage of the factory. This is simply bleeding the factory dry. With excitement and agitation, Chen Lishui's voice began to tremble. Zhu Zizhong clutched his chest. Qin Yang, no matter how much money the factory lets you earn, you absolutely must not say such things aloud here. Isn't this simply asking for trouble? Is this showing off or courting death before Director Dong? Seeing Zhu Zizhong on the verge of a heart attack, Qin Yang realized he could not continue boasting and needed to bring out the key point immediately. Director Zhu, do you remember? Some time ago I mentioned that I would earn money through my own abilities and become the factory's first household, earning 10,000 yuan. Now I am about to earn that 10,000 yuan. By setting this example, I can inspire more people to join in easing the factory's burden while expanding our air rifle sales to broader markets, thereby achieving Factory 960's successful transformation. I believe Factory 960's ordinary air rifle sales this year alone will reach at least 50,000 units. At a profit of 10 yuan per piece that amounts to 500,000 yuan. The shooting team's specialized air rifles will sell at least 1,000 units. After allocating a 10 yuan profit to the salespeople, we still earn over 400 yuan per piece, yielding another 400,000. In a single year, Factory 960's profits will approach 1 million yuan. Although Qin Yang earned 400 yuan per rifle from the shooting team, that was specific to himself. Other salespeople certainly could not earn as much. The factory profiting over 400 yuan per piece remained entirely reasonable. This was 1980, an era when average monthly wages were only 30 or 40 yuan. If translated to 2020, that would equate to profits of 100 million yuan. Moreover, this calculation accounted for pure profit. Even after deducting worker wages and all other expenses, so much remained. Consider the other factories still requiring financial transfusions from higher authorities. With such remarkable achievements, Factory 960 would undoubtedly become the model enterprise within the entire system. Zhu Zizhong was extraordinarily thrilled. Merely envisioning 1 million yuan resting in the factory's account filled him with profound joy, satisfaction, and contentment. No one paid attention to Chen Lishui's protests. Everyone was captivated by the magnificent vision Qin Yang had painted. Lu Yong also broke into a smile. This Qin Yang had clearly exploited public resources for personal gain, yet spoke with such justification that no one could refute him. Impressive, truly impressive. Director Dong, I have a request. Speak. Director Dong was also in high spirits. I request to exchange all the money I earn into foreign currency as I plan to travel abroad recently. Travel abroad. Lu Yong realized something and grew even more excited. So that was why the young man had spoken so confidently about earning the factory's money earlier. He was laying the groundwork for this very purpose all along. Qin Yang had mentioned early on that he wanted to market air rifles internationally. However, the factory deemed it unreliable and recognized that sending Qin Yang abroad would require substantial funds, so they had not supported the plan initially. This was precisely when Qin Yang made his bold declaration about becoming a 10,000 yuan household. From the beginning, he had already formulated his plan: use the money he earned himself to travel abroad and help the factory promote air rifle sales. This way it would be absolutely selfless. Upon thinking of this, Lu Yong glanced across at Chen Lishui, whose face had turned deathly pale. After all this commotion, he had been played like a fiddle by Qin Yang. All his previous criticisms were meaningless, for Qin Yang had ultimately returned the earnings to the factory, using his own money for travel expenses to go abroad and sell products for the factory. This was undoubtedly praiseworthy conduct. What do you intend to do abroad? Director Dong was still curious. The air rifles we produce must not only penetrate the domestic market, but also expand internationally. We aim to earn foreign exchange through exports, Qin Yang stated. However, the factory lacks sufficient funds, so I intend to use my own earnings to make this trip overseas, striving to open up the international market. This speech was impeccable. Though those present were all seasoned veterans of officialdom, watching Qin Yang's performance today left them unable to resist bowing in admiration. Qin Yang is a fine comrade, Director Dong remarked with genuine appreciation. Regarding Comrade Qin Yang's work assignment, we must resolve it promptly. Leader Dong continued his directives. A comrade as fine as him must not be overlooked. However, he excels both in technical skills and sales. Where exactly should we place him? Originally, Old Qin was the head of the technical department. Now he serves as deputy factory director while still holding that post. Qin Yang is so capable, we still rely on him for technical matters. I think placing him in the technical department would be ideal. With some training, he could become the department head. We no longer lack technical expertise. What we lack are talents suited to the market economy. Qin Yang is a standout in this regard. In just a few days, he became a 10,000 yuan household, and he even plans to promote our products abroad. I think it's best to assign Qin Yang to the sales department. The discussion grew lively. Chen Lishui remained silent, knowing that everything here was no longer relevant to him. He decided to ask his father to pull strings to leave this place. Staying would only make him a laughingstock. How about letting him hold concurrent posts in both departments? Zhou Yongfei chuckled. Leaders, even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms, I couldn't manage all that. Qin Yang smiled. With so much work, I can't handle it alone. I need someone to share the burden. During this time, I've been taking Zhang Chao along for sales trips. Why not resolve his job situation too? Let him be my assistant. Lu Yong looked at Qin Yang with satisfaction. This kid was truly loyal. Zhang Chao and he had grown up together, and now he was helping him. By bringing it up at the meeting, the factory would have to consider it. With Zhang Chao becoming a regular employee, Zhang Guoqiang would surely work even harder in the workshop. Then let's resolve it together. Zhu Zizhong also made a decisive call. And regarding the 10,000 yuan you spent on business trips, you shouldn't have to cover it yourself. When the factory's accounts show 1 million in profit by year end, we'll reimburse your travel expenses. Since Qin Yang was so generous, Zhu Zizhong naturally couldn't be stingy. Rest assured, Director. As long as I go out, I'll bring back orders. This year we can export at least 50,000 air guns. We must not sell them cheap to foreigners, at least $100 each. That would earn our country $5 million in foreign exchange. Excellent. If you can generate 5 million in foreign exchange, the system will hold a special celebration banquet for your factory this year. Leader Dong also gave his approval. In 1980, the nation's total foreign exchange reserves were only $2 billion. If a small factory like 960 could earn $5 million, it would be a monumental achievement. After leader Dong left, factory 960 erupted. Last time he came, Yang Zhaoxiang was taken away, and Mu Guijin followed. None of them ever returned. They were all sentenced. This time, everyone expected Qin Yang to be in trouble. Instead, nothing happened to him. Before getting into the car, leader Dong even patted Qin Yang on the shoulder, giving him instructions. It was like a kindly elder speaking to his own nephew. Everyone was stunned. At the same time, an even more astonishing rumor spread. By selling air guns for the factory, Qin Yang had become a 10,000 yuan household. Qin Yang was going to use that money to travel abroad. In 1980, 10,000 yuan was an unimaginable sum for ordinary people. However, no one dared to directly ask Qin Yang anymore. He was too uncanny, better to keep their distance. Instead, they turned their attention to the seemingly honest Zhang Chao. Chao, did you and Yang really earn over 10,000? Qin Yang told me not to say. Chao, I've watched you grow up. Why keep it a secret? You young people, earning money is a talent. Tell me, let your auntie be envious. Alright, Aunt Wang. We went to Wuching and approached the department store there. The air gun testers gave our guns a thumbs up and bought them all. In a couple of days, we'll probably need to send another truckload. Is door-to-door selling that easy? Of course. Factory 960 is a military factory, and our Lion brand air guns are military grade. Zhang Chao, repeating Qin Yang's words, spoke with great enthusiasm. Other factories' air guns can't compare to ours. The Gongzi brand B2, they're all garbage. Our air guns are high quality, accurate, and expensive, yet people still want them. There are probably thousands of cities like Wuching across the country. We plan to visit them all. And with that, some people were tempted. That afternoon, someone knocked on Qin Bao's office door. Director Qin, I've made up my mind. We can't hold on to a position and do nothing. There's not much to do at the factory cinema. One person is enough to run it. I want to sell air guns for the factory. Old Wang, think carefully. To sell air guns, you'll have to take unpaid leave and sever ties with the factory. It's like being an independent contractor. Old Wang nodded. I've thought it through, Director Qin. My hometown is in Sichuan, and I want to go back to sell there. Qin Yang became a 10,000 yuan household just by selling in Wuching. If I go to Sichuan, I can at least match that. Good. Old Wang, you have courage. Any unit you successfully sell to must register here. From now on, they are your clients. We won't accept direct orders from those units. Only from you, the salesperson. Old Wang was overjoyed. Director Qin, rest assured. Within a year, I'll sell at least 1,000 air guns for the factory. Earning 10 yuan per gun, selling 1,000 would make him a 10,000 yuan household. That was far better than the paltry monthly salary at the factory. If Qin Yang could succeed, so could they. It might just take a bit longer. Perhaps they could even sell thousands. Under the halo of Qin Yang's success, those in non-frontline positions at the factory were eager to try. The title of 10,000 yuan household was a powerful motivator. Seizing this golden opportunity to venture out was far better than staying in this remote mountain valley. As for whether this way of making money would cause problems, since Qin Yang was fine, it meant the higher-ups approved. Besides, the factory generously issued them letters of introduction and credentials. Externally, they were still representatives of the Capital Agricultural Implement Factory. The most difficult personnel restructuring had unexpectedly unfolded smoothly. These people had originally refused to leave, waiting for the factory to arrange jobs. Now, with some taking on sales roles, the monolithic situation was broken. Even those who still wanted to coast along on the iron rice bowl found it no longer appealing. Next came the wage reform, raise salaries for frontline workshop workers, and cut pay for those who shirked their duties. Of course, this had to be done gradually, like boiling a frog in warm water. Over the past few days, Qin Yang hadn't focused on this. He needed to urgently develop professional competition air guns. Adding an air tank under the barrel. That's never been heard of. Holding the blueprint drawn by Qin Yang, Lu Yong and the others were extremely astonished. Exactly, an air gun is just a firearm that uses compressed air. When air guns first appeared, they used a spherical tank to store compressed air. Qin Yang knew these people would make a fuss and impatiently explained to them. In the early days, the world's first air guns used a spherical compressed air tank as their power source. Later, when coil springs emerged, modern spring piston air guns became popular. However, in shooting competitions, a comeback was imminent. Air guns with tanks would gradually become mainstream. I see, then why don't we use the original structure? Yangzi, the appearance of this air gun is absolutely brand new. Master Zhang Guoqiang asked curiously. Professional competition guns must have a professional appearance. Oh, every subtle design is for the competition. Qin Yang continued. For example, switching to an air tank is to avoid the recoil of spring air guns. Changing the structure is also to make it more perfect. Originally, Qin Yang had planned to make simple modifications based on the Lion brand air gun, but since he was going to do it, he might as well do it best. So he tore up the original design and decided to start from scratch. After all, these designs were always in his mind, he just needed to draw them out. As for the initial order of 100 yuan per gun given to the factory, he could simply modify it to 200 yuan per gun. The factory would still make a profit, and he didn't mind earning less. But the brand of shooting guns had to be established. If he was going to do it, he would make the best in the world. Now what was handed over to the factory for production was a legendary air gun in the industry, the famous Steyr LG 110 feet. The name Steyr left an impression on Chinese people mainly through trucks, because China's heavy trucks were developed from the Steyr 91 heavy truck. However, heavy trucks were just a minor product line of Steyr. Steyr was the most important military enterprise in the small European country of Austria, primarily producing weapons. For example, the L7 tank gun that China imported from the West came from Steyr, and this gun gave China its first ability to penetrate T-72 tanks. At the same time, Steyr also produced various firearms, and air guns were one of them. The design of this air gun was very special. A synthetic material stock, a two-piece buttstock, a dedicated cheek pad, a handgrip shooting style, specialized sights on top, and an adjustable fore-end underneath suitable for various shooting positions. Its shoulder rest, grip, trigger, and cheek pad all allowed three-dimensional multi-directional stepless adjustment. Even the initial velocity and muzzle energy could be precisely controlled. With its advanced design and excellent performance, this air gun almost became the standard firearm for Olympic shooting competitions. At the same time, its price was sky-high, 30,000 euros per unit. Qin Yang didn't need to build this air gun to the standards of later generations. It just had to be more advanced than the Olympic air guns of this era. At this moment, everyone was marveling at the gun's advanced features. Liu Yong frowned and said, "An air tank suitable for this gun probably can't be found anywhere in the country, right?" The barrel ran through the entire stock, and the air tank was underneath the barrel, a thicker cylinder with a dedicated pressure gauge at the front. Such an air tank had never been seen before. Yes, it needs to be specially produced. The material marked here seems to be aluminum alloy. Yes, to make the gun lighter, more than 20 parts are made of aluminum alloy. Qin Yang said, "Yangzi, we've never worked with aluminum alloy." Liu Yong was even more worried. "That's true, we haven't, but other units have experience with it." Qin Yang said, "I've already bought train tickets, and will leave tonight to coordinate the aluminum alloy processing for these guns." "Other units? By train? Where are you going?" Liu Yong asked in surprise. "Chengdu 132 factory." So far, Liu Yong was even more stunned. Both being in the military industry system, Liu Yong naturally knew that 132 factory manufactured fighter jets and had advanced aluminum alloy processing equipment fully capable of producing the complex parts on this design drawing. But there was no need to go so far. There was a factory in the capital that manufactured Long March rockets and could process aluminum alloy. Even going to Factory 112 in the northeast was closer than Chengdu. Qin Yang smiled. "Exactly, let's just treat it as a trip." Qin Yang certainly had a purpose. He chose 132 Factory not only because it had advanced aluminum alloy processing technology, but also because it was actively engaging in exports. After the country shifted its focus to economic construction, the military entered a period of endurance. Military spending was drastically reduced, and the procurement of weapons and equipment decreased significantly. Not only the third-line military factories had a hard time, but also the first and second-line military factories. In the aviation industry, the Air Force could only invest its meager funds in a Factory 112, as it was the big brother of the aviation industry and was still working on the J-8 fighter. As for the other factories, they had to find their own way out. 132 Factory was in Sichuan province, which was a major rear area. During the War of Resistance against Japan, Sichuan had not fallen. In the war plans of that special era, the entire north might be abandoned, so Sichuan had to have a stable industrial base. As a result, entering the 1980s, these factories also faced life and death issues. 132 Factory did not wait or rely on others, it found its own way out. Its first military trade deal was successfully made with Egypt, a good start, but a new crisis awaited them next. To solve this crisis, the only way was to find a new customer in the Middle East. Qin Yang also planned to go to the Middle East to sell air guns. That way, if they went together, Qin Yang would have company, and his father wouldn't worry. That evening at the Beijing railway station, Qin Yang stood on the platform with the excited Zhang Chao bidding farewell to those seeing them off. "Yangzi, go ahead with confidence. Whether you succeed or not, the factory affirms your pioneering and enterprising spirit. Even if the cost of these air guns is higher, the factory can afford it." Zhu Zizhong personally came to see them off, affirming Qin Yang's actions. "Please rest assured, factory leaders," Qin Yang said. "When we return, we will bring back the parts and won't delay delivery to customers. We will definitely create a new miracle, just like the Lion brand air gun." Woo, woo. The train sounded its whistle and slowly pulled out of the station. Watching the train leave, Zhu Zizhong sighed. "We are all old now. When it comes to pioneering innovation, it's these young people." Yes, according to Yangzi, these air guns can reach the highest level of Olympic competition air guns. Our factory can obtain sufficient profits by producing this kind of air gun in the future. Qin Bao was said, "Our factory's prospects are limitless." The two watched the train depart, their hearts full of confidence in the future. The climate here is completely different from back home. After getting off the bus, Zhang Chao looked up at the gloomy sky overhead and breathed in the damp air, feeling quite moved. "Thank goodness we took off our woolen clothes and pants on the train, otherwise we would have broken out in heat rash." Although it had already entered April, the weather in Zhongyuan was still cold, with even the late spring chill possibly bringing frost. Young people like Qin Yang and Zhang Chao wore the common woolen clothes and pants of that era. Those a bit older had to wear sweaters and woolen trousers. And here, the daytime temperature had reached around 20 degrees. "Let's go by bus. We're short on time, and it would be best to wrap up the deal today so they can process for us first." Qin Yang adjusted the tie he had made on the train. "Yangzi, do you know which bus to take? If we don't know, we can ask." Walking up to a guard booth, Qin Yang asked inside, "Comrade, which bus goes to Huangxiamba?" "Huangxiamba? Yangzi, aren't we going to Factory 132? Zhang Chao asked in surprise after they learned the bus route. Factory 132 is in Huangshiamba. Come on, the bus is here. The two boarded the bus. It wasn't rush hour, so they could find seats. After sitting down, Zhang Chao curiously examined the writing on the seat. Qingfei Manufacturing. Does this Qingfei make airplanes? How come they make seats too? Military to civilian production, Chun Fei replied. Shut up, Lao Chao. Don't let others think we're clueless. Gazing at the Qingfei Manufacturing text on the seat, Qin Yang recalled the history of Qingfei. In 1958, Factory 132 officially began construction, known externally as the state-owned Amei machinery plant located in Huangshiamba. Completed in 1964, it became a large aviation enterprise with over 10,000 employees. That November, the J-5A aircraft achieved its maiden flight here. 2 years later, the JJ-5 trainer aircraft successfully made its first flight, and the factory's military production shifted from measurement copying to model modification. Later, the factory began producing modernized J-7 fighters. In March 1970, the J-7I aircraft achieved its maiden flight successfully. In 1975, the J-72 aircraft design was finalized. However, in that era, product quality was generally poor. In 1979, in order to communicate with the outside world, Factory 132 became the Chengdu Aircraft Corporation, and the factory director became the company manager. Their products began diversifying from military to civilian. Everything from refrigerators and washing machines to motorcycles and as small as bus seats. Whatever involved machinery, they had produced it. On the path of military to civilian conversion, Factory 132 was in the forefront. The seat before them was produced by Qingfei. However, Qingfei of this era and the Qingfei of later times were not the same concept. The Qingfei of later years was formed in 1998 after the merger of Research Institute 611 and Factory 132 into a single group. The Qingfei of now was simply Factory 132 itself. After getting off the bus, Zhang Chao followed excitedly behind Qin Yang. As the distant factory gate drew nearer, his heart grew increasingly anxious. Yangzi, we're only processing 10 sets of parts, a 4 or 500 yuan order. Will they process it for us promptly? Zhang Chao was worried. Why wouldn't they? Qin Yang said. We're bringing them money. They should treat us like gods of wealth. Besides, this time it's 10 sets, next time it could be 100 or 1,000. As they spoke, the two had already reached the gate. Outside the guardroom stood two people, one middle-aged man, pacing anxiously. What's going on? Hasn't Translator Wang arrived yet? The Marconi company is getting impatient. The young man beside him comforted. Section Chief Zhang, don't worry. Translator Wang will surely arrive soon. Not worried. How can I not be worried? When dealing with foreigners, punctuality is crucial. They might think we don't value them. We're now at the critical stage of contract signing. We cannot let a translator delay us. Just then the telephone in the guardroom behind them rang. The old man on duty answered it, his expression suddenly changing. He hung up and shouted outside. Section Chief Zhang, Translator Wang called. Their 212 broke down halfway. They're making every effort to get here as soon as possible. What? The vehicle broke down on the way. Section Chief Zhang's head throbbed. What should they do now? You need an English translator? I can help. A young man appeared before the two. Where did you come from? Can you translate? Section Chief Zhang looked at Qin Yang in confusion. The translation we need isn't daily conversation. It involves many specialized terms related to aviation and radar. Do you understand? Yes, I understand everything. Qin Yang said. We're in the same military industry. I'm from the technology department of Factory 960. We've come to Factory 132 to produce a batch of urgent parts. After reviewing the introduction letter and ordering drawings, Qin Yang handed over. Section Chief Zhang was puzzled. A technician from a firearms manufacturing plant is proficient in our aviation industry terminology. It wasn't that Section Chief Zhang didn't believe him, it was that too few people in this era possessed such skills. Previously, due to good relations with the Soviet Union, Russian was the primary foreign language in China. Over the years, many technicians chattered away in Russian, reaching professional levels. But English was different. People learning English were few to begin with, and most only knew daily expressions. Finding a professional English translator was harder than catching a falling star. Just then the telephone in the guardroom rang again. Section Chief Zhang, Director 2 called. The meeting is about to begin. All right, Qin Yang, right. Follow me. Section Chief Zhang finally gave up, insisting. He had to make do with what he had. Section Chief Zhang, our parts are also urgent. We hope you can arrange processing as soon as possible. All right, Xiao Zhao, lead this guest to the workshop to arrange processing. Section Chief Zhang gave his instructions. Zhang Chao followed Xiao Zhao, while Qin Yang accompanied Section Chief Zhang all the way to the conference room. Mr. 2, our time is precious. Can the meeting begin now? As soon as they reached the door, Qin Yang heard a sharp voice from inside. Mr. Molina, please wait. Our translator is still on the way. Old 2 said in broken English. Contact with the Marconi company had begun the previous March. During this time, Old 2 had learned English, but it remained quite awkward, and various specialized terms still required dictionary consultations. Professional translation was still needed for communication between the two parties. Old 2's forehead broke into a cold sweat. Why hadn't Translator Wang arrived yet? Just then a voice came from outside. Mr. Molina, I've arrived. We can begin now. A genuine London accent, even more fluent than their original translator. Everyone in the conference room curiously looked over and saw a strange young man appearing at the doorway, dressed in a suit and leather shoes carrying a briefcase, so stylish and cosmopolitan. Ladies and gentlemen, we can begin now. I will serve as your translator. Qin Yang sat between Old Tu and Malina, slipping into character. Section Chief Zhang quietly closed the door from outside and felt relieved. Qin Yang's intonation was very proficient. It seemed he really was a professional. This was a lifesaver. There is no need to speak of such Russian. Qin Yang was proficient in French, Arabic, Japanese, and many other languages. In his previous life, to better develop military-industrial products and engage with clients from various countries, he had to learn multiple languages. In later generations, the primary foreign language was English studied from middle school or even elementary school. For Qin Yang, it was a breeze. Tu Lao was also very pleased. Good, let us officially begin the meeting. I hope we can finalize all the details of this contract today, especially since you have already seen our aircraft and gained a more intuitive impression. Yes, we have seen your aircraft. We found that your aircraft is significantly different from the MiG-21 we are familiar with. After listening to Qin Yang's translation, Malina began to speak. This was a key introduction project for the J-7 and the Marconi company valued it highly. Their managing director by demand often flew to the east for negotiations. When he was busy, he delegated all negotiating authority to the company's assistant managing director and technical director Malina. Previous negotiations had taken place in large cities like the capital or Shanghai, feeling somewhat detached from reality. This time, coming to Factory 132 and seeing the J-7 fighters in the production workshop firsthand, they discovered many issues. In the Soviet Union, although the MiG-21 was not produced for a long time, it underwent several modifications. The most widely used variant was the MiG-21 bis, a later multi-role upgrade. To store more fuel, it had a thickened dorsal spine, and its intake cone protruded significantly beyond the nose, giving it a somewhat rugged appearance. The J-7 produced at Factory 132 belonged to the earliest production type. Its dorsal spine was very thin, and the intake cone was inside the intake duct with only a tip exposed outside. This led to a problem. The Marconi company's radar was meant to be installed inside the intake cone, but most of the cone was retracted into the intake duct. How could it be used then? Performance would certainly be greatly reduced. We hope the lower lip of the intake can be changed to a non-metallic material, which would facilitate radar wave transmission. Malina began discussing technical details. Director 2, the British are playing tricks on us. Qin Yang continued translating. They want us to change the lower chin of the J-7 to a non-metallic material, making it easier for their radar to emit waves. Tu Lao frowned. Previous translators had translated word for word without any changes, but now this new translator who appeared out of nowhere was even adding his own commentary. Still, the meaning should be clear. Of course not. Our intake duct must be made of aluminum alloy that cannot change. Mr. Malina, there is no intake duct made of non-metallic material in the entire world. You must be joking. Qin Yang translated Tu Lao's words. Malina frowned. Indeed, the nose of a fighter jet used a special radome that could transmit electromagnetic waves, but the intake ducts were always metallic. Asking Factory 132 to change to non-metallic would be very difficult. However, if they didn't change it, they would face significant technical issues. How should he explain this to the other side? Before he could speak, Qin Yang had already said something. Director 2, the British have a reasonable request. Our intake cone is almost entirely inside the intake duct, so it's easy for the duct to reflect radar waves, causing false targets. If this happens, the British side must be responsible for solving the technical issue. We need to include this clause in the contract to avoid them passing the buck later. Tu Lao's eyes widened. After hundreds of days of negotiations with the British, the contract had grown from an initial dozen pages to over 300 with increasingly detailed content. Still, he was always uneasy, fearing something might go wrong. The British request just now must have had a purpose, but he hadn't figured out what it was. Now Qin Yang had pointed it out. Was this still a translator? This was the level of an aircraft designer. Exactly translate this to them. If false targets appear in the intake duct, they must be responsible for solving it. So Qin Yang translated Tu Lao's words. Malina and the others' faces turned grim. In previous negotiations, the day's content was usually not finalized. Tu Lao and his team would need a night of reflection before figuring things out the next day. Now they had effortlessly analyzed a technical problem from one of the British side's own requests. How did they do it? Was it because of this translator's reminder? Thinking this, Malina looked at Qin Yang with suspicion. What do you mean by that? Nothing much. Your Marconi company is a world-renowned electronics manufacturer. Surely you can solve the problem of false targets in the intake duct. Qin Yang's tone was serious. Indeed, for our Marconi company, such a problem is nothing. We can solve it. Malina nodded. He couldn't shirk this responsibility. After a moment's thought, he continued. But could you make the intake cone spherical? If the intake cone were spherical, it would achieve the best electromagnetic wave radiation effect, making the false target problem easier to solve. Director 2, the British are joking again. They want us to make the intake cone spherical. Tu Lao's expression changed instantly. How is that possible? The intake regulation cone was a common device in second-generation fighters. At different speeds and altitudes, the amount of air intake varied, but the engine's required intake could not change. This was regulated by moving the intake cone back and forth, similar to a traffic cone adjusting the intake. It was an indispensable device for fighters. After the third generation, it was replaced by a regulation plate, and this device was no longer seen. At Mach 2, replacing a sharp cone with a hemisphere. Wasn't that a joke? It violated the principles of aerodynamics. By the way, Director 2, during previous negotiations, did you clarify whether the radar's performance data included the radome or not? Qin Yang suddenly thought of something and continued asking Tu Lao. Now to fit a radar into the J7, it would be installed inside the intake cone, making the cone a radome. The British had boasted a lot, but whether the performance included the radome or not needed to be stated clearly. Although they had been very cautious, they still hadn't thought of these details. This hasn't been discussed yet. Comrade Translator explained this clearly to Mr. Malina. Tu Lao took a deep breath. Thanks to this translator, he had avoided many pitfalls. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Malina frowned slightly, then gritted his teeth and shook his head. Of course it's without the radome. With the radome, performance would drop by 30%. Without needing Qin Yang's translation, Tu Lao and the others had already understood the gist, and their faces changed instantly. The contract negotiations stretched from a dozen pages to over 300 pages, and because they had been discussing for over a year, the higher-ups became dissatisfied, believing that Old Tu was dragging his feet. Old Tu had his own unspoken difficulties. He originally thought they were almost done, but it turned out there were still many aspects that hadn't been considered. After the country opened its doors, Factory 132 began engaging in foreign trade, and Old Tu had gained some experience in this area. However, when facing the wily and battle-hardened British from a long-established capitalist nation, he still felt somewhat inexperienced. We were almost tricked by these people. The J7's nose was small. What they were introducing was not an advanced pulse Doppler radar at all, but merely a radar rangefinder to replace the previous laser rangefinder, providing target distance information for air-to-air missiles and cannons. The originally negotiated performance was not particularly advanced either, only about 20 kilometers. If it were further reduced by 30%, what use would it be? The performance must include a radar dome. Old Tu said. This is a principled clause that cannot be changed in any way. No, we cannot do it, Malina said as he stood up. It seems we have a fundamental disagreement. It's hard to continue negotiations. Let's call it a day. Whenever a dispute arose, the British liked to walk out, trying to force the Easterners to compromise through this tactic. At this moment, watching Malina and his team stand up and leave, Old Tu's face grew even gloomier. The meeting room fell into silence. Everyone, have I completed my task? After a long while, Qin Yang spoke up. Oh, young brother, thanks to you today, we didn't fall into the trap they dug for us. Old Tu said. If we had signed the contract and only discovered during formal installation testing that the performance had been reduced by 30%, then the project we spent precious foreign exchange on would have gone down the drain, and all of us would become historical sinners. Old Tu was deeply moved. A person nearby also asked, young brother, what's your name? Are you here specifically to be our translator? My name is Qin Yang from Factory 960. I came here to ask you to help produce a batch of parts, Qin Yang said. At the factory gate, I happened to see Director Zhao looking for a translator, so I came to help temporarily. Factory 960. Thank you, Brother Factory. Old Tu said. Engineer Qin, how are you so knowledgeable about aircraft? Of course Qin Yang knew because he had read the memoirs written by Old Tu, which detailed the arduous process of introducing Marconi products, including 10 rounds of negotiations and various detailed issues. What Qin Yang had just said were actually things that the later Old Tu had considered. But now bringing them up earlier had its benefits. They could avoid many pitfalls. Those of us in military industry often have to cross disciplines. Don't think that just because our Factory 960 makes guns we don't understand other things. Qin Yang said, Director 2, since we met here today, there are some things I'm not sure whether I should say. Go ahead, Engineer Qin, don't be reserved. Old Tu said, just for the opinions you raised today, we already admire you. Whatever you say we will seriously consider. While Director 2 using foreign avionics to upgrade the J7 fighter and help our Air Force improve its performance is very forward-looking. However, have you considered that our national economy is currently undergoing adjustment and our third-line military factories are starting to convert to civilian production? Will the country be willing to invest huge sums in upgrading the J7? Qin Yang looked at the old man before him, who was over 50, his hair entirely white, and felt immense respect. Old Tu was a veteran of the aviation industry. Old Tu was born in Shaoxing in 1927. As a child, he witnessed Japanese planes flying arrogantly across the Chinese sky. This memory always spurred him on, instilling in him the ideal of saving the nation and repaying the country through aviation. In 1946, Old Tu entered the aviation department of Jiaodong University, and after graduation, he was assigned to work at Factory 112. From then on, he began to shoulder major responsibilities. In 1956, Old Tu became the head of the fuselage group of the aircraft design office at Factory 112, responsible for the design of the JJ-1 trainer's fuselage. In just 1 year and 9 months, the JJ-1 successfully made its maiden flight. After that, Old Tu took on several more projects. In 1960, he came to Factory 132, which was still under construction, and devoted the rest of his life to Chengdu Aircraft Industry Company and to the J7 fighter. Now Old Tu served as the director of the design office at Factory 132. Although it was just a design office of an aircraft factory, their technical strength was still considerable, and Old Tu was a technical giant. Last year, when the chief designer of Institute 611, Old Wang fell ill. He even temporarily took charge at Institute 611. Old Tu spent almost his later years on the modifications of the J7. The later famous Xiaolong fighter JF-17 was born out of the ultimate modification of the J7, the Super 7 project. Now with the country's doors open, Old Tu began introducing Western avionics to upgrade the J7. But this project also encountered twists and turns. At the end of this year, just when the contract had been signed and the project was about to commence, the higher-ups suddenly said no more. Naturally, Marconi Company was not happy. After negotiating for so long, they were going to back out at the last moment. According to the contract, you must pay 100 million in compensation. The higher-ups refused to pay, and Marconi demanded compensation. Seeing that this matter was about to become unmanageable, Old Tu ran around everywhere, finally found a client in Jordan, secured the order, and in the end, everyone was happy. However, thinking of Old Tu's exhaustion from running around at that time, Qin Yang felt distressed, so he now spoke up to remind him. Moreover, this was also related to the purpose of his visit. That can't be possible. This is a key project that the higher-ups are focusing on, someone beside Old Tu said upon hearing Qin Yang's words. A while ago, because our negotiations were too slow, the higher-ups even got angry and criticized us. Qin Yang was also helpless. Indeed, from a sweetheart to a neglected wife, it was only half a year. At the end of this year, Factory 132 would receive a thunderbolt. Everyone, we are in an era of great change. Nothing is impossible and nothing is certain. Qin Yang said, in this introduction project, Factory 132 has made tremendous efforts. If the national economy adjusts and the higher-ups no longer want this project, do you have any alternative plans? Qin Yang did not mention Plan A or Plan B, as that terminology was not yet popular in this era. Engineer Qin, please continue. Old Tu was very serious. I suggest you find a third-party buyer to talk to, so that if the higher-ups don't want it, you won't be caught off guard. Third party, you mean the old Pakistan? Qin Yang shook his head. A cloth on the head, the richest in the world. Have you all heard of it? Selling planes should naturally go to the tycoons. These words were from a later era, and Qin Yang spoke them fluently, but the others had difficulty understanding them. It was Old Tu who first thought of it. Engineer Qin, are you referring to the Middle East? Finally, the crux of the matter. Beyond machining aluminum alloy parts for air guns, Qin Yang's true intention was to persuade Factory 132 to send personnel to accompany him to the Middle East. Qin Yang was bold enough to venture alone, but Qin Baoguo would worry and the factory would have reservations. If he could go with the people from Factory 132, there would be no issues. After all, Factory 132 had been engaged in international trade. Exactly. Qin Yang nodded. Director 2, that region is rich in oil resources, and it is precisely these black gold that have kept it in turmoil. 4 wars have already erupted there, and more will surely follow. Ambitious individuals will seek to dominate, creating friction and conflict. Once war breaks out, weapons and equipment will be in demand. Qin Yang could not play the prophet, so he could not assert with certainty that on September 22nd of this year the Iran-Iraq war would erupt. A war that would ultimately rescue the Eastern military industry, saving countless factories on the brink of bankruptcy from economic transformation and allowing them to feast on profits. Opportunity favors the prepared mind. It was not too late to start making contacts now. True, that region is wealthy, so military spending there has never been low. However, our products have never penetrated that market. American, Soviet, and French weapons are the most popular there. An assistant of Tu Lao remarked. But we have our own advantages. Qin Yang said. Our weapons are low cost with adequate performance and can be mass-produced to sustain wartime consumption. So as long as we put in the effort, we will surely open up the market. Qin Yang looked at the people present, knowing they were decision-makers, and continued to persuade them. Gentlemen, our country is undergoing transformation. Relying on military procurement alone is unsustainable. We must explore overseas markets to develop. Qin Yang continued to create a sense of urgency. Our J7 fighter, upgraded with Marconi's avionics, has significantly improved performance. It can become a flagship product for Factory 132, a money-making machine. If the J7 can be sold to Egypt, it can certainly be sold to other countries. Tu Lao nodded. Engineer Qin makes a valid point. Relying solely on the domestic market is insufficient. We have invested great effort in introducing Marconi's avionics to upgrade the J7 fighter. If we can sell it abroad and open up new sales channels, nothing could be better. Director 2 has foresight. Qin Yang said. If you are interested, we can go together. Together. The others looked at Qin Yang in surprise. Is Factory 960 also going to the Middle East to sell weapons? Of course. Qin Yang nodded. Though we only make guns, we understand that the only way for military enterprises to survive is to explore the international market. Only by establishing a foothold in the international market can we grow and thrive. If a small gun-making factory like Factory 960 had such boldness, how could an aircraft manufacturer lack the spirit to venture out? A surge of ambition stirred within Tu Lao. Good, then let's go out and explore. Engineer Qin, when will your factory set off? Soon. Qin Yang replied. We are currently handling the procedures, especially coordinating with relevant departments to secure a foreign exchange allocation. Even if Qin Yang had become a 10,000 yuan household, he could not spend renminbi abroad. It had to be converted into internationally accepted US dollars. With the groundwork laid earlier, he should be able to exchange the foreign currency. Good, then we will also handle the necessary procedures and go out to see the world. Tu Lao declared. Director 2, the British are still stalling trying to fob us off with a watered-down product. This is a good opportunity for us to go out and explore. Qin Yang said. Let the British get anxious and they will agree to our terms. Tu Lao nodded. He could tolerate many things, but a 30% reduction in performance after adding the radome was unacceptable. If the British did not compromise, the project would have to be abandoned. However, if we want to go abroad for study tours, it requires multiple levels of approval and will take a long time. A person nearby remarked. I have a specialized market analysis report here. Qin Yang said, pulling out a document from his briefcase. He had prepared it for Factory 132 during his idle time on the way. The data came from his memory, some even speculative. But since the country had just opened its doors, such a professional market analysis report was likely the first of its kind and would surely impress some people. Tu Lao took the report in surprise. His eyes lit up when he saw the first page. It was exactly what they needed, a professional analysis of the international fighter market. The report covered history, current status, and comparisons of various weapons, concluding that the Qin 7 fighter produced by Factory 132 had a huge market potential in the Middle East. We need to report to the leadership of China National Aero Technology Import-Export Corporation and organize an overseas sales trip soon. Engineer Qin, will you come with us? Tu Lao's voice trembled with excitement. Qin Yang nodded. Of course. By the time he returned to the guest house, night had fallen. Zhang Chao excitedly reported on his work after they parted. Yangzi, this place is amazing. The master machinists processed the parts for us almost without measuring, and the dimensions were spot on. All processed. Qin Yang was also pleased. Yes, all done. Only the aluminum alloy gas cylinders required pressure testing, so they asked us to wait one night. As a domestic aircraft manufacturer, Factory 132 truly demonstrated professional top-tier craftsmanship. Qin Yang felt that he had come to the right place. Factory 112 in the north enjoyed advantages from its powerful parent company and had not started converting military to civilian production. They would not take such a small order seriously. The rocket-producing enterprises were busy and had high security clearance, making them inaccessible. Tomorrow, take these parts back first. Alone? Zhang Chao was surprised. What afraid? You're going to be the sales department manager someday, traveling far and wide. You can't be afraid. Of course not. Zhang Chao puffed out his chest. Don't worry, Yangzi, I'll bring these parts back safely. But what about you? I still have some things to take care of here. I'll return when I'm done. Qin Yang said. I might even go abroad soon for sales. Yangzi, keep up the good work. Qin Yang's gaze pierced through the airplane window, beholding the boundless desert below, his heart surging with excitement. Finally it had arrived. Through unremitting efforts, he had secured this opportunity to go abroad. Only he from Factory 960 had come using his own money for foreign exchange. From Factory 132, only Old 2 had come along with manager's son from Kadak, a trio of 3. Our trip this time is merely to scout the terrain. If we achieve results, all the better. If not, consider it a chance to stretch our legs. In any case, we'll keep the British at arm's length, lest they keep trying to dig pitfalls for us. Before departure, manager's son had set the tone for this journey. Had it not been for Qin Yang's warning, they would have nearly fallen into a deep trap. The performance figures proposed by the British were actually without the radome. With the radome, performance would drop by 30%. Was that not a joke? After so much negotiation, they had suddenly grown disheartened. So when Factory 132 proposed going abroad to market fighter jets backed by a detailed analysis of the Middle Eastern fighter market, the higher-ups gave their approval. Since this was merely a preliminary visit, the team could not be large to save money. After much deliberation, only the 3 of them remained. They didn't even need to bring an interpreter, because Qin Yang could act as one. However, Qin Yang seized this opportunity to make a demand. He would interpret for free, but they had to reimburse his round-trip airfare. In those days, flying was no easy feat. Money alone was insufficient. One needed a legitimate purpose and an official letter of introduction from one's work unit. Now, with even the airfare spared, Qin Yang was in exceptionally high spirits. The plane touched down on the runway of Jordan. As they disembarked, a wave of heat rushed to meet them. Old 2 sighed. It wasn't even this hot when we went to Old Pakistan. Director 2, although the latitude here is higher than Old Pakistan, this is a tropical desert climate, naturally much hotter. It's similar to Egypt. By the way, our comrades have been to Egypt before, haven't they? Old 2 nodded. Yes, back then some classified matters could not be discussed. The Qin 7-3 project, a joint effort between Factory 132 and the 611th Institute, was actually a reverse-engineered copy of the MiG-21 bis obtained from Egypt. It had taken immense effort, but these details were still classified. As they spoke, they reached customs. When the customs officer inspected the case Qin Yang carried, he gave it many extra glances. After Qin Yang rattled off a flurry of words, the officer finally let them through. The welcoming party was waiting outside. One man held up a sign with Chinese characters. The group approached him. Old Wu, we meet again. Manager's son greeted with a smile. Many countries in the Middle East had grown wealthy through oil, but Jordan was not among them. There was not a single drop of oil beneath its soil. The world was unjust. Yet Qin Yang and his team had chosen Jordan for this Middle Eastern trip for a simple reason: diplomatic relations existed. On April 7, 1977, China and Jordan had formally established diplomatic ties. Although Qin Yang desperately wanted to approach the wealthy oil-rich state directly, diplomatic relations with that country were only established in 1990. It would be highly imprudent to sell arms to a nation without diplomatic relations. The second reason was that although Jordan lacked oil, its tourism industry was thriving. As the birthplace of 1001 Nights, it was a world-renowned tourist destination. Visiting as tourists would draw less attention. Old Wu was a staff member stationed here after the establishment of diplomatic relations. He welcomed the group warmly, and once they were in the car they began chatting. I've been tasked with arranging your transportation during your stay. Where would you like to go? Along the desert highway to the ancient city of Petra, Qin Yang replied. As soon as he said this, manager's son frowned. Though he had described the trip as merely scouting, he secretly hoped for tangible gains. So manager son's greatest wish was to go to the airport near Jordan's capital, then visit the military officials there to pitch their aircraft. Was Qin Yang truly here for tourism? Jordan's pillar industry was tourism, and the must-visit attraction was Petra, the ancient capital of the Nabatean kingdom renowned throughout history. Abandoned for centuries, its location remained unknown until 1812, when a foreigner disguised as a local finally discovered this famed city. After World War II, Petra was developed. Half of it stands in the open, half nestled in the mountains famous for its rose-red rock. That very year, it became the first city to be inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List, drawing an endless stream of tourists, spending precious foreign currency to go abroad, just for sightseeing. Manager's son, trust me. If we rashly visit some people, we'll gain nothing. But if we can befriend certain influential figures, we might reap unexpected rewards, Qin Yang explained. Old son, I think Engineer Qin has a point. Old Tu voiced his support, having been won over by Qin Yang's detailed market analysis report. This seemingly whimsical behavior might yield surprising results. All right, manager's son nodded. The car drove onto the desert highway, the only north-south road in Jordan. Qin Yang gazed out the window with fascination at the endless vista, as if he were truly a tourist. After 2 hours of driving, stop. Qin Yang suddenly shouted. Old Wu braked in confusion. Before the car had fully stopped, Qin Yang leaped out, nimbly retrieved the case from the trunk, and swiftly assembled its contents. In seconds, a beautiful Lion brand air rifle appeared in his hands. Watching Qin Yang's actions, manager's son's face darkened while Old Tu shook his head with a wry smile. There seems to be a vehicle over there. Old Wu pointed toward the vast desert where a plume of sand was rising, indicating a car driving through the dunes. A car that could drive in the desert would not be cheap. Who could it be? A wild goat. Manager's son looked too. Ahead of the flying sand, an animal was running. Its two tall horns marked it as a desert ibex common in the region. The two vehicles behind were clearly chasing the ibex. Panicked, it was running toward the road. Bang! A gunshot rang out from beside the car. Qin Yang raised the air rifle and fired a single shot. The ibex stumbled and collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. The two pursuing vehicles halted, their occupants watching in disbelief. With a satisfied smile, Qin Yang turned to the others. Lunch is on me. Manager's son's expression shifted from displeasure to grudging admiration. Old Tu chuckled. You're full of surprises, young man. The desert wind carried the distant sound of the other vehicle's engines. Someone was approaching on foot, waving a hand. It seemed they had an unexpected audience. In later times, if one casually shot at wild animals upon spotting them, the police would arrest you without hesitation. Even if wild boars devastated your crops, you could not kill them. You had to burn incense and kowtow before them, respectfully seeing them off. But in this era, no one cared. In Jordan's vast deserts, hunting was entirely at one's discretion. Since Qin Yang had spotted the prey drawing near, there was nothing more to say. He took aim and killed it with a single shot effortlessly. Two off-road vehicles were speeding toward them from a distance, kicking up massive clouds of dust. Only the fronts of the cars were visible. One was a Mercedes G-Class bearing the three-pronged emblem, and the other was a Toyota Land Cruiser. Both vehicles were convertibles, and at this moment one man stood in each car, one stocky and short, the other tall and lean. They held hunting rifles in their hands, originally hoping to chase down the prey and make a successful catch. To their surprise, a passerby on the road had already killed it. The vehicles came to a halt beside the prey. The two men jumped out, slung their rifles over their shoulders, and strode purposefully toward the animal. But when they actually saw what had been shot, they froze in astonishment. What incredible marksmanship! Indeed, the bullet struck precisely between the wild goat's eyes. Judging by the wound, that must be an air rifle. The two men discussed amongst themselves, glancing toward the road. The distance was a full 100 meters, and yet it was an air rifle. There was no way that was possible. At this moment, Qin Yang shouldered his air rifle and walked over with quiet confidence. Both men wore traditional long robes and head coverings, their attire appearing no different from that of ordinary locals. However, observing the quality of their garments and the vehicles they rode in, one could tell their status was far from ordinary. The Mercedes G-Class had originally been manufactured for the Iranian military. After unrest broke out, those vehicles flooded into the civilian market, a development from last year. Owning such a vehicle this year certainly meant considerable wealth. As for the Toyota Land Cruiser, it was far from inexpensive as well. Since becoming a transmigrator, one's luck had to be overflowing. This kind of chance encounter was 100 times better than a planned visit. Sir, did you kill this wild goat with an air rifle? The shorter, stockier man asked. Yes, Qin Yang replied. This prey was being chased by you two. Without your effort driving it my way, I certainly could not have shot it. So I will give this prey to you. Learning an additional language certainly had its advantages. At this moment, Qin Yang spoke Arabic with remarkable fluency. No, of course not. By Bedouin custom, the one who kills the game claims it as his own. The tall, lean man continued to gaze at the air rifle in Qin Yang's hands. What brand is that air rifle? Lion brand, a renowned Chinese manufacturer. Qin Yang produced his rifle. Long-range, high precision, and because the projectiles are small, they often do not damage the animal's hide. Lion brand air rifle. That's right. It comes from an Eastern military factory built to military-grade standards. Absolutely top tier. I brought it with me while traveling here from China. Going through customs required quite a hassle. Without documentation from a competitive air rifle shooter, I certainly could not have brought it in. Just as bringing a kitchen knife onto a train was difficult since it was considered a prohibited item, a chef certification would convince the inspecting officers to let it pass. Similarly, Qin Yang had gone to great lengths to bring his air rifle out. Our Bedouin people need a fine hunting rifle. In the past, a single shotgun could support an entire family. The tall man looked at Qin Yang's air rifle with palpable envy. The most ancient hunting rifles fired iron shot, meaning that even with poor accuracy one could still kill prey through sheer volume of pellets. But cleaning the game afterward was a nightmare, taking a bite of delicious wild meat only to crunch down on a grain of iron shot. Later came professional hunting rifles, which made only a single wound. But that wound was relatively large, making it difficult to preserve the prey's valuable hide intact. Now gazing at the air rifle in Qin Yang's hands, both men felt nothing but intense envy. Are you a professional competition shot? The stockier man asked. Qin Yang smiled. Not exactly. I simply enjoy hunting all around the world. This prey is yours. I will take my leave. No, do not go. The prey is yours. We Bedouins honor our old traditions. Though he spoke thus, his eyes kept drifting toward that air rifle. Since that is the case, shall we build a fire here, roast it on the spot, and share the meal together? Excellent. The two men agreed in unison. Over here, old two and manager son watched with continuous admiration. Is engineer Qin making friends? I believe so. Indeed. Those two men clearly have status and connections. This engineer Qin is truly remarkable. Old Wu had been here the longest and could identify people at a glance. Just then the driver of one of the opposing vehicles stepped out and walked toward the group. Gentlemen, my master invites you to come over and share the roasted goat. Old Wu could roughly understand these words and nodded with a smile. Then we gratefully accept your kind invitation. Beneath a shading sand dune, a frame had been set up. Qin Yang held a curved blade in hand, skillfully dressing the wild goat. The two men beside him watched his movements with deep admiration. Qin, do you often prepare whole roasted lamb? Yes, Abdullah. Though I am from the East, I have studied the art of enjoying whole roasted lamb quite thoroughly. Qin Yang dipped his hands into the seasonings and began applying them to the meat. By now all three had introduced themselves. The stockier one was named Abdullah and the tall lean man was Al-Walid. Watching the others approach, Qin Yang said with a smile, allow me to introduce my companions. This is Mr. Tu, this is Mr. Sun, and this is Mr. Wu. Old Wu was deeply moved. He was merely a reception staff member, and yet here he was introduced as a friend among distinguished guests. He glanced gratefully at Qin Yang and said, let me help. Old Wu, go back to the car and fetch a folder to use as a fan. A folder as a fan. Old Wu looked thoroughly puzzled. Bring one of those files from what Old Tu brought along. Oh, Old Wu understood immediately, his eyes shining with excitement. As the sun gradually descended, the whole roasted lamb was finally ready. Its fragrance was intoxicating, and both Abdullah and Al-Walid were exceptionally excited. Qin, by our tradition, the owner of the prey should distribute it. Abdullah said. Very well then, I shall not be modest. Abdullah, Al-Walid, each of you take a front leg. Qin Yang held the gleaming golden curved blade and began dividing the roasted lamb. Old Tu and manager Sun, separated by language, simply bowed their heads and ate. Qin Yang, however, was an extrovert. Within a short time, he had warmed up to both foreigners. Qin, your friends do not seem to be here for hunting, do they? Al-Walid asked, curiously glancing at Old Tu and manager Sun and the others. They do not care for hunting. They are friends I met on the airplane, Qin Yang said. I did not even ask them what brought them here. Qin, your friends are our friends as well. If they need anything, they can come to us. Qin Yang shook his head. No, we are but strangers who crossed paths by chance. Even if something arose, we could not impose on you. Come, let us continue eating. Qin, your friends do not seem to be here for hunting, do they? Al-Walid asked, curiously glancing at Old Tu and manager Sun and the others. They do not care for hunting. They are friends I met on the airplane, Qin Yang said. I did not even ask them what brought them here. Qin, your friends are our friends as well. If they need anything, they can come to us. Qin Yang shook his head. No, we are but strangers who crossed paths by chance. Even if something arose, we could not impose on you. Come, let us continue eating. The more Qin Yang refused, the more proactive the other party became, for the people here were absolutely straightforward in their treatment of friends. Qin Yang handled the situation with perfect poise, and the two exchanged a glance, saying nothing more than a nod. By the time they finished eating, night had fallen. Gentlemen, we must take our leave now. If fate permits, we shall surely meet again. Qin Yang offered a traditional salute to his two new acquaintances. The two men placed their right hands over their left chests and returned the gesture respectfully. We hope to cross paths again. Where are you headed next? To the ancient city ahead, Qin Yang replied. Beneath the glow of the headlights, several figures made their way back to the highway, then a car started up and drove away. Al-Walid looked toward Abdullah beside him with some reluctance. Why didn't we invite them to visit us earlier? We could have continued discussing the hunting rifle matter. Indeed, I wanted to extend the invitation as well, Abdullah replied. But that man appears to value his freedom and independence. We cannot force friends to do what they do not wish to do. Hey, what's that? Just then Abdullah noticed a folder lying on the ground and quickly picked it up. Isn't this what we just used to fan ourselves, eh? Al-Walid asked. Oh. As Abdullah turned the folder upright, the documents inside spilled out. Al-Walid curiously picked one up and glanced at it under the car's headlight. The entire document was written in English, which both could partially understand. More importantly, the first page featured an illustration of an aircraft. MiG-21. Al-Walid recognized it immediately and looked at Abdullah. Could they be here to sell aircraft? Regardless of what it is, since they left this document with us, we have an obligation to return it. Al-Walid said. Let's go to the ancient city as well. For them, finding out which hotel the men were staying at was far from difficult. There were hardly any decent hotels near the ancient city of Petra, so they simply made their way there. At a hotel in the town near the ancient city of Petra, today has truly been refreshing and eye-opening. Manager Sun sat on the somewhat firm bed in the hotel room and said to Elder 2, we flew all this way just to eat a whole roasted lamb. Old Sun stopped complaining. Engineer Qin has already cast out the bait. Now we just need to see if they'll take the hook. Bait? What bait? Manager Sun was quite curious. I brought 3 folders, each containing introduction materials for the J7. Engineer Qin left one set with those 2 men. They must have discovered the materials by now, but we don't know their identities. They must be wealthy or influential. Old Wu chimed in as he followed behind, dragging everyone's luggage into the room. Hearing their conversation, he immediately joined in. Engineer Qin is truly impressive. We're likely to see unexpected results. Enough with the praise. This is purely luck. A blind cat happened to stumble upon a dead mouse, Qin Yang said. But since we're here, we shouldn't miss this opportunity. The ancient city requires a hiking ascent taking 7 to 8 hours round trip. Will you accompany me tomorrow to enjoy the scenery, or rest here? The 4 men occupied 2 standard rooms. Qin Yang would certainly share one with Old Wu, but knowing Manager Sun would likely complain, he came over to chat. Manager Sun and Elder 2 exchanged glances before either could speak when a voice came from outside. Qin, my friend, are you staying here? You dropped some things, and we've brought them back. A smile of delight crossed Qin Yang's face. Our luck is truly remarkable. Qin Yang cheerfully made his way to the doorway. Since Old Wu was still carrying things, the door was left unsecured, and there stood a short, stocky man and a tall, slender one. Please come in. Qin Yang warmly welcomed them. Qin, my friend, are you here to sell fighter jets? Abdullah said, we can assist you. I have connections with the Royal Jordanian Air Force, and Al-Walid is an active duty officer in the Saudi Air Force. The 2 were close friends, yet from different nations. A wave of enormous excitement surged through Qin Yang's heart. He never expected a Saudi among them. In the past, the 2 nations had harbored certain grievances, but after World War II, they grew increasingly closer. There had even been exchanges of territory for access to seaports. As neighboring countries, sharing the same ethnic heritage, their positions often aligned on many matters. I actually came here for hunting, but these 2 friends may truly be selling fighter jets. Let me ask them. Qin Yang chattered away in Arabic with these men. Elder 2 and Manager Sun couldn't understand a word, but now hearing Qin Yang's introduction, they finally grasped the situation and their eyes widened in astonishment. After searching high and low in vain, the prize appeared without effort. Engineer Qin truly was blessed with extraordinary luck. These 2 friends indeed came to sell fighter jets. One is a manager from AVIC, the other from Qingfei. I'll serve as your interpreter. Qin Yang continued speaking. Thus began an unprecedented sales presentation. Elder 2 held the documents from the folder and meticulously explained the specific technical data to them. After Qin Yang translated, Abdullah and Al-Walid listened attentively, raising questions when doubts arose, clearly contemplating whether this fighter jet suited their needs. When the presentation concluded, an hour had passed. We now have a reasonable understanding of this aircraft's performance, yet I believe it has considerable shortcomings, Al-Walid spoke up. Compared to the Western fighters we currently operate, its range is too limited. The wings have only 4 hardpoints. Once missiles are mounted, there's no room for external fuel tanks. Therefore, if this aircraft hopes to enter the Middle Eastern market, at least 1 additional pair of hardpoints must be added to the inner wings specifically for external fuel tanks. The ejection seats also pose significant problems. We're already using seats capable of 0-0 ejection. Your seats, while meeting 0 altitude requirements, have a minimum ejection speed of 250 km per hour. That won't do. The engine lifespan is far too short. Elder 2 frowned. In a market economy, the customer is always right, and these customers had quite demanding requirements. If we can make improvements according to these requirements, would your side have interest in placing an order? Qin Yang decided on Elder 2's behalf. This fighter jet adopts Western HUD technology, significantly enhancing its performance. Saudi Arabia, which operates exclusively Western aircraft, is unlikely to purchase it. However, Jordan should find this aircraft appealing, possibly enough to procure several dozen units. There was indeed purchasing intent. Elder 2 was quite excited. Then we'll prepare a proposal for the relevant improvement plan and please submit it to the appropriate departments, Elder 2 said, visibly stirred. With that, the matter was considered concluded. Qin, your air rifle is truly excellent. As they were about to leave, Abdullah spotted the rifle with evident reluctance. I'm deeply grateful that you came all this way in the evening to return the documents. This rifle is a gift for you. No, we cannot take something that belongs to another. Al-Walid quickly shook his head. They were not accustomed to receiving gifts, rather they were accustomed to giving them. Then let me contact the domestic Lion brand air rifle factory and arrange for an export shipment, he suggested. The two men were overjoyed. Certainly. That would be most excellent. Send a full container of air rifles first. We'll help connect with distribution channels. After arriving in the Middle East, Qin Yang's primary mission was to market the Lion brand air rifles. However, this task had unexpectedly taken a back seat. With just a few casual words, he had effortlessly opened up a new sales channel for the factory. This single shipping container could easily hold at least 10,000 rifles. Selling them to the wealthy for $500 each would already fulfill the foreign exchange target of $5 million. Such was the blessing of being a transmigrator. Everything fell into place with unnatural ease. Yet now that he was here, earning $5 million in foreign exchange was merely the starting point. Grander ambitions lay ahead. The next day, 3 men each shouldered a rifle and hunted near the ancient city. Qin, why didn't Mr. 2 and the others come with us? Abdullah asked. They're working on modifications to the fighter jets and aiming to deliver a new proposal based on your specifications before we leave, Qin Yang replied. Their dedication is truly impressive. We feel confident partnering with such a serious defense enterprise, Al-Walid noted. We may not deploy these aircraft ourselves, but we can purchase them as diplomatic gifts. The Gulf princes certainly showed their generosity, offering to buy cheap fighter jets as presents even when they wouldn't use them themselves. It's unfortunate that formal diplomatic relations haven't been established between our countries, so this arms deal would be better conducted through Jordan as an intermediary. Qin Yang was describing the approach that would become standard practice. Jordan had previously purchased dozens of J-7 fighter jets from Qingfei and then transferred them to Iraq, with the wealthy Gulf states covering the costs. Such was the world of the affluent. Just as Abdullah was about to nod, he suddenly spotted a small animal running in the distance. Abdullah, since you're the one who spotted it, this prey belongs to you. If you miss your shot, drive it toward us, Qin Yang said. You could also try my air rifle. Excellent. Abdullah eagerly accepted the Lion brand air rifle, jumped into his off-road vehicle, and sped off with great enthusiasm. Qin, do you have something you'd like to discuss privately? Al-Walid asked Qin Yang. This was clearly an intelligent man, Qin Yang thought, then nodded. Yes, Al-Walid, since we're friends now, I'd like to speak with you alone. We have an old Eastern saying, an ordinary man commits no crime, but possessing treasure can bring misfortune upon him. Qin Yang spoke fluent Arabic, and his translation of the idiom preserved its original meaning almost exactly. Al-Walid nodded. Qin, we are well aware that the oil beneath our land brings both wealth and envy from others. Over the years we've invested heavily in arming ourselves, and we now possess a modern military force. Not enough, Qin Yang said. You still lack strategic-level weapons of massive destruction. At these words, Al-Walid's eyes widened in surprise. Qin, are you referring to ballistic missiles? Such weapons are remarkably advanced, yet we cannot obtain them. In this era, ballistic missiles were virtually uninterceptable. Mere possession of them would deter any potential adversary from risking action against them. At the same time, the technology behind ballistic missiles was extraordinarily complex, beyond the reach of ordinary nations. Currently, only a handful of countries worldwide possess them. Moreover, these nations had nearly reached a consensus. Ballistic missiles could only be used domestically, and those with ranges exceeding 300 kilometers absolutely could not be exported. Despite Saudi Arabia's strong ties with the West, their desire to acquire such strategic weapons from Western sources remained an unfulfilled ambition. Hearing Al-Walid's words, Qin Yang smiled. My friend, you should turn your gaze toward the East. The East possesses mature ballistic missile technology such as the Dongfeng 3, which boasts a range of 2,800 kilometers. Deployed in your deserts, it could effectively target those potential adversaries. The United States could only export ballistic missiles with ranges of just tens of kilometers, none exceeding 100 kilometers. Now Qin Yang was presenting an enticing prospect to the man before him, a ballistic missile with a range of 2,800 kilometers. Would that not be tantalizing? This would undoubtedly establish regional dominance. Al-Walid took a deep breath. Qin, are you suggesting we could acquire weapons of this caliber from the East? Qin Yang shook his head. Al-Walid paused, puzzled by the implication. I'm not entirely sure myself. I don't have direct access to these matters, Qin Yang explained. But Mr. Tu and his colleagues are renowned aircraft designers in the East, and they maintain connections with aerospace authorities. If you're interested, I can facilitate introductions between you. A few million from air rifle sales was negligible, and even 100 million from fighter jet exports paled in comparison. The Dongfeng 3 missile project alone had generated 35 billion, an amount that exceeded the nation's foreign exchange reserves. By 1980, China's total reserves stood at merely $12 billion. While Qin Yang wouldn't profit directly from this arrangement, facilitating the deal would multiply the nation's foreign exchange reserves several times over. Having already established these connections, he might as well serve as a non-profit arms broker. Moreover, this approach would significantly increase the likelihood of fighter jet purchases from the other party. Qin, this matter requires my immediate attention. I must return to report, Al-Walid said. How shall we maintain contact going forward? You can reach out to Qingfei or contact me directly, Qin Yang explained. I'm returning to the capital to coordinate a container shipment of air rifles at the agricultural tools factory, where I'll be staying for the foreseeable future. Al-Walid nodded. Very well. Meanwhile, Abdullah excitedly held up his air rifle in one hand and grasped the fox's tail with the other. Look what I brought down, a fox. Thanks to this Lion brand air rifle, its pelt remains completely unharmed. Your hunt has been most successful, Al-Walid acknowledged. I regret that I must depart for pressing matters, but I'd like to invite you to hunt at our estate sometime in the near future. I'd like that, Abdullah agreed. Though I wonder if Qin could join us. Fate will bring us together again, Qin Yang replied. Almost echoing yesterday's words, Abdullah had a sudden realization. Qin, once we see Al-Walid off, I'll introduce you to several contacts to finalize the air rifle imports. No need to rely on fate. Business ties already connected them. After arriving in the Middle East, Qin Yang's primary mission was to market the Lion brand air rifles. However, this task had unexpectedly taken a back seat. With just a few casual words, he had effortlessly opened up a new sales channel for the factory. This single shipping container could easily hold at least 10,000 rifles. Selling them to the wealthy for $500 each would already fulfill the foreign exchange target of $5 million. Such was the blessing of being a transmigrator. Everything fell into place with unnatural ease. Yet now that he was here, earning $5 million in foreign exchange was merely the starting point. Grander ambitions lay ahead. The next day, 3 men each shouldered a rifle and hunted near the ancient city. Qin, why didn't Mr. 2 and the others come with us? Abdullah asked. They're working on modifications to the fighter jets and aiming to deliver a new proposal based on your specifications before we leave, Qin Yang replied. Their dedication is truly impressive. We feel confident partnering with such a serious defense enterprise, Al-Walid noted. We may not deploy these aircraft ourselves, but we can purchase them as diplomatic gifts. It was already late April. As the ancient verse goes, by the 4th month on earth all fragrant flowers have faded, yet the peach blossoms in mountain temples are just beginning to bloom. In the Qi County mountainous region, winter had only now given way to spring. People had swapped their heavy clothing for lighter garments, and workers could be seen appearing in the fields. Countless trees had burst into emerald foliage, lush and verdant, so that Factory 960, and nestled among the greenery, seemed to have vanished entirely, as though it had never existed at all. Yet the roar of machinery never ceased, forming a lively symphony. Director Zhu, since our Lion brand air guns broke into the market, sales have been climbing steadily. The young Zhang Chao reported to the director, somewhat flustered, for he had not yet grown fully accustomed to his present position. Qin Yang and Zhang Chao had received their permanent worker status together, yet Qin Yang held multiple roles formally listed in both the technical department and the sales department. Zhang Chao, by contrast, remained steadfast in the sales department. When Qin Yang was absent, he served as its de facto head, for this very sales model had been forged by both of them. Now he faithfully followed the system and regulations Qin Yang had left behind, driving the factory's air gun sales ever upward. With the month drawing to a close, it was naturally time to report to factory leadership. So far we have sold 6,000 standard air guns. I am confident that meeting our year-end target of 50,000 units will pose no problem. But what has thrilled us most is the order for shooting team specialized air guns. We have already received orders for 2,000 units. The only constraint is Factory 132's production capacity, which prevents us from delivering promptly. Nevertheless, just these specialized air gun orders alone will net us 800,000. Back then, Qin Yang had painted an ambitious picture claiming they could earn 1 million in a single year. And now, 1 million was already waving at them from the horizon, and this was merely the first half of the year. With the second half's profits added, they might reach 2 million, or even 3 million. The several directors present were immersed in their joy. Indeed, excellent. Someday, soon we should send someone to Factory 132 again to urge them to speed up our processing. When our profits reach a certain level, we will invest in our own aluminum alloy processing equipment. We must not let them keep all the profit, Director Zhu declared. After discussing official matters, Zhang Chao broached another question. How is Director Yang doing? When will he be back? I do not know, replied Qin Baohua. By all rights he should have returned long ago, but we have had no word from him. Fortunately, he traveled with people from Factory 132 and had dedicated escorts. Nothing should have happened to him. Ring ring. Just then the telephone rang. Zhu Zizhong picked it up and was instantly filled with excitement. What? Qin Yang is back. Wonderful, let's go welcome him. The call was from the gatekeeper. Qin Yang had driven into the factory gates in a 212 vehicle, and by the time Zhu Zizhong and the others came downstairs, the car was already parked before the office building. Comrade Qin Yang, welcome back. Zhu Zizhong extended his hand enthusiastically. Regardless of whether you manage to sell the air guns, you are still our factory's hero. This pioneering spirit is something we should all learn from. Wait, something fell off. Zhu Zizhong's gaze drifted to the other side of the car, where the door was also opening. A man in a tailored suit stepped out. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, a high nose bridge, sharply defined features, and a full beard. A face altogether unlike that of any local. Even without a turban upon his head, it would be easy to guess his origins. Comrade Qin Yang, who is this? Let me introduce everyone, said Qin Yang. This is Ibrahim, a renowned airgun merchant from the Middle East. He is here to inspect the air guns produced by Factory 960. If he is satisfied, he will order a full container's worth. The price we have agreed upon is $500 per unit. An air gun salesperson from the Middle East, $500 apiece. Qin Yang's words left everyone frozen in astonishment. They had never imagined he had actually pulled it off. Domestically, each gun sold for only a few tens of yuan, while the export price reached hundreds, and in dollars. How much profit that must bring in. Zhu Zizhong's mind was still reeling while Qin Yang was already chatting animatedly with Ibrahim. Then Ibrahim walked up to Zhu Zizhong and extended his right hand. Zhu Zizhong's brain was still blank. Qin Yang quickly urged him, Director Zhu, are you going to shake the guest's hand or not? Coming back to his senses, Zhu Zizhong grasped the man's hand with both of his. His grip trembled with excitement. Qin Yang could only stare in exasperation. At this rate, he was convinced Zhu Zizhong would drop to his knees without hesitation. Where was his dignity? His iron backbone? He sighed inwardly. Director Zhu, let us first escort the guest to the factory office to rest and refresh. Meanwhile, have someone introduce the Lion brand air guns. Once the guest has recovered, we will tour the production line. Also notify the cafeteria to arrange lunch. Very good, very good. Qin Yang had brought back a foreigner, who was here to purchase air guns. The news spread rapidly throughout the entire factory, setting everyone abuzz. In the production workshop, Lu Yong was the only one keeping a level head. Glancing at his workers, he bellowed, hurry up and stop what you are doing. Start cleaning. Before the foreign guests arrive, this place must be spotless. This Qin Yang. Wouldn't it have been better to send a telegram in advance? Launching such a surprise attack. By the time Ibrahim came to tour the workshop, the windows sparkled, the floors gleamed, and not a single piece of debris marred the ground. The workers processed their components with focused diligence, moving in orderly fashion. Ibrahim, did you see that? This is military-grade standard. In former days, this was a factory producing military rifles. Even though it now manufactures civilian air guns, the standards remain military-grade. Qin Yang chattered away in foreign tongues beside him, and the workers in the shop floor listened with utter admiration. Amazing, truly remarkable. Qin Yang actually speaks a foreign language. After the day's itinerary concluded and Ibrahim was settled into the guest house, Zhu Zizhong, Qin Baohua, and Zhou Yongfei walked alongside Qin Yang down the verdant path, overcome with deep emotion. Director Qin, your son is extraordinary. We really ought to have sought out foreigners sooner. Exactly. Now our factory has made a name for itself within the system. By year's end, our superiors will have no choice but to honor their promise and commend us at the conference. With money in hand and honor awaiting them, everyone was naturally elated. You strange boy, how on earth do you speak Arabic? Qin Baohua asked, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he looked at his son. Director, we have received an urgent telegram from above. At that moment, Xiao Wang from the factory office came running breathlessly. An urgent telegram? What is the situation? Zhu Zizhong asked. 3 SVD sniper rifles captured by frontline combat units have been sent to the capital. The higher authorities have convened all gun-producing factories and plan to reverse engineer this specialized sniper rifle. As Xiao Wang spoke, he handed over the telegram. A sniper rifle. This was military ordnance. Waves of excitement swept through the group. This is a golden opportunity. We must secure the task of reverse engineering the SVD sniper rifle. Several people in the factory director's office discussed excitedly. Exactly. This way we can re-enter the military production field. Old Qin, you're the best fit for this mission. You should make a trip to the capital. Zhu Zizhong looked at Qin Baohua, then at Qin Yang, who was yawning nearby. It's a pity that Qin Yang has to entertain the foreigners and can't go with you. So even if I went, it would be useless. Qin Yang swept his gaze over the others. There are too many military factories in the country producing firearms. Can our 960 factory, no matter how glorious, compare with Factory 296? Or Factory 626? Or can we defeat the 208 Institute? The factories Qin Yang mentioned were all renowned military manufacturers. Among them, Factory 296 was the largest, with a history that could even be traced back to the Hanyang Arsenal of 1894. The other factories and research institutes were also top tier. How could a third-line military factory like theirs compete with them? So let's just forget it. Go home and hit the sack. Qin Yang stood up as he spoke. Sit down. You've grown too bold, kid. Qin Baohua was very displeased with his son's attitude. Though we're only a third-line military factory, we still have dreams. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. Since we are a military factory, we must strive to grow and thrive in this industry. Dad, but we've already converted to civilian production. Qin Yang shot a glance at his father. Besides, the SVD isn't that impressive. Don't be fooled by the Reds calling it a sniper rifle. Compared to Western ones, it's far inferior. At best, it's just a precision marksman rifle. The others exchanged glances. 2 months ago, no one would have taken Qin Yang's words seriously. But now, with one miracle after another, Qin Yang's status, in everyone's mind, had grown increasingly important. The air rifle he designed boasted accuracy far beyond that of other contemporary air rifles. Could this bold declaration mean he already had other ideas, perhaps designing a more advanced sniper rifle? Yangzi, why do you say the SVD isn't a sniper rifle? Qin Baohua asked. During World War II, the Reds used the Mosin-Nagant rifle as a sniper weapon, and it produced many sniper heroes. Qin Yang finally became interested and began to explain the rifle's origins to everyone. However, the experience of World War II taught firearm designers that what the battlefield needed was not long-range accuracy, but sufficient firepower density. So after the war, the famous AK rifle was developed and became a globally popular firearm. It had an effective range of only 300 meters, but it was ferocious in firepower and reliable in performance. But this also limited the infantry squad's engagement range to within 500 meters. They couldn't eliminate enemies beyond that distance. Qin Yang continued, the SVD rifle emerged under these circumstances. This rifle was designed by the famous Soviet firearms designer Dragunov with the goal of providing squad-level sniping and long-range fire support. Its appearance extended the effective range of an infantry squad to 800 meters. However, beyond that, due to insufficient accuracy, hitting a target became a matter of luck. The longest sniper kill record with the SVD was set during the Soviet-Afghan War by Sergeant Vladimir of the Soviet Army in 1985, who killed a Mujahideen commander at 1350 meters. That was of course a matter of luck, just like in 2017, when Canadian sniper Wally on the Iraqi battlefield used a TAC-50 sniper rifle to set a record of 3540 meters. A feat unprecedented and unlikely to be repeated. When it comes to famous sniper rifles, many people immediately blurt out Barrett. In reality, most long-range sniper kills in combat are achieved with the TAC-50. Eliminating an enemy at 2000 meters is still possible. Beyond that, it depends on luck. Speaking of this, we must mention accuracy. MOA is an important measure of sniper rifle precision. Specifically at 100 meters, 1 MOA means a bullet lands within a circle only 908 centimeters in diameter. The SVD sniper rifle has an accuracy of 1.24 MOA. If using ordinary ammunition, it can be as high as 2.21 MOA. A modern advanced sniper rifle should have an accuracy of at least 0.8 MOA or lower, with excellent ones reaching 0.5 MOA. As a military expert, Qin Yang knew that the country had obtained the SVD sniper rifle from the southern battlefield and reverse-engineered it, producing the well-known Type 85 sniper rifle. Initially, it was considered impressive, but when compared with Western counterparts, it became clear that the domestic rifle was merely a fire stick in that context. Both in range and accuracy, it lagged behind by several tiers. After all, the domestic copy was made without reverse engineering the specialized sniper ammunition. It still used ordinary machine gun rounds, resulting in an accuracy as high as 5.87 MOA. To put it simply, the SVD is just a large caliber AK rifle with a longer barrel. Qin Yang held this rifle in contempt. Even in frontline units, its purpose is not to snipe enemies, but to provide long-range fire suppression. Well, kid, you sure talk big. Qin Baowa said, currently our military doesn't even have a sniper rifle. Even a rifle with an 800-meter range would fill a gap in the army. Do you have a better design? Hearing this, Qin Yang nodded. Yes, if I were to design one using our 960 factories machining technology, we could produce an advanced sniper rifle capable of hitting a coin at 1,000 meters. The Soviet SVD rifle could barely hit a watermelon at 1,000 meters, yet Qin Yang claimed it could hit a coin. Everyone stared at Qin Yang in astonishment. If you're interested, I'll draw up a design. The factory can produce it in our spare time, and then we'll take it to the capital and show those old-timers. Qin Yang said, let them know that there are always people better than the mountains, higher than mountains, and rifles beyond rifles. The group exchanged glances, and finally Zhu Zizhong made the decision. Let's prepare for both. Old Qin, you go to the capital. If we can secure the reverse engineering task, that's best. If not, report to the higher-ups that our factory is developing a more advanced sniper rifle. Qin Baowa nodded. Still going. Qin Yang had already made it crystal clear. Qin Yang had no hope for this project. He knew his father would only end up being humiliated. It would be better for him to accompany the international guests on sightseeing trips. But if his father insisted on going, he did have some tricks up his sleeve. He would find time to talk to his father and give him a chance to show off. So sleepy. I have to entertain the foreign guests tomorrow. I'm heading back. Qin Yang yawned again. Dad, let's go home. All right, you go ahead. We'll talk a bit more. Qin Baowa was serious about his work. Under the current circumstances, he needed to continue discussing with the other two to maximize their chances of securing the task when he went to the capital. Dad, are you really not coming back with me? Qin Baowa hesitated for a second, then said, all right, I'll go back with you. In a conference room at a military base in the suburbs of the capital, personnel from various military factories had gathered, engaging in warm conversation. Well, if it isn't Engineer Qin. I've heard Factory 960 has been thriving recently. Yang Zhaojuan, a firearms designer from Factory 296, spotted Qin Baowa and immediately called out. I've heard your Lion brand air rifles are extremely popular, and you've even developed specialized shooting team rifles that meet world-class standards. Where, replied Qin Baowa. The military industry sector doesn't exactly feed us, so we make do with civilian products. If we can secure the contract to reproduce the SVD sniper rifle from higher authorities, only then will we be able to stand beside you with dignity. You flatter yourselves. I hear you've even cracked open the export market, earning millions in foreign exchange. Truly enviable. What good is the military industry? It's a case of too many monks and too little gruel. As they exchanged courtesies, a voice rang out from the head table. All right, everyone settle down. The reason I've summoned you all here is to pool our collective wisdom, thoroughly understand the design of the Soviet SVD sniper rifle, and then reproduce it. Opening the session, the leader from the 5th Machinery Ministry spoke. Collective wisdom indeed. Inviting so many people was simply a guise for competition, aiming to identify the strongest contender. Everyone present understood this perfectly well, but no one dared speak it aloud. First, continued Director Fong. Let's have our military leadership explain the origins of these rifles and the necessity of their reproduction. Director Fong nodded toward the military representative. The battlefield is the ultimate touchstone of weapons, a saying that holds absolutely true. When we took to the battlefield, we discovered that our Type 56 carbine was utterly incapable of matching the enemy. We rapidly deployed the Type 56 assault rifle to maintain fire continuity among frontline troops, yet in combat we found that the greatest threat came from enemy snipers. Merely one or two shooters hiding hundreds of meters away picking us off one by one. Our soldiers armed with rifles of insufficient range could only watch helplessly. Compared to the 300-meter sniping distances of the past, the enemy had extended their range beyond 500 meters. This time we raided an enemy sniper cell and captured 3 sniper rifles intact. I expect our military industry experts to replicate them as quickly as possible and deliver them to frontline soldiers. Leader Wang of the military forces delivered his remarks in one breathless passage. The 3 rifles bear the numbers 68,668, 68,777, and 74919, introduced Director Fong. Let us first examine their structure, then proceed to the shooting range for live fire testing, so everyone can experience just how advanced this professional sniper rifle truly is. As Qin Baoguo listened, a wave of emotion washed over him. What Qin Yang considered barely worthy of a second glance as a sniper rifle was in the eyes of the military, and these military industry professionals already remarkably advanced. After all, there was not a single professional sniper rifle domestically produced in China at that time. The barrel is so long. Those who held the rifles immediately remarked. A longer barrel means more work done by the propellant, greater kinetic energy imparted to the bullet, higher muzzle velocity, and consequently longer effective range. For a sniper rifle aiming to eliminate distant targets, a longer barrel was naturally superior. The SVD's barrel measured a full 620 millimeters compared to merely 415 millimeters on the AK-47, a difference of nearly half. The stock scope and other components all appeared peculiar. Rifle number 74919 passed into Yang Zhaojuan's hands. He turned it over and examined it for over 10 minutes before handing it to Qin Baoguo nearby. Qin Baoguo's hands rested upon the wooden stock. He took a deep breath, and then his hands moved with astonishing speed. Scope, dust cover, receiver, barrel, gas piston. Clicking and clacking, this sniper rifle displayed for everyone to admire was completely disassembled by Qin Baoguo. Engineer Qin, what are you doing? Yang Zhaojuan exclaimed. The leadership had asked everyone merely to inspect the weapon, and here Qin Baoguo had dismantled it entirely. Didn't the leadership tell us to appreciate the rifle's structure? Qin Baoguo replied calmly. How am I supposed to examine it without taking it apart? We're all firearms experts. Do you think we'd break it? Oh, they were indeed afraid of breaking it. Director Fong had originally intended for everyone to simply look first, then study the disassembly procedure together. Who would have guessed Qin Baoguo's hands moved with such incredible speed? Wait a moment. After a brief pause, everyone realized. Qin Baoguo was showing off his skill. Very well, since you're afraid of breaking it, I'll reassemble it for you. Click-clack. Another series of deft movements, and by the time Director Fong approached, the rifle had been reassembled. Engineer Qin, are you familiar with this model? Yes, I believe its basic structure differs little from our Type 56 carbine. Qin Baoguo recounted the analysis that Qin Yang had provided him, and the simple structural diagram sketched by Qin Yang surfaced in his mind. How did Qin Yang know all this? Qin Baoguo himself was unaware. His son had grown increasingly mysterious. But following Qin Yang's guidance had proven correct once again. Through the disassembly and reassembly, the structure diagram drawn by Qin Yang was completely accurate. This rifle was indeed nothing more than an oversized AK-47. Engineer Qin, how can you act with such disregard for discipline and organization? Yang Zhaojuan's face darkened. We should have conducted live fire tests first, then proceeded to disassembly. Now, after your reckless tinkering, what if you've compromised the rifle's accuracy? The two men were mere acquaintances. They exchanged pleasantries upon meeting. But these actions now directly affected which factory would secure the reproduction contract, so Yang Zhaojuan felt compelled to deliver a stern reprimand. Qin Baoguo remained unfazed. Compromised accuracy. Impossible. We're all military industry professionals. Do you think we'd make such an error? After my reassembly, this rifle's accuracy should actually be higher. Yang Zhaojuan grew even more indignant. What? Engineer Qin, even if you're desperate for your factory to secure the reproduction contract, must you boast so brazenly? Everyone present were indeed skilled professionals. Disassembly and reassembly posed no issue. But claiming that accuracy could improve after such procedures was simply impossible. Improper assembly might degrade accuracy, but never enhance it. Engineer Yang, if you refuse to believe me, we can head outside and test fire, said Qin Baoguo. This rifle I just assembled and disassembled will undoubtedly prove more accurate than the other two. That's impossible. Director Fong watched their exchange with keen interest and murmured smoothly, very well. Let us conduct a live fire test and see whether Engineer Qin's claims hold water. The meeting had been set up at this location precisely for convenient rifle testing. The shooting range was within walking distance. Everyone proceeded together to the shooting range. Qin Baoguo gazed at the target downrange and remarked, "These are sniper rifles. Even if we're not engaging targets at 800 meters, we should at minimum place the target 500 meters away." The military standard targets were set at either 100 or 200 meters. Testing sniper rifles would require adjustment. Then we'll set the target at 500 meters. Find 3 of the best marksmen to fire. Director Fong ordered. 3 gunshots rang out in succession, followed by the voice of the target referee. Target 1, inner ring. Target 2, miss. Target 3, 5 rings. Target 3 had been fired upon by rifle 74,919. Such remarkable accuracy. I don't believe it. Have them switch rifles and fire again. Yang Xiaojun shouted. After switching and retesting, both of the other rifles scored 2 rings. Yet rifle 74,919 scored 4 rings. Well, do you believe it now? A look of pure elation spread across Qin Bao's face. Everything his son had said had proven entirely correct. From the exterior, all 3 SVD rifles appear identical. Wooden stocks and bodies, long barrels, and professional-grade sights. It was not until the 1990s that the redesigned SVD began replacing wood with composite materials. To identify the differences between these 3 captured sniper rifles, one must look inside the barrel and use professional measuring tools. The twist rates of the rifling differ. Firearms have seen many revolutionary inventions throughout history, such as the transition from muzzle loading to breech loading and the introduction of rifling inside the barrel to make bullets spin upon exit, greatly increasing stability. Nearly all modern firearms feature rifling, even the air guns produced by Factory 960, and there is specialized terminology for the rifling that rotates the projectile through the barrel. The number of rifling grooves is easy to understand, but the twist rate is far more complex. It measures how rapidly the rifling spirals inward, specifically defined as the distance the rifling travels to complete one full rotation. A smaller twist rate means the rifling rotates faster, the bullet spin rate is higher, and stability is better, but this value cannot be reduced indefinitely, as doing so would decrease the muzzle velocity, requiring careful consideration. When Dragunov first designed this rifle, he set the twist rate at 315 mm, achieving peak performance and accuracy when firing the 6,254 mm are 7-in-1 precision sniper rounds developed by their research institute. However, frontline units soon discovered a severe limitation: the rifle could only fire these specialized sniper rounds, not other types of ammunition. For example, tracer rounds used to signal enemy positions to comrades, or armor-piercing rounds for attacking fortified cover. All are also 6,254 mm are caliber and can be chambered, but once fired they fly erratically. So in 1974, a Dragunov modified the rifle, reducing the twist rate from 315 mm to 240 mm, allowing it to fire not only dedicated sniper ammunition, but also other types with reasonable accuracy. The rifle held by Qin Bao, with serial number 74919, belongs to the improved version, while the 2 in front, both with numbers starting with 68, are the older models. If dedicated 7-in-1 sniper ammunition were used for target practice, all 3 rifles would achieve identical accuracy, without significant deviation. But we do not have this type of ammunition domestically. During their earlier test shots, they used standard Type 53 machine gun rounds. This ammunition shares the same 6,254 mm are caliber and can be chambered, but accuracy drops dramatically. China's domestically reproduced Type 85 sniper rifle suffered the same limitation: the lack of purpose-built high-precision sniper ammunition. The primary issue is cost. 1 round of premium sniper ammunition costs as much as over a dozen Type 53 machine gun rounds. Snipers do not only fire on the battlefield, they require extensive daily training, and sharpshooters are forged through the consumption of countless rounds. Using expensive sniper ammunition would be unsustainable. At present, Qin Bao owes his significant advantage entirely to the materials Qin Yang had introduced to him. Director Fong's face carried a smile. Engineer Qin, I never expected you to be quite so remarkable. Simply by disassembling and reassembling it, you have actually improved the sniper rifle's accuracy. Director Fong, although Factory 960 has already transitioned to civilian production, we have not abandoned our military craftsmanship. If the superior authorities entrust us with the replication task for this sniper rifle, we guarantee that every production model will achieve the same precision as the one in my hand. It ultimately comes down to the barrel twist rate. During production, simply follow the standards of this rifle, numbered 74,919. Engineer Qin, this is far too excessive. Yang Xiaojun could no longer contain himself. You flaunt your skills here, and then try to take over the production contract. On what grounds? Before coming, Yang Xiaojun had promised the factory leadership that he would definitely secure this sniper rifle's replication contract, for in the field of firearms production, their Factory 296 was the undisputed leader. Now, although he had no idea what methods Qin Bao had used to improve the rifle's shooting precision, he would absolutely not stand idly by and watch the replication contract slip away to Factory 960. What right does a third-line military-to-civilian factory have to compete with our Factory 296? In earlier years, when the nation operated as a single unified plan and all factories were brothers, it did not matter which factory received the production order. They all earned the same wages, and if support was needed, no one ever complained. When Factory 960 was established, it had drawn a team of technicians from Factory 296, along with personnel transferred from the capital, all working together in that third-line military factory. After arriving, everyone worked diligently and wholeheartedly never complaining, even when relocated from the big cities to remote mountain valleys. But things are different now. Competition has begun. Those who secure contracts eat meat, those who do not are left with soup. Factory 296 is large and the industry leader, but it has many mouths to feed. Now watching the contract about to be snatched away by Qin Yang Zhaojun was deeply displeased. It was not merely about sharp words. If pushed far enough, fists could easily fly. Of course, on the strength of our capability. Qin spoke the words Qin Yang had taught him for as an honest man. He truly felt embarrassed arguing heatedly with technicians from a partner unit. Everyone knows that the air guns produced by our factory 960 exceed those of other domestic manufacturers by a wide margin, having already reached first-class international standards. Qin continued, precisely because of this, foreign buyers have come to our factory for inspections and are prepared to purchase several million yuan worth of goods. That's right, you certainly know how to do business, and everyone is aware. So what if it is several million yuan in foreign exchange? Yang Zhaojun's voice rose even higher. You are a military enterprise bullying mere outsiders. What is there to boast about? How long has it been since you last produced the Type 56 carbine? Aside from the Type 56, have you manufactured any other rifles? Director Fong's brow furrowed. He knew full well that the conflict between the two still centered on the replication contract. Qin had shown his hand in technology, and Yang Zhaojun, knowing he could not win on that front, deliberately shifted to attacking from other directions. Factory 296 produced all varieties of firearms, while Factory 960 had only ever produced the Type 56 carbine, and had already abandoned military products in favor of civilian conversion. Would allowing Factory 960 to accept this task carry risks? Manufacturing firearms. Once you master one type, you understand them all. Qin Bao's temper also rose. We had never produced air guns before either, yet we suddenly became the top players in the industry. No factory across the nation has ever manufactured sniper rifles. If entrusted to us, we can also reach a new peak. What new peak? Don't let your ambitions outpace your ability. Yang Zhaojun continued with disdain. If your factory can produce other military firearms, then Factory 296 will not contest this replication task. Qin Bao was immediately thrilled. Engineer Yang, does that statement represent Factory 296? Absolutely. Yang Zhaojun could never believe that a third-line military factory already engaged in civilian conversion could continue producing other models of firearms. Director Fong, our factory, is currently developing a long-range sniper rifle capable of hitting a coin at 500 meters and a watermelon at 1,000 meters. Qin Bao said, we will use this rifle to demonstrate to superiors the technical capabilities of Factory 960 in the firearms field. What? Everyone was instantly shocked. Before coming, Qin Yang had mentioned hitting a coin at 1 kilometer and a watermelon at 2 kilometers, but Qin Bao did not dare to boast, and thus reduce the distance. Even so, this data was already astonishing enough. The SVD sniper rifle was already the most advanced sniper rifle that the domestic military industry had encountered. This rifle could only hit a watermelon at 500 meters at best. Yang Zhaojun's eyes widened. What did you say? Hitting a coin at 500 meters. Nonsense, you're about to blow the sky apart. Qin Bao completely ignored Yang Zhaojun and continued to look at Director Fong. Currently, this sniper rifle is under development in our factory. If our conference can last for 3 days, we will be able to bring this gun for all colleagues to observe. All right, then let's make this conference last 3 days. Director Fong said, if your factory can develop an advanced sniper rifle, then our system will hold a special commendation meeting for you. The representatives of the 208 Institute also frowned. For a third-tier military factory to produce firearms according to design drawings and maintain a yield rate of over 90% was already quite challenging. Developing a brand new sniper rifle that far surpassed the Soviet-made SVD by a wide margin. How could that be possible? If Factory 960 could achieve this, where would the face of the 208 Institute, which specialized in gun design, be placed? They, the 208 Institute, were the ones who designed firearms. With this thought, the expressions of these experts turned sour. From that moment on, Qin Bao was isolated by his peers. Even during meals, he could hear pointing and gossiping voices. Factory 960 can never develop an advanced sniper rifle. This is absolutely a pipe dream. Exactly, and in 3 days to design a brand new sniper rifle. Without at least 3 years, it's simply impossible. Let's just wait and see the show. I heard that Engineer Qin's son is very capable. His son? He's only 18 years old, still wet behind the ears. What can he do? Amid these discussions, the second day's conference continued. Everyone proceeded to shoot at targets, and then study the structure of the rifles. All 3 guns were disassembled, but the secrets inside the barrels were not noticed. After all, in the common impression, the rifling design of a gun barrel required thousands of different data points to determine the optimal solution, and once determined, it would not be changed. 3 days passed in a flash. That morning, everyone began to talk. Didn't he say he could deliver the prototype in 3 days? Why is there still no sign of him? Exactly. Has his boast burst? At noon that day, there was still no sign of Factory 960's people or gun. During lunch, everyone discussed this topic. Director Fong, it's already noon. Oh, and Factory 960 hasn't sent anyone yet. We should disband this afternoon. Leave the imitation task of this gun to us. Yang Xiaojun deliberately sat next to Director Fong to facilitate conversation. Since the promise was 3 days, it should be until tonight. Director Fong said, "This afternoon let's study the SVD sniper rifle again and also measure the parameters inside the barrel." Originally Qin Baoguo was not anxious, but upon hearing Director Fong's words his brow furrowed. If the dimensions of the barrel were measured, his myth would be exposed. This Qin Yang is really something. Why hasn't he come yet? Could there be a technical problem during processing? Designing and machining a gun in 3 days is absolutely impossible. Qin Baoguo only said those words out of trust in Qin Yang. Now he is afraid of being embarrassed. Just then a communication soldier ran over. "Report to all leaders, a car has arrived outside, saying it's from Factory 960 with the prototype gun." Arrived. Everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks, looking at Qin Baoguo in disbelief. Send him directly to the shooting range. Director Fong was also excited. Let's see if this gun can achieve the level of hitting a coin at 500 meters and a watermelon at 1,000 meters. No one ate. Everyone rushed to the shooting range. When they arrived, they saw a 212 Jeep and someone was taking things out of the car. It was a long box. All were experts and could tell at a glance it was a gun case and for an advanced firearm. After all, ordinary rifles are simply wrapped in straw, but the size of the box was somewhat large. Is this gun 1.5 meters long? Yang Xiaojun made a judgment instinctively. The SVD sniper rifle was already the longest they had ever seen, over 1 meter and 20 centimeters in length. Only rifles from World War II were that long, since after running out of bullets, they had to charge with bayonets. The common AK-47 was only 870 millimeters, making it more convenient to use. The more advanced August bullpup rifle further reduced the length to 790 millimeters. Now was there a gun designer deliberately creating an extraordinarily long gun, just to increase accuracy by endlessly lengthening the barrel? Engineer Qin, your factory is truly unique. Machining such an extra-long barrel must not be easy, right? Yang Xiaojun continued to taunt. Also, no one in your factory has a formal degree, so you have to do it this way. If the caliber were enlarged to 12.7 millimeters, this length would be reasonable. A military expert from the 208 Institute spoke. The longer the gun, the larger the caliber must be to exert its power. While they were talking, Qin Yang opened the box and lifted a gun horizontally from the middle with both hands. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the gun, and their breathing became heavy. Such a long barrel. And very thick, definitely 12.7 millimeters. Its stock is very unique. Is that a bolt on the left? Bolt-action rifles had long been outdated. They never expected Factory 960 to produce such a bolt-action rifle. The stock at the back was very distinctive. It was not a single piece of wood, but had a delicate and complex structure with many movable parts. The handguard on the barrel also had many rectangular openings like heat vents. Below were the grip and trigger, and above was the long barrel. On the left side of the gun was a conspicuous bolt, and at the front underside was a bipod, making it look similar to a machine gun. On top of the gun was a professional scope larger than that of the SVD sniper rifle. "Kid, why are you so late?" Qin Baoguo was the first to walk up and say to Qin Yang, "Guest hasn't left, how could I come? Morning, I only sent Ibrahim off. Haven't even had lunch yet." Qin Yang finished, looked at the others, and then proudly raised his gun. "Everyone look at my 12.7 millimeters big sniper. Isn't it thick enough, hard enough, and long enough? The larger the caliber, the farther the range indeed, but 7.62 millimeters is already the limit for sniper rifles. If we increase the caliber further, the recoil of the bullet will be too great." Snapping back from his astonishment, Yang Xiaojun resumed his posture as a military armament expert. "If the recoil is too high, we find a way to solve it." Qin Yang said casually. "If we give up just because of recoil, then what's the point of being a military RD engineer? Wouldn't it be better to go home and tend to your wife and kids?" Humph. Yang Xiaojun glanced at Qin Yang with disdain. In World War II, there were anti-tank rifles with a 20 millimeters caliber. What good did they do? Weren't they quickly phased out? After so many years of development, firearms have matured. Deliberately using a different caliber to draw attention is meaningless. What's the use of your rifle? Just to hit a watermelon from a kilometer away. Of course it has many uses. Qin Yang explained to the crowd. For example, the target is in a room with a kilometer of open ground outside. Our sniper wants to kill the enemy. What should he do? Crawl over camouflage fire, and then have difficulty retreating. Or stay hidden 1500 meters away and fire. Comrade expert, if it were you, which would you choose? Qin Yang still didn't know who this critic was. Whoever challenged him, he challenged back. The words "comrade expert" were laced with sarcasm. Yang Xiaojun's face darkened while Qin Yang continued eloquently. Large caliber sniper rifles are an inevitable trend. On the battlefield, they offer long range, high precision, and great power. If the enemy hides behind a wall, the shooter can fire through it, creating a hole. Even if the shot isn't precise, the flying debris will kill the enemy. I wonder if any 12.7 millimeters machine gun designer is here. They should know how powerful this bullet is. An expert nodded. Indeed, a 12.7 millimeters bullet can achieve that effect. Needless to say, hitting a mud wall, with specialized ammunition, it can even penetrate light armored vehicles. Exactly. Qin Yang took over. That's it. Our rifle isn't just for shooting people, but can also target vehicles, radar stations, even aircraft. We fire from a distance, then run. Easier said than done. But we'll see about the accuracy. The recoil of a 12.7 millimeters bullet is huge. claiming to hit a coin at 500 meters or a watermelon at 100 meters. The bullet might be long gone. Yang Zhaojun continued his sarcasm. Whether it can hit or not is not for us to decide, Qin Yang said. We have to actually fire a shot to know. Please ask the range staff to move the target 100 meters away and stick a coin at the bullseye center. What did you say? Yang Zhaojun's eyes widened in shock. You want to hit a coin at 100 meters. Do you know how much precision that requires? Factory 960 produced an air rifle that hits where you aim at 100 meters, and now you think you're invincible. Comrade expert, you don't believe it. Only a fool would believe it. Then let's make a bet. Fine. I'll bet 100 yuan. Betting with us. You should know how rich Factory 960 is. We just signed a foreign trade contract for $5 million. Qin Yang glanced at Yang Zhaojun dismissively. Betting on money is meaningless for us. Then what do you suggest? The loser takes off his pants and runs around the shooting range naked. Someone laughed. The leader Fong kept a straight face at a loss for words. The military system had never seen such a hothead. It was his first time encountering someone with Qin Yang's character, but he was more concerned about whether the rifle could hit a coin at 1000 meters. If it could, that would be a monumental breakthrough. Such a weapon on the battlefield would make the enemy wail in despair. What afraid? Amid the laughter, Qin Yang looked at Yang Zhaojun. Fun a bet it is. I don't believe your Factory 960 rifle has that kind of precision. But let's be clear, if you lose, I don't want your pants. I want his. Yang Zhaojun pointed at Qin Baohua. In that instant, Qin Yang's gaze turned icy. This guy was targeting his own father. This is courting death. If you're a young man, even if you embarrass yourself, it's no big deal. We need fairness. All right, enough nonsense. Leader Fong finally spoke. Young man, prepare yourself. Let's see if this rifle can open our eyes. Good. That good didn't come from Qin Yang, but from Qin Baohua, whose gaze was equally cold as he looked at Yang Zhaojun. I accept that condition. You too. Do you still have any respect for me, an old man? Leader Fong was annoyed. He knew the tension was escalating. Competition between subordinate arsenals was something he welcomed. Only competition fostered development. But running naked with pants off was going too far. If this got out, the aerospace and other systems would laugh at them. All right, let's give the leaders and colleagues a demonstration first. Qin Yang put down the rifle and took out a box from the vehicle. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Qin Yang first pulled out a combination of 3 hemispheres and a baffle arrow, planting it on the ground. The 3 hemispheres began to rotate, and the baffle arrow pointed to one side. Anemometer. Someone recognized it. Yes, wind speed 30 direction due east. Qin Yang checked these, then took out various instruments. Temperature 26 C, air pressure 1013 millibars. Next, measure the target distance. Another device was unloaded from the 212. It needed power. When its outline was seen, someone exclaimed, "Is that a laser rangefinder used on tanks?" That's right. Qin Yang turned on the instrument. After warming up, it displayed a reading. Distance to target 980 meters. Let's just go with that. Next, Qin Yang took out a calculator and tapped away. I've never seen a sniper use so much gear. A frog at the bottom of a well naturally has limited knowledge. Qin Yang shot him a glare, then adjusted the scope on the rifle. Qin Baohua's gaze shifted from doubt to trust. He had only agreed to the bet out of anger and to support his son, but now his attitude changed. As a technical expert, Qin Baohua knew that hitting a coin at 100 meters required considering many factors: distance, direction, wind speed, wind direction, temperature, air pressure, and other ballistic variables, then adjusting the rifle's trajectory accordingly. Seeing his son handle it so methodically, he had a premonition his son might actually succeed. After completing all the preparations, Qin Yang picked up the sniper rifle and placed it on the firing position. He set up the bipod, adjusted the stock a few times, then gripped the rifle firmly and pulled the bolt. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. All eyes were fixed upon Qin Yang. They did not believe he could achieve such a feat, yet at the same time, they eagerly anticipated witnessing a miracle unfold. Not even Yang Zhaojun spoke. He too waited for the results. Time seemed to crawl by agonizingly slowly. Qin Yang was searching for that elusive feeling within himself. This shooting target was no easy task. It demanded the skill of only the most exceptional marksman in existence. A gentle breeze caressed his face while the wild grasses swayed softly upon the ground. The sunlight bathed him in warm comfort. Qin Yang attuned himself to everything around him. Gradually, all else faded from his consciousness. Within his field of vision, only the target grew ever clearer, and the coin at its center became ever more distinct. Over these past few days, Qin Yang had entertained guests by day and supervised machining work in the workshop by night, ultimately completing this rifle. He had merely tested it once at the firing range of Factory 960 before bringing it here. Whether he could strike a coin a full kilometer away remained an uncertain variable. In truth, the client had already departed the previous evening. It was not until this morning that Qin Yang mobilized every connection at his disposal to gather all the necessary components. The 16-power scope in particular had consumed tremendous effort. If he intended to engage targets at 2,000 meters, every single element had to be prepared with absolute precision. Now, with equipment fully prepared and his condition optimized to peak performance, he took a steady, measured breath and pressed the trigger. Bang! A crisp report shattered the air. A plume of bluish-gray smoke erupted from the muzzle. The surrounding wild grasses bent under the force of the blast, some of them even bending backward. A muzzle brake. This rifle is fitted with a muzzle brake. Yang Xiaojun suddenly realized. The larger the caliber, the greater the recoil. When it reached 12.7 millimeters, the recoil became so severe that ordinary shooters could scarcely withstand it. Weapons of this caliber were typically heavy machine guns secured to thick, sturdy mounts. The gunner never had to shoulder the weapon. Consequently, Yang Xiaojun had never expected Qin Yang to hit the target, let alone land a bullet on the bullseye. But now witnessing Qin Yang's shot, it suddenly clicked. This was an artillery muzzle brake adapted for a rifle. Artillery pieces boasted even larger calibers and possessed terrifying recoil. In the earliest days of muzzle-loading cannons, each discharge forced the barrel to recoil several meters backward, requiring complete realignment afterward. Many years later, a genius conceived a revolutionary idea to cut vents at the muzzle facing rearward, allowing a portion of the propellant's energy to escape backward, thereby counteracting some of the recoil force. The invention of the muzzle brake dramatically reduced artillery recoil during firing, significantly increasing rates of fire and ushering in a revolution in cannon design. Some firearms later adopted muzzle brakes as well. However, this component had never appeared on the Type 56 rifle family, so no one would have consciously examined the muzzle. It was only upon witnessing Qin Yang's shot that the design ingenuity of this rifle became apparent. Admittedly, while muzzle brakes effectively minimized recoil and ensured shooting stability, they carried notable drawbacks, as the progressively spreading smoke clearly demonstrated. The noise and disruption were immense. Therefore, experienced snipers fired a single shot and immediately abandoned their position, clutching their rifles and retreating. The opposing force's artillery could rain down at any moment. The formidable, almost legendary snipers depicted in web novels simply did not exist in reality. In truth, the word preceding sniper was often cannon fodder. Indeed, snipers faced the constant threat of artillery strikes. Beyond possessing exceptional marksmanship and camouflage skills, they had to master running and relocating to new firing positions. At that moment, Qin Yang had already completed his shot. As he rose to his feet while still cradling the rifle, another expert spoke up. "I noticed the contact between your barrel and handguard isn't particularly tight. Is this a matter of insufficient machining precision?" "Certainly not," Qin Yang replied. "This is what we call a floating barrel design. During firing, the barrel vibrates completely freely." Floating barrel. For the self-proclaimed experts present, this was undoubtedly the first time they had ever heard such a term. To achieve precise shooting, the barrel must remain perfectly stationary. You want the barrel to vibrate freely. That's outright absurd. If you expect that to hit the target, you'd need a miracle. Yang Xiaojun interjected again. Qin Yang cast a scornful glance at him. Ignorance is nothing to be ashamed of. What's truly pitiable is feigning expertise while remaining profoundly ignorant. Report. Just then the voice of the distant target marker rang out. The bullet struck the 10-ring circle. More than half of the coin at the bullseye has been shattered. What? Everyone was stunned. Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Yang Xiaojun shouted. Bring the target over here for inspection. Young man, please explain to everyone how this floating barrel works. Director Fong turned to Qin Yang, his gaze gentle. He knew without a doubt that this was no act of cheating. The rifle in Qin Yang's hands had struck a coin from a kilometer away. He was incredibly curious. How on earth was such precision achievable? This is quite simple. As we all know, when the trigger is pulled and the bullet travels through the barrel inevitably produces various vibrations. This is a natural phenomenon. Any external influence, whether from the handguard, barrel rests, or other supports, will degrade accuracy. When barrel vibrations are disrupted by foreign interference, they cease at inconsistent positions, causing the bullet to exit from different points and introducing significant errors. However, if the barrel floats completely free, maintaining no contact whatsoever with the stock or any bipod, the barrel vibrates without restriction. After each vibration cycle, it reliably returns to the exact same position. We truly have been frogs at the bottom of a well, one expert remarked. I never imagined such a theory existed. Impossible. How can this be possible? The amplitude of barrel vibration is so minimal. Why even consider it? This is mere showmanship. Yang Xiaojun remained unconvinced. He watched as the target marker jogged steadily toward them, carrying the target board, and set it down upon the ground. The crowd gazed over. At the center was a gaping hole, its edges still clinging to crescent-shaped fragments of the coin. Some of the torn edges bore molten metal droplets that had cooled and solidified. If only the target paper had been affected, one might accuse them of cheating. But now the sheer reality of that coin, absolutely perforated by a 12.7 millimeter bullet, left no room for doubt. The molten metal droplets beside it were precisely the result of friction-generated heat as the bullet tore through. I refuse to believe this. This must be cheating, Yang Xiaojun declared. Refuse to believe. Are you implying the military personnel here conspired to assist me? Upon hearing these words, Director Wang's expression darkened instantly. Engineer Yang, I can assure you that our firing range has engaged in zero acts of cheating. Should any such conduct have occurred, I would strip off this uniform myself. Yang Xiaojun realized his words had been inappropriate and hastily clarified, No, I wasn't referring to you. I was. He scrambled for another explanation. If cheating had taken place, someone from the range staff would inevitably be complicit. Otherwise, Qin Yang alone could not have manipulated the outcome. You're afraid of stripping naked and running around the entire firing range, aren't you? Qin Yang regarded Yang Xiaojun coldly. Losing and then attempting to renege. That speaks volumes about your character. Yang Xiaojuan's face drained of color in an instant. The facts were clear: the rifle in Qin Yang's hand had indeed struck a coin from a kilometer away. However, Yang Xiaojun was not ready to concede defeat. Intuitively, he could not believe the result. It was simply impossible. There must have been cheating involved. Yet Qin Yang's words at that moment sent him plunging into an icy abyss. If he accepted the result, he would have to honor the wager. Could he still survive within the system thereafter? But if he refused to fulfill the bet, his reputation would be ruined, and he would face endless ridicule. Look at this man, losing and then reneging on his word. His character was flawed. No matter which way he chose, the outcome would work against him. His mind raced, frantically searching for a strategy. Yangzi, is that any way to speak? Just then Qin Baohua spoke up. Everyone present are your elders, your uncles, and senior relatives. The wager was nothing more than a jest. How could you take it so seriously? His own father simply looked down upon petty scheming, but that did not mean he lacked the ability. Qin Yang had to give his father credit. This was the best way to handle the situation. On one hand, it was Qin Baohua's inherent kindness. He could not bear to see Yang Xiaojun humiliated. On the other hand, he clearly understood that if Yang Xiaojun had indeed run naked around the shooting range while Yang Xiaojun would lose face, his own reputation might suffer as well. Now was the time to show magnanimity, to demonstrate his broad-mindedness for future harmony. It was also paving the way for Qin Yang. Should word spread that someone had forced another to run naked, Qin Yang's reputation would hardly benefit. Father, we won this time, and can treat it as a joke, but if we had lost today, do you think he would have spared us? Qin Yang countered, knowing father and son must play their part in this duet. Within the system, Yang Xiaojun appeared amiable toward everyone on the surface. But if a conflict arose with him, the man held grudges like a pincushion and would never let things go. Yang Xiaojuan's face flushed crimson. In his eyes, Qin Baohua and Qin Yang were deliberately collaborating to humiliate him. If we lose, we honor the bet. A real man's spit is a nail, his word is law. But when we win, we must also show mercy and not press our advantage. Qin Baohua continued, instructing his son. Yes, father, I was wrong. Very well, we lost. I, Yang Xiaojuan, may not be a great man, but I will not be mocked. Yang Xiaojuan's face burning red, he began unbuckling his belt. It was summer, and he wore only thin trousers. Stripping them off would take but a second or two, yet Yang Xiaojuan's movements were agonizingly slow. Enough. Do you still hold this old man in any regard? Do you recall what I just said? Director Fong finally spoke up. He had to stop this farce. Upon hearing Director Fong's words, Yang Xiaojun immediately refastened his belt. In this way, he had honored the bet, but it was the leader who intervened to stop it. Face saved on both sides. This rifle is quite fine, far superior to the Russian SVD sniper rifle, though the report upon firing is somewhat loud. Just then an expert chimed in to shift the topic. Everyone returned to discussing firearms. Exactly. For a sniper, concealment is paramount. Even if this rifle could strike a coin at a kilometer, it holds no practical value. It is merely showmanship. Yang Xiaojuan, who had just been forced to nearly strip and run naked, had suddenly found a new angle of attack. No matter how precise this rifle was, it served no purpose. Especially given the current combat along the southern border region where vast stretches of forest dominate. Long-range firearms hold no advantage there. We must still develop weapons similar to the SVD. We cannot pursue range and precision alone. Other factors must be considered. In the early years of the Vietnam War, the AK-47's reliability completely overshadowed the American M16 on the battlefield. Having delivered these words, Yang Xiaojun almost admired himself. Under such circumstances, he could still think of reasons to turn the tide. It was no small feat. What good is long range? What good is high precision? The southern border battlefield did not need such things. The noise produced by this 12.7mm sniper rifle upon firing was far too loud, easily exposing the shooter's position. Therefore, this rifle did not meet our troops' requirements. After speaking, he turned his gaze toward Director Wang. Director Wang, am I correct? Director Wang offered no reply. Analytically, Yang Xiaojuan's words carried merit, but was this man not utterly shameless? By the terms of the wager, he ought to have run naked around the range. Now that they had forgiven him and dropped the matter, he continued to slander them. What poor character. Old Wang, what is your assessment? Director Fong spoke up. Though Yang Xiaojuan's conduct was despicable, certain matters still required consideration. Did the military actually need this high-precision sniper rifle? Director Wang pondered in silence for a long while, then shook his head. In the southern border regions, this type of sniper rifle would likely serve no purpose. A smile spread across Yang Xiaojuan's face. See, even the director had spoken. Your gun was useless. Unrealistic, mere showmanship. However, a factory capable of manufacturing a sniper rifle at this caliber could certainly improve the precision of the SVD. I believe assigning the reproduction task to Factory 960 is most appropriate. Director Wang naturally had to speak on behalf of Factory 960. Even without what had just transpired, he would have supported them, precisely because of that rifle striking a coin at a kilometer. Director Wang, please have faith in Factory 290 SIX's capabilities. We too can enhance this rifle's precision. We can also guarantee reliability. We will certainly produce an advanced sniper rifle suited for the battlefield. Yang Xiaojun shouted urgently. He absolutely could not watch Factory 960 secure the reproduction contract. How would he account for it upon returning? Their Factory 960 has long shifted to civilian production, They absolutely cannot produce an advanced sniper rifle adapted for combat. Whether they can or cannot must be determined by testing. Qin Bao grew anxious as well. Distinguished leaders, I am willing to submit a military pledge on behalf of our Factory 960. Father, there is no need for such grand gestures. Qin Yang spoke up. Since our large-caliber sniper rifle does not meet battlefield requirements, let us push it into the international market. A sniper rifle achieving 0.5 MW precision has no equal worldwide. It could sell for at least $100,000 per unit. Selling 1,000 units annually would suffice. The crowd fell into astonishment once more. Even if Factory 960 failed to secure the reproduction task this time, they would still have fought with honor. They had already made quite an impression. Should they proceed with export, they could truly command astronomical prices. Amid the crowd's shock, Qin Yang continued. Of course, if we do not bring back a contract, how can we continue to operate within the military-industrial system? If they disdain ours as too crude, too rigid, too lengthy, then let us craft one that is slender, compact, and short. Let us see whether our new rifle can win the experts' approval. After speaking, Qin Yang walked back toward the 212, retrieved a new case from the rear, opened it, and withdrew the rifle within. The cherry red hollow stock with integrated grip, the compact magazine, the elongated barrel, the matte black receiver, and the scope mounted above. The silhouette of this rifle was identical to the SVD sniper rifle. This is impossible. You never obtained a sample rifle. How did you manage to reproduce this sniper rifle? Yang Zhaojun exclaimed in utter disbelief. Without a sample, we simply cannot manufacture firearms. Must our military industry forever remain limited to copying, never achieving independent design? Qin Yang cast a glance at Yang Zhaojun, unambitious. Qin Yang's words deeply stung many people present. Since the founding of the nation, every firearm produced domestically had been based on copies at most improved upon, never truly independently designed, truly lacking any drive to advance. An old expert in his 50s from Institute 208 couldn't help, but Psi heroes have always emerged from the youth. We who pride ourselves as experts in this field fall short of a mere novice. How shameful. Observing the expert's appearance, Qin Yang suddenly recalled something. Are you Master Duo? Now it was Master Duo who was surprised. Young man, you know me. Of course he knew. As a military industry expert, how could he not recognize the renowned Master Duo designer of the Type 95 firearms family? In the past, whether the Type 56 assault rifle or the Type 81 rifle, all were copies of the AK series. It wasn't until the Type 95 family that they finally broke free from imitation and embarked on the path of independent research and development. This firearms family had been widely criticized for its many flaws, but the spirit of independent innovation was still worthy of praise. Qin Yang smiled dismissively. We can discuss all that over dinner tonight. For now, let me demonstrate the performance of this sniper rifle. Its basic structure is similar to the SVD, with some defects corrected and precision improved by a tier. By the way, let's have a soldier who has fired the SVD demonstrate, lest someone accuse me of cheating. If fortune favors us, hitting a coin at 500 meters should be no problem. After all, Qin Yang was a young man full of youthful arrogance. Saying a few provocative words to push back was entirely normal. The soldier who had practiced with the SVD sniper rifle a few days prior was summoned. Comrade, is there any difference between this rifle and the previous ones? Leader Feng asked the soldier with great interest. Seems little difference. The structure is the same. There's a piece of sponge added at the buttstock, making it more comfortable to hold. Qin Yang generously allowed others to inspect while he lingered at the rear. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Bao finally asked, how did this rifle come about? Naturally, it was produced by our Factory 960. Qin Yang said, unless it was conjured by Sun Wukong, right? How could that be possible? In just a few nights you could complete the manufacturing of these firearms. Yes, it was rush production. If we secure the prototype order this time, the factory should give me a bonus. Qin Bao nodded. Bonuses are easily discussed. But can the precision really surpass that of the Russians? Absolutely, just wait and see. After speaking, Qin Yang cast a glance at Yang Zhaojuan's retreating figure. Who is that guy? Why does he keep opposing us? Yang Zhaojuan, a firearms engineer from Factory 296. They also want this prototype order. We are competitors. Yang Zhaojun. Could he be brothers with Yang Zhaoxiang? Qin Bao nodded yes. The world is truly too small. Qin Yang remarked, if I had known their relationship, I would definitely have made him run around bare-assed. After Factory 960 was established, a large number of workers were transferred from above. Some came from Factory 296, including Yang Zhaoxiang. Factory 960 gradually developed regional factions, the Shanxing people from Factory 296, and those relocated from the capital. If not for that, Yang Zhaoxiang stirring up trouble, factional struggles within the factory would not have been so severe. Sending Yang Zhaoxiang to prison was well within Qin Yang's rights. Now if this Yang Zhaojun wants to abuse his position for personal revenge, he will meet an ugly end. Qin Yang clenched his fist. That scope seems a bit crooked. Should we disassemble and reinstall it? Watching from the crowd, Yang Zhaojun spoke up. Cannot disassemble. Qin Yang shouted. The scope and sniper rifle are a match set. After installation and adjustment, they must never be taken apart throughout the firearm's entire service life. This rifle has already been test-fired, and the scope is fine. Only the shooting soldier is allowed to touch it. Anyone who dares tamper with it is committing sabotage. Who cares? Yang Zhaojun shot Qin Yang a disparaging look. When our unit finishes using it and performs maintenance, won't we need to disassemble it? When handing it in for storage, won't we separate and catalog the components? Will reinstalling it cause problems? Why did the Russians design it to be detachable? Exactly. All of those are incorrect operations, Qin Yang said. Once our factory mass produces this sniper rifle and delivers it to the troops, these rules must be written into the operating regulations. Otherwise, the rifle's precision will progressively deteriorate. Qin Yang knew these matters thoroughly and clearly. After the domestic military equipped the Type 85 sniper rifle, they failed to update the relevant operating regulations. Whether during maintenance or storage, the scope was frequently disassembled. The base mount was steel while the scope body was aluminum alloy. Each disassembly and reassembly caused wear. Moreover, soldiers often used violent yanking and shaking to remove the scope, causing the rifle's precision to deteriorate increasingly. Let's first observe the shooting precision, Leader Wang spoke up. I wonder if it can achieve 10 rings at 500 meters. Our best result using the Russian sniper rifle was merely 5 rings. This rifle reaching the Russian standard at 500 meters would already be commendable. It absolutely cannot exceed the Russian performance. Yang Zhaojun was putting on another show. Is that so? Shall we continue our bet? Qin Yang challenged Yang Zhaojun. Everyone cast meaningful glances toward Yang Zhaojun. His Adam's apple bobbed several times, but ultimately he declined. Although no one knew how Qin Yang had achieved it, the fact remained, he had hit a coin at 1 kilometer, utterly uncanny. So perhaps this improved SVD-derived sniper rifle could really achieve 10 rings at 500 meters. If he lost again, could he still count on Leader Fong to intervene for him? Even if it were just running bare-assed, he would be completely reduced to a laughingstock. He truly dared not risk it. All right, let's clear the range and await our soldier's shot, Leader Wang said. The crowd dispersed. The sharpshooter breathed steadily, held his breath, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot echoed. 500 meters, 10 rings. The range officer's voice rang out. Excellent. We've produced a master gunsmith within our system. Leader Fong was overwhelmingly delighted. The reproduction task for this rifle is assigned to Factory 960. Whoever has objections, build me a rifle that can hit a coin at 500 meters to compete. Yang Zhaojun's face turned completely white. There was truly nothing more to say. Factory 960 was too uncanny. How could they possibly surpass Russian technology? This was entirely the merit of Qin Yang, the military industry master. In later years, after the domestic military equipped the Type 85 sniper rifle, it remained the standard firearm for a long time. Later, when they competed abroad, they returned with a humiliating 0. Not because the shooters lacked effort, but because the Type 85's precision was insufficient. The domestic military industry experts were deeply stimulated. In particular, a female expert, Sister Fan, made a resolute decision: they must develop an advanced sniper rifle. Receiver machining precision was inadequate, so they raised the processing standards. The barrel was unsuitable, so they manufactured over 400 barrels of different specifications, firing more than 80,000 rounds of ammunition to experimentally determine the chamber dimensions. The ammunition was inadequate, so they produced specialized rounds. The scope had issues, so they redesigned it from scratch. After countless days and nights of relentless struggle, finally the precision of this newly designed sniper rifle reached an astonishing 1 MOA. Qin Yang knew all these modifications. He was using the design scheme of this new rifle. Although there might be some issues with machining, the precision improvement over the existing SVD rifle was undoubtedly substantial. The exterior looked identical to the SVD, but in reality the internal changes were considerable, merely invisible to casual observation. Night fell, and the military mess hall buzzed with lively chatter. We haven't wasted these 3 days waiting. Leader Fong beamed with pride. Factory 960 has successfully trial-produced an advanced sniper rifle that far surpasses the original SVD in performance. This is a triumph for our entire system. Let us raise our glasses together to Factory 960. Leader Fong, you flatter us. We hardly deserve such praise, said Qin Baohua. We are merely a third-line military factory nearly abandoned by the times. Now let us raise our glasses to steady progress in military R&D, to the recognition of our products by the armed forces, and to the prosperity of our motherland. That's for the next few toasts. Right now, with the 2 sniper rifles your factory has developed, you've earned the right. Leader Fong raised his glass. You finish it, or I'll drink as I please. Helpless Qin Baohua tilted his head back and down the wine. For the second toast, we celebrate a genius military expert emerging within our system. Leader Fong, still nursing the same glass, a privilege of his rank, gazed warmly at Qin Yang. We also celebrate old Qin for having such a fine son. Leader Fong, you're putting both father and son on the hot coals. Qin Baohua could no longer hold back. On the way back, Leader Fong had eagerly asked who designed the 2 rifles, and Qin Baohua, without thinking, mentioned his son. Now the 2 of them were the target of everyone's envy and jealousy. Qin Yang stood up helplessly and scanned the room. Luckily, no sarcastic remarks were heard. Yang Zhaojun, too ashamed, had skipped the dinner. After all, this was a celebration banquet. Leader Fong, I was a bit reckless today and said some rash things. I hope you won't hold it against me. Qin Yang's words pleased Leader Fong. He smiled. Young people need boldness. If you had been timid and afraid to question the experts, I wouldn't think highly of you. Exactly. Our country is reforming and our military system is transforming. Factory 960 has been very successful. Other units in our system should learn from you. Qin Yang turned to see Elder Duo whom he had met earlier that day. He quickly shook his head. Elder Duo, you flatter us too much. Our small third-line factory hardly deserves to be a model. At the year-end meeting, our factory leaders will share all our experiences in transformation. Poverty is not socialism, we must develop together. Well said, Leader Fong exclaimed. Let's raise our glasses together. This time you finish yours, and I'll finish mine. After the second toast, Elder Duo looked at Qin Yang. Young man, you still haven't told me how you know me. Elder Duo, you're the most senior figure in our system. Of course I know you, Qin Yang said. Your photo is even displayed in our factory's Hall of Honor. Qin Baohua frowned slightly. Qin Yang was making things up. Their factory didn't have a Hall of Honor. Where would a photo come from? But Elder Duo, unaware, nodded. I'm not much of a talent. In recent years we've been doing preliminary research on small caliber rifles with little progress. Tell me, Qin Yang, what do you think of small caliber rifles? Elder Duo, our Factory 960 has always been deep in the mountains, out of touch. We wouldn't know anything about small caliber rifles. Don't put the boy on the spot. Qin Baohua spoke up, afraid his son might make a fool of himself. Yet from those deep mountains you've produced a sniper rifle more accurate than the SVD. Elder Duo continued. Qin Yang has his eyes on the world. We want to hear his opinion. Elder Duo, let me say a few words then. If I'm wrong, please don't blame me. Qin Yang was not afraid of the challenge. Choosing a caliber for a weapon is a major decision, and every country is cautious. After the World War II, both Eastern and Western blocs standardized on 7.62 millimeters. But in practice this caliber proved too powerful. The bullets were large, heavy, and limited in number carried. So between power and quantity both blocs chose the latter. As a military expert, Qin Yang knew this well. The U.S. chose 5.56 millimeters, the Soviet Union 5.45 millimeters, and as for us, our small caliber selection began early in the 1970s. After careful comparison, we finally settled on 5.8 millimeters. Elder Duo smiled at Qin Baohua. Old Qin, you've been protecting your son all along, but he knows everything. Yes, we've chosen 5.8 millimeters, but that's only the first step of a long march. Much work lies ahead. Leader Fong said, the higher-ups remain skeptical about the power of our caliber. Those who lived through the old days have vivid memories of the Japanese Type 38 rifle's 6.5 millimeters rounds. A hit from a Type 38 often left no bullet inside. It passed right through, and a simple disinfection and bandage sufficed, sometimes allowing the soldier to keep fighting. But a hit from a Hanyang-made rifle could cost a man half his life. In truth, it wasn't just the caliber. The Japanese pursued high precision, and their bullets had such high muzzle velocity that they rarely tumbled inside the body. That's easy to solve. Qin Yang casually offered a solution. In our infantry squad, most soldiers carry small caliber automatic rifles to engage targets at 200,300 meters. For longer ranges, we rely on squad machine guns and sniper rifles. Once this sniper rifle is finalized, it can be issued to squads. One designated marksman per squad is enough. Not every squad would have a dedicated sniper, but selecting the best shot as a designated marksman would suffice. Small caliber rifles handle enemies at 200,300 meters, while sniper rifles extend the reach beyond 500 meters. More than sufficient. Leader Fong nodded. Yes, that's a workable solution. With sniper rifles, the firepower coordination in infantry squads will be much more scientific. But then squad ammunition won't be interchangeable, someone raised a concern. The designated marksman carries his own specialized ammunition. For long-range targets, 7.62 millimeters full-power rounds are more suitable. Of course, if universal ammunition is desired, small-caliber sniper rifles can be developed later. Qin Yang continued to offer suggestions effortlessly. Speaking of ammunition, the trial production of small-caliber rifle rounds still faces major challenges. Elder Duo picked up the topic. Small-caliber rifle ammunition. That's something I know intimately. Qin Yang felt a surge of excitement. Laymen judge a gun by its appearance, but professionals judge it by its ammunition. The performance parameters of a bullet are crucial, and countless trials and tribulations are involved. Take NATO, for example. Although they adopted the same 5.56 millimeters caliber as the United States, they abandoned the American M193 cartridge. After extensive comparisons, they selected the superior Belgian SS-109 round. Parameters such as bullet weight and propellant charge are matters where a slight deviation leads to a vast divergence. The slightest difference can result in completely distinct characteristics. If we choose 5.8 millimeters as the next generation caliber, we plan a full replacement. Both automatic rifles and machine guns must use the same ammunition. However, in our preliminary tests, it has been difficult to meet the requirements. Old Duo spoke. Therefore, our current concept is to separate them using two different types of ammunition for automatic rifles and machine guns respectively. Qin Yang knew this was a tortuous path in the development of domestically produced small-caliber rifles. In March 1971, a domestic light weapons conference was held deciding to initiate the development of small-caliber rifles. By 1988, the first 5.8 millimeter standard round was finally finalized, designated as the DBP 87 5.8 millimeters standard round. The prefix DBP is the initial combination of the Chinese pinyin for ammunition, rifle, and standard. This round was only used in the Type 87 rifle, a small caliber adaptation of the Type 81. It did not meet the standards for machine guns, so a dedicated 5.8mm machine gun round was required. Its bullet weighed 4.8 grams, slightly heavier than the 4.15-gram rifle round, hence it was called the heavy round. The development of the heavy round encountered even greater setbacks. It was developed in parallel with the standard round, but it wasn't until the end of 1995 that two types of jacketed machine gun rounds passed the design finalization tests, respectively designated as the DVP-88 5.8mm machine gun round copper jacketed and the DVP-88A 5.8mm machine gun round copper-clad steel jacketed. The former was produced in limited quantities while the latter was the primary issue for the troops. After these rounds were issued, the feedback was intense. The rear-mounted magazine of the Type 95 rifle was already awkward enough. During live-fire target practice, scores were consistently unsatisfactory. Upon inspection, it was found that the ammunition used was incorrect. The outward dimensions and contours of the two types of rounds were essentially identical, making them difficult to distinguish. If misused, the mild consequence was reduced accuracy, while the severe consequence was copper fouling in the barrel, which was very difficult to clean. Gentlemen, I've had a few extra drinks today, so my courage has grown. I have something to say. Go ahead, speak your mind boldly. Leader Fong said, just now someone raised the issue of ammunition compatibility, saying that the caliber of our sniper rifle doesn't match, forcing the troops to carry an extra type of bullet, placing an additional burden on logistics. Qin Yang continued, so now even if the standard and heavy rounds share the same caliber, they are still two different types. Moreover, if the rounds look the same, wouldn't that cause even greater confusion in the hands of the troops? Qin Yang scanned the room and continued, think about it, a machine gunner in a hurry grabs rounds meant for automatic rifles, resulting in insufficient power. An ordinary soldier mistakenly takes machine gun rounds, leading to a significant drop in accuracy. Old Duo frowned. Then what do you suggest? There are two solutions. First, equip only automatic rifles with small caliber weapons. In infantry squads, machine guns and sniper rifles would still use 7.62mm ammunition. How can that be? Can we still call it small caliber standardization? An infantry squad with two different calibers, it would be a laughingstock. Upon hearing this, ammunition expert Wang Lacun spoke up. He was the one who had just raised the issue. Why not? Qin Yang looked at the ammunition expert. Look at the Americans. Do they have a small caliber machine gun? In their military, aside from the M16, there's the M60. The Americans had long since begun small caliber rifle adoption, equipping their forces with the 5.56mm M16 rifle. However, the development of machine guns lagged significantly behind. The first small caliber squad automatic weapon, the M249, did not appear until 1982. Before that, they had no worries about insufficient firepower, as the 7.62mm M60 machine gun served as a solid backbone. Now Qin Yang brought this up with full confidence. The Soviets have small caliber machine guns. They not only have the 5.45mm AK-74 rifle, but also the same caliber RPK-74 light machine gun. Wang Lacun was clearly well informed. But the Russians use the same ammunition. Qin Yang said, so I have a second suggestion: develop a universal round. A single 5.8mm bullet that can be used for both automatic rifles and light machine guns. That's absolutely impossible. Your 960 factory makes guns, so what do you know about the intricacies of ammunition? Wang Lacun said angrily, we chose the 5.8mm caliber ourselves, and we have to make the ammunition. We've conducted numerous experiments, fired hundreds of thousands of rounds, and built thousands of barrels. Currently, only the separate two-round solution can meet the specifications. Then let's go with the first solution. We also have plenty of 7.62mm ammunition in stock. Since the 5.8mm rounds aren't universal anyway, having different calibers makes it easier to distinguish. Besides, why develop two types of 5.8mm rounds and cause even more confusion for the troops? This remark struck a nerve. The small caliber ammunition development path, initiated in 1971, had now spanned a decade. Naturally, the researchers hoped to see their efforts bear fruit, expecting the 5.8mm round to become the standard military issue, fully replacing the 7.62mm round. Indeed, they aimed for a complete replacement. If machine guns still used the old ammunition, then half of their hard work would be in vain. Of course not. We do this for the development of the military and for the advancement of our light weapons. Wang Lacun stood up angrily, his face flushed. Yangzi, stop it. Qin Bao was seeing a potential conflict, quickly intervened. Our 960 factory makes guns, not ammunition. We shouldn't meddle in affairs that don't concern us. His son was like a cannon, blasting wherever he went. Old Wang, we're not in a formal meeting now. Why are you so worked up? Old Duo tried to soothe him. Qin Yang sat down, a cold smile on his lips. Forget it. I'm no expert anyway. My words carry little weight. Consider what I said unsaid. Qin Yang felt somewhat frustrated. The domestic light weapons had taken many detours with the 5.8mm round. The first round issued to the troops received widespread criticism. It wasn't until 2004 that a new standard round was initiated, taking 6 years to adjust the bullet weight, muzzle velocity, and match the external ballistic parameters, finally achieving unification of the 5.8mm standard and machine gun rounds. In 2010, the 5.8 8mm Universal Standard Round was officially finalized and designated as the DBP-10-5, 8mm Standard Round. Now that he had traveled back in time, he could directly introduce this ultimate round perfectly matching all weapons. The phrase, 1 round for 9 guns, was no joke. But now, what did you say? Wang Lekun was provoked again. I've spent my entire life in ammunition working on the 5.8mm project for 10 years. You have no right to criticize. If your 960 factory is so capable, why don't you develop a round that works for both automatic rifles and machine guns? That was exactly what Qin Yang was waiting for. He looked up at Wang Lekun. We can develop it, but is there funding? Someone nearby spat out the food in their mouth. Didn't Factory 960 just secure a foreign trade project, a multi-million deal? That's right, you're rolling in money, and you still want to request RD funding from the higher-ups. Even Qin Bao felt a bit embarrassed. His son really dared to say anything. He had just made a good impression on the leaders, and now it was all gone. Our factory had earned so much money. Couldn't we spare some for research? Esteemed leaders, Factory 960 has had a tough time these past few years, especially this year. We could only pay half the wages, and we barely kept going. If our factory goes under, will the higher-ups allocate funds to us? Qin Yang asked back. Qin Bao's face turned even darker. What nonsense were you spouting here? Even if this was the truth, you couldn't say it out loud. Weren't you just embarrassing the leaders? Once they got upset and put Factory 960 on the blacklist, would we ever have a good life again? The bird in hand would fly away. I've had a few too many drinks today, so I'm a bit bold. If you don't agree, just consider it drunken rambling. Qin Yang said, our factory makes guns. If you need any advanced firearms, we can certainly produce them without a second thought. But now we're talking about ammunition. Our factory has neither the equipment nor the technology. We'd be starting from scratch. Just now this expert said they've been researching for 10 years and fired hundreds of thousands of rounds. How much did that cost? Our factory has earned a fair amount, but it's probably not enough to burn through on this project. Moreover, that money came from our military to civilian projects. It's earmarked for those projects. Brother units fired hundreds of thousands of rounds and made thousands of gun barrels, all funded by the higher-ups. But when it comes to us, we have to pay out of our own pockets. Our Factory 960 and the brother units like a stepchild and a biological child. Yangzi, you've really had too much to drink. What nonsense are you talking? Qin Bao scolded his son loudly. Didn't you see the leaders' faces? They were furious. And you still dared to speak. That's right, I'm just talking nonsense while drunk. Dad, life is hard for us third-line military factories. The higher-ups told us to find our own way, and we suffered so much and put in so much effort. You often go out to inspect projects, sometimes gone for months. How many failed projects did we try before we achieved today's success? Qin Yang's voice was full of grievance. Now that we've finally survived, they want us to throw our money into the bottomless pit of trial ammunition production. If we ask for higher-up funding, we're accused of not considering the big picture. Is that fair? They said we should follow a market economy, but is working for free without pay a market economy. Yes, Qin Yang is right. Leader Fong spoke up. Our country is reforming, and everything must focus on economic development. The comrades at the third-line military factories have suffered. It's been incredibly hard for you to find this path. Originally, when they heard that Factory 960 was requesting road funds, everyone was dissatisfied. You earn so much money, yet you act like a miser, not giving a cent. But now, after Qin Yang's words, a sense of guilt surged within them. Life was not easy for the third-line military factories. Their earnings came from enduring so much hardship and suffering. Those who simply report to the higher-ups for every need the favored sons truly couldn't understand. Do you have the confidence to develop it? The military leader Wang also spoke. Within a year, we can create a universal cartridge that fits both automatic rifles and machine guns. Qin Yang said, but we also need strong support from the higher-ups. You've allocated 10 years of RD funds to other units, you just give us 1/10 of that. Easy to say. We've researched for 10 years without success, and you can do it in 1 year. Wang Lekun's face turned red. And besides, you're a gun manufacturer. If Factory 960 succeeded, where would the ammunition experts' pride be? Well, 1 year is the maximum, maybe half a year, or even a few months, and we'll have results. Qin Bao was helpless. His son always loved to show off like this. Today he had thoroughly offended the ammunition experts. He knew his son was good at making guns, but ammunition was a different matter. The ammunition experts present were all seasoned researchers who had studied for years. They couldn't crack the universal cartridge, so they had to separate machine gun and rifle ammunition. What made you think you could succeed? What if you don't produce results? If we fail, our factory will return all the RD funds. Qin Yang said firmly. If we can't produce results, how could we have the face to keep the funding? Good. Truly a hero is born from youth. Wang Lekun gritted his teeth. I wish Factory 960 success in completing the task and launching another great achievement. To Wang Lekun's ears, this was a different meaning, a mockery of their wasting 10 years of national funding. Thank you. Qin Yang turned to Leader Fong. Esteemed leaders, if we succeed, we have one more request. If we fail, we return the funds. If we succeed, we naturally deserve some benefits. Go ahead. Leader Fong nodded, his mind already churning. If the development failed, Factory 960 would use its civilian product profits to refund the RD funds, meaning the military system wouldn't lose anything. But if it succeeded, the significance for the military would be enormous. If one type of ammunition could serve all purposes, who would bother with two types of ammunition with the same shape, but different ballistic characteristics? Please transfer Factory 955 to us, making it a subsidiary of Factory 960. We will invest in its transformation, and it will specialize in producing 5.8mm ammunition. The military must prioritize purchasing ammunition from our factory. Only when our production cannot meet military demands should orders be transferred to other factories. This woke everyone up. Qin Yang's earlier words were not the reckless ramblings of an ignorant youth. They had a serious purpose. They wanted to rise to become the largest small arms producer in the country. A gleam of excitement flashed in Qin Bao's eyes. Factory 960 had switched to producing air guns, but it was only a desperate move. If given the chance, they still wanted to produce weapons. That was their true calling. Taking advantage of his drunkenness, Qin Yang had stirred things up with a clear goal, not only to bring Factory 960 back into military production, but also to become the leader in small arms manufacturing. For years, the country had been producing 7.62mm rifles, and the production of that ammunition was nearing saturation. To continue, they would need to upgrade to 5.8mm ammunition. If Factory 960 developed it, production would naturally take place there. What a massive scale that would be. A pipe dream. Wang LeCun could no longer contain himself. If you produce 5.8mm ammunition, what about the existing first-line ammunition factories? Now we're moving toward a market economy, which means competition. What's the point of military factories that lack capability and rely on higher-ups' funding? Survival of the fittest. Even beasts must defeat rivals to mate. The same goes for enterprises. If you're incompetent, you deserve to go hungry. Why should we, under orders from above, convert to civilian production while the first-line military factories continue their comfortable lives? These words silenced the entire room. Over the years, everyone had grown accustomed to obeying orders. When the higher-ups told the third-line factories to fend for themselves, they had to find their own way. That was the mentality of the older generation, but the younger generation felt differently. Why should others get all the benefits? From now on, orders would go to those with ability. "Sai, what a fine celebration banquet ruined by you and broken apart," Qin Bao was said, casting a glance at his son upon returning to their quarters, filled with deep emotion. "Dad, if we return to the military industry, we must break the iron rice bowl. Everything depends on competition," Qin Yang said. "If this rule isn't established, how can our third front military factory compete with first-tier major plants?" Every word Qin Yang spoke sounded perfectly reasonable. Qin Bao sighed deeply. "Yes, you're right. But do you know how many people you've offended today? Business is like war. So what if we offend them? We were already stealing meat from their mouths." "Offending them was inevitable sooner or later," Qin Yang replied. "Now it's a market economy. Whoever adapts to competition first survives. Whoever waits for superiors to feed them will go bankrupt. Even if we get nothing in return, we'll simply continue our military to civilian conversion. If they refuse to use our designs, that's the nation's loss. The ones making that decision are sinners of history." Having said that, the words had crossed into excess. Qin Bao didn't know how to reprimand his son anymore. He changed the subject instead. "You want to absorb the 955 factory?" "Exactly. If we don't step in their factory, we'll surely collapse," Qin Yang said. "Our factory is already thriving. If we propose taking over the 955 factory, they'll welcome it with open arms." The 960 factory's publicly declared name was the Capital First Farm Tools Factory. If there was a first, naturally there had to be a second. That second farm tools factory in the capital was the 955 factory. The two factories were separated by a single quota mountain. Walking along the mountain foot road would take 5 or 6 li, going directly over the mountain was even closer. In that special era when third front armories were being constructed in vast numbers, the 960 factory produced the Type 56 half-automatic rifle, while the neighboring 955 factory specialized in manufacturing ammunition for it. They could be considered brother factories. When the 960 factory was abandoned by higher authorities and forced to convert from military to civilian production, the 955 factory naturally received no favor either. They too had to undergo military to civilian conversion. However, a factory producing semi-automatic rifles could pivot to manufacturing civilian air guns, but what could a factory producing ammunition possibly produce? Absent any accidents, this factory would have completely collapsed by 1982 and already couldn't pay its workers' wages. The 960 factory had grown strong and powerful. Absorbing this factory would be child's play. The RD funds you requested, were they also meant for renovating that factory? Qin Bao suddenly understood something. Claiming they needed to fire hundreds of thousands of rounds and forge thousands of gun barrels to find the optimal solution. That was entirely unnecessary. Qin Yang already possessed the most complete technical data in his mind, and had absolutely no need to search for optimal figures through massive experiments. He could simply build them directly. Willing to risk offending people to obtain RD funds, this money was actually meant to renovate the ammunition production line. Qin Yang smiled. "Yes, Dad. You're gradually keeping up with my pace now. But both our factories are located in mountainous areas, making development extremely difficult. Once we've earned enough money, we'll need to consider relocating the entire factory. By the end of this year, we'll strive to move to the suburbs of the capital. We can't remain stuck in these mountain gullies any longer. Everything requires money. With this opportunity, we should certainly request a sum of RD funding from the authorities. The child who cries gets the milk after all." A complete relocation of the factory. Qin Bao was stopped in his tracks. This was a matter of critical importance to the factory's development. We were originally the capital farm tools factory. We shouldn't be trapped in a mountain gully exclave. Returning to the capital is only natural. The capital's superior transportation network is far more favorable to our development. Qin Yang continued his analysis. Qin Bao nodded. You're right. Back then you didn't even want to be a worker, and now you're considering the factory's overall development. Excellent, excellent. Qin Bao looked at his son with approval. As long as these projects are secured, our development prospects will be boundless. That rifle then. Oh no, bad. Qin Bao's expression changed abruptly. Those two rifles are still in the 212. They absolutely must not come to harm. If they had been at a formal shooting range, the rifles would have been handed over to the armory after use. No accidents would occur. But right now, if nothing has occurred, the 7.62mm prototype rifle has already been taken by Yang Zhaojun, Qin Yang said with a smile. Qin Bao was stunned. What? Yang Zhaojun? Yang Zhaojun hadn't attended tonight's banquet, and everyone had assumed he was simply too embarrassed to join, so they had drunk and chatted for a long time. Yang Zhaojun had ample opportunity to act. If the prototype rifle had indeed been stolen by Yang Zhaojun. Qin Bao looked at Qin Yang's expression in astonishment. You're not worried? Worried about what? There are no patents in the military industry. If they can reverse engineer it, that's their skill, Qin Yang said. Since we're mentioning it, let's go take a look. In truth, nobody truly understood what patents meant at this time. Most people lacked any concept of intellectual property protection. In the past era, when one region faced difficulty, 8 regions would rally to help. To aid in constructing a certain factory, people and materials were provided without hesitation. Nobody took such matters seriously. Let alone the design blueprints for a single rifle. Even if it were fighter jet schematics, once the authorities ordered their transfer to another factory, they would be handed over in their entirety. Even if patent fees were to be collected, it would be impossible. In the military industry, the ability to reverse engineer something was considered a skill. Who would mention patent fees? When the Su-27 was introduced, domestically production was agreed upon at Shenyang Aircraft Corporation. The initial protocol covered the Su-27 SK, but after assembling a batch domestically, assembly was halted. Soon after, the J-11B was produced, followed relentlessly by the J-15 and J-16. Did the Russians demand patent fees? Of course not. Instead, they publicly declared on international stages that these fighters had no relation to the Su-27 and were independently developed by the Chinese. Since the Su-27 could be reverse engineered, could the F-22 and F-35 also be copied? Obviously not. Even placing such aircraft before our eyes, they could not be reverse engineered. At most, one could determine their material composition, but how they were manufactured remained unknown. In the military industry, unique production processes serve as the means to restrict others from copying. Exporting products in massive quantities without worry and earning profits. How could third parties hope to reverse engineer them? Then they must solve the problem of production processes. The two walked toward the parking lot outside. Qin Yang strolled leisurely while Qin Bao marched briskly. Their paces mismatched as they arrived at the 212. Qin Bao breathed a sigh of relief. The spare tire was still there, and the trunk had not been opened. Wait, the trunk's canvas cover. There was a large L-shaped tear on it, flapping in the wind. Qin Bao clenched his fists, his face appearing extremely grim. Sigh, this is too pathetic. A single piece of wire could hook open the car window, yet they insisted on using this method. Fortunately, the canvas is torn anyway. It's time to replace it with a new one, Qin Yang commented, then cupped his hands around his mouth like a megaphone and shouted loudly, someone come. Quick, someone come. Our 960 factory vehicle has been damaged. His voice pierced the night sky. Within minutes, a patrol squad of soldiers ran over, and then the entire camp sounded its alarm. What's going on? Leader Wang hurried over, looking at the torn 212 canvas cover. Someone stole rifles. Someone searched the dormitories of the people from the 296 factory. Leader Wang was no pushover. A moment's thought was enough to narrow down the suspect. Report, they've already left. Damn it. Leader Wang was boiling with rage. They don't have the military in their eyes at all. To pull off something like this. How shameless. Leader Wang, if it was someone from Factory 296, we won't pursue it. This prototype gun wasn't registered anyway, Qin Yang said. As long as we don't make a fuss, we can downplay the matter and avoid causing trouble for the military. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Leader Wang's face was filled with emotion. Losing a gun was a major case. When Qin Yang first transmigrated into this world, Yang Zhaoxiang had framed him for stealing a gun, trying to ruin him completely. Now the tables had turned, and it was Yang Zhaoxiang's brother Yang Zhaojuan who stole Qin Yang's gun. Unlike Yang Zhaoxiang's shamelessness, Qin Yang chose to handle the matter discreetly instead of escalating it. A truly noble gesture. Although it wasn't a military firearm, it was lost on military grounds, making the military liable. Some might even lose their positions. By choosing to swallow the loss and protect the military's reputation, Qin Yang moved Leader Wang deeply. This incident wouldn't affect Leader Wang personally, but his subordinates would suffer. Qin Bao was standing nearby, also realized how shrewd his son had become. Factory 960, a third-tier military factory, had to re-enter the military industry, inevitably offending many competitors. Since relations were already strained, Qin Yang could be unbridled at the banquet. Offending rivals was fine as long as he maintained good ties with the military. Leader Wang, present here, had significant influence in the military. Winning his favor would make it easier for Factory 960's products to gain military approval. The entire gun theft was a setup by Qin Yang. It not only ensnared Factory 296, but also flattered the military leader. It was a win-win situation. This little rascal who had been useless and mischievous since childhood had now become so capable. Engineer Qin, you must think carefully. Yang Zhaojun stole your prototype to copy it. Factory 296 is the foremost light weapons manufacturer with many connections in the capital. If they produce a qualified gun, they might snatch your order, Leader Wang continued. Qin Yang's decision to drop the matter and handle it quietly pleased Leader Wang, who appreciated his concern for the military. Making a big fuss would implicate many people. But if handled discreetly, only Factory 960 would suffer. We developed this gun for the military, Qin Yang said. The Southern Front needs sniper rifles, so we developed one. We prioritize the military's interests. If Factory 296 can mass-produce this gun quickly to meet the military's urgent needs, we have no complaints even if we gain nothing. Such a high level of awareness. Leader Wang was deeply moved. During the celebration banquet, Qin Yang had single-handedly debated with everyone, showing youthful sharpness. Now he chose to sacrifice his own interests for the greater good, truly touching. Qin Yang, you are a good comrade, Leader Wang said. If Factory 296 dares to lobby in the capital to replace you for producing sniper rifles, I, Old Wang, will be the first to oppose them. The order is yours, no one can take it away. Thank you, Leader Wang, Qin Baobo interjected. We have some tarpaulins for 212 vehicles in the military depot. I'll give you a new set. Great. Thank you. While they decided to handle the matter quietly, Yang Zhaojun and his companion had already boarded the train with the prototype. After showing their work permits, they received special attention from the train conductor, who arranged a berth near the attendant for constant supervision. After 2 days and 1 night of jolting, the train finally arrived in Shanxing. That afternoon, Yang Zhaojun and his team returned to Factory 296. Engineer Yang is back with the prototype. It seems we've secured the task, said Wang Lijun, head of the technical department, with a smile. Yes, whoever dares to compete with our Factory 296 for a task must be blind, said clerk Su Jiqiang. Alas, it's a long story. Yang Zhaojun recounted the whole incident with a gloomy expression. In this era, without the internet, long-distance calls required queuing at the post office and telegrams were too expensive. So the news of their ordeal hadn't reached the factory. After hearing the bidding process, Wang Lijun slammed the table. A third-tier military factory dares to snatch food from our plate. They've already made a name in civilian products. Why meddle in our industry? There's not enough to go around. After speaking, Wang Lijun looked at the case in Yang Zhaojun's hand. And what's this prototype about? This is our way to turn the tables, said Yang Zhaojun. That night while they were celebrating, I took Factory 960's prototype. As long as we replicate it and report to the capital, the higher-ups will surely give us the production order. Took it. Wang Lijun's face darkened. Engineer Yang, do you know what you've done? I know. If Factory 960 pursues this, I'll take full responsibility and bear it alone. It has nothing to do with the factory. I'd go to prison or even face execution without fear. I just can't swallow this. What Factory 296 wants, no one can take away. If we replicate the gun and secure the order, even death would be worth it. Wang Lijun paced back and forth. You don't understand the gravity. By doing this, you've offended Leader Wang. He's a high-ranking leader in the military region with a say in light weapons procurement. Why didn't you think before acting? Since the prototype is already here, if the factory is worried, I'll take it back and go plead guilty on my knees, Yang Zhaojun said with a righteous air. I can't do anything with you. Fine. Race against time to replicate this gun. Once it's done, we'll go apologize to Leader Wang. He should forgive us. There's no other way now. Before the truth comes out, we'll produce the prototype and atone for our mistake. Wang Lijun then looked at Yang Zhaojun. Don't pull such a stupid stunt again. Yes, I'll lead the replication team immediately. Ignoring his travel fatigue, Yang Zhaojun plunged into intense work. Su Jiqiang took specialized tools to measure the internal dimensions of the gun barrel. When he peered inside, he was stunned. The barrel interior isn't chrome-plated. Su Jiqiang exclaimed. How can they release a gun without chrome plating? Yang Zhaojun had never dared to open the gun case during the journey. Now handling the gun for the first time, he looked inside and frowned. No wonder their gun has such high precision. They cheated. The internal working environment of a gun barrel is extremely harsh. It must withstand the scorching heat and crushing pressure of propellant combustion, endure the abrasive wear of bullets exiting the barrel, and face erosion from wind, sand, and rain during daily carrying. Worse still, accidents may occur where the firearm falls directly into mud pits. The Russian rifles are famous for their reliability precisely because even after being submerged in mud, they can be retrieved, shaken off, and fired immediately. Speaking of gun barrels, to adapt to such demanding conditions, they are generally chrome-plated to enhance reliability and extend service life. However, chrome plating carries an inherent flaw of unevenness. Although it appears as merely a thin layer of chromium, variations in thickness and smoothness may affect the firearm's shooting precision. For ordinary rifles, maintaining acceptable accuracy within 300 meters suffices, so the thickness and smoothness of chrome plating matter little. But for precision sniper rifles, this uneven chrome layer significantly compromises shooting accuracy. To secure the bid, Factory 960 had covertly cheated. This bidding firearm deliberately omitted chrome plating to boost precision. No wonder its accuracy was so exceptional. However, our side cannot replicate this approach because we aim to win military contracts for mass production. If the produced barrels lack chrome plating, they would certainly suffer premature failure. This constituted a grave safety hazard, and who knew how many people would be implicated? The thought of this outcome filled Yang Zhaojun with revulsion. They had fallen straight into a pit. Engineer Yang, even if we chrome plate the barrel internally, the impact might be minimal, wouldn't you agree? Su Jiqiang interjected from the side. Perhaps Factory 960 was simply in too much of a rush during prototype manufacturing to apply chrome plating. Minimal impact. Yang Zhaojun retorted irritably. We must hit coins from 500 meters away. If we cannot achieve such precision, how shall we persuade superiors to adopt our Factory 296 product? They were snatching the order meant for Factory 960. Speed was paramount. They had to deliver the prototype before the relevant departments formally allocated procurement funds to Factory 960. Even if the precision could not surpass Factory 960's prototype, it absolutely must not fall short. So what now? What should they do? Let's first manufacture a prototype without chrome plating for testing and figure out the chrome plating separately, Yang Zhaojun decided. Begin by surveying and measuring the firearm drafting blueprints, then send it to the workshop to find the most skilled senior technician for machining. Factory 296, after all, was the industry leader. Its workshop housed many seasoned senior technicians, absolutely superior to those at Factory 960. Thus, they would focus their efforts on machining precision, striving to produce a sniper rifle with even greater accuracy. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Just then, another survey technician shouted loudly, "The receiver's precision is actually within 200ths of a millimeter." 200ths? Are you joking? Yang Zhaojun was equally astonished. The receiver of a firearm was essentially a core component of the firing assembly. A complete gun could be divided into the stock, the shoulder rest portion, receiver handguard, and exposed barrel section. In bullpup configurations, the receiver even served as the stock. In essence, the receiver constituted the main body of the firearm. Its machining requirements were actually not particularly stringent. During earlier periods of mass production, stamping and welding processes had even been developed. However, standard practice typically involved milling from a solid block of steel. This replica of the SVD sniper rifle featured a receiver similar to that of the AK rifle. The most challenging step during machining was excavating a hole 23.8 centimeters deep within a blind hole of 26 millimeters in internal diameter. This machining process made even the most experienced technicians frown. A single trembling hand could produce significant error. Fortunately, the precision required for the Type 56 assault rifle was inherently modest. Therefore, Factory 296, ranking first nationwide, typically achieved precision within 0.1 of a millimeter. Yet now they had achieved merely 0.02, finer than a human hair. During last year's factory skills competition, Master Liu from Workshop 3 produced the most precise receiver in our facility's history, achieving 0.06 precision at the time, which had impressed everyone, Yang Zhaojun remarked. How could they possibly achieve 0.02 precision? Perhaps they experienced extraordinary luck during the machining process, Su Jiqiang continued. Besides, the receiver doesn't truly require such exceptional machining precision. Extraordinary luck. Indeed, it was sheer luck. Yang Zhaojun endeavored to convince himself. It was merely a receiver. What significance did high precision hold? Mere showmanship. What kind of screw is this? Someone else called out at that moment. We've never encountered anything like it before. If it won't baffle us, we'll simply fabricate a dedicated wrench. Observing the peculiar internal hexagonal screw at the junction where the gun body connected to the stock, an ominous premonition surged within Yang Zhaojun's heart. This firearm exuded an air of strangeness. While Yang Zhaojun and his team busied themselves with their work, Qin Yang and his father Qin Baohua also concluded their affairs in the capital and embarked on their journey back to Factory 960. The Type 212 vehicle traveled along the road. Qin Yang gazed upward at the newly replaced canvas cover, remarking with some satisfaction, "Out with the old, in with the new. This pristine canvas cover is far superior to the old one." The upper portion of the Type 212 Jeep featured canvas construction, allowing the canvas to be removed for battlefield conversion into an open-top vehicle. However, for other factories and government departments, this necessitated additional burdens. Exposure to wind, sun, and rain caused the canvas to deteriorate within merely a few years. Replacing it required personal expenditure. The military unit had directly provided a complete set, which proved quite satisfactory. Upon hearing Qin Yang's words, Qin Baohua nodded in agreement. Indeed, the military unit presented us with gifts, yet we should still express gratitude. Nevertheless, I remain deeply concerned. Factory 296 boasts numerous talented individuals. They might genuinely succeed in replicating our firearm design. Replicate? Qin Yang smiled faintly. My barrel lacks chrome plating. How precisely would they manage replication? Lacks chrome plating. Then how do you guarantee precision for subsequent mass production? Qin Baohua became suddenly anxious. Naturally. Before Factory 960's main entrance, a gathering had formed. Comrades Director Qin and Engineer Qin have returned. Let us offer them our warmest applause. Upon spotting the Type 212 approaching, Zhu Zizhong immediately exclaimed to those nearby. Crackling firecrackers echoed through the air. Booming fireworks illuminated the sky, truly a scene reminiscent of spring festival celebrations. Qin Yang and his father descended from the vehicle. Witnessing this elaborate reception, they felt somewhat overwhelmed by such hospitality. Director Zhu merely accomplished a minor task. Such grandeur seems unnecessary, does it not? Qin Baowu remarked. This is no minor matter, Director Zhu replied. Having successfully secured the reverse engineering contract, our military-to-civilian conversion facility on the third front can finally resume firearms production once more. The cafeteria has procured several sides of pork. Tonight we shall hold a celebratory banquet there, feasting and drinking to our heart's content. Truly a moment to raise our heads with pride. Joy permeated everyone's hearts. Since superior authorities had issued directives ordering Factory 960 to pursue military-to-civilian conversion and fend for itself, everyone had harbored a suppressed determination. Now regarding civilian products, the Lion brand air rifle had established its reputation, even achieving international sales. On the military side, having displaced Factory 296 and garnered superior recognition represented a dual triumph. Such a moment of vindication certainly warranted an evening celebratory banquet. Director Zhu, how did you learn of our return? Qin Yang inquired curiously. Communication during this era remained considerably inconvenient. Qin Yang and his party had not contacted the factory in advance upon their return, yet the factory seemed already informed. The military has already dispatched a representative. Established in the 1950s, the military representative system was initially tasked with product inspection and acceptance. Since it did not involve contract negotiation or internal factory management, the relationship between the military and the factories was relatively straightforward. However, as time went on, the authority of military representatives expanded significantly, drawing discontent from many quarters. A factory manager once fully in charge and thriving in his role would suddenly face a military representative declaring, "This batch of products fails to meet quality standards. It must be reworked. Or these products have manufacturing defects, the army will not accept them." It was akin to the Tang monk reciting the incantation of the golden hoop before Sun Wukong, utterly frustrating. Of course, this also had a human element. Some military representatives, once empowered, indeed overstepped their bounds, and in worst cases corruption could emerge. Not a single factory director appreciated the military representatives. Many strongly advocated for abolishing the system, arguing that both the military and the factories were under the party's leadership. The factories were responsible for product quality, while the military merely needed to receive the products. What was the point of having military representatives? Wasn't it an insult to the factory's trust? In that unique era, the military representative system experienced ups and downs, abolished several times and reinstated several times, until 1977, when it was restored once again. However, because Factory 960, a third-line military factory, had shifted to civilian production and no longer manufactured military products, the military representatives had left. Now another military representative had been assigned. Is it still the same Gao Mianren? Qin Yang asked. Smack. Qin Bao was slapped Qin Yang on the head. What are you saying? Gao Mianren was obviously a nickname. It was coined by the idle children of factory employees. Saying it privately was fine, but with so many people present, what if it reached the ears of the military representative? The factory had to treat the military representative like a revered deity. That's right, it's me, came a voice from behind the crowd, and a figure in green military uniform stepped forward. Qin Bao's face turned pale. Representative Gao, please don't mind. Qin Yang is a young man who doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut. I'll teach him a good lesson. He quickly bowed and scraped an explanation. Qin Yang is no longer a child. He is a rising star in our military industry, Representative Gao said. He has already become a renowned firearms master in our country. The firearms he designs have reached world-class standards. I just took a tour of the workshop and saw the air rifles you're producing. They're impressive. I've heard that Qin Yang improved the manufacturing process. Gao Zhu, his surname Gao given name Zhu, was short and stout, resembling a local specialty mooncake doll, hence the nickname Gao Mianren. He had previously served as a military representative at Factory 960, and now he had returned. Hearing Gao Zhu's words, everyone present felt somewhat awkward. Representative Gao, I am honored by your kind words. As a firearms master, I welcome you to continue working at Factory 960. However, there are a few things we need to agree upon beforehand. Even Zhu Zizhong was displeased. Engineer Qin, offending the military representative. Would they ever have a good day? If he didn't sign off, the army wouldn't release the funds. No worries, Director Zhu, let Engineer Qin speak. Before I came, Leader Wang instructed me to fully cooperate with Factory 960's work, especially with Engineer Qin. Whatever instructions he gives, as long as they don't violate basic principles, I Gao Zhu will agree. Representative Gao, the sniper rifle we developed has been approved by the military with accuracy reaching world-class standards. It involves many secrets. Therefore, during production of the sniper rifle, some processes will not be disclosed to the public, and certain workshops will be off-limits to you. The expressions of those present changed. Across the country, which military factory's resident representative wasn't held in high esteem? Qin Yang's words were practically a provocation. Qin Baowu also felt troubled. Factory 960 had won the bid thanks to its advanced sniper rifle, which involved many unique manufacturing techniques that could not be leaked. Qin Yang's rule was to prevent secrets from getting out. But what kind of person was a military representative? Didn't he understand confidentiality? Qin Yang's words clearly showed a lack of trust. Then how am I supposed to verify the quality of the firearms? Gao Zhu's tone turned serious. He didn't really mind being called Gao Mianren. He had long known about the nickname, it was just a trivial personal matter. But when it came to work, he had to be rigorous and serious. Through the final testing phase, of course, Qin Yang replied. We guarantee that only rifles meeting precision standards will leave the factory. We will cooperate with any test you require, water immersion, sandstorms, sun exposure, etc. At the same time, we will send personnel to track the rifles in the field, continuously collecting usage data to further improve the design. A major reason the Type 95 rifle family was criticized by the military was the lack of a robust tracking system. Once the design was finalized, the Design Institute considered its task complete, and the project ended. In the past, they had simply copied Soviet weapons which were already mature and reliable. Once copied, the job was done. But the Type 95 was a brand new design, and when it was finalized, the tracking ended, leading to countless problems in the field with no one to address them. The famous designer of the M16 rifle, Eugene Stoner, once said, a lack of a tracking system could ruin a good weapon. Early M16 rifles had constant failures, causing soldiers immense suffering. But thanks to an advanced tracking system, they continuously collected combat feedback and made improvements, eventually perfecting the M16. Even though Qin Yang's designs were based on proven models from a future era, he still insisted on establishing such a system. Otherwise, it would be irresponsible. Gao Zhu pondered for a moment, and then said, I cannot decide this on my own. I need to report to my superiors. That's fine. This is our bottom line, Qin Yang continued. If the army doesn't agree, we will export these rifles. Everyone was worried that a conflict might erupt here, but Gao Zhu's response relieved them. They also wondered. Qin Yang was truly remarkable. He was probably the only technician in the country's military industry who dared to speak to a resident military representative like that. Qin Yang, of course, had no choice. His greatest leverage was the manufacturing process. If Gao Zhu proved unreliable and leaked their techniques to Factory 296, they would end up working for others' benefit. Even if it meant losing orders, they couldn't let Factory 296 gain an advantage. Now that the market economy was in place, many people could lose themselves in the face of money. Qin Yang had to prepare for the worst. Angering the military representative, Qin Yang was not afraid. As long as no other factory in the country could produce such high-precision sniper rifles, the army would have no choice but to accept his terms. Besides, Gao Zhu was a subordinate of leader Wang. If the army truly rejected them, they could sell the rifles on the international arms market. They would definitely be hot commodities. It's getting late. Let's go to the canteen, Zhu Zizhong announced. It was only a little past 4 in the afternoon, not yet mealtime. But Qin Yang's earlier confrontation had created a tense atmosphere that needed to be smoothed over with a banquet. Moreover, the aroma from the canteen had already drifted over. That's right. Let's go, Representative Gao. Let's have a few drinks together. Qin Bao was stepped forward to invite Gao Zhu. As the deputy director, he had the authority to do so. Gao Zhu waved his hand. Better not. I need to report your new proposal to my superiors. I'll have to make another trip to the capital. Representative Gao, it won't take long. Have a meal first, and we'll send you in our factories 212. You can sleep on the way and arrive when you wake up. Zhou Yongfei also spoke up. We've been closed for many years and today is a special occasion. Surely you won't refuse us this small favor. All right, I'll eat, but no alcohol. I still need to report to the leadership. Just one drink, only one. Let's go. That was how Gao Zhu was dragged along. Who could claim just one drink and actually leave the table after 10 or 8 cups? Large chunks of pork stewed with glass noodles, meatballs, and steamed pork filled the table. The air was thick with the fragrance of Red Star Erguo liquor bustling with liveliness and clamor. Today we celebrate double happiness. We welcome Representative Gao back to Factory 960, and we also congratulate Director Qin and Engineer Qin for securing the sniper rifle production contract. Everyone finish your first toast. Zhu Zizhong raised his glass and drained it in one go. This second toast is to celebrate. We've finally turned things around. Resuming military production hasn't been easy. Last year when the system held its conference, they didn't even invite our factory. It was truly humiliating. His voice cracked as he spoke. Come, let's drink. And so the second toast was also drained in one gulp. This third toast. By the time 3 cups had gone down, Gao Zhu was already feeling dizzy. At that moment, Qin Yang approached with his glass in hand. Representative Gao, I've come to apologize. My demands at the doorway were excessive. Please don't hold it against me. Oh, weren't you once the toughest guy in the factory, Qin Yang? You wouldn't even bow your head when Director Qin whipped you with his belt. Gao Zhu asked curiously. Representative Gao, let's not speak of the past. You're exposing my weaknesses. You're right, I used to waste my time, but I've turned over a new leaf. When Factory 960 was looked down upon, my father would sigh all day long, and it weighed heavily on me too. Representative Gao, we've suffered in silence. Those 3 agreements we made were mainly out of fear. I understand. It's not easy for your factory to return to military production. Rest assured I won't complain. As long as you can deliver firearms that match the performance standards at military ranges, I'll represent the troops in thanking you. Then let me raise a glass to you. In this era, drinking culture mattered greatly. Knowing how to speak and drink could accomplish many things. Watching this scene, Qin Bao felt deeply moved. His son had transformed from a lazy youth into the backbone of the factory. While the celebration continued, a different kind of tension gripped the distant mountain city. The firearms have been assembled, Yang Xiaojun told Wang Lijun, his eyes bloodshot. 4 days on end, they had worked around the clock on measurement and reproduction, finally completing the first prototype. Take it out for testing, Wang Lijun nodded. Ask old Huang to do the trial firing himself. Whether bullets hit true depends not just on the firearm. The range shooter matters enormously. Huang Xin was Factory 290 SIXS, most skilled trials man. It's getting dark. Should we wait until tomorrow? Su Jiqiang asked anxiously. We can't afford to wait on this. Speed is essential. The military's attitude is unusual. They've already sent a representative to Factory 960. We have no time to lose. Wang Lijun said. What? A military representative had been dispatched. Yang Xiaojun knew all too well. Because he had taken the prototype, the military leadership was deeply dissatisfied with him. Procedures were moving swiftly. For Factory 296, to mount a counterattack, they needed to complete the reproduction as quickly as possible and take the prototype to the capital. They had to race against time. Get old Huang to test fire immediately. If the light is poor, set up a searchlight on the target. Yang Xiaojun said. Factory 296 firing range. Located at the foot of a mountain reasonably open, it hosted various firearms tests almost daily. The air always carried the scent of gunpowder. Range shooter Huang Xin glanced at the target, placed 500 meters away, then back at the sniper rifle in his hands, furrowing his brows. At this distance, hitting the 10 ring is extremely difficult. Old Huang, I'm counting on you. We must achieve a 10 ring. Our factory's reputation is at stake. All right, I'll give it my best shot. The sun slowly descended toward the west, bathing the land in fiery crimson afterglow. Beneath that glow, Huang Xin lay prone at the firing position, quietly finding his rhythm. No one dared disturb him. All watched with bated breath. Huang Xin breathed steadily, then squeezed the trigger. Bang! A single shot rang out. What score? How many rings? Yang Xiaojun shouted anxiously. Just outside the 10 ring. Lower left corner of the target. What? Everyone was stunned. Old Huang, take it easy, stay steady, Wang Lijun encouraged. I need to make fine adjustments to the scope, Huang Xin said. Every newly manufactured firearm requires calibration. Though the barrel and other components are aligned during production, final calibration must be completed by the range shooter. After adjusting, Huang Xin took several deep breaths, re-aimed, and pulled the trigger. 9 ring. Old Huang, don't rush. Keep going. Another shot rang out. 8 ring. It's all right, he's gradually adapting. He'll surely hit closer next time, Wang Lijun said, trying to sound reassuring. After 10 rounds, emptied 1 magazine, the best result was still a 7 ring. Let me try. Yang Xiaojun picked up a fresh magazine, loaded it, and took Huang Xin's firing position. Bang! Another gunshot. What score this time? Yang Xiaojun asked nervously. No ring. The bullet missed the target entirely. A miss. Again. Yang Xiaojun fired a second shot. Miss. After 3 shots, Yang Xiaojun gave up. He rose from the firing position, his face filled with frustration. How is this possible? This rifle of ours can barely match the Soviet SVD sniper rifle. How did Factory 960 achieve this? It doesn't make sense. The SVD rifle prioritizes simplicity and reliability, so it's not surprising that Factory 290 SIXS replica reached Soviet-level quality. In fact, the rifling parameters inside the barrel are more reasonable than the SVD's. If matching the SVD was the goal, they had already succeeded. But now it wasn't enough. Without hitting the 10 ring, they couldn't compete with Factory 960. Bring me that prototype. Wang Jijun was equally anxious. Let's examine the prototype's accuracy. Night fell, and the searchlight illuminated the target clear as day at 500 meters. Bang! Old Huang pulled the trigger once more. 7 ring. That's impossible. When I was in the military, an ordinary sharpshooter achieved a 10 ring with this rifle. Yang Xiaojun said puzzledly. Why has the accuracy dropped so drastically now? Then they must have cheated back then, Wang Lijun stated firmly. Could they really have been cheating? Even Yang Xiaojun was bewildered. Apart from cheating, I can't think of any other possibility. Huang Xin said. If a sniper rifle can hit a coin from 500 meters away, that would be a level of technology beyond our entire era. I absolutely refuse to believe such a sniper rifle exists. Old Huang, what if it could hit a coin from a kilometer away? 1 kilometer. Huang Xin's loud voice could be heard across the entire shooting range. How is that possible? By the time a bullet flies a kilometer, even the gods wouldn't know where it has gone. Hitting the target is already a matter of luck. Hitting a coin. Even the Heavenly King couldn't do it. Hitting the target is already a matter of luck. Hitting a coin. Even the Heavenly King couldn't do it. It seems they really did cheat, we just didn't catch them in the act. Yang Xiaojun took a deep breath and looked at Wang Lijun. Section Chief Wang, what should we do next? The troops were anxious and had already sent a military representative. If Factory 296 doesn't hurry up and submit their sample rifle to compete for the order, they'll just have to watch from afar. Since they cheated, don't blame us. Su Jiqiang spoke up. We'll take the sample rifle to the capital right now, show it to the leaders, and expose Factory 960's despicable behavior. But how do we explain the copied sample rifle? Yang Xiaojun was worried. Although he had bravely volunteered to be the scapegoat when they returned, now that the moment of exposure was imminent, he still felt uneasy. You offended Leader Wang last time, and under his influence the order was placed quickly. Even if we set off immediately, we might not make it in time. Moreover, our accuracy hasn't reached the testing standard yet. Wang Lijun spoke. So we just accept it. Yang Zhaojun was unwilling. Of course not. Wang Lijun smiled. Since we've confirmed Factory 960 cheated, of course, we must expose them. Expose, eh? Yang Zhaojun suddenly realized. Exactly. Factory 960 dared to deceive their superiors for a military order. That's a serious crime. When their first batch of finished rifles is produced and fails to meet the original test standard, they'll have committed a major crime. If the military investigates, they might even be shot. Let's ask Leader Han to support us. Yes. Wang Lijun nodded. We don't need to rush. Let's study the technology further and see if we can improve accuracy. In a few days, when Factory 960's first batch of finished rifles comes out, we'll go over and watch the show as they embarrass themselves. The order will still be ours. Hearing Wang Lijun's words, Yang Zhaojun was even more excited. Good, leave this task to me. I'll apply to go again. I'll pay them back 100 times for how they humiliated me. Engineer Yang, don't take this the wrong way, but your consciousness isn't high enough. Wang Lijun said. We're all colleagues. Hearing about Factory 960's glorious deeds, let's organize a study group and go visit Factory 960 to learn. Even if we expose Factory 960's cheating on the spot, it's for the military. If soldiers use substandard equipment, it will cause unnecessary bloodshed on the battlefield. We're not doing this for personal gain. Exactly, that's right. Yang Zhaojun clenched his fist. The banquet at Factory 960 was finally drawing to a close, and almost everyone was drunk. Yangzi, you're my good son. Qin Baohua held Qin Yang's hand. I'm proud of you. In previous years you were idle and useless, and I was frustrated that you wouldn't improve. I used to whip you with my belt many times. Today you can whip me back, and we'll be even. Seeing his father reach for his belt, Qin Yang quickly grabbed him. Dad, I wouldn't dare. That would bring divine punishment. Let's go back. His father was frugal and wore patched underwear. If it showed while he was drunk, that would be bad. What's there to be afraid of? I'm your father, I said, whip me, so whip me. Aye aye. Qin Baohua's words trailed off as he collapsed onto the table. Yangzi, your father is happy today. Lu Yong, his tongue already slurring, still spoke to Qin Yang. Our factory has finally held its head high. He's been holding in a belly full of anger all this time. Uncle Lu, I know. Everyone rest assured, with me, Qin Yang, here our factory will prosper day by day. We're going to become the largest military factory in the country. We won't just make rifles, we'll make cannons, tanks, airplanes, and warships. I will personally build a military-industrial empire. Good, that's ambition. Indeed, it takes a young man. Zhu Zizhong staggered toward Qin Yang. When I retire in the future, I'll hand the factory over to you. No, I'll take early retirement tomorrow. I'm at ease leaving the factory to you. Come, let's have another drink to celebrate your new position as factory director. Platter. Zhu Zizhong kicked over a pile of bottles, swayed twice, and nearly fell. Fortunately, Qin Yang caught him in time and fetched a stool for him to lean against the wall. That night, Factory 960 celebrated with abandon. Some laughed, some cried. Qin Yang's heart was also filled with countless emotions. Everyone's pent-up frustrations were vented to the fullest. The next day, work continued. For secrecy, Qin Yang specifically selected a group of workers to form a dedicated confidentiality team, cleared out a special warehouse as their workspace, and entrusted all secret processing work to them. The team leader was Zhang Chao's father, Zhang Guoqiang. Uncles and elders, this imitation task was obtained through countless hardships. Many people are watching. If the process leaks, our production task might be snatched by other factories, so. Standing before them, Qin Yang began his first speech. Yangzi, no engineer Qin, rest assured. From now on, even in our sleep, we won't talk in our dreams. Our wives won't know our secrets. Zhang Guoqiang said, being able to work on military projects again is our greatest hope. We will never leak secrets. If anyone dares to speak out, I'll shove a lathe tool into his mouth and shred his tongue to pieces. Engineer Qin, let's simply not go home. We'll stay here until the production task is finished, another worker said. Exactly, that's a good idea. That won't do. How would I explain to the aunties and wives? Qin Yang shook his head. Everyone just needs to observe confidentiality discipline. Now let's start processing the first batch of parts. If they were on a business trip far away, it would be one thing. But they're already at the factory. If they don't go home, how could their wives agree? Qin Yang didn't want to get scolded. Since the military representative Gao Zhu had drunk too much, he slept in the dormitory all night and left only this morning. The round trip would take a few days. Qin Yang's goal was to produce the first batch of 200 rifles during this time. If the military inspection found no problems, his proposal for the military representative not to interfere would be easily approved. Time passed quickly in the hurried work. Almost in the blink of an eye, a week had gone by. Military Representative Huang Xin arrived belatedly. He was not alone. There were also some higher-level leaders, as well as people from Factory 296. At the entrance of Factory 960, Director Zhu, let me introduce you. This is Leader Han from the capital, who oversees military equipment. Gao Zhu, who had just stepped off the first car, began the introductions, and this is Leader Han. Distinguished leaders, welcome to Factory 960 for your inspection. And to our comrades from Factory 296, you have traveled a great distance from Mountain City. You must be weary from your journey. After Gao Zhu finished his introductions, Director Zhu Zizhong, who had come to welcome them, hurriedly bowed and stepped forward to greet the guests. Director Zhu, the precision of the sniper rifles produced by your factory is the best in the world. We at Factory 296 have become frogs at the bottom of a well. We have come to learn from you and broaden our horizons. Wang Lijun, head of the technical section at Factory 296, said. Oh no. Distinguished leaders, comrades, please first go to our conference room to have some tea. Behind a group of people from Factory 296 got off the second car. Seeing their arrival, Zhu Zizhong's heart sank. What good could come with competitors accompanying them? No need. I heard you refused the military representatives to exercise their authority. I'd like to see what capability your Factory 960 has. Leader Han's opening words immediately chilled the warm atmosphere. Just after meeting Leader Han had already given everyone a warning. Zhu Zizhong couldn't help but glance behind him. He was now relying on Qin Yang, but what was Qin Yang looking at? Now Qin Yang was already considered a technical expert at Factory 960 and had become the acting chief of the technical section. Everyone in the factory had no objections and fully supported him. It was estimated that before long the word acting would be removed. But once in a position of authority, matters increased. For example, when superior leaders came to inspect, he had to accompany and receive them. At this moment, Qin Yang's gaze was entirely fixed on one of the guests. He appeared to be under 30 years old with dark skin and marks on his bald head from years of wearing a helmet. A casual glance from his eyes revealed a lethal aura. Who was this person? Section Chief Qin, Engineer Qin Yang. Beside Qin Yang, Deputy Director Qin Baowa gave him a nudge. Only then did Qin Yang snap back to reality. What's wrong? So this is Engineer Qin, right? We have heard from Engineer Yang about your top-notch skills, which are truly admirable. Hitting a coin from 500 meters away, that's impressive. The finished guns produced by your factory should also be able to achieve the same precision, right? Wang Lijun said. Of course. We have already produced 200. Qin Yang said we were just about to deliver them to the troops. I didn't expect the superior leaders to value us so much as to come personally. Since the distinguished leaders do not wish to go in for tea, let's go directly to the shooting range. Good. Leader Han nodded. Old leader, let's first go to the armory to pick one. Wang Lijun suggested to Leader Han. Factory 960 has produced 200 sniper rifles in such a short time. As expected, it is the standout among the third front military factories. Any gun taken out at random will far surpass the precision of the Russian ones. That goes without saying. Everyone can rest assured. Every gun we deliver to the troops must meet the same precision standard. If the precision cannot be achieved, we are willing to face the military court. Qin Yang replied immediately. So confident. Something is not right. Wang Lijun glanced at Yang Zhaojun behind him, and the two exchanged a look. Let's go, I will show everyone the way. Zhu Zizhong said enthusiastically. Gao Zhu lagged behind, his expression somewhat complicated. Representative Gao, what unexpected incident occurred? Zhou Yongfei whispered to Gao Zhu. Originally, I could have returned in 3 days. However, people from Factory 296 came to the capital and directly found Leader Han. I don't know what they said, but Leader Han got angry. He originally planned to come that day, but due to his busy schedule, he arranged to inspect personally today. Gao Zhu continued, by the way, 20 years ago, Leader Han once served as the military representative at Factory 296. There was no need to say more. Everything was clear. Zhou Yongfei's face was full of worry. That old leader was called deliberately. Qin Yang, however, had no worries. At this moment, he was walking together with that soldier. Brother, did you come back from the front line? Yes. A scout? Yes. These batches of guns are to be first equipped to your unit, so you specially came over to inspect the guns. Yes. This man was tough and not talkative. From the reconnaissance detachment of the 136th Division. How did you know? Now it was the other party's turn to be curious. Qin Yang felt pleased with himself in his heart. He had really guessed it correctly. In this era, there were no professional special forces in the country. They only selected some capable men within the troops to form efficient reconnaissance units with a scale of 1 reconnaissance squad per company. During the decade-long border war, scouts were the most dangerous, always facing the threat of death. However, they also had the highest kill count. Throughout the entire rotation war, 15 units were the most famous, among which the 136th Division's reconnaissance detachment was one of them. The designation Qin Yang knew was exactly this one. He casually mentioned it, and guessed it right. His luck was overflowing. Speaking of your reconnaissance detachment, it is famous. The enemy on the opposite side, upon hearing your designation, actively retreated 30 kilometers. Qin Yang continued to flatter. That is not the case. If our designation was exposed, it would cause great trouble. This time the other party's words finally increased. The Soviet SVD sniper rifle was also acquired by you, right? Yes. Last month we attacked outpost 726. There were enemy snipers lying in ambush, often shooting at us from hidden positions. So we eliminated their stronghold and captured 3 sniper rifles. At that time we all loved them and intended to keep them for our own use. However, the superior leaders said to send them back for reverse engineering so we could have more sniper rifles. Moreover, we should also come down to rest. This time coming over, we just wanted to see if your reverse-engineered sniper rifles had any boasting. Boasting? Qin Yang said this phrase is an insult to us. Qin Baowa beside him frowned. The superior leaders came with ill intent, so Qin Yang took action from the people they brought. Qin Baowa was quite satisfied with his son's performance. Just now the relationship had obviously warmed up, but this one sentence made the relationship between the two rigid. What insulting you? The other party's face turned unfriendly. Having returned from the front line, his body was still full of aggression and his fists involuntarily tightened. That's right. Although our Factory 960 has only recently returned to the field of military production, we previously produced the Type 56 half-automatic for 10 years. The guns we produced once defeated other competitors and were successfully exported abroad. Qin Yang said the level of the sample guns we showed to the troops is the level that the guns officially delivered to the troops can achieve. How could we falsify such matters? This is a matter of life and death for the soldiers on the front line. Your suspicion of us, just now, is an insult to us. Hearing Qin Yang say this, the other party's clenched fists relaxed again. Yo, it seems Engineer Qin is very confident. Wang Lijun interjected, can the guns you officially deliver to the troops also hit a coin from 500 meters away? Looking at Wang Lijun's expression, Qin Yang knew the dirty thoughts in his heart. His face carried a smile, of course confident. However, hitting a coin is already boring. Let's hit an egg from 500 meters away instead. An egg? That is much larger than a coin. Your Factory 960 is indeed not confident. Wang Lijun continued. No, it's hitting the egg on my head. Qin Yang said, looking at the scout, brother, you randomly pick a gun. How about hitting the egg on my head from 500 meters away? Young man, you've got considerable courage, don't you? Aren't you afraid of having your head blown off by a single bullet? Leader Han asked. When he had first stepped out of the car, his demeanor had been sharp and imposing, but now his tone had softened noticeably. He had not paid much attention to the young Qin Yang at first. What could a boy with milk still on his lips possibly accomplish? But now Qin Yang's boldness had won his deep appreciation. The sniper rifles we produce boast exceptional precision. Hitting a coin at 500 meters is nothing difficult, let alone an egg. I also believe that this veteran from the 136th Division has excellent marksmanship and certainly won't miss. What is there to fear? Hearing Qin Yang's words, the scout's face broke into a proud smile. That's right. As long as your sniper rifles can guarantee this level of precision and have completed sighting in before leaving the factory, I promise I won't miss. Brother, you have real guts. I Lin Heping truly appreciate you. Meanwhile, Qin Bao's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. His son was far too arrogant. Even if the marksman's skill was outstanding and the rifle's precision was sufficient, this approach was still far too dangerous. Yet he could not say anything now. If he spoke up, Wang Lijun and his people would certainly find fault with him. What's so impressive about shooting eggs? If you've got the nerve, shoot a coin. Yang Zhaojuan, who followed behind Wang Lijun, was about to provoke further, but before he could finish, Wang Lijun stopped him with a sharp glance. You fool, can't you read the room? Haven't you noticed that Leader Han's attitude has changed? What I said earlier was acceptable, but saying it now would be completely inappropriate. The egg is indeed larger than a coin, but its size corresponds roughly to the 7 or 8 ring zone on a target. Being able to hit an egg already demonstrates precision far superior to the SVD sniper rifle. Leader Han was not angered. He continued arranging the work. However, placing an egg on one's head is still too dangerous. Besides, if the egg bursts, the yolk and white running down someone's face would be rather unseemly. How about this? Suspend the egg from a line at 500 meters. This method will better simulate actual combat. Qin Bao breathed a sigh of relief. Leader Han is right. Let's follow his arrangement. Quick, Zhang Chao, find some thin string and bring over a few eggs from the cafeteria. Never before had the firing range at Factory 960 seen such a lively scene. After the conversion from military to civilian production, the range had remained idle for a long time. Only in recent months had it become busy again, and even then it was merely for firearms testers to conduct simple evaluations. Today so many inspectors had arrived. Truly an unprecedented occasion. A rifle randomly selected from the armory was already gripped in Lin Heping's hands. Since its appearance bore little difference from the SVD rifle, he operated it with ease. At this moment, he held the rifle in a kneeling position, aiming at the egg across the range. The heavens favored them. There was no wind today. Otherwise, with the egg swaying in the breeze, whether it could be hit would truly depend on luck. Qin Yang watched Lin Heping's posture and couldn't help but reflect. A warrior returned from the frontline battlefield carried an entirely different aura from a firearms tester. Even if he himself held this rifle, it would feel like a shooting competition. But in Lin Heping's hands, it felt as though they were on the battlefield. The entire atmosphere turned instantly grim and lethal. Bang! Lin Heping fired. Immediately after the gunshot, he rolled to the ground, assumed a prone position, aimed across, and pulled the trigger again. Then he sprang to his feet, clutched the sniper rifle to his chest, and sprinted sideways over 10 meters. Settling into a new position, he braced the rifle and fired once more. Still as a tree stump, fierce as a roaring tiger. Qin Yang did not look at the suspended egg across the range. His gaze was entirely fixed on Lin Heping. Excellent, truly excellent. If described in the language of future web novels, this was a battle king. No one spoke lest they disturb Lin Heping's movements. Yet through binoculars they could still observe the eggs across the range. With each gunshot an egg exploded. Wang Lijun and the people from Factory 296 accompanying him wore increasingly grim expressions. Although they had not shot coins, the scenario now was closer to real combat. Under such conditions, simply destroying a watermelon would count as success. And here they were targeting eggs far smaller than watermelons. What was going on? The rifle Yang Zhaojun had taken back clearly did not possess this level of precision. Wang Lijun's brows knitted ever tighter. After 10 rounds, Lin Heping bounded back with the rifle and stood before Leader Han. Reporting, sir. 10 rounds of trial firing complete. The precision of this rifle far exceeds the SVD sniper rifle and fully meets our combat requirements. I request that all 200 sniper rifles from the first batch be equipped to our 136th Division. Excellent, excellent. Leader Han nodded approvingly. Factory 960 resisted our military representative's inspection and has indeed proven itself capable. As long as the rifles can achieve this standard, the military representative's inspection can be relaxed. Although Leader Han was responsible for military equipment, his duties were overwhelming. In his view, aircraft, artillery, tanks, and other major equipment were far more critical. He had originally given little thought to the matter of reproducing the SVD sniper rifle. However, when representatives from the old unit at Factory 296 arrived and spoke their piece, he flew into a rage. Learning that Factory 960 had actually resisted the military representative in performing his duties only fueled his fury further. This third-line arsenal had become like the Monkey King wreaking havoc in heaven. But now seeing the sniper rifle perform flawlessly, Leader Han's anger dissipated. He could distinguish what was important and what was not. For the troops, the most crucial factor was weapon performance. As long as performance met standards, certain authorities could be delegated. If the quality was exceptionally sound, even inspection could be waived. The precision of this rifle is commendable, but I wonder whether it can satisfy actual combat requirements. Wang Lijun's eyes darted as an idea came to him. After all, on the southern battlefield, conditions are harsh. Soldiers sometimes have to wade through swamps, and mud and water entering the barrel are common occurrences. Although this rifle boasts high precision, if it is too delicate, that would be problematic. I heard the Americans' M16 was not suited to such conditions. Those soldiers would cover the muzzle with something like. The object was somewhat indecent, so Wang Lijun did not finish. Qin Yang smiled. Director Wang is absolutely correct. As long as the will does not falter, solutions always outnumber difficulties. The M16 sniper rifle's precision is so high that it becomes too delicate. When debris enters the barrel, it simply will not fire. Covering the muzzle with a balloon prevents foreign matter from entering during peacetime, and when firing is needed, one can shoot directly. It is undoubtedly an excellent solution. Does this mean your rifle also suffers from this problem? Wang Lijun grew excited. We guarantee this with our lives, though I suppose you wouldn't believe us. Brother Lin, why don't you subject our rifle to the same rough treatment as in actual combat, and then try firing it? See whether it still functions properly. You changed your form of address so quickly. In the blink of an eye, you're calling him Brother Lin now. Lin Heping nodded, glanced around, and then pointed at a pothole, saying, fetch a few buckets of water and turn that place into a muddy pit. A flicker of excitement gleamed in Yang Zhaojuan's eyes. Though he still didn't know how Factory 960 had managed to enhance the sniper rifle's precision to such a level, he understood that the higher the accuracy, the stricter the demands. The M16 rifle, after all, had sacrificed reliability in its relentless pursuit of precision. The military needed a high-precision sniper rifle, but even more, it needed a reliable one. If they could prove this rifle was unreliable, Factory 960 would lose its chance to continue production. In truth, the demand for sniper rifles was not enormous. At most a few thousand, and barely reaching 10,000. For Factory 296, such a volume was insignificant. But they couldn't swallow this humiliation. When had anything Factory 296 set its sights on ever fallen into another factory's hands? This time not only had they lost the order, but they had also lost face. They had to reclaim it. The muddy pit was quickly prepared. Yang Zhongyi loaded a fresh magazine into the sniper rifle and tossed it in. Mud and sand are the most corrosive to firearms. If the inside of the barrel isn't chrome-plated, it will rust in no time. Wang Lijun spoke. What? No chrome plating inside the barrel? Han Leader frowned. Can such a gun even be used? Of course not. In the hands of the troops, it would be nothing but a useless stick. Director Zhu, surely your factory wouldn't deliberately omit chrome plating just to pursue precision, would it? Wang Lijun turned to Zhu Zizhong. Of course not. Zhu Zizhong shook his head. The group stood by the muddy pit discussing for over 10 minutes, by which time the rifle inside was thoroughly soaked. It's about time. Let's see how this gun performs in the field. Lin Heping, full of anticipation, fished the rifle out of the mud and shook it vigorously 3 times. Muddy water splashed out of the barrel with each shake. Watching the mud droplets, the delegation from Factory 296 felt a surge of excitement. Even the domestically produced Type 56 assault rifle might not fire under such conditions. Could this high-precision sniper rifle possibly still shoot? But why did the other side look so calm and composed? Especially that Qin Yang. His utterly indifferent expression was infuriating. Just then a commotion came from the sky. Everyone looked up to see an eagle soaring overhead, its wings spread wide. Birds usually avoided the shooting range. The noise was too jarring, and animals instinctively feared it. Yet now the eagle had flown in because in its talons a long snake was writhing. It had wandered here unintentionally, locked in battle with the snake, paying no heed to what lay below. It was flying blindly, still pecking at the snake. Witnessing this, everyone marveled. Lin Heping quickly raised the sniper rifle, aimed at the airborne duo, tracked them for a couple of seconds, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. The eagle was still flying. Haha, see, your gun can't hit a thing. Yang Zhaojun shouted in excitement. According to the requirements, just firing under these conditions qualifies, doesn't it? Qin Yang glanced at Yang Zhaojun. Engineer Yang, you're a military expert. Don't you even know that? That's for standard rifles. This is a sniper rifle. The bar is higher. Yang Zhaojun said, if the troops can't shoot accurately because of mud contamination, how can they fight? Is that so? Then watch closely, did it hit or not? Of course it didn't, or the eagle would have fallen. Yang Zhaojun was confident. By then the eagle had flown directly overhead. Startled by the gunshot, it flapped its wings to gain altitude. After a few seconds, feeling unsafe, it released the prey from its talons. The snake fell. But wait, why was it in two pieces? Two segments of the snake plummeted through the air. Yang Zhaojun's eyes widened. How is that possible? How is that possible? It was a moving target. Without harming the eagle, the bullet had sliced the snake in two. Are you doubting our sniper rifle's precision or my brother Lin's skill? Qin Yang asked. Splash. At that moment, one segment of the snake fell precisely onto Yang Zhaojun's neck, dangling on both sides. Instantly, he let out a scream. Mom. Look at you, such a coward. Lin Heping shot Yang Zhaojun a contemptuous glance, grabbed the snake off his neck, tore open the skin with his bare hands, found the still warm gallbladder, and was about to put it in his mouth, when he turned to Qin Yang. Brother wants some snake gall. The bloody half-snake lay before them, the gallbladder still dripping with blood, a sight that would make anyone nauseous. But Qin Yang didn't hesitate. He snatched the gallbladder, popped it into his mouth, and chewed vigorously, blood trickling from the corner of his lips. Good. A man like you is worthy of being my brother. From now on, call me Brother Lin, and I'll call you Xiao Yang. Lin Heping beamed with delight. Eating a raw snake gall was a test. On the front lines, when supplies ran out, you ate whatever you found. Lin Heping had offered it to Qin Yang to test him, never expecting him to accept without hesitation. The bloody taste would make most people retch. Only someone who could swallow it was fit to befriend a warrior king. Han Leader nodded in satisfaction, his opinion of Qin Yang growing ever more favorable. Good, this rifle's reliability is beyond question. We can rest assured. Han Leader nodded. No, Han Leader, this rifle has a major problem. Yang Zhaojun could no longer contain himself, ignoring even Wang Lijun's restraining glare. Their barrel isn't chrome-plated. It won't last. No chrome plating. Han Leader was taken aback. Director Zhu, didn't you just say? Shaolin, check it. Zhu Zizhong looked on nervously as Lin Heping wiped the muzzle clean, peered inside, and nodded. Indeed, no chrome plating. Without chrome plating, it can't meet battlefield needs. They're cutting corners. Issuing such a rifle to the troops would be a crime. Yang Zhaojun gloated. Qin Yang, what's going on? Zhu Zizhong turned to Qin Yang. The entire sniper rifle process was classified. Even he, as factory director, had delegated full authority and never asked, mainly for convenience. So he truly didn't know about the lack of chrome plating. Qin Yang's gaze fixed on Yang Zhaojun. Our firearm technology is confidential. Not even our director knows the details. Engineer Yang, how do you know our barrel lacks chrome plating? Could it be that you have our lost prototype rifle? Hearing this, Yang Zhaojun suddenly realized he had fallen into another trap. Lost prototype. What's this about? Han Leader's expression turned stern. When we went to the bidding, we held a celebration banquet that night. Only Factory 290 SIXS people didn't attend. After dinner, we discovered the canvas of the Beijing 212 had been slashed, and the prototype was missing. To protect Factory 290 SIXS reputation, we kept it quiet and handled it discreetly. Han Leader's face darkened. What's going on? Has our Factory 296 stooped to such underhanded tactics? Old Leader, they're deliberately muddying the waters. We'll explain our early departure later. Right now we found a defect in Factory 960's rifle. They didn't chromeplate the barrel. That's irresponsible. Yang Zhaojun knew he was in trouble, but he gritted his teeth and pressed on, determined to make Factory 960 suffer first. Fine, let me explain first. Qin Yang said, our barrel isn't chrome-plated because we've adopted a new process. Without chrome, it still has the same lifespan as chrome-plated ones. Moreover, it avoids the accuracy loss caused by uneven plating. In the early days of the nation, domestically produced firearms lacked chrome plating technology, so barrels of early models like the Type 54 pistol and Type 56 semi-automatic rifle rusted easily. It only became widespread later, to the point where old master gunsmiths today would consider a barrel without chrome plating utterly heretical. They were short-sighted. All high-precision sniper rifles, even hunting rifles, avoid chrome plating inside the barrel. While it extends lifespan, the uneven coating significantly reduces the bullet's flight accuracy. How is that possible? Even Wang Lijun was astonished. Our Factory 296 doesn't have such technology. Of course, this is our latest advanced process. You wouldn't understand. I don't believe it. This is impossible, exclaimed Yang Zhaojun. In the early years, our Type 56 semi-automatic rifle's barrel wasn't chrome-plated, and it often rusted. Chrome plating is an essential process for gun barrels. You can't abandon it just for the sake of precision. You're just grandstanding coming up with such a gimmick for the bid. This is outrageous. There are many methods besides chrome plating for the inside of a gun barrel, such as hot melt coating technology, ion spraying technology, chemical vapor deposition, and so on. You veteran experts from Factory 296 surely haven't never heard of them, have you? Of course they hadn't heard of them. These were far too advanced for them. Yang Zhaojun was momentarily speechless. If there were no advanced process with the same effect as chrome plating, the gun would have malfunctioned as soon as it was submerged in muddy water. Lin Heping spoke up. Now that it can function normally and with high precision, it indicates that the barrel has undergone special processing. Lin Heping had just returned from the front lines, so his words carried the most authority. After all, if the gun's quality were flawed, the users, like him, would suffer the consequences. He said it was fine, so it was fine even without formal tests. Even if you used a special process on the barrel, this gun still has a problem. When a soldier disassembles it for maintenance and then reassembles it, the precision deteriorates. Yang Zhaojun knew his position was already precarious. He had to expose every flaw of this rifle. Oh, you even know that precision drops after disassembly and reassembly. Qin Yang's eyes showed surprise. How did you come to know that? Whether a barrel is chrome-plated is not obvious to the average person. One must wipe the inside to see it. As for the precision loss after reassembly, one would have to handle it personally to know. Everyone was staring at Yang Zhaojun, and Leader Han's expression was particularly displeased. Yang Zhaojun knew there was no turning back. He gritted his teeth. Yes, I was the one who took that prototype. I simply wanted to find the flaws in this rifle you produced. It was my personal action and has nothing to do with Factory 296. Engineer Yang, why would you go to such lengths? We are all brother factories. If you wanted the prototype, you could have just asked. Would we really refuse to let you have a go? Qin Yang's tone carried regret. Now that you've confessed, we have no choice but to handle this through official channels. We'll deal with my matter later. Yang Zhaojun retorted. In any case, after I disassembled and reassembled that prototype, its precision dropped drastically. It could never return to its original level. This rifle is completely unsuitable for the battlefield. It's a toy, a disposable toy. As a qualified soldier, one must be proficient in disassembling and reassembling weapons. As a scout, one could even assemble a gun blindfolded. Yet now this sniper rifle's precision would plummet after disassembly and reassembly. How could it meet the demands of the battlefield? Leader Han's gaze turned back to Qin Yang. Yang Zhaojun finally felt elated. As long as he could prove that Factory 960's rifle was flawed, even if the theft charge stuck, he did it for the army and the nation. He had nothing to be ashamed of. Well, go on, say something. A confident smile finally crept onto Yang Zhaojun's face. Shall we test it right now to see if the precision matches the first firing? Engineer Yang, if you hadn't been so hasty, and we could have discussed this privately, it would have been better. Now that it's before Leader Han, we have to handle it officially. Let me explain first. Engineer Yang, what is the purpose of disassembling and reassembling a weapon? Of course, it's to reduce the failure rate. Take our Type 56 assault rifle, for instance. If routine maintenance isn't performed after each firing, the residue from the gunpowder can cause jams or even barrel bursts next time. The Soviet Union's RPK machine gun, after firing 1,000 rounds, if not maintained, won't even have its bolt pull the next day. Yang Zhaojun said, you've built a sniper rifle that soldiers can't disassemble, maintain, or service. What good is its high precision? Yang Zhaojun was not afraid. Well said. Do you know why lack of maintenance causes malfunctions? Qin Yang asked. What kind of question is that? That question doesn't even need an answer. Qin Yang shook his head. No wonder you don't understand. It's not your fault. Your gun maker's not familiar with ammunition. The Soviet Union's bullets use corrosive primers which corrode the chamber after firing. Our bullet production process is the same as theirs. Though no one knew what card Qin Yang was holding, hearing him talk like this, the leaders of Factory 960 felt a surge of satisfaction. His patronizing attitude was enough to infuriate the other party. Stop talking nonsense. Is there any other kind of primer in the world? Of course there is. The ammunition for this sniper rifle uses a special primer, and the propellant is a specialized smokeless powder. They cause very little corrosion to the chamber. After use, simple cleaning with a dedicated tool suffices. Only after 300 rounds does it require disassembly for maintenance. The price we quoted to the higher-ups, 2 yuan per bullet, is precisely because the ammunition is special. Fine. So you admit that your rifle's precision drops significantly after disassembly. Yang Zhaojun, thinking he had caught the key point, grew excited. Of course not, Qin Yang said. Sniper rifles are different from regular rifles. To achieve sufficiently high precision, their assembly requires special training and professional tools. If you recklessly disassemble and brutally reassemble them, as you did, a drop in precision is inevitable. Qin Yang glanced at Lin Heping. The military need not worry excessively. We will train the soldiers on precise disassembly and assembly. Of course, we will also send personnel to accompany the troops to solve any on-site problems. How can the military not worry? Old leader, their rifle is simply not suited for the battlefield. 300 rounds. That's used up in one engagement. Yang Zhaojun grew excited. No, it's enough for 2 or 3 battles. Lin Heping interjected. A professional sniper eliminates 1 enemy per shot. In a single mission, they might use no more than 1 magazine. If maintenance is only needed after 300 rounds, that could last 1 or 2 months on the battlefield. This maintenance issue is not a problem. Moreover, even with rough handling, it still achieves the precision of the Soviet sniper rifle, doesn't it? Yang Zhaojun, in his excitement, had completely forgotten. This was a sniper rifle. An automatic rifle might go through 10 magazines in a day on the battlefield, but a sniper rifle does not. Qin Yang shook his head helplessly. It seems you not only don't understand advanced processes, but you also don't understand the use of a sniper rifle. You even developed special bullets for this rifle. Director Han was very interested in Qin Yang's words. He recalled that in the past few days he had specifically investigated Qin Yang's affairs, and a report stated that the 960 factory was developing a 5.8mm general-purpose bullet. If supplies run out on the battlefield, this rifle can directly use 7.62mm bullets. However, whenever possible, it's best to use our specialized sniper rounds. These bullets do not damage the gun barrel and require minimal maintenance, making them the most suitable. After all, disassembling and reassembling a firearm always causes wear. Of course, we can guarantee that even with rough handling and using ordinary bullets, it can still achieve the accuracy of the Russian sniper rifles. Director Han, this rifle is not suitable for the battlefield. It requires specialized ammunition and resupply is difficult on the battlefield. What they are doing is practically a crime. Yang Xiaojun shouted. Engineer Yang, now is not the time for you to speak. Director Han silenced him. Shaolin, you decide. Commander, I really like this rifle and the 136th Division will also like it. Lin Heping spoke up. It's perfectly suitable for our use. The military representative gave a positive answer and Yang Xiaojun was completely dumbfounded. No, you'll be cheated. Yang Xiaojun shouted. Yang Xiaojun, shut up. Wang Lijun stepped forward and shouted at Yang Xiaojun. Our 296 factory and the 960 factory are brother factories. When the 960 factory was just starting out, we sent many people to support them. Not only did you steal the rifle, but you also instigated me to falsely accuse our colleagues before the old leader. This is a disgrace to us. The 296 factory has no place for someone like you. What? Hearing Wang Lijun's words, Yang Xiaojun was stunned. Someone take Yang Xiaojun away and send him to the relevant authorities for investigation. Director Han spoke. No, you can't arrest me. I did this for the military. Chief Wang, save me. The voice faded away. Sacrificing a pawn to save the king, burning the bridge after crossing the river. Such ruthless tactics. Even Qin Yang admired it. Coming here today has really opened my eyes. The 960 factory has made a great rifle for our troops. Organize the transportation of the first batch of finished rifles as soon as possible and deliver them to frontline troops. Let the enemy know our might. And accelerate the production of specialized ammunition. Director Han said enthusiastically, what a pity I'm busy with work and can't stay here for further inspection. Director Han, please stay for a meal before you leave. Zhu Zizhong invited. No, I'm too busy. Old leader, we request to stay and continue learning here. Wang Lijun spoke. What? Everyone present understood. The 296 factory still hadn't given up. They wanted to stay to learn the secrets. Wang Lijun did not plead for Yang Xiaojun. Instead, he even kicked him when he was down just to distance himself and paved the way to stay at the 960 factory. Director Han nodded. That's right, you should stay and learn. Factory Director Zhu, this won't cause you any trouble, will it? No trouble. Zhu Zizhong could only shake his head. Director Han was the backer of the 296 factory. It was already a great favor that he now supported the 960 factory. How could they refuse such a small request from the leader? Director Han then looked at Qin Yang. Xiaoqin, what do you think? Please rest assured, Director Han, the 960 factory will warmly welcome the inspection team from the brother factory. Qin Yang said, except for our special workshop that produces sniper rifles, they can go anywhere else. Director Han, we came here to visit and learn. We are very interested in the advanced technology of this high-precision sniper rifle and hope to learn these techniques. I feel ashamed that I have never heard of the technologies Engineer Qin just mentioned. Wang Lijun said, we are here to learn from your experience. Don't be too stingy. 960 factory. When we were asked to assist in building the 960 factory, our 296 factory provided both personnel and technology. Xiaoqin, you were too young to know about these things back then. The brotherhood between our factories. Chief Wang, those are old stories. Times have changed. The 960 factory is the one that has suffered the most. When the superiors gave the order, we abandoned our homes and came to this remote mountain valley. Now what? With a single word from the superiors, we were left to fend for ourselves. Who can we complain to? We understand the difficulties of the superiors, and we will never cause them trouble. Director Han nodded repeatedly. Indeed, the 960 factory has made great sacrifices for our country's economic development. If things were still like before with all of us as brother units in the same system, we would have no complaints. We would still share the old class camaraderie. Give people when asked, give technology when asked. But now it's a market economy. However, since you're here, we can't let you go back empty-handed. If you want to learn these advanced processes, we can do business. 1 million per process, half price as a token of goodwill. 1 million. You're robbing us. The person beside Wang Lijun could no longer hold back. Exactly, your ingrates. Our 296 factory is the industry leader. These advanced gun-making technologies should be handed over to us. Old leader, these technologies can be used not only on sniper rifles, but also on other firearms we produce. They will greatly benefit our military industry development. Wang Lijun looked pitifully at Director Han. For the development of our country's military industry, we hope the 960 factory will make these technologies public. 1 million per process, we don't have that much money. They had no shame. Qin Yang sneered, no money. You have people, don't you? We, a small third-line factory, managed to develop so many advanced technologies. Yet you, the 296 factory, which claims to be the industry leader, come here to beg for these technologies for free. Where are your technical staff? Are they truly useless? What have you been doing with your annual R&D funds? If you don't mind being embarrassed, our 960 factory will make a sacrifice. No. Director Han spoke. Times have changed. We are building a market economy. What is a market economy? It's competition. We are building socialism, not raising lazybones. The poor always have reason, and the crying child gets milk. Wang Lijun, it's good that you want to come here to visit and learn. But the advanced technologies and processes developed by the 960 factory are their own. It's normal that they won't let you access them. If you have the ability, go develop your own. Director Han was really impressive. Although he came from the 296 factory, he never showed favoritism. Qin Yang felt delighted. If you want to learn with an open mind, stay. If you're just coveting others' technology, then leave with me. Director Han's tone was merciless. Don't bring your little tricks here to embarrass yourselves. Old leader, your lesson is correct. We will earnestly comprehend your instructions. We will stay and learn with an open mind. Wang Lijun's ability to trim his sails was absolutely first-rate. The 960 factory has already blazed a trail in the market economy. We must learn from their successful experience. That's more like it. After speaking, Leader Han turned to Lin Heping. What about you? Old Chief, I'd like to stay here and wait until the paperwork is done, then return to the unit with the first batch of ammunition. Good. Leader Han's car vanished from everyone's sight, and those who remained harbored their own ulterior motives. Director Zhu, we appreciate your hospitality. We've heard that your Lion brand air rifles are excellent. Could we take a look at the production line? Wang Lijun spoke. Just as Zhu Zizhong was about to nod, Qin Yang interjected. Our air rifles are just toys, there's nothing to see. Section Chief Wang is here to learn from us, so we should share our valuable experience. Director Zhu, please take these guests to the conference room, and let our sales team tell them how we expanded the market. Director Zhu, please take these guests to the conference room, and let our sales team tell them how we expanded the market. Zhu Zizhong's eyes lit up. Right, everyone, let's head to the conference room. We'll have tea and chat. Want to get the technology? No way. They wouldn't even let you into the workshop, but they could brag about sales and marketing. After the others left, Qin Yang looked at Lin Heping. Brother Lin, I've got a sniper rifle with an even longer range. Want to give it a try? Of course I do. I've heard about hitting a coin at 1,000 meters. My real purpose today is that rifle. If it's as miraculous as the legends say, I hope the military can place an order. If the formal process stalls, we'd rather pay out of our own pockets. That won't do, Brother Lin. You're fighting for the nation. How can you pay for your own equipment? That wouldn't even follow protocol. If you like something long and thick, we can give you a sample rifle. I can't accept favors for nothing. I can't accept favors for nothing. After saying that, Lin Heping thought of something. Xiaoyang, you're a smart guy. You must have noticed that the people from Factory 296 have ulterior motives. Do you want me to help you deal with them? Qin Yang quickly shook his head. No, that won't do, Brother Lin. This is an internal squabble within our military-industrial system, and it has nothing to do with the military. Don't get involved. Rest assured they can't stir up any trouble. There's a saying, one can guard against thieves for 1,000 days, but not against a thief for 1,000 nights. Lin Heping said. All they need is to bribe one worker. Qin Yang smiled. If that's the case, we have no other choice but to let them succeed. Let them succeed. Lin Heping realized what Qin Yang was planning, and a smile spread across his face. Xiaoyang, you're full of clever tricks. As night deepened, the lights in the factory director's office of Factory 960 came on. This afternoon, the people from Factory 296 seized the opportunity to start building connections. Many of our workers from the mountain city have already been in contact with them. Liu Yang's face was full of anger. They've set their sights on the craftsmanship of our new rifle. They want to steal it. No, from the looks of them, they're probably planning to take away the workers who are familiar with the process. Fortunately, we prepared a special workshop and used only our most trusted workers. I've already informed Zhang Guoqiang to stay in the workshop with his team and not come out for a while. Who would have thought Factory 296 would stoop so low? Zhou Yongfei said. If it weren't for the sake of brotherly factories, I'd want to kick them out right now. From the way they're acting, they won't leave until they get the technology. Who would have thought Factory 296 would stoop so low? Zhou Yongfei said. If it weren't for the sake of brotherly factories, I'd want to kick them out right now. From the way they're acting, they won't leave until they get the technology. So let them succeed. Qin Yang said. Succeed? Everyone was stunned. How can that be? If they get the technology, what chance will our factory have? We'll be squeezed out of the military-industrial system again. Exactly. We're not in the era of the big pot anymore. Brotherly units. Huh. Qin Bao was stared at his son. Yangzi, you mean to give them? While the factory leaders were in an emergency meeting, Gao Ju lay in his dormitory tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Returning to Factory 960, he felt a different atmosphere. This factory was now a world apart from the past. From top to bottom, there was a spirit of striving upward. Everyone worked together, and the old factional disputes had completely dissipated. Who had united them? This young man Qin Yang was truly remarkable. Thump thump. Just then there was a knock at the door. Who is it? It's me, Wang Lijun. Hearing the name, Gao Ju's expression changed. I'm already asleep. Let's talk tomorrow. Old Gao, open up. I've brought a bottle of liquor and a roast chicken. Let's chat. I'm not feeling well. Tomorrow. Wang Lijun returned dejectedly after being refused. These people are all impervious to reason. Back in his room, he put the roast chicken and liquor on the table and said angrily, even the military representative refused to see me. Seeing him wouldn't have helped. Leader Han's furious personal visit wasn't just because of our words, it was also because Factory 960 refused the military representative's inspection. Section Chief Wang, even if you got Representative Gao drunk, you wouldn't get any technology. The test shooter Huang Xin, who had come along, said. During the day, Qin Yang had made everything clear. I know that. I'm just trying everything. We have to take a chance. Wang Lijun said, then suddenly thought of something. Old Huang isn't your distant cousin Huang Ming here. Your relatives. Have you contacted him? Of course I've already heard about hitting a coin at 1,000 meters. My real purpose today is that rifle. If it's as miraculous as the legends say, I hope the military can place an order. If the formal process stalls, we'd rather pay out of our own pockets. Don't mention it. I haven't even seen him. I went to his house, and his wife couldn't give me a straight answer. Maybe he was transferred due to the military to civilian conversion. Huang Xian was puzzled. Just then Su Jiqiang rushed back. I found out. Don't mention it. I haven't even seen him. I went to his house, and his wife couldn't give me a straight answer. Maybe he was transferred due to the military to civilian conversion. Huang Xian was puzzled. Just then Su Jiqiang rushed back. I found out. They've put all the advanced processes for the sniper rifle in one workshop. That workshop is heavily guarded with 2 security officers at the door. No outsiders are allowed. Since we arrived, they've even been eating and sleeping in the workshop, refusing to come out just to avoid contact with us. For brotherly units. Do they have to be so guarded against us? Wang Lijun said angrily. Back in the day, we selflessly gave them the production drawings for the Type 56 semi-automatic rifle along with some skilled master workers. The best Type 56 rifles came from Factory 960, all thanks to our support from Factory 296. Market economy. Bullshit. Weren't things better before? Why did they have to mess it up? The brotherly bond between factories is gone. By the way, I also found out that Huang Ming is in there. Su Jiqiang continued. If he's in that workshop, I have an idea. Huang Xian said. What idea? What idea? After they got married, they never had a child. As time went on, my sister-in-law got very anxious. She was afraid my cousin would leave her, so she strictly limited his contact with other women. My sister-in-law is a jealous type. Huang Xian said. Knowing the background made it easier to manipulate things. Hearing Huang Xian's words, everyone present laughed. It was already late at night, but the entire Factory 960 was still brightly lit. Due to the heavy production workload, they were now working 2 shifts 12 hours a day, continuously churning out civilian and military products. Amid the roar of the machines, a sudden banging on the door rang out. Bang 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 bang. A woman's shrill voice pierced the night. Huang Ming, damn you. It's 11 o'clock, why aren't you home yet? Huang Ming, get the hell out here. Suehua, stop making a scene. I'm busy with work. I won't be coming home for a while. You go back. What? Even people on day and night shifts get time off, and are home half the day. Why do you have to stay in the workshop? Tell me, is there some slut in there? Hey, don't talk nonsense. Open the door, open the door. Bang bang. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Open the door, open the door. Bang bang. The factory door creaked open, and Zhang Guoqiang poked his head out. Sister-in-law, please don't cause trouble here. We're very busy. Hey, you can't go in. Before he could finish, the woman named Tawat dashed past him, charging toward Huang Ming, who was operating a machine while referencing a blueprint. She grabbed his ear firmly. A tigress not to be trifled with. Huang Ming quickly stuffed the blueprint into his work overalls pocket, covering his ears with both hands. Stop, that hurts, hurts, hurts. In front of so many people, can't you give me some face? If you left me alone in the bed, what face is there to give? Come on back home with me. Time to pay the tribute. Throughout the factory, only Suehua was so ferocious. The other workers suppressed their laughter as they watched her drag the man away. Zhang Guoqiang, let me tell you, don't think just because you're an official you can boss people around. My man has worked long enough, and if you don't care, I do. I'm taking him. Zhang Guoqiang forced a bitter smile. You can take him, but be careful not to let him contact anyone from Factory 296. The factory has ordered whoever contacts them gets kicked out. Got it, Suehua replied. In the darkness, a few people found a blind spot in the guard's watch lying by a window in a neglected corner of the factory, watching with great interest. The machines still roared inside. Several people began to discuss. Old Huang, your sister-in-law is too fierce, isn't she? Sai, a woman of 30, is like a wolf, at 40 like a tiger. We just happened to pass by her window and casually said a few bad words about Huang Ming and the woman who delivers meals to the canteen. This woman got furious and came straight here. What a tigress. Huang Xian swallowed his saliva. Yeah, whether we succeed or not depends on my sister-in-law. Tomorrow morning then. Hey, where are you guys going? Seeing his companions about to follow, Huang Xian grew anxious. Aren't we going to listen to the tribute payment? How old are you all? Don't mess up the big plan. Right, let's go back and discuss further. Wang Lijun spoke up. Let's talk seriously. Did you see that? That Huang Ming seemed to have stuffed the blueprint into his pocket. For many, this was an unforgettable night. Wang Lijun and his team returned strategizing their next moves, considering all possibilities. Lin Heping lay on the bed in the guest house of Factory 960, thinking about the day's events. Holding the case of the 12.7mm sniper rifle given to him by Qin Yang, he was filled with anticipation, eager to return to the battlefield and blow off enemies' heads from 1,000 meters away. Huang Ming was taken home by Suehua and did indeed pay the tribute. It was more exhausting than working in the workshop. When he got up the next morning, he had 2 dark circles under his eyes. Creak. Huang Ming gently pushed the door open and saw a person standing outside. Cousin, why are you here? What are you doing standing at the door so early? Come in quickly, Huang Ming said in surprise upon seeing Huang Xian at the door. He completely forgot about the rule against contacting anyone from Factory 296. Oh brother, you're here again. Suehua also came out with a smile. The previous evening, Huang Xian had come by for a visit. Since Huang Ming wasn't home, he stayed for a while and left. Why was he here again so early in the morning? With this question, Suehua looked at Huang Ming. In his hand, Huang Ming held an aluminum lunchbox still steaming and a greasy paper package. He smiled. Originally, I planned to have a good drink with my cousin last night, but I couldn't find him. This morning, let's have breakfast together, tofu pudding and fried dough sticks. And have a chat, then I'll be on my way. Leaving? So soon? Yes, there's still plenty of work at the factory. Since Factory 960 doesn't seem to welcome us, I won't impose. Huang Xian said. Let's eat breakfast and talk. All right. The tofu pudding from the aluminum lunchbox was poured into bowls divided into 3 portions. Huang Xian took a bite and complained the taste is terrible. Our tofu pudding is spicy, numbing, sour, sweet, and silky smooth. Here it's just sweet, nothing else. He then looked at Suehua. Sister-in-law, can you get used to the food here? Of course not, Suehua said. Since moving here I haven't had a proper Sichuan dish. I can't even make it myself because there's no suitable chili pepper. Then do you want to go back? Go back. Suehua's eyes widened. How can we go back? Cousin, what about you? Huang Xian looked at Huang Ming. Do you want to go back? If you do, Factory 296 welcomes you anytime. We'll solve your job issues and let you join the technical department as a researcher. Huang Ming shook his head. Forget it. I'm fine here. Hey, what's wrong with you? Suehua's words were cut off as Huang Ming stood up, not even bothering to put on his work overalls, and ran outside. I'm going to work. I'll be late. Work? Late. Suehua glanced at the clock on the desk. Come back. Get back here, she shouted as she chased after him. Only Huang Xian remained in the room. He looked around and noticed a corner of paper sticking out of the pocket of Huang Ming's work overalls. Its light blue color revealed it to be a process blueprint. The blueprint Huang Ming had brought back from the workshop yesterday. Huang Xian listened carefully. The two had already run far away. He walked over gently and unfolded the blueprint. 7.62mm sniper rifle barrel manufacturing process blueprint. When he saw the title, Huang Xian felt his heart thumping wildly. He stuffed the blueprint into his pocket, strode out, glanced back at the open door, considered closing it, but after a moment left it as it was. In the guest house, several people waited anxiously. When they saw Huang Xian rushing back, they grew impatient. Where's Huang Ming? Why didn't you bring him? He refused to come. But I got this. They took the blueprint and immediately became excited. Great. They talked a lot of nonsense. Thermal fusion, coating, ion spraying, chemical vapor deposition. Things we've never heard of. Turns out it's just a coating using nickel plating instead of chrome. Wang Lijun smiled. Although he wouldn't come, we now know the process. Once we're back, we'll try a few times and surely be able to produce the same type of firearm. Even if the sniper rifle project fails, we can use it on other projects, as a result of our technological innovation. Should we leave? Of course. Factory 960 doesn't welcome us at all. Why stay? The group left without saying goodbye, but none noticed a person quietly watching them from a large tree outside their window. Brother Lin, stop hiding. Come down. Let's have breakfast. A voice came from under the tree. Lin Heping was startled. He agilely jumped down, removing the temporary leaf camouflage he was wearing, and stood before Qin Yang. How did you spot me? I was bluffing. You're a scout, how could I know where you were hiding? Lin Heping smiled. They easily got your production process and left. Was that all arranged by you? Let's not talk about them. Let's talk about us. Brother Lin, today we're going to Factory 955. Are you coming along? Nickel-plated gun barrels seem good too. What's the problem? Lin Heping wouldn't let go of the topic. Qin Yang glanced at him and continued walking. Nickel can improve strength, but not hardness. Increasing nickel content reduces the steel's hot hardness. Lin Heping stood still, thinking for 2 seconds. So the barrel could explode? Qin Yang did not even look back. Let us go eat, he said. Lin Heping caught up from behind, his tone laced with excitement. What you just said, were you really that harsh? Brother Lin, that was merely your speculation. I said nothing, Qin Yang replied. If you still consider me your brother, then forget everything that was just said. Fine then. Lin Heping dropped the subject. Whether they remained brothers or not was secondary. The key was that if their bond were severed, Qin Yang would surely stop explaining firearm technology to him. He had a deep passion for such matters. Sitting in the canteen looking at the tofu pudding and fried dough sticks before him, Lin Heping could not help but bring up the topic again. The quality of a gun mainly depends on the barrel. The material is of great importance. Not necessarily, so Qin Yang said, glancing at him. I believe the bullet matters more than the gun itself. The bullet. Lin Heping shook his head. What secrets could there possibly be in bullets? Brother Lin, eat quickly. Once we get to Factory 955, you will understand and be thoroughly impressed. Alright, let us go now. Now, you should wait until you finish eating. Have you already finished? Lin Heping smiled. It is the skill of a reconnaissance soldier. The mouth is only responsible for swallowing, the rest is left to the stomach. If one cannot finish eating quickly and silently, what kind of reconnaissance soldier would they be? Since we are both reconnaissance soldiers, there is no need to take the detour. We can simply climb over Quantum Mountain directly. Capital's second agricultural machinery factory was even more crude. Hidden deep within the mountains, there were only workshop buildings. No factory gate had been installed, only a doorframe. Naturally, there was no need to worry about unauthorized entry. To reach Capital's second agricultural machinery factory, one had to pass through Capital first agricultural machinery factory first. The two factories were like brothers, maintaining frequent interaction. Most people took the small path at the foot of Quantum Mountain to go around the peak, while only some young people chose to climb straight over. Qin Yang, who had once been a reckless second-generation factory worker, had scaled Quantum Mountain countless times, as agile as a monkey. However, compared with Lin Heping, Qin Yang's efforts were pitiful. While Qin Yang was still halfway up the mountain, Lin Heping had already shot up to the summit. By the time Qin Yang panted his way to the top, Lin Heping had already been gazing at the workshops below for quite some time. Impressive, this factory is even more concealed than Factory 960, Lin Heping remarked. What good is concealment now? They are transitioning from military to civilian production. Their situation is even worse than ours, Qin Yang said. We can still convert to producing air rifles, but they can barely manage fireworks and firecrackers, and they cannot even compete with those handicraft workshops. Let us go down. The building nearest to us is Workshop 103, responsible for bullet assembly. The factory was not large. It had three main workshops: Workshop 101, which produced bullet casings, Workshop 102, which manufactured bullet shells, and Workshop 103, which handled final assembly. There were also tool workshops, machining workshops, and so on. The two men skillfully descended the mountain and arrived at the entrance of Workshop 103, nestled among lush green trees. Before they could step inside, they heard voices coming from within. Humph, this is making things difficult for us. Every single bullet casing must be measured by hand. The taper error cannot exceed a single thread. It is absolutely pedantic. Exactly. They want me to weigh the propellant on a balance scale with an error margin of no more than half a gram. People might think we are weighing gold. You have it easy, just measuring. Assembly is my burden. I have to press the bullet tips by hand with a pressure error of no more than 10 pascals. My hands are already trembling. Why can't we use an assembly line? Enough. Stop complaining. If it were not for that order from Factory 960, this place would have gone under long ago. Another voice chimed in. Although the processing of these bullets is tedious, each one earns us 2 yuan. Our first batch is 20,000 rounds. That is 40,000 yuan. If you want to receive your wages on time this month, then get to work. Back then, in preparation for the war that might break out, countless military factories were built nationwide and ammunition plants were numberless. Now even more of these ammunition factories lie idle, so having any order at all was already a blessing. Small third-line factories had crude equipment and could not possibly afford fully automatic production lines, though semi-automatic machinery was available. However, orders requiring purely manual assembly were exceedingly rare nowadays. Filled with intense curiosity, Lin Heping strode into the workshop. The assembly room was not large, approximately 200 square meters. Along the walls were rows of tables, and workers in work clothes bustled busily, measuring casings, weighing propellant, assembling components. It resembled a handcraft workshop in Afghanistan. In the center of the room stood a dedicated semi-automatic assembly machine currently idle. Hearing movement at the doorway, the middle-aged man who had been speaking turned around and froze. Who are you? Why are you here? But then he spotted another familiar figure. Yangzi, you are here. Uncle Zhang, I came to take a look. Let me introduce. This is Comrade Lin Heping, dispatched by the military to oversee the acceptance of these firearms and ammunition. Comrade Lin Heping, welcome to inspect our facility. Director Zhang Guangming of the Final Assembly Workshop hastened to extend his hand. Please rest assured, every bullet is manufactured to the highest standards according to Factory 960's requirements with 0 defects. These standards are quite high. Did you set them yourself? Lin Heping looked at Qin Yang beside him. Qin Yang nodded. These bullets are specially designed for sniper rifles. We must pursue perfection. Bullets assembled on an assembly line lack soul. We still need hand assembly, strict requirements, and relentless pursuit of excellence. Someone burst out laughing. The sound was too conspicuous, and everyone heard it. Zhang Guangming glared angrily in that direction, only to see the back of a worker. The person was clearly trying to suppress their laughter, yet their entire body was still trembling, and their twin braids were shaking vigorously. Wang Fong, what are you laughing at? Is it really that funny? Wang Fong. Qin Yang's eyes widened. This classmate, same age as him though from a different courtyard, yet someone he had studied with in school. How could she have ended up working in a factory? It was such a waste to see such prime youth spent here. The girl named Wang Fong turned her head. Her face was oval, her brows slender as willow leaves, her eyes large and glistening with long lashes, and her lips cherry red. Indeed, she was quite attractive, but her attitude at this moment was far from pleasing. Qin Yang, I heard you became a firearm master and are now a section chief at Factory 1. You are truly impressive. Why did nobody notice your capabilities back in school? I am simply a late bloomer, Qin Yang replied. Are you? It sounds more like superstition to me. These past few days we have speculated all sorts of reasons, but never this one. Bullets assembled on an assembly line lack soul. Enough, Wang Fong, do not go questioning leadership carelessly. Director Zhang Guangming frowned. Get back to work. Comrades from the military are urging us to hurry and complete this batch of bullets. Qin Yang shook his head helplessly. How come nobody believes a reformed bad boy's diligence and ambition? Xiao Yang is quite right, Lin Heping interjected. For a sharpshooter, using mass-produced assembly line bullets is unacceptable. They prefer to modify them themselves. The phrase, bullets assembled on an assembly line lack soul, is remarkably profound. Brother Lin was making me look good. To hit a target with precision, one not only needs a good rifle, but also high-quality bullets. Lin Heping, a scout, understood this clearly. The taper of the cartridge case, the propellant charge, and the pressure tolerance of the bullet seating all caused variations in the muzzle velocity, which in turn altered the trajectory. To strike a coin accurately, at 500 meters these errors had to be minimized. Qin Yang's requirements were explicit. If the factory strictly adhered to them, they could produce a batch of specialized bullets for snipers. On the battlefield, they could use these bullets to strike enemies with greater precision. Xiaoyang, what's your relationship with him? Wang Fong asked curiously, turning her head. He's my brother Lin, Qin Yang said. Brother Lin has returned from the battlefield. His words carry more weight than mine. Returned from the battlefield. At these words the atmosphere shifted instantly. Everyone stood up and looked toward Lin Heping, especially the young female workers whose gazes were filled with admiration. Comrade PLA soldier, you've returned from the battlefield. How many enemies did you personally eliminate? Wang Fong's voice trembled. My brother Lin. Qin Yang was elated. Back in school Wang Fong had always been at odds with him. When he misbehaved, she would report him to the teacher, and even tattle to his father, earning him several beatings. Now that fiery gaze fixed on brother Lin was clearly one of admiration. Just as Qin Yang was about to sing brother Lin's praises, Lin Heping cut him off. Comrades, the bullets you are currently producing are to be shipped directly to the battlefield for long-range elimination of enemies. Therefore the requirements are stringent. I hope you all approach this task with utmost seriousness. Lin Heping continued, this concerns not only our ability to kill the enemy, but also the lives of our soldiers. Rest assured, comrade PLA soldier, we will strive for excellence. We will never let a single substandard bullet leave the factory, Wang Fong declared. This Wang Fong must have taken a liking to brother Lin. Just wait until that arrogant schoolmate of yours comes groveling to me for brother Lin's contact info. I, Qin Yang, will settle all old scores. What demands should I make then? Qin Yang's mind drifted back to the idle thoughts of the factory scion he once was. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Lin Heping stood at attention and saluted, his posture incredibly dashing. Everyone get back to work. Zhang Guangming was overjoyed. The precision requirements for the bullets were too demanding, and everyone had complained. But with Lin Heping's encouragement, the workers finally stopped grumbling and began working earnestly. Would you two like to continue inspecting here or visit other workshops? Zhang Guangming turned to them. Let's go find the factory director. I have another plan. If executed well, our factory could expand and thrive, Qin Yang said. Alright, I'll take you there. The entire No. 2 factory was modest in scale, with its office building being a 2-story structure. In the meeting room on the first floor, the atmosphere was lively. Yangzi, no comrade Qin, has been a late bloomer indeed. Over the past few months, the progress at No. 1 factory has made us both envious and wistful, said factory director Tang Wenlong. Now our factory has also secured military orders thanks to No. 1 factory. Please rest assured the military that we will have no quality issues. Indeed, No. 1 factory excels in both military and civilian production, added Deputy Factory Director Wang Jia. We'll be content to follow in their wake and pick up the scraps. Director Wang, don't say that. We've always been sister factories. Now that No. 1 factory is thriving, it hasn't forgotten No. 2 factory. There's a golden opportunity before us. If we seize it, our factory can become the industry leader. Industry leader. Had this been said a few months ago, no one would have believed Qin Yang. But now everyone stared wide-eyed, waiting for his next words. Comrade Qin, go on. Tang Wenlong was excited. Have you all heard that during our last meeting in the capital we took on the RD task for the 5.8mm general purpose cartridge? Qin Yang asked. Yes, we heard. The experience back then. Tang Wenlong paused, then suddenly realized, Comrade Qin, do you intend to assign the production of the 5.8mm cartridge to our No. 2 factory? The military had confidentiality rules. At the last meeting, Qin Yang had already proposed relevant plans, but those who hadn't attended only heard anecdotes, like hitting a coin at 1,000 meters, and never the core details. So now they understood Qin Yang intended to place the production task in their factory. If the military fully transitioned, the volume of cartridge production would be enormous. Their 955 factory would thus become a first-tier major plant. At this thought, everyone was thrilled. That's right, I negotiated with my superiors that our factory would handle production. Excellent. Following No. 1 factory means we'll eat well. Amid the exclamations, Zhang Guangming caught something. Our factory. Qin Yang had repeated this phrase several times. It didn't sound like a mere courtesy. That's right. Qin Yang said, to produce the brand new 5.8mm cartridge, we need a complete automated production line. Moreover, the current location is inconvenient. We need to relocate the entire factory back to the capital. All of this requires funding. If No. 2 factory merges into our No. 1 factory, we can cover all these expenses. The lively atmosphere instantly froze. Wang Jia's smile lingered on his face, but his tone turned icy. Comrade Qin, do you mean your factory intends to swallow ours? Just moments ago you were treating us as brothers. Now you want to devour us. The words remained unspoken, but the meaning was crystal clear. Of course not. We're still sister factories, and our relations are good. If you don't want to merge, we absolutely won't force you, Qin Yang said. However, the production process for the 5.8mm cartridge is extremely complex, and the demand is high. Without relocation and new equipment, your factory cannot meet the requirements. Then we'll have to consider other options. Slap. Wang Jia slammed the table. Yangzi, you've been a troublemaker since childhood, causing mischief and acting recklessly. Now that you've grown up and gained some skill, your ambition has only grown. Old Wang. Director Wang. Several others quickly intervened. Uncles and elders, this is just my personal idea. Please take some time to think it over. This is a market economy, the fittest survive. Only by uniting can we grow stronger and compete with others. I Qin Yang promise. Get out. Wang Jihe roared, his fists clenched, his eyes blazing with fury, clearly ready to strike. All right, calm down. I'll take my leave. I'll see you out. Zhang Guangming stood up, accompanying them as they walked outside. He explained, don't be angry. Director Wang is just anxious. He means no harm. I know, Uncle Zhang. You go back. Without me you can speak more freely. This matter is crucial for your factory. It's a matter of life or death. You should hold a meeting to discuss it. Zhang Guangming stopped. Yangzi was right. Stepping out of the office building, Qin Yang took a deep breath. Lin Heping looked at him with a smile. Xiao Yang, you brought me here to be a bodyguard and a shield, didn't you? If I hadn't been there you might have been mobbed just now. Qin Yang was helpless. If he hadn't extended a helping hand, the 955 factory would soon have gone under. Now he was offering to lead them to become the industry leader, and they still refused. Not bowing for 5 measures of rice. Alas, people of this era still didn't understand the cruelty of a market economy. But they would learn. He would teach them. 960 factory office. Yangzi is truly amazing. He effortlessly sent those people away. If they had stayed here for 10 days or half a month, how much of our food would they have wasted? Zhu Zizhong said excitedly. Of course all of this was Qin Yang's scheme. Last night they discussed it and finally determined that Huang Ming's family was most likely to be won over, so they simply turned the tables and arranged accordingly. Although they were relatives, all distant relatives with little contact in normal times, now that the 960 factory was thriving, Huang Ming naturally wouldn't be fooled by Huang Xin into leaving with the people from the 296 factory. Those who had access to core secrets were all very reliable. Huang Ming's wife, Suihua, even enjoyed a bit of acting. Yes, it's easy to invite gods, but hard to send them away. These people weren't invited by us after all. Zhou Yongfei spoke up. Now that they're gone, it's finally peaceful. We're busy, how can we bother with playing mind games with them? Everyone, if our factory wants to continue developing, we must consider a complete relocation, Qin Bao was said. There's no future in this mountain valley. Since we are the capital's first farm tool factory, we must relocate to the capital. Yes, we must relocate to the capital. Zhu Zizhong resolved. We need to report to the higher-ups for relocation land. Our factory needs to expand, and there's no more space in this mountain valley. We'll handle the factory construction ourselves, and don't expect any funding from the higher-ups. Now that they see we're making money, they even refuse to cover the expenses of the staff hospital. By the way, where is Yangzi? Unconsciously, Qin Yang had become their backbone. Whenever they encountered complex matters, they had to ask Qin Yang for ideas, and he always came up with the best solutions. He went to the second factory, Qin Bao was said. For our factory to grow and expand, we need to merge the second factory. It's inconvenient for our factory leaders to step in directly, so he went to test the waters there first. Deputy Factory Director Wang from the second factory is a stubborn mule. He probably won't agree, Zhou Yongfei said with a frown. How about I go? No need. At that moment a voice came from outside. Qin Yang had already returned swiftly. Yangzi, you're back. How did it go? Qin Bao asked nervously. That factory director Wang reacted the most violently. He almost hit me on the spot, Qin Yang said. Everyone's faces changed. Yangzi, are you injured? Cough cough, everyone stop calling me Yangzi. In formal occasions call me Section Chief Qin. Zhu Zizhong spoke up, now Yang. Section Chief Qin is full of vitality, definitely not injured. Let's listen to Section Chief Qin and see how to arrange things next. Factory Director Zhu, I have a plan. After listening, everyone widened their eyes. Yes, let's do it that way. Section Chief Qin's plan is great. Qin Bao frowned slightly. We are all brother units. Is it appropriate to trick them like this? Dad, this is also to help them. Qin Yang said. If they follow us, they'll have meat to eat. If they don't follow us, they'll go bankrupt soon. We're helping them. The morning sun shone on the North Bay area near the factory. A white 2-story building bathed in the warm sunlight with a large wooden sign at the entrance reflecting the sun, bearing a line of vigorous characters, Farm Tool, Factory Staff Hospital. Dear hospitalized patients, we are very sorry. As our hospital is about to relocate, please go to the first floor to handle discharge procedures. A nurse in white like an angel appeared at the ward door and called out to the people inside, her voice clear and melodious, full of tenderness. However, the response was not so polite. What? Discharge? Our illnesses haven't recovered yet. How can we be discharged? Exactly right. How should we continue treatment? The patients immediately erupted. Everyone can go home to rest. If you feel unwell, you can go to Xuanwu Hospital in the future. Nonsense, easy to say. Doesn't it cost money to go to Xuanwu Hospital? You can pay up front first, and then get reimbursed by your work unit after seeing the doctor. We're not leaving. See if you can drive us out. It's also fine if you stay here. The hospital will soon relocate entirely. At most, you'll just occupy a bed. Our medical equipment and staff will be moved away gradually. You'd better make plans as soon as possible. What? Your first factory is too much. Exactly, we're all brother factories. How can you abandon us? Inside the hospital, chaos broke out. Outside, Qin Bao frowned and looked at Qin Yang beside him. Yangzi, doing this always makes me feel guilty. Dad, I've already investigated. Everyone staying in the staff hospital is from the second factory. They're just loafing around. Some have corn, some have sore arms and legs. None of them actually need to be hospitalized. Especially one named Tang Yuchen, who started working last year and hasn't even been here a full year, yet he spent half that time in the hospital. He's just using this to flirt. Court someone. We can't keep supporting them forever. We should have driven them out long ago. All the idle people in our first factory are now busy working. Why should we let them suck us dry? Even brothers settle accounts clearly. Let's go find their factory director and reason with him. At that moment, a high-decibel voice rang out. Did you hear that? Qin Yang said with a smile. Dad, do these people with such strong voices look sick? Do they need to be hospitalized? But they're going to cause trouble for our factory. We're not their parents, Qin Yang said. Why should we support them? The first factory and the second factory were separated only by Quota Mountain, and the second factory was too small, so the two factories shared a staff hospital. The doctors at this staff hospital were all sent from Xuanwu Hospital with a high level of medical skill capable of performing all kinds of major surgeries. After the founding of the country, the state established a free medical system. In rural areas, there were many barefoot doctors. In cities, large and medium-sized state-owned enterprises all set up staff hospitals. For common illnesses, all treatment was free at staff hospitals, and expenses for treatment at other hospitals could be fully reimbursed by the work unit. However, after the reform and opening up, the medical system gradually became unable to adapt to the development of the market economy. The staff hospitals of enterprises became a bottomless pit, even dragging down the enterprises. In August 1984, the Health Department drafted the report on several policy issues in health work reform, which was approved by the higher-ups the following year, initiating medical reform. The basic idea was decentralize power and transfer profits, expand hospital autonomy, liberalize and invigorate, and improve hospital efficiency and benefits. However, when it came to a specific staff hospital, special circumstances required special handling. For example, the third-line factories were already burdens, let alone their affiliated staff hospitals. The farm tool factory staff hospital used to rely on some funding from higher-ups to maintain itself, but after the 960 factory became profitable, all expenses of the staff hospital were dumped onto the farm tool factory. It's one thing for the 960 factory's own workers to get medical treatment, but why should we subsidize the medical expenses of the 955 factory? That's what I say, but now they've come out. Qin Baoguo was still very nervous. Let me, this uneducated hothead, handle it. Qin Yang said, then stood on the already narrow road, hands on his hips, looking at the people coming out. Stop right there. What do you think you're doing? What was there to fear? Brother Lin was lurking nearby. If these people dared to make a move, he and Brother Lin could knock them all down. Qin Yang. That's right, the Qin Yang who's been making a splash recently. Dear fellow patients, seeing how lively you all look, are you planning to go to the southern border to fight enemies? Qin Yang's tone was sarcastic. If so, our factory will give each of you a Type 56 semi-automatic rifle and 200 rounds of ammunition. Qin Yang, this has nothing to do with you. Move aside. What has nothing to do with me? The staff hospital is ignoring our hospitalization issues. We who got sick from working for the factory and is abandoning us to relocate. Exactly. Then you're looking for the wrong person, Qin Yang said. You are from the second factory. Your illnesses and hospitalizations should be the responsibility of your second factory. But your first factory is moving the hospital. Our entire factory is moving, so the staff hospital will naturally move too. If you want to continue being hospitalized, go find your factory leaders and ask them to set up a staff hospital. What's the use of causing trouble at our first factory? Your entire factory is moving. Exactly. If the factory weren't relocating, why would we move the staff hospital? Factory 955's conference room. If I refuse either way, why should Factory 956 swallow us whole? Wang Zhihe shook his head like a rattle drum. Aren't they just making some stinking money? Now they're looking down on everyone. Does having money make them special? Zhang Guangming wore a helpless expression. When he first heard Qin Yang's proposal, there had been some dissatisfaction in his heart, but thinking about it now, he felt this plan was actually quite good. 7.62mm ammunition had already reached saturation. By converting to produce 5.8mm rounds, they could absolutely become the industry leader. Even if they became a subsidiary of Factory 956, but that wouldn't matter. Life would go on as usual. Money really does make the world go round. This is a market economy now. How can we survive without money? Sometimes you have to bend when necessary. But Wang Zhihe thought differently. The man had an obstinate streak. Once he'd made up his mind, no 8 horses could pull him back. It was precisely this stubbornness that had caught the attention of a superior leader and propelled him to deputy director. Director Tang Wenlong had remained silent, throughout his thoughts unreadable. The meeting dragged on for hours with no progress when suddenly noises echoed from outside. What's all that commotion outside? Tang Wenlong asked. Let me go check. As Zhang Guangming rose to his feet, the door burst open with a crash before he reached it. A crowd of people in hospital gowns filled the doorway with the troublesome Tang Yuchen at their head. What do you think you're doing? Can't you see the factory is holding an important meeting? Zhang Guangming's face darkened. Why aren't you recovering in the hospital instead of being here? These were all troublemakers in the factory. When wages went unpaid, they became even more unruly. Since they'd insisted on staying in the workers' hospital, the factory was only too happy to let them be. But nobody expected these people to abandon their recovery and confront the factory meeting. We were driven out. We're asking the factory leadership to settle this for us. Driven out? On what grounds did Factory 1 expel you? Wang Zhihe stood up. I'll make sure justice is done for you. Let's go. In an instant, Wang Zhihe put 2 and 2 together. This was Factory 1 stirring up trouble. When Factory 2 refused their merger proposal, they retaliated by tampering with the workers' hospital. Director Wang, don't rush. Let everyone finish their thoughts first. Zhang Guangming sensed something was wrong. There was more to this than met the eye. That's right. How were you driven out? What about the patients from Factory 1? Tang Wenlong chimed in. They said the workers' hospital is being relocated, so we can no longer stay here. None from Factory 1 are hospitalized there. Relocated. Tang Wenlong furrowed his brow. As a director, he could see the hidden risks beneath the surface. If Factory 1 wants to relocate, let them. What does that have to do with the workers' hospital? We're still here at Factory 2. We'll need that hospital whether they like it or not. Wang Jihe continued. Everyone please leave first. Stop making such a racket here. I'll make a call to the higher-ups. As he walked toward the telephone nearby, the people at the doorway remained motionless. What, you're not leaving? Wang Jihe gave everyone a stern glance. Director Wang, then we'll wait outside. If we can't be hospitalized here, we'll have to go to Xuanwu Hospital. I've heard the factory has started operations recently. If we end up there, the factory will need to advance our medical expenses beforehand. Tang Yuchen said this and retreated outside. A flash of anger crossed Wang Jihe's eyes. Humph, you're being hospitalized without illness, and now you want the factory to prepay your medical costs. This matter should have been addressed long ago. But these were issues to handle later. This was an internal factory dispute. They needed to resolve the conflict with Factory 1 first. Hello, is this Xuanwu Hospital? This is Capital's second farming tools factory. Is the workers' hospital you established here being relocated? Once you leave, how will Factory 2's workers get access to medical care? Although Wang Jihe could be rigid in his thinking, that didn't mean he was foolish. Now calmer, he decided to call Xuanwu Hospital first, since the workers' hospital was technically a branch of their facility. What? All expenses for the workers' hospital were covered by Factory 1, and it's no longer under your jurisdiction. Upon hearing this, everyone present turned pale. Wang Jihe felt his mind reeling. The director's voice continued from the phone. That's right. The farming tools factory's worker hospital will be relocated to the capital in its entirety, and will sever all ties with our Xuanwu Hospital. To be honest, our staff is quite envious. Who wouldn't want to practice medicine in the capital? Then what about us? Wang Jihe asked irritably. They're taking the hospital away. What about Factory 2? Whom aren't you moving with them? If you don't relocate, what's the point of staying in that mountain valley? Honestly, it would be incredibly difficult to redeploy medical staff there now and rebuild the workers' hospital. Everyone wants to go to the big city now. Who would volunteer for your remote mountain location? Those days of selfless dedication are long gone. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye. After hanging up, Wang Jihe clenched his fist. They're creating a crisis for us, forcing us to accept their demands. The events of the day connected easily because Factory 2 refused to be absorbed. Factory 1 had pulled out their support entirely. Director Wang, since Factory 1 has been covering all expenses for the workers' hospital, it's only natural they would want to relocate it. Zhang Guangming spoke up. We have no right to criticize them. Even if they left the hospital with us, could our factory afford to maintain it? If Factory 1 departed, Factory 2's workers would have no access to medical care. The hospital was merely the beginning. Many more challenges awaited them. Once cooperative sister factories were now splitting apart, and they would struggle immensely, perhaps unable to survive at all. Indeed, I think we should accept Factory 1's terms. Merging Factory 2 into them would offer far greater prospects for development. No, Wang Jihe remained adamant. They're using such despicable tactics precisely to force our compliance. Humph, we must never yield. Just then the door burst open with a crash. Director Wang, are we merging with Factory 1? Yes, how wonderful a merger would be. I've heard their factory is rolling in wealth and workers receive benefits every other day. They earn foreign exchange through foreign trade. Of course they're prosperous. Who let you in? Wang Jihe glared angrily at Tang Yuchen and the others at the doorway. In his earlier agitation, he'd forgotten the group waiting outside. Director Wang, why do you oppose the merger? Are you afraid that after the merger your position as deputy director will be demoted? Tang Yuchen launched into a rapid barrage of questions. Bullshit. Wang Jihe, who had been holding back his fury, suddenly erupted. His mind went blank. He only wanted to hit someone. Spotting a chair nearby, he grabbed it immediately and swung it down onto Tang Yuchen's head. Everyone stared in shock, none quick enough to intervene. Crack. The chair shattered and Tang Yuchen's skull split open. He collapsed to the ground screaming. He's hitting people. Director Wang is attacking people. I'll need to be hospitalized for 2 or 3 years this time. Xiaoyang, you're starting to frighten me. Lin Heping sat on a red rock of Quota Mountain chewing on a blade of grass as he let out a sigh. Brother Lin, you're a scout. A soldier who can snap an enemy's neck on the battlefield. What's there for you to fear? Qin Yang sat beside him listlessly gazing at the stunning scenery below. No matter how brave a soldier is, he only kills a few enemies. That's mere brute courage. But you, without batting an eye, manipulate others as if they were playthings in your palm. This ability to toy with people's hearts is truly terrifying. Lin Heping spoke. Lin Heping's mission was to await the arrival of firearms and ammunition. He had stayed behind only to get his hands on a rifle that could hit a coin from 1,000 meters away, but inadvertently, he had become brothers with Qin Yang and witnessed his methods. When Qin Yang wanted to merge with Factory 2, the other side refused. So he tampered with the shared worker hospital, inciting Factory 2's employees to stir up trouble. Even if higher-ups investigated, he could shift the blame cleanly. The hospitalized workers unknowingly became his pawns. A truly admirable tactic, as he had thoroughly read their minds. Brother Lin, can you use some positive words? What do you mean by toying with people's hearts? Who have I toyed with? I'm helping Factory 2. You know we're going to develop the 5.8mm universal cartridge. We're taking Factory 2 along to prosperity and a well-off life. Qin Yang had indeed used some tactics, but his conscience was clear. Assault. Factory Director Wang is assaulting someone. I'll have to be in the hospital for 2 or 3 years this time. Just then a voice drifted on the cool mountain breeze. Seems it's worked, Qin Yang said. This Director Wang really is something. In a society governed by law, how can he resort to violence? Such a person is not a qualified leader. He'd better step down for a period of reflection. Xiaoyang, these hospitalized people are no good. If Factory 1 merges with Factory 2, they'll be a destabilizing factor, Lin Heping said. How do you plan to deal with them? This is a market economy now. If they want to keep eating from the communal pot, it won't be that easy. Qin Yang smiled. Our factory will never support lazybones. Our factory will never support lazybones. Seeing Qin Yang so confident, Lin Heping held back his offer to help. After all, he was just a passerby, and they might never cross paths again. The two watched the commotion from the hillside. Factory 2 had fallen into complete chaos. Director Wang, what right do you have to hit someone? Tang Yuchen's mother Zhao Jinhua had heard her son was back and rushed from the family quarters. When she arrived and saw her son bleeding from the head, she was heartbroken. Crouching down, she held him and shouted in fury. Wang Jiehe had regained his composure. Over the past day, he had accumulated a mountain of rage. Tang Yuchen's words had triggered it, and his mind went blank. He struck without thinking. Now he felt some regret, but as factory director he could never easily admit fault to a woman. He deserved it. Wang Jiehe said. Ever since he joined the factory, he's been constantly in the hospital. If every worker followed his lead, who would be working in the workshops? People like him are a big reason our factory has fallen to this state. Zhao Jinhua was relentless. Director Wang, don't be unreasonable. My son Yuchen ended up in the hospital because he worked himself to the bone for the factory. If the factory thinks he shouldn't be hospitalized, you can issue a notice or a document. But what right do you have to hit him? Today you must give us an explanation. If everyone outside just heard, Factory 1 wants to merge with our Factory 2. That's a wonderful thing. Why did the factory leadership disagree? Xiao Tang only spoke a few truths, and he got beaten by Director Wang. A fellow patient of Tang Yuchen chimed in. What? Factory 1 wants to merge with us. Factory 1's benefits are great. That's right. I heard Factory 1 has also landed a foreign trade project earning 5 million in foreign exchange for the country. Following Factory 1 is something we'd be glad to do. This news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of Factory 2 within minutes. More and more people gathered. The two factories had always been sister plants with frequent exchanges. But in recent months that fraternal feeling had faded. Visiting Factory 1 they felt inferior. Factory 1 had already prospered. Watching Factory 1 thrive, while Factory 2 couldn't even pay wages. Who wouldn't be envious? Now if Factory 1 merged with Factory 2, they'd be one family with equal benefits. This was a rare stroke of luck. Such a good thing. Why did our factory oppose it? Zhao Jinhua posed the soul-searching question. My son Yuchen spoke for the working class, and he got beaten by the factory leadership. It's all about their petty official positions. Before these leaders were equals with those from Factory 1. Now they've become subordinates, and they can't stomach that. The fellow patient continued. This conclusion was easy to draw. To ordinary workers it didn't matter whether it was Factory 1, Factory 2, or any other factory. As long as they could work and earn money they didn't care. It was the factory leaders who cared who merged with whom. They fear losing their status. If we don't care about the leaders' concerns. As long as it benefits us workers we'll support it. That's right. If the factory leadership refuses we'll go to higher authorities and file complaints. We'll write letters of accusation. The outcry outside grew louder. Wang Jiehe's eyes blazed with anger. For the factory leadership. As if I Wang Jiehe am doing this for myself. Fine, since you're so eager to swallow handouts I have nothing more to say. I'm washing my hands of this. Everyone please don't be anxious. Tang Wenlong stood up. The merger between Factory 1 and Factory 2 has only just begun. This is a major matter with many procedures and considerations. We will continue to negotiate with Factory 1 and ensure a satisfactory answer for everyone. Please be patient. Unless you go right now we won't believe you. That's right. If the factory leadership goes to talk to Factory 1 now I'll drop the matter of Director Wang's assault. Tang Yuchen also threw caution to the wind. I've been injured and shed blood, but if it brings a bright future for our factory it's worth it. In those days a factory director hitting a worker wasn't a big deal, it would likely be swept under the rug. Now Tang Yuchen had seized the opportunity to back down gracefully, and everyone in the factory would remember his contribution. Factory 2 getting to share in Factory 1's prosperity. That was thanks to him. You won't pursue it. You sure have a big mouth. What, Director Wang, just because you're the director? If you dare touch my son again, I'll fight you to the death. Zhao Jinhua spoke. As dusk fell, Zhu Zizhong accompanied by Zhou Yongfei and Qin Baohua cheerfully escorted Tang Wenlong and his entourage out of the office building. Director Tang, it settled then. Your second factory will submit a report to higher authorities requesting a merger with our first factory. Zhu Zizhong shook hands with Tang Wenlong one last time. This way it shows our two brother factories as one family, sparing us from idle gossip. We will. Once we return, we'll file the report. From then on we can embrace new opportunities for development. Tang Wenlong said. In a market economy, we should huddle together for warmth and forge an even brighter future. After exchanging pleasantries, they finally parted ways. Watching the backs of the second factory's leaders fade into the afterglow of the setting sun, Zhu Zizhong sighed with emotion. In just one day we've secured the merger intent of the second factory. Only Yang could devise such a tactic of coercion. It was ideal for the second factory to voluntarily submit the report to higher authorities. Had the first factory initiated the proposal, it would have appeared aggressive. The current outcome was the best possible. Indeed, Director Qin has a formidable son. Zhou Yongfei also remarked with emotion. Zhou Yongfei had originally planned to bring a bottle of liquor and some cooked food to drink with Wang Jia, hoping to persuade him slowly through personal connections. That would have taken time and might not have worked. Instead, Qin Yang directly mobilized the second factory's workers to pressure their leadership, securing the deal the very same day. An efficiency that left everyone in awe. By the way, where is Yang? Shouldn't we strike while the iron is hot and discuss the next steps for relocation? Zhu Zizhong continued. No idea what he's up to. Qin Baowu glanced around. I'll go find him. Come, Brother Lin, since you are Yang's elder brother, you are my elder brother too. At that moment in the guest house, several people were drinking. Zhang Chao, excited, raised his glass to Lin Heping. I grew up with Yang, and now being the head of the sales department is thanks to him. Alas, sales work keeps me on the move all the time. Today I finally have the chance to drink with you, Brother Lin. I'll down this first. With that, Zhang Chao tilted his head back and emptied the glass. Chao, don't just focus on drinking. Don't forget the serious matter. Brother Lin has taken a liking to our big sniper rifle. One isn't enough. We need to gift him 10. Even if this rifle goes into mass production, the paperwork still has to go through your sales department. Normally, every firearm needs a model designation, but the 960 factory produced the sniper rifle so quickly that the model approval process was still cumbersome. So far, the reverse-engineered SVD sniper rifle had received a positive response from higher authorities and would be designated as the Type 80 sniper rifle. However, the 12.7mm caliber sniper rifle still lacked an official designation. This didn't cause confusion, though. Qin Yang casually gave it the name Big Sniper. Hearing Qin Yang's words, Lin Heping quickly shook his head. No, since I'm taking 10, we should pay according to the rules. Brother Lin, according to regulations, it's higher authorities that allocate funds. You shouldn't have to pay out of your own pocket. Besides, this rifle isn't cheap. Its production cost is around 50,000 yuan each. Your salary wouldn't be enough. To our factory, it's just a drop in the bucket. Rest assured. 50,000. The rifle was expensive, but it couldn't cost that much. Zhang Chao only grumbled inwardly, keeping a smile on his face. After this period of training, he had matured considerably. Yang wouldn't say something without reason. Well, no wonder we couldn't find you in the factory. You're here drinking. At that moment, a girl's voice came from outside. Qin Yang didn't need to look up to know it was Wang Fong. He had been waiting for her for a while, or it seemed she had just gotten off work. What's wrong? Can't I drink? I'm over 18. Are you going to tattle on me? You're here celebrating, aren't you? You used your tricks to force my father to agree to your first factory annexing our second factory. Hey, don't say that. Qin Yang glanced at Wang Fong. We're honest, law-abiding folks. Don't slander us. Her father? Lin Heping was curious. Her father is Director Wang of the second factory. Exactly. Otherwise, I wouldn't have put up with her tattling on me. If it were anyone else, I'd have messed them up long ago. Qin Yang said. If not for her father, she wouldn't have gotten a job at the second factory. Hey, Qin Yang, don't talk nonsense. Now it was Wang Fong's turn to get anxious. I got my job by taking over my mother's position. It has nothing to do with my father. Producing bullets could be done by both men and women, or in fact women often did better than men due to their patience and meticulousness. So the second factory had a group of female workers. After graduating, Wang Fong had nothing to do and took over her mother's job. A perfectly normal occurrence in that era. What are you here for? Say what you need to say and don't hold up our drinking. Hearing Qin Yang's question, Wang Fong blushed slightly. I'm not here for you. I got off work and wanted to hear Comrade Lin tell stories about the war. Stories? Great. There's wine and stories here. Qin Yang stood up. Brother Lin, I suddenly remembered I have work to do. I won't join you for the drink. Chao, come with me. Zhang Chao stood up in surprise, thinking to himself, I wanted to hear the war stories too. Hey, how can you? Lin Heping grew anxious. In all these years, he had never been alone with a young woman. Brother Lin, you two chat. When you're tired of talking, you can also do the things lovers do. Though the double entendre was lost on people of this era, saying it still felt exhilarating. Qin Yang led Chao out. Zhang Chao finally spoke up. Yang, we haven't had our fill yet, and there's still so much food. Leave it for them. Qin Yang said. Maybe Brother Lin's lifelong matter will be settled tonight. Then what are we going to do? Eavesdrop, of course. Hearing this, Zhang Chao grew excited. They had done this many times before. Now it was time to relive the joy of those days. Yang, you're here. Chao, you too. Come on, we're having a meeting. Just then Qin Baowu appeared before them. A meeting? Qin Yang frowned. Can I skip it? Of course not. This is about the factory's relocation. So Qin Yang had no choice but to obediently follow his father to the meeting. In those days there were endless meetings. The joy of eavesdropping. How he missed it. Since everyone was already familiar, and Qin Yang had things to do once inside the meeting room, he went straight to the point. Moving to the capital's main urban area is out of the question. Don't even think about it. We won't crowd them either. We just need a suitable space near the main urban area with enough area. Our factory will grow rapidly. Qin Yang explained his vision. Ideally a former factory that's now abandoned. That way we save on building workshops. If there's a steel furnace, even better. A steel furnace. Everyone was astonished. What did a gun-making factory need with a steel furnace? Besides, the capital already had one of the country's top steel groups. We'll need special steel for future weapons. For secrecy, it's best to smelt it ourselves. Qin Yang said. That reminds me of a place. Near Sheikh, there's a small steel mill built during the Great Steel Smelting Campaign of 1958. It's now abandoned. The conditions there are good, especially the large open-air warehouses for storing iron, ore, and coke. Including the surrounding wasteland, it covers about 200 to 300 mu. Zhou Yongfei spoke up. But it's a bit far from the main urban area. Not far, not far. It's perfect. We need to go check it out as soon as possible. Qin Yang said. In the 1980s, the third ring road had just been built, and Sheikh 30 kilometers from the capital center was indeed considered far. But Qin Yang didn't care. Even if it was within the sixth ring road, the land would be valuable in the future even if the factory eventually went bankrupt. Ugh, endless meetings so tedious and interminable. Stepping out of the office building, Qin Yang gazed up at the starry sky and couldn't help but sigh. Yangzi, let's head home and discuss it further. Qin Bao was said with continued enthusiasm. Dad, you go back first. Chaozi and I still have some matters to attend to. At this point, Qin Bao placed complete trust in his son's words and agreed, without hesitation, all right then, go ahead. Zhang Chao felt a surge of excitement inside. Although he was already a person of real influence in the factory, he was still barely 20. All this time he had been busy with work, feeling quite bored, and now he was about to relive those joyful times from before. The two moved with quick agility, scaling the outer wall of the guest house and approaching the room where Lin Heping stayed. Inside there was absolute silence, not a sound. What was going on? Had the story finished? Were they studying the mysteries of the human body together? There should at least be some noise, even just the creaking of a bed. Suddenly a voice came from below. Hey, what are you doing? With this level of skill, how can you even be a thief? Zhang Chao instantly wanted to slip away, but Qin Yang had already recognized the other's voice. Brother Lin, why are you down there? Why, oi? All because of the mess you caused. What story could I listen to? Lin Heping said somewhat helplessly. I sent her back. What? Both were stunned. The girl had come to him of her own accord, and he was throwing away such a fine opportunity like this. What are you two doing? Brother Lin, we just finished a meeting and wanted to continue chatting with you, but your door was locked, so we planned to climb in through the window. You two are truly boring, come in. The three entered the room. The wine and meat were all there, so they continued eating and drinking. Brother Lin, Wang Fong is such a good girl. She mustered up the courage to come over, and she has genuine feelings for you. Qin Yang said, and you just rejected her like that. Brother Lin has a child who's already 2 or 3 years old at home. How could he do such a thing? Lin Heping gave Qin Yang a sideways glance. I know you mean well, but couldn't you have asked my opinion first? Qin Yang finally realized. Ordinary soldiers were definitely unmarried young men, but someone like Lin Heping, who was already the commander of a division reconnaissance unit, was naturally married with children. It was only the early 1980s now. Messing around with women was not just moral corruption. In serious cases, it could even cost you your life. I'm sorry, Brother Lin. What kind of person is sister-in-law? Your sister-in-law is a military doctor in the army. Never mind, let's stop talking about this and continue drinking and chatting. By the way, what are the plans for tomorrow? Tomorrow we plan to go check out an abandoned iron smelting plant near the capital, Qin Yang said. Alright, I'm free too. I'll go with you. Great, then tomorrow we'll bring 2 air rifles and hunt some game if we get the chance, Qin Yang decided immediately. When going out for inspection, one should maintain a tourist mindset. Combining work and life makes it more appropriate. Early the next morning, the 212 drove out of Factory 960 and headed straight for the Shay area near the capital. The car passed through the mountainous area and entered the plain region. The destination was getting closer and closer. In this era, there were no tall buildings here yet. Only a typical rural landscape. The past era truly fills one with emotion. Zhou Yongfei, sitting in the passenger seat, began recounting the past. That year we set a new goal, to surpass Britain and America in double steel production. The whole country launched a vigorous great leap forward in steelmaking, with earthen blast furnaces rising everywhere, and every household contributed their iron pots and basins. Indeed, back then they wasted millions of tons of iron products from every household, and then smelted out millions of tons of slag. Sitting in the back seat, Qin Yang also felt deeply moved recalling those times. In that era, similar incidents were quite common. Even sparrows were nearly wiped out, labeled among the 4 pests. Fortunately, the iron smelting plant were visiting uses industrial small blast furnaces. Although they can only produce pig iron, at least it's legitimate and scientific. They can smelt qualified pig iron much better than the earthen furnaces in rural areas. Zhou Yongfei said. Could it smelt qualified pig iron? Qin Yang suddenly furrowed his brows. Don't tell me this factory is still producing. Producing what? The capital has large steel mills. Would they need this kind of iron smelting plant? That's hard to say, Qin Yang said. Even if they're just producing household stoves, the factory could still sustain itself. The pig iron from the blast furnace can be further refined into steel or directly cast into products. Household stoves, factory radiators, and so on, all using this cast iron. In recent years, as people's living standards improved, there was greater demand for heating. There's smoke coming from a chimney at 11 o'clock in the distance. Lin Heping sitting next to Qin Yang spoke up. Smoke. Zhou Yongfei looked over, and his heart sank slightly. Indeed, there was smoke, which meant the iron smelting plant there was in operation. If it were an abandoned iron smelting plant, the superiors could certainly coordinate and allocate the empty workshop here to Factory 960. But if it's still in production, that would be much more troublesome. Alas, this kind of small blast furnace iron smelting pollutes the environment. And in this location, when the northwest wind blows, it will carry the pollutants right to the capital. Driver, stop the car. Since we're here, let's go take a look, Zhou Yongfei said, knowing Qin Yang wanted to give up. I won't go, it's pointless. Director, Zhou, you go take a look. Brother Lin and I will wander around here. When you come back in the afternoon, just pick me up at this place. All right, Zhou Yongfei said. He knew Lin Heping's identity was special, and it was good that Qin Yang would accompany him hunting. The two got out of the car, watching it drive further away. Lin Heping looked at Qin Yang somewhat indifferently. Do you have some idea in mind? Upon hearing this, Qin Yang turned his head and first saw 3 pairs of leather shoes already covered in dust, shrouded by wide pant legs that tapered upward, forming a bell-bottom shape. Just by looking at those pants, one could tell they were worn by no good people. In the 1980s, wearing bell-bottom pants was considered a mark of delinquent youth, and in the early 80s, only the delinquents in big cities would follow such a fashion. Now this place was 30 kilometers from the city center of the capital, truly the wilderness, and yet they had encountered such people. Qin Yang looked up. The one who spoke wore a plaid shirt and iconic sunglasses. The two beside him wore only white shirts, their collars already greasy with grime. The man in the plaid shirt seemed to be the leader of the trio. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking immensely pleased with himself. Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Yang spotted 3 28-inch bicycles parked under a large tree in the distance. It seemed the 3 youths had noticed him roasting chicken here, then dismounted and approached slowly. Because he was chatting and eating meat, Qin Yang hadn't noticed their approach. As for Lin Heping, he might have known, but didn't pay it any mind. For a scout who had been on the battlefield and killed enemies, those hoodlums were nothing. We have pheasant here. Lin Heping continued, turning the roasting chicken, speaking simply. We shot them with our air guns. Air guns? Oh, you do have air guns, even 2 of them. Ahem, how can you prove these are pheasants? I think they're the chickens I lost. Let's skip the compensation. Just give us the air guns. Fine, Lin Heping said, lifting the gun with his left hand, aiming, without even looking, and pulling the trigger. Bang. You want the gun? Here's a bullet for you. The previously aggressive man in the plaid shirt was instantly dumbfounded. The other party raised the gun, fired, and lowered it, all in one fluid motion, too fast. He couldn't even react. A moment later, he felt a chill in his crotch and cursed inwardly. Ah! He clutched his crotch, crying out in pain. You shot me with a gun. This is a serious crime. You. Look at your cowardice. Are you bleeding? Missing any parts? The man in the plaid shirt calmed down. Right, there was no pain in his crotch. He looked down. No red liquid, just a hole in his crotch where the lead pellet had gone through. A once impressive pair of bell-bottoms had become a pair of open crotch pants. A sizzling sound came from behind. One of the white shirt men ran over, shouting angrily. That pellet hit the bike and blew out the tire. Lin Heping's bullet had passed through the plaid shirt man's crotch and hit the bicycle tire behind him without injuring the man. Realizing the skill involved, the 3 stood frozen in place. The man whose crotch was hit ground his teeth. The other's aim was precise, but reloading an air gun took time. Should they rush over and beat them up now? Almost ready to eat. At that moment, Lin Heping removed the hot roasted chicken from the fire. He had already laid several clean large leaves on the ground between him, and Qin Yang placed the chicken on them and pulled out the stick that had been through the bird. The plaid shirt and white shirt men stared wide-eyed. What was that? About 30 to 40 centimeters long, white with chicken grease in a triangular shape with a groove in the middle and a sharp tip. A triangular bayonet. Brothers, we were blind not to recognize your greatness. The man in the plaid shirt trembled all over and immediately knelt. Attack. Who would dare? Seeing that they used a triangular bayonet as a spit to roast chicken, probably uncoated with poison, even so no one dared. That thing leaves a huge hole, or if you don't get to the hospital you'll bleed out. Stories about poisoned triangular bayonets were all legends. In reality, the oil was for rust prevention. This weapon had no edge and wasn't as versatile as a multifunctional knife, so it was later phased out. But in a soldier's hands it could still serve many purposes like roasting chicken. Qin Yang found it amusing. These 3 delinquents had finally met their match. Blind not to recognize our greatness. Just now someone claimed the chicken was stolen and wanted us to pay compensation. I'm so scared. Qin Yang tore off a chicken leg. The flavor of this wild roasted chicken was truly unique. Brothers, it's all our fault. We're willing to pay. The man in the plaid shirt fumbled in his pockets, but came up with less than 3 yuan. The 2 white shirt men together scraped up a total of 5 yuan. Brothers, this 5 yuan is our compensation. Lin Heping said nothing. He left such trivial matters to Qin Yang, curious to see what fresh ideas Qin Yang would come up with. You guys are truly pathetic. Qin Yang ate his chicken while lecturing them. All show and no substance. Your entire wealth is just this outfit, and you've only got a few bucks in your pockets. How shameful. Brothers, can you show us a way out? Could we follow you from now on? Qin Yang shook his head. No, we're virtuous youths abiding by the 5 stresses and 4 beauties. We don't engage in illegal activities. However, since you want to get rich, I can point you in a direction. With that, Qin Yang pointed into the distance. Do you see that transformer over there? The group followed his finger to a transformer mounted between several utility poles. Yeah, there's at least 100 gene of copper inside. Red copper sells for 2 yuan per gene, so that's 200 yuan. You come here to extort me for 5 yuan. How pathetic. If you're going to do something, do it big. If you're going to do something, do it big. The three hoodlums looked at the transformer, tempted, but still afraid. That thing is electrified. We could get killed. Of course you can't touch it during the day. After the power goes out at night, it's harmless. Remove the top row of screws, take off the cover, and you can pull out the coils directly. Beat them flat with a hammer, tie them to the back of your bike, and ride away. In the 1980s, electricity was scarce, and even the outskirts of the capital had blackouts at night. Would this steel plant also lose power? Qin Yang didn't know. And those power lines, they're made of aluminum. A meter can sell for 1 yuan. The delinquents finally became tempted. Brothers, if we get them, where do we sell them? Sell them to me, of course. I've been in this business for 3 years. Red copper goes to the instrument factory, and the aluminum wire is melted down to make pots. No one will ever know. Qin Yang glanced at the money on the ground. Take your money back. I wouldn't bother with these small change. He then tore off the chicken tail. Here, eat the chicken now. Good luck and great fortune. When you're done, come find me at the Huolongwen scrap station. My name is Wang Gang. The man in the plaid shirt took the chicken tail, still hesitant. These days the bold are fed and the timid starve, Qin Yang said. Opportunities to make money are everywhere. It's up to you to seize them. Not to brag, but I was the first 10,000 yuan household in our area. I do business once or twice a month, and the rest of the time I hunt and travel. That's the life. Watching the three loafers leave Lin Heping sighed helplessly. Xiao Yang, aren't you being a bit too harsh? Brother Lin, the northwest wind blows here all year round. The toxic fumes from the steel mill's chimney drift straight to the capital. People breathe them in and get respiratory diseases. This area shouldn't have factories that belch smoke. I'm doing this so the folks in the capital can breathe fresh air. Besides, what did I do? I only said the stuff inside could be sold. Did I tell them to steal it from me? Back then nobody had any environmental awareness. Qin Yang's earnest, well-meaning attitude left Lin Heping speechless. If our political instructor were here, he'd report your behavior and make you do half a month of ideological education. Lin Heping finally shook his head in resignation. But what you've done has nothing to do with my job. I'll just pretend nothing happened. Faced with Qin Yang's mischief, Lin Heping chose to look the other way. As the saying goes, a man with a full stomach is easily bought and a man with empty hands is easily led. The big sniper rifle developed by Factory 960 had Lin Heping's heart racing. Qin Yang had even promised them 10 of those rifles. For the sake of those guns, he had to let Qin Yang have his fun. Besides, Qin Yang wasn't being malicious. He was just going with the flow. That afternoon, the 212 drove back. The two got in and saw a disgruntled Zhou Yongfei. In the past couple of years, many workers in the capital have had some spare cash. They've started burning coal for winter heating. The cast iron stoves designed for coal are in high demand, but the capital steel plant doesn't have extra capacity. Last winter, they simply reactivated this Shay steel mill since it was sitting idle. Damn, if only we'd struck a year earlier. No worries, factory director Zhou. If one door closes, another opens. We can find another place, Qin Yang said. Let's treat today as a sightseeing trip. Zhou Yongfei gave Qin Yang a meaningful glance. Indeed, Qin Yang had been sightseeing, hunting, and even having a meal on the spot. This young man really knew how to enjoy life. Lin Heping said nothing, just stared out the window. When he spotted the Huolongwen scrap recycling station by the roadside, his eyes widened. Isn't that scrap station right next to the police station? Right, the police chief, there is named Wang Gang, Qin Yang said. Lin Heping felt a chill run down his spine. Qin Yang was so meticulous. Those three loafers were probably going to end up spending a few years behind bars. As night fell, the car plunged deep into the mountains. Qin Yang glanced back and saw only darkness. Looks like the power was out tonight. Even the outskirts of the capital have power outages at night, Qin Yang remarked. Relighting the blast furnace every day at the ironworks. That's a real hassle. A blast furnace for iron smelting operates continuously, feed from the top tap molten iron and slag from the bottom non-stop. If the furnace shut down every day and had to be relit the next morning, it would be a nightmare. The capital suburbs have rotating blackouts, usually once a week. Tonight it's probably this area's turn, the driver said, familiar with the situation as he drove. The night deepened. Several figures appeared near the transformer. They skulked around, surveying the area, then fixed their eyes on the transformer between the utility poles. Should we do it? Do it. This one job will net us a few hundred yuan, said the man in the floral shirt. These days the bold thrive and the timid starve. And with the power out, it's fate's gift to us. The three climbed up and got to work. Following Qin Yang's instructions, they deftly removed the transformer's top cover and lifted out the coils inside. And cut a few hundred meters of wire. 2 hours later, 3 bicycles flew down the road. Each bike had a fertilizer sack tied to both sides of the rear rack. Occasionally strands of red copper or aluminum wire poked out of the sacks. Brother Gang told us to bring a hammer. It really came in handy. Smashing these copper and aluminum wires flat makes them easier to pack into the sacks, said one of the men in white shirts. 100 gene of red copper, 200 gene of aluminum. This haul is huge. We can sell it for 500 or 600 yuan, said another white shirt man. In those days a bicycle could be used like a truck. Carrying 100 gene of cargo each, it was effortless. Even pedaling uphill didn't bother them. The thought of the money gave them strength. Just as the eastern sky began to lighten with a fishbelly hue, they arrived at the Hualongwen scrap recycling station. Hey, anyone here? We don't open until 8 o'clock. What's all the shouting about? The old gatekeeper came out yawning, clearly annoyed. We're looking for Brother Gang. He told us to come. Which Brother Gang? Wang Gang, the one who buys scrap copper and aluminum. The man in the floral shirt whispered to the old man. Scrap copper and aluminum. The old man glanced at the cargo on the bikes and immediately caught on. All right, go inside. Shut the gate. I'll go get Wang Gang. The 3 bikes rolled into the scrap station's yard. The old man closed the gate and scurried over to the adjacent police station. The sun slowly climbed into the sky, and Fan Gui, the director of the Shay Ironworks, arrived for work. The weekly power outage was a nice chance to rest and inspect equipment. The frequency was just right and had little impact on them. But today something was off. The workers were idling in small groups, not starting work. Director Fan, the power hasn't come back yet. We can't start. What? Call and ask. We just called. They said the power was already sent. In those days, blackouts occurred at night because every household had lights on, overloading the grid. Usually power would be restored after midnight. But now it was dawn and the power still hadn't returned. Something was definitely wrong. Damn. Quick, send someone to check along the power lines. Within half an hour, the person sent to inspect the lines returned with a grim face. Director Fan, our transformer and power lines have been stolen. Stolen? Fan Gui was dumbfounded. They had been using the existing equipment here to produce stoves. With the transformer and wires stolen, how could they continue production? By replacements. How much would that cost? Relying on stove production, they wouldn't recoup the cost in a year or two. Besides, it was summer, demand was low. They had already stockpiled a large batch of stoves, probably enough for this winter's needs. Ring ring. Just then the office phone rang. Fan Gui picked it up, and after hearing the voice on the other end, grew excited. Yes, we did lose a transformer and hundreds of meters of power lines. Thank you, comrades from the Hualongwen police, for solving the case. Can you return the stolen goods to us? What? They've already been smashed into scrap metal and can't be reused. Afternoon sunlight bathed the shooting range of Factory 960. Lin Heping cradled his sniper rifle, listening as Qin Yang explained how wind speed and other factors affected the weapon's performance. Lin Heping understood the basics, but lacked systematic theoretical knowledge. Section Chief Qin. Just then a man ran over. Director Zhou, what brings you here? Is there something wrong? We just received word that the iron plant in Shay was robbed last night. The transformer and power lines were stolen. The Capital Iron and Steel plant decided it wasn't cost-effective to make a new purchase and chose to abandon the small plant. We need to hurry over and coordinate. Maybe we can acquire the plant. Robbed? How coincidental. Were the thieves caught? Yes, apprehended this morning. All 3 were caught red-handed while attempting to sell the stolen goods. Unfortunately, the transformer, copper wire, and aluminum transmission lines were all smashed beyond use. Those 3 thieves were blind. Actually selling the stolen goods at the recycling station next to the police precinct, the very one we passed yesterday. Zhou Yongfei said, this iron plant has a small blast furnace with high operating costs. It's only being used temporarily. Now that the power supply is gone, it can only be abandoned. It's perfect for us to take over. Director Zhou is now appropriate. Wouldn't they suspect us? Suspect us of what? We didn't hire anyone to steal. Such matters must be seized quickly. Someone else will beat us to it. Zhou Yongfei said, come with me right away. Director Zhou, I'll pass on this one. We might just waste another trip. I'll leave it to you, Director Zhou. I'll stay at the factory to work on technology. The 5.8mm General Purpose Ammunition Project is a key initiative that concerns our factory's future development. Hearing this, Zhou Yongfei could only nod helplessly. All right then. After Zhou Yongfei left, Lin Heping glanced at Qin Yang. You just sent those people away like that. Yes, sending them to labor reform now is actually their good fortune. Those 3 would have gotten into trouble sooner or later anyway. With stricter penalties now, stealing a few dollars could mean getting shot. I'm helping them. Lin Heping suddenly smiled. I think I understand your approach now. Everything you do is to help others. Absolutely, Brother Lin, you'll understand someday. Factory 955 would go bankrupt sooner or later, so it might as well merge into Factory 960. That small iron plant would definitely have to close down, and the area would later become a higher education zone home to various universities. He had simply given it a little push, also solving the air pollution problem for the people of the capital. What was that saying again? The merit benefits the present generation, and the benefit extends to 1,000 generations. As for those idlers, sending them to prison now is actually protecting them. Sai Qin Yang have always been doing good deeds, but unfortunately the people around me don't understand. Qin Yang looked into the distance with a sense of desolation. Those who know me see my worries, those who don't know me wonder what I seek. Achoo. Qin Yang had just glanced at the sun and let out a huge sneeze. What the hell, someone must be talking behind my back. Who dares to speak ill of you? Probably those guys from Factory 296. Far away in the mountain city, Factory 296. Did it work? It worked. After several experiments, we finally produced qualified nickel-plated gun barrels. Su Jiqiang said excitedly. Engineer Yang's sacrifice was not in vain. Wang Lijun had been smiling broadly, but upon hearing those last words his expression froze instantly. Su Jiqiang also realized he had said the wrong thing. Yang Zhaojuan's matter should not be discussed casually, especially since Wang Lijun had played an undignified role in it. Now that we've figured out the process, what project should we apply it to? Su Jiqiang quickly changed the subject. The higher authorities have already completed the procedures. We can no longer request sniper rifle production tasks from them. They had the new gun barrel process, but they also needed a firearm to mount it on. Standard gun barrels could use chrome plating. That process was very mature. If they were going to switch processes now, it would be best to have a new project. Let's try it on the Type 81 rifle. Wang Lijun said confidently, the Type 81 automatic rifle needs to solve the accuracy deficiency of the Type 56 carbine, and our new process can perfectly meet that requirement. Exactly. Su Jiqiang also got excited. Factory 296 was the #1 firearms factory in the country, which meant it had numerous departments. Like other factories, Factory 296 also had a technical section, but to better research firearms technology, they had also specially established a firearms research institute. The functions of the two seemed somewhat overlapping, but actually had different focuses. The technical section's task was to develop processes, how to produce firearms better and faster, while the Firearms Research Institute focused on design, emphasizing the development of new firearms. Everyone has ideals, and the technical section also wanted more outstanding achievements, so they were interested in copying the SVD sniper rifle, but unfortunately suffered a major setback. Meanwhile, the Firearms Research Institute worked hard in silence, focusing entirely on developing the Type 81 firearm family. The 1979 battle had made the country realize the serious shortcomings in light weapon firepower. On one hand, they massively produced the Type 56 carbine. On the other hand, they needed to improve. Previously, they had planned to develop a small-caliber automatic rifle in one step, but immediately adjusted their direction. First developed a 7.62mm automatic rifle. This project was originally planned as transitional to be handled by the Firearms Research Institute affiliated with Factory 296. But unexpectedly, it became the backbone force in the celebrated Type 81 rifle. This was similar to web novels. A person born into a prestigious family, but whose family declined. Not the legitimate heir, and with a family full of useless members, they had no choice but to take on the main responsibility and ended up becoming the protagonist. Now, the Firearms Research Institute had already designed the Type 81 automatic rifle, and the design drawings were sent to their factory for production. Their factory's technical section could help modify the production process and improve accuracy. That would be perfectly legitimate. Let's just do it. The next day, the prototype gun has been built right. We need to complete the factory testing as soon as possible, then take it to the capital. Old Wang from the Firearms Research Institute was very anxious. Director Wang, we have already trial produced it. Today we're officially test firing. Let's go to the shooting range and take a look. Wang Lijun led Old Wang and others to the shooting range. At the shooting range, Huang Xin held the newly produced Type 81 rifle, very excited. Old Huang, are you ready? Once you're ready, let's start the test firing. This morning we'll shoot 10 magazines in full auto. Yes. Huang Xin skillfully aimed and fired the gunshots echoing in the shooting range. Da-da-da. The first magazine was quickly emptied. Report all bullets hit the target. Not bad, really not bad. The accuracy of continuous shooting has greatly improved compared to the Type 56 carbine. With the test results coming out, everyone was very happy. Although the Type 56 carbine could fire in full auto, only the first bullet had good accuracy. The subsequent bullets would fly wherever they wanted, certainly not on the target. The main design goal of the Type 81 automatic rifle was to solve the accuracy problem in full auto fire. All bullets landing on the target was absolutely the most satisfactory result. The test firing continued, and the performance of the next several magazines was quite good. The accuracy has improved significantly, which demonstrates the capability of our Firearms Research Institute. Of course, to improve accuracy, our production factory also improved the process, such as using nickel plating instead of chrome plating. Wang Lijun was full of himself, starting to claim credit. What? How could you casually modify the process? Old Wang was anxious. Stop immediately. Bang. At that moment, the prototype gun being test fired for the 5th magazine suddenly exploded. The Russian AK rifle and the domestic Type 56 assault rifle were both of excellent quality. Even if the barrel turned red hot, they could still continue firing. So Huang Xin didn't worry at all. Who would have thought that after only 5 magazines, over 100 rounds with the barrel not even red, yet it would suddenly explode? When an abnormal vibration came from the barrel, Huang Xin's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively turned his head, hoping to protect his eyes by luck. Almost simultaneously, a blazing flame burst from the middle of the barrel. The propellant gas propelled the shattered barrel fragments in all directions, and a shockwave carrying debris rushed toward Huang Xin. Oh! Huang Xin let out a scream, then his vision went black, his body tilted, and he knew nothing more. The people nearby were dumbfounded, watching Huang Xin collapse with blood all over his head. It took them a second to react. Quick, take him to the hospital immediately. Several people hastily lifted Huang Xin onto their backs and headed toward the hospital. Wang Lijun stood there foolishly, staring blankly at the sample rifle that had burst. How could this happen? How could this happen? Gun barrel explosions have always been a nightmare for military RD personnel. However, with modern technological advances, such incidents are becoming rarer. Factory 296 had produced a large number of firearms, with its main product being the Type 56 assault rifle, so there was certainly no problem with the production technology. The Type 81 rifle might have other issues such as insufficient accuracy or cartridge jams, but it should absolutely never have a barrel explosion. Who authorized you to modify the process? Elder Wang watched Huang Xian being taken away, then looked painfully at the burst sample rifle, his tone extremely stern. Elder Wang, we just replaced the chrome plating with nickel plating. This could increase accuracy without changing the original barrel design. How could it? Who told you that nickel plating the barrel could increase accuracy? Elder Wang, his face dark, looked at Wang Lijun. We researched it ourselves. Wang Lijun certainly knew Elder Wang's temper. He was a very upright man. If he learned that the process was stolen, he would definitely scold them severely, and might even demand they go apologize in person. You researched it yourselves? Elder Wang's gaze was stern. You should take a look at firearms from various countries. Which guns use nickel plating? Right, only one type, the Soviet PPSH-41 submachine gun. Back then, due to a shortage of chromium, it temporarily used nickel plating instead of chrome, which led to multiple barrel explosion incidents. After the United States provided sufficient chromium through the Lend-Lease Act, they switched back to chrome plating. Later research found that after repeated firing, nickel would penetrate the barrel steel, reducing its thermal hardness and eventually causing barrel explosions. And you actually had such a wild idea. What? Wang Lijun was dumbfounded. Although he was the head of the technical department, he had risen from the bottom. Even though he had studied at a university during that special era, he hadn't received systematic training. He simply had no idea that nickel plating was forbidden for gun barrels. What about Factory 960? Were they using the nickel plating process? Definitely not. That Qin Yang was the most cunning. All of this must be a setup by Qin Yang. Qin Yang, damn you. Wang Lijun couldn't help cursing in his heart. This accident is entirely due to your technical department producing not according to our Firearms Research Institute's design plan and privately changing the design process. You must bear full responsibility. Hearing this, Wang Lijun's face turned pale. Responsibility? How could he take responsibility? Because of the process modification, the barrel exploded and test shooter Huang Xian was injured. His position as head of the technical department was definitely lost. If anything happened to Huang Xian, he might even end up in prison. Wang Lijun's legs gave way, and he sat down heavily in the grass. It's all over. Elder Wang, an urgent telegram from the higher-ups. Please leave immediately for a meeting in the capital. Our Type 81 rifle just had a serious accident. How can I go to the capital for a meeting? Elder Wang sighed and asked, what is it about? The relevant departments have received the latest news. The Soviet 12.7mm NSV Rock heavy machine gun has a total weight of only 25 kilograms. Therefore, the higher-ups also hope to pool all efforts to develop a lightweight heavy machine gun. Watching Brightsword would tell you Li Yunlong often talks about the Type 92 and the crooked stock. Among them, the Type 92, that is the Japanese Type 92 heavy machine gun, a big thing that required 4 people to carry together. Its caliber was only 7.7mm, but its weight was considerable. Empty gun 27.6 kilograms, tripod 27.7 kilograms, total 55.3 kilograms. After the founding of the nation, the country also began mass-producing heavy machine guns. The 7.62mm Type 53 heavy machine gun weighed over 40 kilograms, while the 12.7mm Type 54 heavy machine gun reached a total weight of 93 kilograms. The latter was also often used as an anti-aircraft machine gun. These guns were too heavy. Although they were stable in firing, they were inconvenient to carry. Therefore, the country began weight reduction, resulting in the 25 kilograms 7.62mm Type 67 machine gun and the 50 kilograms 12.7mm Type 77 anti-aircraft machine gun. However, these machine guns were still heavy and completely unsuitable for mountainous use. The Soviets were far ahead in this regard. The NSV machine gun was not a new product. During the May Day parade in the 1970s, a new type of heavy machine gun appeared on the turret of the T-64 tank on Moscow's Red Square. Western military intelligence, based on its appearance resembling a larger version of the PK machine gun, judged it to be a heavy machine gun designed by Kalashnikov. It wasn't until the 1980s that its official designation, NSV, was known, composed of the initials of 3 designers' surnames. That is Nikitin, Sokolov, and Volkov. This was a completely newly developed heavy machine gun. Its biggest feature was its light weight, 25 kilograms, and still 12.7mm caliber. The higher-ups were tempted. Since the Soviets could do it, so should we. We are currently developing the Type 81 rifle, and now there's an accident. I can't go to the capital. Elder Wang said, reply to the higher-ups by telegram and explain the situation. Director Wang. Wang Lijun struggled to stand up. This machine gun's performance is too formidable. There is only one military factory in our country that can complete this glorious and arduous task. Please include this suggestion in your reply telegram. A military factory. Elder Wang looked at Wang Lijun. Our factory 296. No, Elder Wang, it's factory 960. Wang Lijun was full of hatred. He had been repeatedly set up by factory 960, and now he had to set them up in return. Currently, the lightest 12.7mm machine gun in the country weighed 50 kilograms. Reducing it to 25 kilograms was absolutely impossible. Give this glorious and arduous task to Factory 960 and let Qin Yang and his team have a headache. Su Jiqiang, standing nearby, also caught on. That's right, Elder Wang. Factory 960 has risen as a new force and is now very strong. The sniper rifle they developed is even more advanced than the Soviet SVD. Only they can complete this task. They developed a sniper rifle more advanced than the SVD. Elder Wang really didn't know. That's right, exactly. We even went to Factory 960 to study last time. Although they are a third-line factory, their strength is very strong. If Qin Yang were here, he wouldn't know what to say. These people have been obstructing Factory 960's return to the military industry, tripping them up at every turn. And now, they are actually cheering for Factory 960. Did these people think Qin Yang couldn't do it? Elder Wang thought for a moment. Alright, Xiao Su, you go to the meeting on my behalf. After all, we are a big factory. The unit we recommend should be taken seriously by the higher-ups. No. 960 Factory Conference Room. Slap. Zhou Yongfei slammed the artificial leather briefcase onto the table with force. I am absolutely furious. Factory Director, Zhou, what's wrong? Qin Baohua asked in surprise. What happened to make you this angry? It's all because of our overall relocation. Zhou Yongfei said. I heard that the Shaha Ironworks has already been abandoned, so I went to the capital to make inquiries hoping to secure that property for us. I lobbied for several days, but what? Those people are simply jealous. They are jealous that we made money from our military to civilian conversion projects and are deliberately making things difficult for us. Especially those leaders at the steel mill who plainly did not want to spend money purchasing new voltage regulators and wiring and intended to abandon the ironworks while occupying the facility without putting it to use. Rumors also spread from their factory claiming that those 3 thieves were instigated by us. Whenever he mentioned these matters, Zhou Yongfei would become extremely angry. How many third-line factories are there across the nation? Both the major and minor third-line factories, every single one of them is struggling. Only our 960 factory was the first to successfully transform earning foreign exchange for the country. Shouldn't a factory like ours be supported? And now they claim we hired thieves to cause sabotage. That is completely impossible. They are simply slandering us. They are just jealous. Could there be someone pulling strings behind the scenes? Is there a larger scheme? Zhu Zizhong frowned. Shall we bring Yangzi? Perhaps he has some good ideas, Qin Baohua suggested. That's right. Xiao Wang, go find Section Chief Qin. Zhu Zizhong immediately issued the order. Come on, old Zhou, have some tea first and rest. Once Section Chief Qin arrives, we will surely find a solution. Zhu Zizhong remained calm. Respected leaders, we have just received instructions from above. Just then the factory office secretary walked in holding a telegram. Higher authorities are requesting that we attend a meeting to discuss the new heavy machine gun. A meeting? To discuss a new heavy machine gun. Zhou Yongfei set down his teacup grumpily. Why should we go? This has nothing to do with us. Without the relocation, our existing production is already overwhelming. Even if we could develop a new heavy machine gun, we would not be able to produce it. Zhu Zizhong glanced at Zhou Yongfei, who was still in a fury and was about to say something when a young figure darted into the room. Another meeting. For these trivial matters, please don't call me anymore. I am very busy. The first batch of firearms produced for the troops is about to be shipped, and we are conducting final inspections. Qin Yang truly had matters to attend to. Section Chief Qin, we have an important assignment. Higher authorities require us to attend a meeting, and the factory has decided to send you. A meeting called by higher authorities. Qin Yang frowned. He was convinced now. These meetings never seem to end. Yangzi, you must go. Higher authorities have received reliable intelligence that the Soviet NSV heavy machine gun weighs only 25 kilograms. We must also develop a heavy machine gun of comparable weight. For the troops, this weapon is of great importance. Especially in current mountain warfare operations, if we can develop a heavy machine gun with powerful firepower, yet lightweight, it would provide the greatest assistance to the troops. Qin Baohua had finished reading the telegram and was explaining the specific situation to Qin Yang when he saw Qin Yang's eyes widen and his mouth drop open. What? A 25-kilogram heavy machine gun? Haha. Indeed. Domestic heavy machine guns of the same caliber weigh around 50 kilograms, which is why the higher authorities are so astonished. Why are you laughing? A 25-kilogram heavy machine gun. The intelligence system must have made a mistake. That is impossible. Indeed, we hardly believe it either. However, Soviet technology is genuinely advanced. They have world-class firearms masters, so they can certainly achieve this, Qin Baohua said. Advanced. What was wrong with Qin Yang? Qin Baohua felt somewhat curious. Why should we go? They refuse to help us with the relocation that concerns our factory's development. Why should we attend such a meeting? Once we break away from the system and specialize in producing air rifles, we will survive just fine. Zhou Yongfei was still fuming. Factory Director Zhou, is our relocation coordination proceeding smoothly? Absolutely not. They are all a bunch of jealous devils. The Shaha Ironworks has clearly been abandoned, yet they still won't give it to us. Then we must go. Qin Yang said. There will surely be a group of leaders present at the meeting. We can seize the opportunity to discuss the land use issues related to the factory relocation with them. Yangzi, at a meeting of this level, we cannot act recklessly. Qin Baohua was somewhat concerned. I understand. We will go to observe the situation and see how things unfold, Qin Yang replied. I know how to handle myself. A 25-kilogram 12.7mm heavy machine gun. Qin Yang was indeed planning to go merely to watch the spectacle. When night fell, all the cargo had been loaded onto several old Jiefeng trucks. Brother Lin, once this batch of guns reaches the troops, you will need to personally teach them how to use them. Many operational essentials differ from previous firearms. Qin Yang reminded him, especially do not disassemble or reassemble them carelessly or the accuracy will decrease significantly. I know? Over this period, I have already mastered the operation of these firearms. Let Master Zhang accompany you to the troops first. Once I finish my current work, I will personally visit the unit and make improvements based on the feedback from the troops. According to the original arrangement, to help this batch of firearms better adapt to troop use, Factory No. 960 would dispatch dedicated technical personnel to the military unit to assist with training and maintenance. This measure would allow the troops to operate the firearms more proficiently. Although this practice had no precedent, it was tacitly approved by the military. Qin Yang had originally planned to go along, but he had quite a few matters to attend to recently and would need to remain busy for some time. Meanwhile, the firearms would need to be used by the troops for a period before any problems could surface. Therefore, he decided not to accompany them directly. MMI will wait for you at the unit. The old Jiefeng trucks started up one by one, driving out of No. 960 factory. The factory leaders, seeing them off, gradually departed. Qin Yang watched the taillights of the trucks finally disappear around the bend at the foot of the hill and was about to return when he saw a figure running swiftly under the light. Her figure was agile, and her two braids swayed as she ran. Yo Wangfang, what are you doing here? Seeing the newcomer, Qin Yang's spirits lifted once again. I just got off work and wanted to see him off, Wangfang panted as she arrived beside Qin Yang, knowing she was already late. You're too late, Qin Yang said. Besides, Brother Lin has a wife, so you had better give up on him. I want to go to the troops to see the demeanor of other PLA soldiers and hear their battle stories. Qin Yang laughed. Girls in this era all admired heroes and were drawn to soldiers, especially those who had seen combat. If you want to go, I actually have a way. What way? Ouch, my shoulders hurt so much. It would feel so good if someone gave me a massage. You, men and women should not touch. Nurses at the hospital have seen patients' butts when giving injections. What is there to be modest about? What century is this? That is futile thinking. All right. Seeing no one around, Wangfang could only give Qin Yang a few light punches. Can you tell me now? My head feels a bit dizzy. You need to massage it for me. Slap. In the capital, within a courtyard meeting room, the building bore the architectural style of the 1950s and 60s, with narrow windows polished to a gleam and various slogans inscribed on the walls between the window frames. Prepare for war, prepare for famine for the people. Study Daching in industry, study design and agriculture. These slogans were long outdated. Even a gesture toward ideological emancipation and seeking truth from facts would have been welcome. Qin Yang watched with murmurs of wonder. Was keeping pace with the times truly so difficult? Or did many simply prefer dwelling upon the past? A row of tables stood upon the podium, draped in red cloth with microphones and enamel mugs placed neatly upon them. The inscription, "Serve the people," on each mug faced downward in orderly fashion. They must have arrived early, for the leaders had not yet entered. Those below exchanged warm greetings and whispered among themselves. Qin Yang merely hoped to find a suitable seat to rest, a consequence of rising so early for this meeting. But one person spotted him and immediately called out excitedly, Engineer Qin, Engineer Qin. Qin Yang looked over and recognized Elder Duo, the military industry expert from the 208 Institute, whom he had met on a previous occasion. Greetings, Elder Duo. Engineer Qin, I hear the first batch of Type 80 sniper rifles has already been dispatched to the troops. Your pace is remarkably swift. May these sniper rifles become the most formidable weapons in our soldiers' hands, delivering crushing blows upon the enemy. Indeed, we share that same anticipation. Qin Yang nodded. This is the first batch of military equipment our factory has produced since resuming operations. We hope for a triumphant beginning. By the way, I heard your factory wishes to relocate from the mountains, but appears to be encountering difficulties. If you face any challenges, please do not hesitate to seek me out. My modest influence in the capital may still prove useful. Qin Yang's heart stirred with suspicion. Such kindness arrived with an odd timeliness. Little Su, I heard that the Type 81 rifles produced by your 296th factory suffered barrel explosions. What is the matter? At that moment, a voice rang out from nearby. Little Su. The 296th factory. Qin Yang turned his head and saw the man he had encountered several times before, then glanced toward the person's companion. Strange. The 296th factory should have sent a delegation of notable experts. Why had he arrived alone? At that moment, Su Jiqiang also spotted Qin Yang. A flash of coldness swept across his gaze before he adopted a smile and gave Qin Yang a nod, a perfunctory greeting. Greeting him. They ought to have deduced that the barrel explosion was his scheme and harbored deepest resentment. This display was exceedingly unusual. Qin Yang heightened his vigilance. Just then, voices began echoing through the microphone on the stage, and all conversation below ceased instantly. Everyone has arrived. Now let us welcome the leaders to take their seats. Last time, the SVD replication task had been urgent and conducted directly at the military training ground. This meeting, held within the courtyard compound, had drawn even more senior officials. Qin Yang recognized several familiar faces: Director Dong, Director Fong, and unexpectedly Director Han. Director Han was the head of the department, a man who rarely appeared in public. Clearly, the higher authorities attached great importance to this meeting. This meeting was convened rather hastily. Originally, our system's internal conference was scheduled for year-end. Numerous events have transpired this year, and many advanced collectives within our system merit recognition. However, due to the critical importance of our current undertaking, which must be arranged immediately, we have summoned everyone today. Director Fong spoke first as he was presiding over the meeting. In days of old, the emergence of the Maxim heavy machine gun brought an end to cavalry charges. Since that time, heavy machine guns have held an unassailable position, boasting devastating firepower, high precision, extended range, and sustained performance. However, the disadvantages of heavy machine guns also plague their forces. Due to excessive weight, they were entirely unsuited for mountain warfare, and to date heavy machine guns had played virtually no role on their southern battlefield. Director Fong spoke with evident regret, especially our 12. 7mm heavy machine gun. The lightest variant still weighs 50 kilograms, making it exceedingly cumbersome to maneuver in mountainous terrain. We are in urgent need of a portable 12. 7mm heavy machine gun, which 2 soldiers can easily carry after disassembling the barrel and mount. Today our meeting discusses the development plan for this 25-kilogram class 12. 7mm heavy machine gun. I encourage everyone to freely express their views. This assignment was no trivial matter. A 50-kilogram machine gun already represented an extreme limit. Reducing it to 25 kilograms was essentially impossible. It might be achievable by reverse engineering an existing model, but attempting independent design from scratch was utterly insurmountable. For a moment no one spoke. Su Jiqiang glanced around and saw that no facility was willing to rise and accept this task, feeling a quiet sense of triumph. He had been about to nominate Factory 960 when someone else beat him to it. When it comes to leading firearm research and development in our nation, it remains the 208 Institute. Only the 208 Institute is capable of undertaking such an honorable and demanding mission. The 208 Institute was established in 1960 as a centrally affiliated scientific research institution and stood as the nation's sole specialized light weapons research institute, integrating demonstration, design research, prototyping, testing, and inspection. One could say the 208 Institute's very purpose was to manufacture firearms. Now faced with such an honorable and arduous task, if not the 208 Institute, then who would step forward? Su Jiqiang furrowed his brow slightly. Were these words spoken sincerely or designed to entrap the 208 Institute? Nevertheless, since someone had raised the matter, they would first need to observe the 208 Institute's response. Elder Duo, can your 208 Institute accept this assignment? Director Fong turned to Elder Duo, for he was the renowned veteran expert of the 208 Institute and led the Institute's delegation at this meeting. This assignment is extremely difficult. Elder Duo sighed. Our current Type 77 heavy machine gun has a barrel assembly weighing 21.3 kilograms and a mount weighing 28.3 kilograms. As we can see, the primary factor constraining the weight of heavy machine guns is the mount. Even if we were to reduce the mount weight to 10 kilograms, the complete assembly would still exceed 30 kilograms. In other words, you are unable to undertake this task. The same individual who had proposed the idea spoke again. Over the past few months, Factory 960 in the third line rear area has emerged as an unexpected force. Their developed firearms have opened our eyes. If the 208 Institute cannot independently complete the project, perhaps it could collaborate with Factory 960. Qin Yang's brow furrowed inexplicably as he cast a glance at the fair-complexioned speaker. His motives were clearly impure. Factory 960 has been actively working to relocate from the mountains. Since the 208 Institute is located in Chongping, it would be convenient to move near the 208 Institute. As a subordinate factory of the 208 Institute, with one focusing on design and the other on production, this combination would undoubtedly become the strongest light weapons research and manufacturing organization in our nation. So that was how it stood. Qin Yang immediately understood. No wonder their relocation plan faced so many obstacles. Someone intended to swallow them whole. What was this called? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This calculation was exquisitely crafted. Factory 960's profitability had ignited envy throughout the system, and now others came to harvest the fruits. Factory 960 had already developed independently. Why should it become a subordinate factory of the 208 Institute? Such fantasies were far-fetched. Absolutely not. This is completely unacceptable. Before Qin Yang could even speak, someone else had already grown more anxious than himself. Su Jiqiang was truly growing anxious. The 960 factory had wronged them on multiple occasions, and he felt the debt needed repaying. As it stood, the 960 factory was merely a third-line manufacturing plant, an easy target especially since the 296 factory was an industry giant. If the 960 factory became a subordinate production unit under the 208 Institute, it would no longer be the humble third-line plant they could bully at will. It would stand as their equal. Watching the 960 factory attempt to cling to a more powerful ally, Su Jiqiang could not hold his tongue. No. And why not? The young man asked. Qin Yang did not recognize this young man, but he could surmise that on the surface the youth had no ties to the 208 Institute, a deliberate arrangement to spare the Institute from appearing so grasping. Since ancient times, no usurper has ever seized the throne through their own initiative. It is always those around them who press the matter, feigning reluctance several times before yielding to what is deemed heaven's will. Moreover, even if the 208 Institute ultimately failed to achieve its aim, their relationship with the 960 factory would not be damaged. After all, they would still operate within the same system, bound together by circumstance. Because it violates the established convention of separating factories from research institutes, and there is no necessity for it, Su Jiqiang answered crisply. When it came to developing weapons and equipment, one needed both specialized research institutes and production factories. So what should the relationship between the two be? This question had occupied Chinese defense planners for years, with factories and institutes frequently merging and separating. The most pivotal moment came on February 17, 1965, when higher authorities issued the decision on merging the 6th, 7th, and 10th Academies of National Defense with production departments. The three academies under the Ministry of National Defense were merged with the 3rd, 4th, and 6th Ministries of Mechanical Industry respectively, a historic event known as the Ministry Academy merger. According to the rationale at the time, this approach would benefit both production and scientific research, favor not only the replication of existing designs, but also independent development, and serve the interests of both the present and the long term. But a peculiar phenomenon quickly emerged. Research institutes with independent development capabilities were dismantled and absorbed into factories. On the verge of seeing nascent research institutions face devastation, higher authorities swiftly halted the institute-factory merger. From then on, the prevailing model became one in which research institutes handled design work and subsequently handed completed blueprints to factories for production. Under the planned economy of the era, this arrangement functioned smoothly since everyone was funded by the state. However, with reform and opening up and the transition to a market economy, the landscape shifted dramatically. Research institutes confined solely to study, dependent on state funding, would become barren administrative offices if such allocations were withheld. And when a research institute developed advanced equipment and handed it directly to a factory with no stake in the outcome, what benefit did the institute actually gain? Why should the factory profit from the institute's achievements while the institute itself remained impoverished? This pattern recurred across numerous industries. In aviation, for instance, the 132 factory producing J-7s for export flourished, while the 611 Institute designing the J-10 struggled. So much so that tales circulated of senior engineer songs selling noodles to supplement their funding. By the late 1990s, the two merged into a single group, uniting research and production, and Qingfei embarked on its remarkable rise. To date, we have no precedent for integrating research institutes with manufacturing plants. Should such a model exist, it would mirror the approach of 1965, subordinating institutes to factories rather than allowing institutes to lead. Su Jiqiang continued with his reasoning. Hengfei's a production facility, no wonder 296 factory thinks this way. Are you attempting to absorb the 208 Institute perhaps? The young man's mind was sharp. Though he did not understand why someone had suddenly intervened, he immediately launched his rebuttal. We at the 296 factory maintain our own armaments research institute, no inferior to the 208 Institute. Su Jiqiang retorted with disdain, casting a contemptuous glance at the young man. We are merely addressing the matter on its merits. When it comes to research capability, factories are not necessarily inferior to research institutes. The 960 factory's development prowess is quite respectable. This 25-kilogram machine gun, which posed such a dilemma for experts at the 208 Institute, was developed with relative ease at the 960 factory. Qin Yang sat quietly, secretly amused. Su Jiqiang had been enthusiastically championing the 960 factory. If one did not understand the underlying dynamics, one might have assumed the 296 and 960 factories were close allies. In truth, his words were merely designed to sabotage the 960 factory. Their strategy was twofold: prevent the 960 factory from aligning with a stronger partner, while simultaneously attempting to unload an undesirable burden onto them, eagerly anticipating the 960 factory's failure. The matter of factory institute merger can be discussed later. The current agenda concerns the development of a new heavy machine gun. Director Fong interjected, steering the meeting back on course. Engineer Qin, does your 960 factory possess the capability for this research? Not currently, Qin Yang replied decisively. How can that be? The Type 80 sniper rifle developed by the 960 factory surpasses the Russian SVD. With your efforts, you certainly could produce a machine gun superior to the Soviet design. Engineer Qin, the technical capabilities of your 960 factory are the strongest within our system. Please do not be so modest. Excessive humility is itself a form of pride. Leader Han frowned as he glanced toward Su Jiqiang. Following the previous incident, his impression of the 960 factory had been favorable. Now Su Jiqiang's words seemed laden with deeper implications. Engineer Qin, you mentioned, not currently. Does that imply there are difficulties you are facing? As the highest authority present, Leader Han had remained silent until now. His first intervention struck those assembled as noteworthy, casting the 960 factory in an unexpectedly favorable light. Indeed, Leader Han, the 960 factory faces significant challenges, Qin Yang explained. Our facility is nestled deep within the mountains, resulting in prohibitive transportation costs. Employee morale is unstable, with many desiring to return to urban centers. As the capital's first agricultural tool factory, we require a suitable location near the capital where we can establish a new facility. Only then can we properly develop and grow. Humph. As the young man opened his mouth to speak, he sensed trouble. Glancing toward the rostrum, he caught Leader Han's stern gaze. A single glare from the leader silenced him instantly. Have you identified a suitable site? Yes, through persistent effort we have located an abandoned iron foundry near Shay. We request that higher authorities allocate 300 mu of land there for our new facility. We ask only for official approval, no funding whatsoever. Our factory will self-finance the construction and relocation. Qin Yang continued, only upon completing these arrangements can we undertake new research projects. How does factory relocation relate to research and development? Leader Han pressed. A peculiar sensation stirred within Su Jiqiang. His original intent had been to undermine the 960 factory, yet he found himself inadvertently advancing their cause. They are intimately connected, Qin Yang affirmed. To achieve a 25-kilogram machine gun, we require specialized metals. Is it aluminum alloy? If so, the relevant departments could assist with processing, Elder Duo interjected. Achieving lightweight machine guns through aluminum alloy substitution for steel appeared to be a logical progression. It extends beyond aluminum alloy. We also require other specialized metals and composite materials. We currently have two proposed solutions, Qin Yang outlined. First, we could employ titanium alloy, transforming our heavy machine gun into a formidable weapon for mountain warfare. Titanium alloy. A collective change of expressions swept through the assembly. Titanium alloy, a crucial structural metal developed in the 1950s, that boasts high strength, excellent corrosion resistance, and remarkable heat tolerance, surpassing aluminum alloys in many aspects. Initially applied in aircraft engines and airframes, its use later expanded to diverse projects. For instance, the Russians once lavishly employed titanium alloy for submarine construction. During the sprint toward Mach 3, titanium alloy was deemed the only material capable of overcoming thermal barriers. The Americans crafted the advanced Blackbird reconnaissance aircraft from it, while the Soviet MiG-25 was long believed to be a titanium alloy fighter, until Belenko's defection shocked the West with the discovery that the Soviets had used stainless steel. Titanium alloy is the aristocrat of materials, superb performance, but exorbitant cost. If we opt for titanium alloy, it's far too expensive. Our multi-million-strong military simply cannot afford it. Leader Fong began, then it depends on the military's requirements. Qin Yang said, if we want a 12.7mm heavy machine gun that a single soldier can carry anywhere, titanium alloy is the only choice. With its advantages, we are confident we can reduce the weight of a 12.7mm heavy machine gun to under 20 kilograms. The Russians' 25-kilogram heavy machine gun. We can bring it down to under 20 kilograms. Qin Yang was not exaggerating. In later years, the QJZ-171 machine gun lavishly used titanium alloy for the bolt carrier receiver stock, floating mount, and other parts combined with a specialized high-strength composite tripod, successfully reducing the weight of a 12.7mm heavy machine gun to 17 kilograms. What does this mean? A single machine gunner can sprint with it. Light machine gun portability with heavy machine gun firepower, a nightmare for any enemy. If you want the horse to run, you must feed it. Leader Han sighed. We need lightweight mountain heavy machine guns, so we have to spend money. But our country is poor. Such a machine gun cannot be mass-produced. Engineer Qin, you mentioned a second option. What is it? When poor, streamlined design, when rich, use titanium alloy. Qin Yang continued, if the nation cannot support titanium alloy machine guns, we must economize through design. We can use aluminum alloy for some components, optimize designs, and employ composite materials for the mount. This way we can reduce the weight to 26 kilograms. I hope the higher-ups can be flexible with the weight target. The Russian one is 25 kilograms. Isn't your factory 960 better than the Russians? Why ask for a higher weight limit? Su Jiqiang couldn't help but interject, Engineer Qin, don't be so modest. By now he could tell Qin Yang came prepared and might actually pull off this gun. Their Factory 296 had come intending to sabotage Factory 960, but ended up helping them instead. Fuming at the thought, he spoke up the moment Qin Yang requested a relaxed weight target. Really? Our intelligence says 25 kilograms. I don't know if that's the total weight or just the gun body. Qin Yang didn't even look at Su Jiqiang. Of course it's the total weight. Su Jiqiang asserted, can the intelligence from the relevant departments be wrong? When the MiG-25 first appeared, everyone assumed it was titanium alloy. Then Belenko defected, and we learned the aircraft was made of stainless steel. Hearing is not seeing, without handling the gun ourselves, who can verify the data? Perhaps the Russians deliberately leaked false intelligence. Qin Yang said, regardless of the truth, since the military needs it, we defense industry workers must deliver the product. In my opinion, even if the weight rises to 26 kilograms, the troops will welcome it. Exactly. 1 kilogram heavier than the Russian gun is not too much. It's perfectly acceptable. Leader Han made the decision on the spot. If the Russian gun's body alone weighs 25 kilograms, then our project could truly become the world's lightest heavy machine gun. Now, does any other factory or institute have any ideas? No one dared to step forward. Reducing a 50-kilogram heavy machine gun to 2,526 kilograms was like launching a satellite. They knew they lacked the capability. Old Don, you are responsible for Factory 960's relocation. Any department that creates obstacles will be hindering the Southern war effort. Leader Han began assigning tasks. Once Factory 960 completes its relocation, it must immediately commence trial production of this machine gun. The old Dong, he referred to as Leader Dong, who oversaw supervision. Given Leader Dong's special status and the heavy accusation of sabotaging the Southern War, who would dare to pull strings behind the scenes? Leader Dong nodded in acceptance. Xiaobalian could no longer contain himself. Dear leaders, what if Factory 960 takes advantage of this relocation, but fails to produce the machine gun? Xiaobalian put on a concerned expression. What if they're just making empty promises to get the factory moved? Fail to produce. As long as no one sabotages us, there is no weapon that Factory 960 cannot create. As a young man, Qin Yang was not afraid to speak boldly. After the factory is fully relocated and all necessary equipment installed, we are confident we can complete trial production within 3 months and finalize the design within 6 months. If 6 months after the relocation and equipment installation we fail to deliver a qualified machine gun to the military, Factory 960 will return to its original location. We will surrender all newly built workshops. I personally will accept any punishment. Good. Leader Han nodded immediately. Old Dong, have all departments cooperate closely to complete Factory 960's relocation and equipment installation within 3 months. Engineer Qin, any other requests? Qin Yang shot a cold glare at Xiaobalian. When our machine gun is developed and adopted by the military, I want him to apologize to us publicly. Why should I? Xiaobalian protested. Because you doubted our capability. Because you suggested that Institute 208 swallow us whole. Because of your behavior today. Qin Yang pressed. All along, the relocation of our factory has been hampered. Have you been the one pulling strings behind the scenes? If the leaders weren't here, I'd beat you black and blue. The room fell silent. Where there are people, there is intrigue. Within the system, numerous factories and institutes are locked in constant conflicts of interest, especially after the economic transition. But no matter the grievances, they were always settled behind the scenes. Never had anyone erupted in front of the leaders and the crowd like this. This Qin Yang was truly a hothead. I didn't do anything behind the scenes. Don't slander me. Dear leaders, I have only one request. Qin Yang said. If we fail to produce the machine gun the military needs, I will accept execution without a word. But if we succeed, he must apologize to me. Factory 960 may be a small third-line factory that has shifted to civilian production, but if we compete, we do so openly. Anyone who tries to trip us up from behind will not be let off. The meeting had already concluded, and there was still some time before dinner. Qin Yang followed Director Dong into his office. Director Dong was in charge of the overall relocation of Factory 960, so it was necessary to discuss the upcoming work in detail. 3 months, too tight. If this had been in the past, it would have taken 2 or 3 years. Director Dong personally poured a glass of water and placed it in front of Qin Yang. Young man Qin, you're far too young. Some people are indeed pulling strings behind the scenes, but the leadership will see right through it. Speaking so bluntly may put the leaders in an awkward position. At this point, Director Dong's attitude was more like that of an elder than a superior, and Qin Yang felt a warmth in his heart. Director Dong, I'm just a rash fellow. If someone dares to slap me, I'll slap back twice. Qin Yang continued. By the way, who is that delicate-faced young man? Qin Yang was no stranger to social subtleties. He was being deliberate. He needed everyone to know that anyone who made things difficult for Factory 960 would face serious consequences. Moreover, as a transmigrated military industry expert, he knew all sorts of people. If he didn't recognize this delicate-faced fellow, then the guy must be someone insignificant. He's the grandson of a certain leader. He's been somewhat arrogant lately, and this incident should teach him a lesson. Rest assured, besides me, both Leader Fong and Leader Han will also protect you. Now tell me what you need. After the land use approval is granted, we'll need various building materials. Building the factory within 3 months should be manageable. We also need to reconnect the power transmission lines and require 2 500-kilowatt transformers. Hold on. Although Director Dong was not a technical specialist, he remembered clearly that the transformer stolen from Sheh Iron Plant was only 100 kilowatts. Iron smelting was an enormous power consumer, and a military factory merely operated a few machine tools and lighting. Even with expanded floor space, a 200-kilowatt transformer should have been more than sufficient. Qin Yang was asking for a 500-kilowatt transformer, and 2 of them. What did he intend to do? Can you really use that much electricity? If we were only producing our previous products, 1 500-kilowatt transformer would have been enough. But to manufacture mountain-use light machine guns for the troops, we'll need far more power. Why? Because we need to use special steel, otherwise the weight reduction goal cannot be achieved. We'll have to use either titanium alloys or special steel smelted domestically. For instance, in barrel manufacturing, we need to use electroslag remelting steel, Qin Yang said. The supporting equipment also needs to be imported from Europe. We're already working on the Project 37, aren't we? Just include it when you place your order. The gun-making equipment doesn't need to be large. Small-scale machinery will suffice. Director Dong suddenly felt overwhelmed. At the meeting, Qin Yang had stated clearly the entire factory would be relocated and equipment would be installed on-site. Everyone had assumed this meant using Factory 960's existing equipment. Who would have guessed they wanted to purchase entirely new equipment that didn't even exist domestically, requiring import from abroad? And on top of the Project 37, they wanted him to help procure a machine. The ambition was truly breathtaking. After the national borders were opened, China became acutely aware of the vast gap with the world's advanced levels and decided to rapidly elevate its capabilities through introduction and import. In the military sector, there were numerous cooperation projects. The Air Force was upgrading the J-7 and J-8 fighters, the Navy was developing the 051S destroyer, and the Army planned to import the NATO standard L-7 tank gun. The L-7 tank gun was a new rifled cannon developed by the British Royal Small Arms Factory to counter the overwhelming Soviet armored torrents. With great power, high precision, and long range, it became the standard NATO tank gun. It employed a series of advanced technologies including electroslag remelting and tube autofrettage. Weighing only 1.28 tons, it was significantly lighter than China's Type 59 tank gun at 1.95 tons, yet its destructive power was 2 to 3 times greater. On March 7, 1978, China began negotiations with Britain to introduce this advanced tank gun. Thereafter, the L-7 tank gun found new life in the East, remaining in service well into the 21st century. However, the introduction project took an extraordinarily long time. The British were shrewd. To avoid provoking the Soviets, they only exported L-7 technology, but as for production, figure it out yourselves. Thus, China subsequently approached the Austrian firm Steyr for equipment imports. This was already in the 1980s. Now Qin Yang had raised the issue at just the right moment. Such import projects require a substantial amount of foreign exchange. Director Dong furrowed his brow. Even if your factory 960 generates millions of dollars in foreign exchange for the nation, that foreign exchange belongs to the state, not something you can spend at will. What if we could generate tens of billions of dollars in foreign exchange? Director Dong widened his eyes. What did you say? China's total foreign exchange reserves at the time amounted to only $12 billion. Qin Yang claimed he could generate tens of billions. Last time I went abroad, I discussed a project with foreigners. After returning, I started working on a new sniper rifle, so I didn't report it to superiors at the time. After listening to Qin Yang's report, Director Dong was silent for several minutes before finally speaking. If this project succeeds, your Factory 960 can purchase whatever you need, and no one will have any excuse to obstruct you. In Qin Yang's plan, once Factory 960 completed its relocation, they would embark on a grand campaign. Electroslag remelting was merely one project among many. There were also aluminum alloy processing, composite material production, and various other initiatives, all requiring abundant electricity and advanced machinery. If he presented a multi-billion-dollar project to his superiors, how could they possibly refuse to support him? While Qin Yang and Director Dong were reporting on the work, other attendees were also discussing matters in small groups, waiting to eat before departing. Elder Duo wore a dark expression, staring at the people he had brought with him. Factory 960 is being relocated, and you went ahead and created obstacles for them. The several people kept their heads bowed, daring not to speak. Seeing their demeanor, Elder Duo understood immediately. You fools, you've truly lost your minds. Even if the era of a unified national plan was over and each military factory and research institute needed to compete, competition must be conducted openly and above board. Using such crooked methods, how could you ever face the system again? Elder Duo, we at Institute 208 are the undisputed leaders in our field with the strongest RD capabilities. But look at us now. The Type 81 rifle road was stolen by Factory 296, and the sniper rifle and small caliber ammunition development tasks have been snatched away by Factory 960. They're literally slapping our faces, said a technical personnel. If you're worried about losing face, then strive to develop an advanced firearm that will show everyone in the system what our true capabilities are, not by resorting to underhanded schemes, seeing others have something good, and using trickery to seize it. You've truly become disgraceful. Elder Duo, are you blaming me? Just then the delicate-faced young man walked over. Times are changing. Research institutes without subordinate factories will suffer in reforms. If our Institute 208 could absorb Factory 960, we could develop rapidly in the future. We must find a way to prevent Factory 960's relocation and development. Zhu Guohua, Institute 208 has nothing to do with your capital steel plant. From now on, mind your own affairs. Elder Duo said coldly, his face still dark. Ungrateful. Zhu Guohua left with those words, walking away without looking back. Duo Lao, we can't afford to offend someone like that. The subordinates were worried. Throwing his weight around by relying on the merits of the older generation. What's there to be proud of? Duo Lao was unconcerned. People like that will eventually trip up. Don't associate with him, or you'll be dragged down later. Duo Lao, that Engineer Qin's claims are really unbelievable. Can he really make a heavy machine gun weighing around 20 kilograms? The technician quickly changed the subject. Our army needs this kind of heavy machine gun. I hope he can make it, Duo Lao said. It would also bring glory to our country. Amid the discussion, time gradually passed, and finally, it was mealtime. Duo Lao had originally intended to exchange a few words with Qin Yang, since the 208 Institute had played an unsavory role in this matter, but he saw neither Qin Yang nor Director Dong. Where did Engineer Qin go? Isn't he eating with everyone? This is a great opportunity to exchange ideas, Duo Lao remarked with some emotion. You don't know? The person sitting at the next table turned around. Director Dong took Qin Yang to apply for foreign exchange from the higher authorities. I heard they plan to import equipment. The 960 factory has really seized the opportunity, this time reaping huge benefits. That's right. It's just making a gun, and they still need to import equipment from abroad. Even if the 960 factory earns $5 million in foreign exchange, they can't spend it like that. The voices on the scene were still sour, but Duo Lao's heart stirred. This Qin Yang was a capable man, and if he was importing equipment, it seemed he was planning to make a big move. This light heavy machine gun might really be successfully developed by him. Amid the envy of the crowd, Qin Yang, under Director Dong's guidance, had already arrived at the relevant higher-level unit. Please wait a moment, the two leaders. Director Wang is in a meeting with Director Rao. Secretary Song led the two to the reception room and poured them water. These leaders were extremely busy with myriad affairs. Without an appointment, even meeting them was difficult, so the two had no choice but to wait. Who would have thought that as soon as they sat down, someone in the next office slammed the desk heavily? Outrageous. They think they have us over a barrel. Do they think we have no choice but to buy Mercedes-Benz heavy trucks? Director Dong's face showed a helpless expression. It seems they're worrying about the lack of light and heavy trucks again. For a long time the country had only the old Liberation model truck lacking light trucks, and without qualified heavy trucks. The latter problem was the most serious, as some heavy equipment such as the 152mm howitzer could only be towed by heavy trucks. In the recent conflict on the southern border, although a large number of Dongfeng 240 trucks were used, they were still insufficient. The existing heavy trucks in the country all had problems. The Dongfeng Honghuanghe and Hongyan all suffered from constant minor issues. The nation urgently needed advanced heavy trucks. In the late 1970s, the country planned to establish the third automobile factory specifically for producing heavy trucks. After some investigation, they set their sights on the Mercedes-Benz NG80 heavy truck, as Mercedes was a renowned automotive brand and indeed had considerable expertise in heavy trucks. The NG80, developed with an investment of billions of Deutsche Marks, represented the highest standard in the heavy truck industry. After taking a liking to it, they began negotiations for introduction, but unfortunately Mercedes-Benz heavy trucks were aloof and unapproachable. The motherland lacked foreign exchange and couldn't keep importing trucks, so they hoped to introduce the technology for domestic production. However, Mercedes-Benz trucks sold well enough, but why would they transfer technology to the East, potentially nurturing a competitor? The matter thus reached a stalemate. They even want us to import 50,000 trucks first before considering technology transfer. How much foreign exchange would that cost? Not to mention, we don't have that much foreign exchange. Even if we did, we can't waste it like that. A few minutes later, the sound of a door opening and footsteps came from next door, and after another few minutes, the secretary came to call the two in. Director Wang sat in his chair, still fuming over the previous matter. Seeing Director Dong bring in a young lad, he asked curiously, "Old Dong, what are you doing bringing a greenhorn here?" Director Dong secretly groaned. This was a bad time to come. Qin Yang spoke bluntly. "Of course I'm here to bring you money. Do you want foreign exchange worth hundreds of millions of US dollars?" Director Wang was stunned. "Are you serious?" "That's right, Director Wang. Let me report this matter to you. This young comrade is named Qin Yang from the 960 factory." Director Dong was very excited and immediately gave a brief introduction. Director Wang set aside his earlier displeasure and listened attentively to the report, nodding as he listened. Good. This is a great opportunity for us to earn foreign exchange. However, this matter must be handled discreetly. Since Xiaoqin made the contact, let Xiaoqin continue the liaison and follow up. Do you have any other matters? Actually, this matter was not the main point at all. They had come primarily to apply for foreign exchange to purchase equipment. But if they had asked for money outright, they would surely have been thrown out by Director Wang. Now the atmosphere was much more harmonious. Just as Director Dong was about to mention buying equipment, Qin Yang interrupted again. "Director Wang, while we were having tea next door, we heard about the harsh conditions proposed by Mercedes-Benz. There are plenty of manufacturers that can produce heavy trucks. Why hang ourselves on the Mercedes-Benz tree?" Director Dong frowned again. This Qin Yang was such a reckless youth. He shouldn't say things he shouldn't, nor meddle in affairs that weren't his concern. The introduction of heavy trucks was a matter for the First Ministry of Machinery, not for their Fifth Ministry of Machinery. Did a greenhorn like him have the right to butt in? What suggestions do you have? Director Wang, however, was not angry. Since Qin Yang had the ability to secure foreign exchange, it showed he was familiar with foreign conditions. Perhaps he could offer a good solution. Actually, by rushing to inspect others' facilities, we were already at a disadvantage. And by repeatedly chasing after Mercedes-Benz for cooperation, we naturally gave them the upper hand. Qin Yang said, "For such an introduction project, we need to change our approach." "A different approach?" Director Wang's eyes lit up. "Go on. We'll use a bidding approach. Any heavy truck manufacturer that wants to enter our market must come and bid here." Qin Yang said, "Whether it's Mercedes-Benz, General Motors, Renault, or Steyr, they must send us a batch of sample vehicles for testing here. We'll see if these vehicles suit our domestic market. If possible, we can also ask some units to try them out. Once we are satisfied with the tests, we'll then negotiate terms. If the terms are favorable, we'll proceed to the next step." "That's right. What a brilliant idea. This way we take the initiative." Director Dong immediately caught on and praised Qin Yang's method. "Xiaoqin's method is excellent. Simple and turning passivity into initiative. The 960 factory can sell its equipment thanks to sharp-minded young people like you." Director Wang nodded. "Since you proposed it, you'll join this project." "What?" Director Wang, "The 960 factory has a very important matter. I've already signed a military pledge at the meeting. If the schedule is delayed..." What matter could be more important than the introduction of our heavy truck project? The 960 factory won't stop functioning without you. Our introduction of heavy trucks is a national project. Having you join is a sign of our regard for you. What you don't wanna? Qin Yang was speechless. What was this? A higher rank crushes a person to death. Now it wasn't just one rank higher, his position and that of the great leader before him were as far apart as heaven and earth. With one word from the leader, he had to obediently agree and even pretend to be happy. How could I not? Qin Yang said. I feel very honored to be able to contribute to the industrial development of our motherland. That's the right attitude. By the way, is there anything else you came to see me about? Director Wang, the 960 factory plans to import several pieces of equipment. Director Fong and Director Han within our system all believe these imports are necessary. We hope the higher authorities can approve it as soon as possible. We need to complete the process quickly as the frontline troops urgently need this equipment to produce weapons. Director Dong then produced the document signed by Director Fong and Director Han. Following the normal procedure would certainly take too long, so Director Dong came to see Director Wang for a shortcut. Alright, leave this document here. Director Wang nodded. Factory 960. Hasn't the meeting ended long ago? Why hasn't Yangzi returned yet? Qin Baoguo paced anxiously around the room. Old Qin, please sit down. Your pacing back and forth is making me dizzy, Zhou Yongfei said. The meeting concluded the afternoon before yesterday. By all accounts, he should have been back yesterday. I waited the entire day and now half of today as well. How could I not be anxious? Could something have happened on the road? He feared that since they had returned at midnight the night before in a vehicle, if the driver had fallen asleep, the car might have gone into a ditch. Qin Baoguo was deeply anxious. Ring ring. At that moment the telephone rang. Qin Baoguo snatched it up immediately and the anxious voice of the gatekeeper came through. Hello, Director. Leader Dong has arrived. Leader Dong. His arrival certainly boded no good. The group was caught completely off guard. When they hurried downstairs to greet Leader Dong, Zhu Zizhong spoke first. Leader Dong, what guidance do you bring on this visit to our factory? Qin Baoguo harbored growing concerns. Could it be that Yangzi had gotten into trouble and been detained directly in the capital? No directives, I am here to coordinate. The relocation site for your factory has already been agreed upon with the relevant departments. The next phase is construction work. Everyone was stunned. Someone had been obstructing negotiations all along, making it impossible to reach agreement with the relevant departments and preventing the relocation from advancing. Yet now it had somehow been resolved. Who had arranged this? Superiors ordered my colleague Engineer Qin and me to advance this project together, but Engineer Qin was assigned other duties, so I came personally to coordinate. Leader Dong continued his explanation. Other duties? Qin Baoguo was even more astonished. Leader Dong, what task did Yangzi receive? That is a long story and involves classified matters. You need not ask too much. Let us first discuss the relocation. Who is in charge of this at your factory? Me. Zhou Yongfei was quite excited. First, transfer 500,000 yuan from your factory's accounts. I will take you to the brick factory to purchase bricks, build the perimeter wall, first mark off the grounds, and then everything else will follow naturally. Yes. Leader Dong, there is no need for you to come personally. I can go on my own. Superiors have instructed that the relocation must be completed within 3 months. Time is tight, and we have no room for delay. Let us go now. Watching the leaders depart, Qin Baoguo still could not believe his ears. What task had Qin Yang been given? And involving classified matters. When Yangzi takes on a mission, 1 is worth 2. There is nothing he cannot accomplish. Zhu Zizhong stood nearby, quite pleased. Once the factory completes its overall relocation, it will be able to develop and grow better in the future. Old Qin, when I retire, this director's position will be his. The remote valley had long lost its prospects for development. Countless people had been clamoring to return to the city. Back when Yang Zhaoxiang was here, he had profited handsomely from arranging transfers back to the city. Now those people should be regretting it. Factory 960 had relocated to Shay as a whole. Everyone was going back and Factory 960 was thriving. Qin Yang had made tremendous contributions to the factory's development. Meanwhile, Qin Yang, the very person everyone was praising, stood listlessly on the tarmac at the capital airport waiting. Though he had unexpectedly accepted this nonsensical assignment, Qin Yang accepted his fate. He knew that Steyr would ultimately prevail. Steyr's production of heavy trucks was merely a sideline in later years because it was unprofitable. They sold it off entirely. Their primary business was weapons. Cultivating good relations with Steyr would make it much easier to procure equipment, such as electroslag remelting steel. Airports in the 1980s did not yet have terminal buildings directly connected to aircraft. Planes parked on the tarmac and passengers had to walk or take shuttle buses to cover the distance. But then again, not many people could afford to fly in this era, so the airport was not particularly busy and there was no risk of boarding the wrong aircraft. These foreigners really have money. After hearing about our bidding process, they actually chartered a transport aircraft to air freight their automobiles over. Standing beside Qin Yang, Yu Changhong, director of the Yellow River factory, remarked, "No, Director Yu, this is because the Austrians value our project. If it were Mercedes-Benz, would they bother spending money to charter a plane? They would definitely ship by sea," added Wang Mongui, director of Hongyan factory. However, Steyr is indeed not well known. Steyr is not well known simply because people have not heard of it. In reality, Steyr is highly renowned within the industry. Hearing this, Qin Yang could not resist speaking up. Renowned in the industry. Several people were stunned. Then we really are ignorant. It is not that you are ignorant, but rather that the industry I refer to is not the automotive industry. It is the weapons industry. With nothing better to do, Qin Yang joined the conversation with the group. The weapons industry. Precisely. Steyr rose to prominence through weapons. In 1864, a company named Joseph Franz Windel was established in Steyr City, Austria, whose primary business was firearm manufacturing. From that time onward, Steyr City had been manufacturing firearms, only later branching into automobile production. When it came to gun-making, Steyr had always been formidable. The bullpup rifle that now gained worldwide fame was indeed Steyr's pioneering invention. The structure of conventional rifles had already been standardized, stock at the rear, action in the middle, barrel at the front, a layout that represented the most mature configuration. However, in many situations it was inconvenient to use, such as in urban environments or inside armored vehicles, where shorter weapons were preferable. Someone began to ponder whether the action could be positioned where the stock traditionally belonged, thereby significantly reducing the overall length of the firearm. While claiming that Steyr did not originate the bullpup configuration would certainly displease the British, it was precisely Steyr that truly brought the bullpup rifle to prominence. In 1978, they produced the renowned STG-77 rifle, which was not only adopted domestically, but also extensively exported under the name August, subsequently sparking a revolution in bullpup rifle design. Its silhouette even appears frequently in shooting games. Following this, countries such as the United Kingdom, South Africa, and Israel each developed their own bullpup rifles. In China, the renowned Type 95 rifle family also adopted the bullpup configuration. Their August rifle has an overall length of 790 mm with a barrel of 508 mm. Look at the M16. With the same 508 mm barrel, the overall length is 986 mm. Qin Yang said, "This is the advantage of the bullpup design." However, Steyr's repertoire extends beyond this single model. Their sniper rifles are also exceptional. Qin Yang spoke at length, unconcerned that everyone present worked in automobile manufacturing and knew nothing about weapons. He could talk as he pleased. Yet he did not notice that several individuals were drawing closer, among them a translator relaying Qin Yang's words. These listeners absorbed his presentation with keen interest. When Qin Yang concluded his explanation, the group broke into applause. "I never expected to find someone in the East who understands our Steyr so well." One of the middle-aged men spoke up. "We now have even greater confidence in opening the Eastern market." Jiang Yang glanced curiously at the foreigners. Dressed in tailored suits, they were tall and burly, standing out in the crowd. He had been so caught up in his boasting that he hadn't even noticed their arrival. "Mr. Zalafikis." Yu Changhong was the first to recognize him. During their inspection trip to Europe, they had once visited the Steyr company, but only in passing, without a thorough examination. After all, everyone's attention at the time had been fixed on the Mercedes heavy trucks. "Yes, I am the person in charge of the bidding delegation sent by Steyr company," Zalafikis replied. They felt rather embarrassed. They were supposed to be the ones picking up guests, yet here the visitors had found them on their own. They had been told to meet a cargo plane. Who could have guessed the Steyr team would arrive on a passenger flight? But it was easy to understand. Bidding required both vehicles and personnel. These people couldn't possibly have traveled on a cargo plane. It was a matter of timing. The flights had arrived back to back. At this moment, Zalafikis spoke, while turning his gaze toward the young Jiang Yang. "Sir, you seem remarkably well acquainted with our Steyr company." "Yes, we're in the same industry. My name is Jiang Yang from a firearms manufacturing plant in China." Fluent English poured from Jiang Yang's lips. The factory directors who had been chatting with him moments ago were utterly stunned. This young man could speak English. Zalafikis on the other side was equally delighted. "How wonderful, to communicate directly without a translator. No wonder you know our company so well. You're in the firearms business too." In fact, although German was the official language of Austria, anyone who hadn't grown up in some remote Austrian countryside could certainly speak English. It was taught as a fundamental foreign language in school. "Yes, I know some German, as well, though not fluently," Jiang Yang replied. "How many prototype vehicles has your side brought for the bidding?" Domestic trucks came in very few models. The old Jiefeng, for example, had only one model produced for decades. But foreign trucks were altogether different. Take the Steyr 91 series, currently under bid, for instance. It boasted 15 basic models with single vehicle gross weights ranging from 16 to 40 tons, 19 engine options, 44 cab configurations, and a staggering 328 derivative variants, capable of meeting demands across every category. "We've brought 4 prototype vehicles." Zalafikis continued. 3 are civilian models, and 1 is military. For the military vehicle, we've adopted a 66 drivetrain paired with a V8 engine. As he spoke, the roaring sound of aircraft engines grew louder. The cargo plane was coming into land. Everyone widened their eyes watching the Steyr trucks disembark from the freighter. Angular cabs, sturdy tires, freshly painted bodies. They truly looked impressive. This kind of heavy truck has a unique operating technique. "I wonder if Mr. Zalafikis is aware of it," Jiang Yang said with a smile as customs officers inspected the shipment. "Oh, what's that?" "Aside from stepping on the clutch at startup, there's no need to press the clutch during normal driving to shift gears." "What?" For veteran drivers, shifting without the clutch was second nature, especially among seasoned Chinese Steyr truck drivers who had mastered this technique to perfection. So much so that even Austrians would give a thumbs up. "Want to get in and see how I do it?" Jiang Yang pointed at the 66 military truck. "Very well," Zalafikis nodded. Customs inspection was complete, and the truck had been refueled. Qin Yang hopped into the driver's seat and surveyed the familiar controls. In his past life he had driven this very military truck countless times, so he felt completely at ease. The spacious cab could accommodate 3 people. Zalaficus and his assistant climbed in and watched as Qin Yang started the engine and after a few minutes of warming it up began to drive. Press the clutch, wait 2 seconds, engage the gear, release the brake, step on the accelerator. Every movement was leisurely and unhurried. Qin Yang pulled away smoothly, as graceful as any veteran driver. Impressive, your skill is excellent, Zalaficus remarked, glancing at Qin Yang's left leg. In response, Qin Yang lifted his left leg and rested it on the seat. Once underway, the left foot was free to relax. Accelerate, pick up speed, ease off the throttle. In that instant of lifting his foot, Qin Yang's right hand deftly shifted the gear lever, disengaged the current gear, and seamlessly engaged 3rd gear, then pressed the accelerator once more. The V8 engine delivered powerful thrust. With an empty load, he could shift straight through 1st, 3rd, and 5th gears without touching the clutch. The gearbox made no sound, the vehicle lurched not at all. It was flawlessly smooth. Absolutely miraculous. Excellent technique. Zalaficus remarked with deep appreciation. You're not only knowledgeable, you're a true veteran driver. Qin Yang smiled helplessly. Veteran driver. In these times, who was a real veteran driver? All that kind of expertise got you eaten by a bullet. The stare military truck roared away. Tang Changhong and the others stood frozen in astonishment. How did he drive off with the truck? Where did he take it? Hurry and chase after him. The rest scrambled into their vehicles in a panic, but none had ever driven before. Their hands and feet fumbled unfamiliarly, and their sedans were parked outside with no way to contact anyone in time. By the time the other cars managed to pull out, the first vehicle had vanished without a trace. Somewhere in the capital estate banquet hall, Leader Rao surveyed the arrangements. Very good. During this heavy truck bidding period, all competing manufacturers will be hosted here for both meals and lodging. The Stair Company had shown the most enthusiasm, and they had to match that hospitality. After receiving their guests at the airport, a call was immediately sent here. Though rushed, the arrangements were completed swiftly. Report, Leader Rao. Just then his secretary rushed in breathlessly. There's been an incident. What is it? The head of the Stair bidding delegation, Mr. Zalaficus, and his assistant have been taken away by Engineer Qin from Factory 960. Taken away? Leader Rao froze. How is that even possible? After hearing the full account from the secretary, he could only laugh and shake his head in exasperation. This reckless young fool. He couldn't understand what old Wang was thinking, sending someone so green and impetuous to participate in their heavy truck introduction project. Now they'd become a laughingstock. Contact Factory 960 at once. He must have taken them there. At that very moment, Achoo! Qin Yang sneezed. One hand on the steering wheel, the other shifting gears, his foot deftly adjusting the throttle and changing gears, all while chatting leisurely with Zalaficus. Unbeknownst to him, his stomach began to rumble. Qin Yang glanced around and spotted a small restaurant down the road, its sign bearing the words of a time-honored fried sauce noodle shop. Mr. Zalaficus, shall I take you to taste a capital specialty? Very well, Zalaficus agreed. When this unlicensed heavy truck pulled up nonchalantly beside the modest street-side eatery, it drew a crowd. And when the foreigners descended from the cab, their curiosity only intensified. Qin Yang paid no mind and led the 2 men inside. Waitress, 3 bowls of authentic old capital fried sauce noodles, boiled for 3 dips with all the side dishes and condiments. Make sure everything is properly arranged. We're entertaining foreigners here. Can't be careless. Don't embarrass our Chinese dignity. Diplomatic matters are no small matter. Qin Yang's words thoroughly intimidated the waitress. She didn't dare mention anything about prepayment or food ration coupons. Instead, she hurriedly fetched tea and set about serving them. Soon the fried sauce noodles were served. They look somewhat like Italian pasta, but these numerous small dishes of vegetables and condiments are quite extraordinary, Zalaficus observed as the bowls were placed before him. The taste is completely different. Just try it. Don't let the modest appearance fool you. The smaller the establishment, the more authentic it tends to be. Let's start by mixing these side dishes into the noodles. While Qin Yang was showing foreigners how to enjoy fried sauce noodles back at the state banquet hall, Leader Rao listened with a dark expression as his subordinate reported. What? Factory 960 has no idea either. Excellent. This reckless young man really has some nerve. Where on earth did he take them? Coordinate with the public security department. Dig 3 feet beneath the earth if you have to, but find him. And pay attention. Don't alert anyone else. After adding the sauce and accompaniments, the noodles were stirred until they glistened with a rich, savory aroma. Zalaficus swallowed hard, saying, I have a feeling they'll be delicious. He clumsily picked up the chopsticks, struggled to grasp the noodles, and finally twirled them around several times before bringing the zhajiangmi into his mouth. The intense sauce, the chewy noodles, and the intertwined flavors of cucumber and carrot burst upon every one of his taste buds. Delicious. Not bad. Waiter, are there any forks and knives? Our foreign guest isn't used to chopsticks. After a few more bites, Zalaficus looked at Qin Yang. Qin, the food here is simply exquisite. If it weren't for bidding on your heavy truck project, I might never have tasted Eastern cuisine. You can eat it every day from now on and go half a year without repeating a single dish. Qin Yang said. With its long history, the East boasts countless culinary delights. Half a year without repetition was no exaggeration. That's wonderful. But why did you suddenly decide to hold a tender? You used to be in contact with Mercedes-Benz, didn't you? Yes, we did approach Mercedes-Benz, but as the saying goes, one should compare wares before buying. Although stair-heavy trucks are not well known in Europe, once they arrive on Eastern soil, they will surely shine brilliantly. Qin Yang continued, your company is the first to arrive, and we are deeply moved. We sincerely hope to achieve a successful cooperation with you. So what must be done to win this bid? Zelifikusi asked. Gentlemen, I am not a person of great authority and have no decision-making power. I can only offer my analysis. Qin Yang said. Although we have opened our doors and are developing our economy, our foreign exchange reserves remain limited. Therefore, one of our key conditions is that it must be affordable. Please rest assured our stair-heavy trucks are definitely not expensive. If your company could provide us with a loan, that would be even better. A loan? Hearing this, Zelifikusi and his assistant were stunned. They were here to sell stair-heavy trucks and make money, yet the other side was asking for a loan. How would they profit? If they were familiar with Eastern proverbs, they would know this was getting something for nothing. We lack money and technology, but we have people. Qin Yang, aware of their limited patience, quickly explained, the East has hundreds of millions of people. That is a vast consumer market and a huge reservoir of human resources. Stair's annual production in Europe is only a few thousand trucks precisely because you lack the manpower to scale up. You seem to know us quite well. Zelifikusi nodded. Why was Mercedes-Benz so dominant? Because they sold hundreds of thousands of heavy trucks each year, reigning as the industry leader. Stair was a gun manufacturer, a vehicle production was merely a sideline. Their annual heavy truck output was only a few thousand. Negligible compared to Mercedes-Benz, barely a fraction. If your company grants us a loan, the money won't end up in our hands. It will still go to you. You will need to transfer technology and supply equipment, all of which costs money. The loan will be directly deposited into your Stair company account. Qin Yang continued. How to make money? By putting the bank's money into your own pocket. That's how you profit. Then how will you repay it? We have the advantage of low labor costs. After acquiring the technology, we can produce these trucks domestically. The finished trucks can be re-exported to Europe. Even with shipping costs, they'll be cheaper than Stair's own production. This way you earn more profit and can expand your scale to compete with other heavy truck manufacturers. Qin Yang said, both sides will gain profits. Zelifikusi's eyes lit up. Stair heavy trucks were obscure in Europe precisely because they hadn't achieved scale. If the East could serve as a production base churning out cheap Stair trucks for re-export to Europe, could they too grow into a behemoth like Mercedes-Benz? In truth, this repayment plan was Qin Yang's bluff. Re-exporting Stair trucks to Europe was far from easy. Domestic heavy truck development had spanned many years without ever penetrating the European market, only selling well in Asia, Africa, and Latin America. But a bit of bravado sufficed. His goal lay elsewhere. Qin, why are you telling us all this? Zelifikusi suddenly asked. The question carried deeper meaning. Qin Yang had only just met him, yet he had spoken at length, and even offered advice. Had the government instructed him to do so? Qin Yang smiled. Because we are in the same industry. I genuinely hope to cooperate with you. I like making friends, especially with fellow professionals. Making friends? Zelifikusi was astonished. You gave that advice just because you consider us friends, eh? Yes, I have many more ways to help you win the bid for your heavy trucks. Alas, it wasn't easy to find a chance to speak with you alone. This approach carries risks. When you arrived, our relevant departments had to entertain you. Bringing you here to chat will probably earn me a disciplinary action when I return. Hearing this, Zelifikusi was deeply moved. Qin, we are both in the defense industry. There can be many more opportunities for cooperation. I am truly delighted to have a friend like you. Yes, indeed, many opportunities for cooperation. Qin Yang said. Our country began investigating the L7 tank gun 2 years ago. Did you know? I've heard of it. Zelifikusi was curious why Qin Yang suddenly brought up this project. The British only exported the technology for the L7 tank gun, not the production equipment. If your Stair company has electroslag remelting steel and auto-frettage tube production equipment. Of course we do. Zelifikusi was extremely excited. Qin, can we sell the production equipment here? I think it's possible. If you quote a reasonable price, our country can use foreign exchange reserves to purchase directly. As you know, we have always faced the threat of the rolling armored horde from the north. Qin, you are truly our good friend. Zelifikusi was ecstatic. If there's anything we can help you with, just say the word. I do have one request. Qin Yang said. I heard that Stair has just phased out a small 2-ton electroslag remelting steel production unit. Could you sell that unit to our factory at the lowest possible price? Of course, Qin Yang had a purpose in luring these foreigners out and treating them to Zhejiangmian. If everyone were together, this project would be hard to negotiate. News would leak and someone would surely throw obstacles in the way. He had to settle the terms with these people first, then submit the request to his superiors and go through the formalities. Everything would be much smoother. A phased-out small unit. Yes, there is one. The company's bottom line for it is $500. Good, let's sign the contract and start the process as soon as possible. Qin Yang nodded with satisfaction, looking toward the group of officials in peaked caps at the door. Perfect timing. Little Qin, do you have any idea what you're doing? Director Rao was furious, glaring at the impetuous young man before him. Foreigners are visiting us for the first time, and you took them to eat Zhejiangmian. We had prepared an elaborate reception banquet, and now it's all been wasted. Some foreigners had indeed arrived on site, but they were merely Zelifikusi's subordinates. The main guest they were supposed to entertain hadn't shown up. Zhajiangmian isn't bad. The foreigners seemed to enjoy it, Qin Yang remarked. How dare you talk back? Shut your mouth. All right, I'll keep quiet then. I actually had something important to report. Seeing Qin Yang's defiant expression, Director Rao plopped into his chair and lifted his teacup. Fine, go ahead and tell me. Let's see what important thing you have to say. If nothing unexpected happens, Stare will offer us quite favorable terms, including a $500 million loan guaranteed by their government to complete the entire project introduction. What did you say? Director Rao set down his teacup. The situation of lacking light industry while having insufficient heavy industry had to be changed. But how? Of course, by spending money to introduce projects. No one had ever thought that the funds for introduction could come as loans from the other side. We could complete the project introduction without spending a dime. This skillful move of getting something for nothing was impressive. The Zhajiangmian was a bit salty and my throat feels terrible. Qin Yang deliberately lowered his voice. Here, drink my water. Qin Yang didn't hesitate, lifted Director Rao's teacup and drank it all in one go. Not bad, this should be first pick Longjing. Qin Yang commented. You know quite a bit, boy. Good, your throat feels better now. Continue. Yes. Qin Yang explained his proposed plan. Director Rao's gaze slowly shifted. At first he hadn't understood why Director Wang recommended Qin Yang, but now he finally realized. This kid was remarkable. He had successfully manipulated the foreigners. So you took the foreigners out for Zhajiangmian specifically to pressure them into offering us the best terms? Director Rao summarized. Something like that. The main point is making friends with foreigners. It's easier to get things done with more friends, Qin Yang said. If this really works out, Stare's terms would be far more genuine than Mercedes-Benz heavy truck offers. Director Rao paced excitedly around the office. As long as their heavy trucks can suit our national conditions, we can absolutely cooperate with Stare. Director Rao, I've earned merit today, haven't I? You made a mistake today, but also achieved something, so let's consider them mutually offsetting. Director Rao gave Qin Yang an annoyed look and said, remember, from now on, no matter what you do, report to your superiors first. Yes, sir. Since you've become friends with them, you'll be responsible for hosting them from now on. Can I arrange the vehicle test content? How do you plan to test it? Qin Yang smiled. Haul more, run faster, strive to be first, and realize the 4 modernizations as soon as possible. In later years, speeding and overloading would result in fines, but that was already a phenomenon after the 1990s. In the early days of the founding, hauling more and running faster was all about better building the motherland. After reform and opening up the country put forward the goal of building the 4 modernizations of socialism. The slogan, hauling more, running faster, striving to be first, echoed loudly across the nation's transport industry. These were not derogatory expressions, but rather pure honors. The next day, at a certain brick factory near the capital. Qin, aren't we loading too much? Zaleficus circled the truck, deeply worried. The tires were flattened, the leaf springs inverted, and the entire heavy truck seemed ready to collapse at any moment. Not too much, not too much. How much is this really? Qin Yang watched the workers continuously loading bricks into the cargo bed, his expression calm. Load 2 more layers on top. The first truck being loaded now was a standard civilian single rear axle truck. According to Stare's official design, this vehicle's total weight was 16 tons. This figure was already substantial. Currently, the older Jiefeng trucks on the road had a design total weight of only 4 tons, and the new Jiefeng 141 barely reached 5 tons. Stare's classification certainly qualified as a heavy truck. But, watching the bricks stacked up to the height of the cab on this truck, the weight must already exceed 40 tons. Qin, this loading far exceeds our design capacity, greatly increasing safety risks. Zaleficus continued to worry. Old friend, do you still trust me? Zaleficus nodded. Of course, we're good friends. Then follow my lead. Qin Yang said. But with this loading, the braking distance will increase significantly. If we encounter downhill sections, serious accidents are likely. That's also fine, and we have a solution. Qin Yang said, waving to the people behind him. About high enough now. Put this empty barrel on top, fill it with water, and lay out the hoses. Watching the 4 water hoses extend to the wheel position, Zaleficus was even more stunned. What are you doing? To ensure braking capacity, once we encounter downhill sections, we'll turn on the faucet and pour water on the brake drums to cool them. The famous brake watering. Has he really never seen this before? Zaleficus shook his head. How can you do this? Come hang the slogans on the sides. Qin Yang continued directing. Slogans. Zaleficus looked at the red banners hung on both sides of the cargo bed. They looked quite imposing, though he had no idea what the Chinese characters meant. Qin, what does this mean? The left one says haul more, run faster, realize the 4 modernizations as soon as possible. The right one reads Stare, the 100-ton King, China's most worthy heavy truck to introduce. Crazy, this is simply too crazy. After understanding the meaning of the slogan, Zaleficus kept shaking his head. In Europe, doing this would send you to prison. Here, doing this would get you featured in the newspapers. Qin Yang chuckled and glanced at the rear dual-axle Stare waiting behind. That one can carry 60 tons. As for the towing cab, once the trailer is welded together, it can carry at least 100 tons. The 100-ton King was no empty boast. Stare was the train car on the highway, the most striking sight on countless national roads. No one dares to drive such a vehicle. I dare to drive it, Mr. Zaleficus. You'd better not ride along. It's dangerous. Qin Yang climbed into the truck and began the first journey. Although he had been seconded here, he still needed to benefit Factory 960. These test trucks were now perfectly suited to transport bricks for Factory 960's new plant, killing two birds with one stone. Zaleficus frowned, but bravely pulled open the door. If you dare to drive it, I dare to ride it. The stair roared and slowly started. Despite being overloaded 2 or 3 times, its performance remained solid. The truck shuddered twice before successfully getting underway. This was nothing short of a miracle, and the site erupted in applause. Zaleficus's heart rose to his throat. When they reached the Factory 960 construction site, 2 reporters covering the event were so astonished their jaws dropped. They grabbed their cameras and started snapping photos frantically. Have you ever seen a train car on the highway? This truck is simply incredible. Seeing Qin Yang get out, the reporters immediately began their interview. This is the heavy truck we're about to introduce. Its greatest feature is its massive capacity. Qin Yang fully demonstrated his own specialty. When it came to showing off, he was certainly the most impressive. Show off himself. Watching Qin Yang speak effortlessly, Zaleficus seemed to understand. This was all publicity. True to form, the next day the newspaper's front page led with this story. Stair, the highway train car. Stair, haul more, run faster. China's most valuable heavy truck to introduce. Stair, the 100-ton champion, hauling more and running faster to build the 4 modernizations. In the photograph, the stair piled high with bricks became a sensation across the nation. Qin, your promotional campaign has been incredibly successful. Stepping out of the leadership office, Zaleficus was brimming with excitement. Your superiors are highly satisfied with Stair's performance. They have already begun negotiations regarding the import. I relayed the proposal you taught me, and they were most pleased. I believe this project is now firmly in our grasp. Where was the bidding process? The other competing bidders had not even arrived yet Stair had already secured victory. Then congratulations, Qin Yang said with a smile. Moving forward, we will also discuss production equipment, such as electroslag remelting steel, with other departments. Please rest assured that the equipment you requested will be delivered intact. Qin Yang shook his head. No, it cannot arrive intact. Zaleficus wore a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend the significance behind Qin Yang's actions. Qin Yang hoped everything would proceed smoothly, yet he needed to implement various precautionary measures to prevent any unforeseen complications. One should not harbor ill intent toward others, but one must always remain vigilant against potential threats. Qin Yang suddenly recalled that fair-faced man from the meeting that day. That individual possessed considerable influence and might create difficulties for him. On what grounds? At the capital iron and steel plant, Zhu Guohua fumed in the director's office. That plot of land in Shay originally belonged to our steel plant, yet it was reallocated by higher authorities to Factory 960. He had the audacity to import equipment from abroad now. They were a weapons manufacturing facility. What did they need electroslag remelting steel production equipment for? He had just learned that Factory 960 was allocated foreign exchange to purchase equipment with superior approval, so he immediately came to protest indignantly. Director Wang Jinlai of the factory office frowned with annoyance. He despised people like this, merely a low-ranking clerk who meddled in everything. Given Zhu Guohua's special background, Wang could not openly dismiss him. Zhu had originally worked in the railway department before being transferred to the steel plant this year. Wang wondered what methods had been employed there and resolved to learn from the approach to find a way to remove him. Young Zhu, your concern for the factory's interests is commendable. The factory will take your opinion seriously. When I have the opportunity, I will report this at the factory affairs meeting, and we will certainly deliberate on the matter. The factory leadership is absent recently. By the time they return, the daylilies will have gone cold. Zhu Guohua said. Director Wang, their gun manufacturing plant has no need for steelmaking equipment. Whatever steel specifications they require, our steel plant can supply them. Their insistence on handling it themselves is nothing short of disrespecting us. Let's bring that batch of equipment to our steel plant for our own use. Director Wang Jinlai's brows furrowed. You bring it over. Do you understand the magnitude of trouble this would cause? Why do you want to bring it over? Isn't it because you were rebuffed at that meeting last time and seeking revenge? That light machine gun development project is highly valued by superior leadership. It pertains to the southern border conflict. Do you comprehend the consequences of creating disturbances here? Young Zhu, let's set this aside for now. No, Director Wang, I need your approval today, so I can proceed with the arrangements. Besides, that is electroslag remelting steel production equipment. Steel produced through such processes is essential for specialized applications like high-speed bearings. Currently, only one unit is being allocated to Factory 447 on the grassland for tank gun manufacturing. By what right does Factory 960 deserve to procure one? If we are considering a queue, they are not even on it. Hearing this, Wang Jinlai felt a twinge of temptation. Having risen from the grassroots level himself, he understood that electroslag remelting represented an advanced metallurgical technique. A pity the country lacked such equipment, and now if they could acquire one. Rest assured, Director Wang, I have already prepared both the approach and justification. Once the deed is done, they will simply have to stand by and watch. Zhu Guohua was not foolish. He had thought through the specifics and excuses carefully. After laying out his plan, he continued to persuade. Director Wang, if you handle this significant matter during the factory leadership's absence, it would constitute a meritorious achievement. Vice Director Zhao is approaching retirement, and you. Wang Jinlai finally nodded. The stayer heavy trucks continued transporting construction materials. With trailers now available, their capacity had increased significantly. 2 single trucks each pulling a trailer, while the towing units directly hauled 4-axle trailers, with each vehicle capable of carrying over 100 tons. The impressive transport operation left all who witnessed it deeply astonished. The Steyr heavy trucks demonstrated their formidable performance through sheer capability. The aging Jiefeng and Dongfeng models alongside it resembled children's toys. How long does it take to construct a factory? While the answer varies, it typically requires years to complete. Yet amid the tide of market economics, the foundation-building prowess was beginning to reveal itself. In merely half a month, the perimeter walls rose, and another half-month later the main workshop reached its peak. It was only then that competing bids arrived. Christian, leader of the Mercedes-Benz truck bidding team, stood at the entrance of Factory 960's new site, his expression grave, as he watched Steyr tractors laden with sand and gravel. Beside him stood Yu Changhong, director of the Yellow River plant. Observing the spectacle, he remarked with feeling, "We are highly impressed with Steyr's transport capacity. The title 100-ton king is well-deserved. Mercedes trucks surpass Steyr in advancement. Where they carry 100 tons, our vehicles manage 200. Such transport operations are strictly prohibited in Europe. They severely damage road infrastructure and create safety hazards." Christian felt profound revulsion. "Mr. Christian, we have an old saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. No, we absolutely cannot permit our vehicles to engage in such overloading." Christian shook his head repeatedly. This transportation method is far too backward. In Europe, the prevailing approach in long-haul logistics involves lightweighting strategies to reduce vehicle mass. The lighter the vehicle, the greater the transportation efficiency. Their heavy trucks brought across the ocean for the bidding embodied their latest design philosophy, where lightweight construction was paramount. The front axle utilized 3-leaf springs while the rear employed a 3+2 configuration. Under such extreme loading conditions, the axles would fracture on the spot. Backward. Mr. Christian, domestic road conditions currently fall short of European highway standards, with most routes remaining unpaved. Since vehicle speeds cannot be increased, we must rely on heavier loads to reduce operational costs. No. Such overloading represents backwardness and ignorance. If road conditions are inadequate, then you should improve them. This transportation approach is fundamentally unreasonable. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yu Changhong's mind. Mercedes heavy trucks were clearly not suited for domestic use. Steyr had already gained considerable renown within the industry, with everyone favoring the model. He had initially harbored hopes that Mercedes could haul 200 tons to shift the balance, but those ambitions proved illusory. If your requirement is for this type of truck, then our elimination from the bidding carries no regret. Christian's complaints quickly circulated, met with disapproving shakes of heads by those who heard them. Zelefikis, upon learning of this, appeared thoroughly delighted. "Qin, we have drawn closer to success." That evening at a modest restaurant, Zelefikis peeled fennel beans while conversing with Qin Yang. "Mercedes clearly does not value the Oriental market. They will come to regret this oversight," Qin Yang remarked. "We shall become the world's largest automotive consumer market, and Steyr heavy trucks will emerge as our most dependable transport solution." Zelefikis nodded, then remembered something. "The equipment you require was shipped half a month ago. It should arrive in approximately 1 month. So swift." Qin Yang expressed genuine delight. On the roadside, trees, the leaves have begun to turn yellow. In the sky, wild geese fly south in neat formations. On the ground, people are still working diligently. A factory covering 300 mu of land gradually took shape under diligent hands. The main workshop had its roof completed. On that day, flags fluttered around the workshop and the banners hanging at the entrance rustled in the north wind. Warmly celebrate the completion of the roof of the No. 1 production workshop of the capital agricultural machinery factory. Time is money, efficiency is life. Build the motherland, revitalize China. A crowd gathered at the entrance of the workshop with a temporary stage set up before them. The crackling sound of firecrackers filled the air, and the smell of sulfur permeated as if it were the spring festival. "Comrades, today we have achieved a milestone. The successful completion of the roof of the No. 1 production workshop of the capital agricultural machinery factory." Leader Dong, who was in charge, personally gave a speech, while Zhu Zizhong had to stand by and watch. "Now only 2 months have passed since the start of construction, and we have already achieved phased results. We still have 1 month left. I hope we can continue to work hard, strive to complete the construction of other workshops and the residential buildings in the remaining time, and finish the overall relocation of the capital agricultural machinery factory before the freeze." Leader Dong's gaze looked into the distance. Other buildings were also under intense construction. "Hey, where is Engineer Qin? Why isn't he present at such a grand occasion?" Zhu Zizhong looked around. He had planned to let Qin Yang come up and say a few words. After all, Qin Yang had played an indispensable role in completing the overall relocation of Factory 960. Despite being the youngest, Qin Yang had the best reputation in the factory. It is said that the imported equipment will arrive in the capital today. He and Chaozi went to coordinate with the railway department. Qin Bao was said, "Our factory lacking a railway line is inconvenient, but fortunately with those Steyr trucks, equipment transportation should be fine. Top-tier factories all have direct railway access, allowing trains to enter the factory grounds. For Factory 960 to grow and expand in the future, having its own railway line is also important. However, building a railway is not easy and cannot be rushed. The imported equipment has arrived. That's wonderful. Zhu Zizhong was delighted. However, at this moment Qin Yang and Zhang Chao at the train station were not in such a good mood. Capital Eastern Suburb Station. This station was built in 1938, originally a small station in the eastern suburbs of the capital. The station building still bears the marks of the era, merely painted with a layer of paint on the outside, looking very shabby. There is no bustling scene of people coming and going at the station, forming a stark contrast with other stations in the capital. This is because the eastern suburb station's main business is freight. After renovations in 1957, its freight yard expanded to 126 square meters with 6 freight lines and a stacking capacity of 14,000 tons. By 1985, the station became one of the 8 major freight yards in the capital. In 1988, it was renamed Capital East Station, still primarily for freight, with only a slight renovation of the passenger platform. Now what Qin Yang saw was such a primitive second-class station. He stood in the cramped station office listening to station master Zhao Ligua on the phone. Hello. What? Not yet arrived. Okay, understood. Hanging up the phone, he looked embarrassed. Engineer Qin, we just called the train operations section, and the freight cars carrying your equipment haven't arrived yet. How is that possible? They were loaded onto the train at Haihe Port 2 days ago. It's only 100 kilometers. It should have arrived long ago. Who knows? Maybe it's being held up at some small station. Engineer Qin, don't worry. As soon as it arrives, we'll notify you immediately. We know this is important imported equipment, and there will be absolutely no mistakes. A certain small station, Qin Yang said. Alright, then we'll go along the railway line and ask at every station. Zhang Chao followed Qin Yang out with some surprise, still holding the 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes he had intended to give to the station master. But seeing Qin Yang's attitude was off, he didn't bother to spend them. Back in the 212 outside, Zhang Chao asked Qin Yang, Yangzi, what's going on? Something must have gone wrong. Qin Yang said, the distance from Haihe to the capital is not far. They dispatched 2 days ago and still haven't arrived. There must be something. Someone wants to steal our equipment. Zhang Chao also realized. Who would be so bold? Our equipment is for smelting advanced steel. Whoever steals it must be a steel plant. The steel plants near the capital have conflicts with us. Who else could be behind this? So it's the capital steel plant. Damn it, they dare to mess with us. Over this period, Zhang Chao had developed a certain fierceness. Yangzi, let's go to their door and show them who's boss. If they have the ability, they should import their own equipment. They only know how to fight among themselves. It's too much. Going to their door won't work. We can't even get in. This is the capital, not the poor mountain village we used to be in. Qin Yang said. In the mountains without tigers, a monkey can claim to be king. But in the capital, it's full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Then what do? We can't just swallow this loss. Of course not. Qin Yang said. We need to find a helper. Who? A foreign friend. Zhang Chao instantly understood. The heavy truck bidding was still ongoing, and even though Stair had already secured a decisive victory, they still had to wait for the process to slowly proceed. Zelifikusi the foreigner ate with Qin Yang every day. Now asking him for help was a small matter. After all, the equipment was provided by Stair, and they had the right to trace the transportation of the equipment. Just as Qin Yang was busy searching for the equipment, a train moved into the capital steel plant. Director Wang, the containers on the last few cars of this train are the electroslag remelting steel equipment exported by Stair. We will also have world-class alloy steel smelting equipment. Zhu Guohua's face showed pride. Such a thing seemed difficult, but it was actually very simple. He had previously worked in the railway department, and this time, he just made a phone call to have the workers attach this freight car to the capital steel plant's train. Too simple. Even if investigated later, at worst, they would just fire a temporary railway worker. Transport the equipment to workshop No. 18 and install it. Wang Jinlai said. Then start production as soon as possible. As long as we can produce qualified products, Factory 960 won't be able to take the equipment back. You go ahead, I have things to do. Intercepting the equipment would certainly invite criticism from superiors. But criticism is just criticism. As long as they could produce qualified products, the superiors wouldn't make them dismantle the installed equipment, right? This was Zhu Guohua's plan. However, at this moment, Wang Jinlai's eyelids kept twitching. He had a bad premonition. Just as he stepped off the platform, he saw a sedan heading straight for the platform. Dodge quickly. Let Zhu Guohua take the blame if anything happens. Wang Jinlai immediately made up his mind and quickened his pace. The red-flagged sedan drove into the steel plant. In this era, a car was a symbol of status. If it were a mere 212, the steel plant's gatekeeper might dare to block it and inquire about the visitor's business. But if it were a red-flag sedan, they would hastily throw open the gates and bow and scrape to escort the vehicle inside. The car pulled up directly outside the steel plant's platform, and Qin Yang stepped out with a dark expression. So our equipment is indeed here. Qin Yang examined the identification numbers painted on the railway shipping containers. The comrades at the railway department were far too careless, actually delivering our cargo to a steel plant. It was indeed a mistake. Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Ligua's forehead. Engineer Qin, rest assured we will return all this equipment to you intact. We'll dispatch a locomotive specifically for this. No need, that would be too troublesome. Just send over the stair truck directly. I'll ask the steel plant to use their crane to unload the equipment from the train and load it onto the truck, then transport it straight to our facility. Zhu Guohua's face darkened. He cast a glance at the red flag sedan and sneered. A crummy red flag. Whom were they trying to frighten? He had been riding in red flag since childhood. Hold it. Since it has already entered our plant, taking it back is no longer something you get to decide. Zhu Guohua said this steel plant has its own rules. Not even a single iron nail can leave without the proper authorization from leadership, otherwise it is considered theft. For a large steel plant, management was notoriously difficult. If some employees had itchy fingers, they could pocket a few pieces of scrap iron on their way out each shift, and there went their drinking money for the day. The capital steel plant maintained strict systems. Workers were sometimes subjected to body searches upon clocking out each day to prevent anyone from lining their own pockets. Now Zhu Guohua was invoking this very factory rule. Say, pretty boy, aren't you being a bit unreasonable? Qin Yang looked at Zhu Guohua. The containers on this train carry equipment purchased by our factory 960. The railway delivered them to your plant by mistake, and now you're claiming them as yours. That's rather shameless, don't you think? You say it's your equipment. Where's your proof? Zhu Guohua, emboldened by being on his own territory, grew bold. Since this equipment has arrived here, it belongs to our plant. Station Master Zhao, please vouch for us. If equipment purchased with precious foreign exchange goes missing, can your railway department afford to compensate? And we simply cannot afford to waste any more time. Engineer Zhu. Zhao Ligua began hesitantly, but before he could finish, Zhu Guohua cut him off. This isn't your place to speak. How did you even bring him here? Station Master Zhao, I was originally going to help you by transferring you from Dongjiao Station to Fengtai Station. Who would have thought you'd turn out so incompetent? Panic flashed across Zhao Ligua's face as he glanced toward the red flag sedan. Zhu Guohua wore a sneer. Who's coming? Some uncle or elder? I know every senior figure in the compound. What do you have to fear? Zhu Guohua, do you think you can act recklessly just because of your uncles and elders? Do you have any respect for national regulations and discipline? A person stepped out of the car, glaring fiercely. It was Secretary Song from Leader Wang's entourage. Qin Yang couldn't help but feel relieved. This had gone smoothly indeed. When he and Zhang Chao had gone to find Zhe Lafei Kusi and explain the situation, Zhe Lafei Kusi had immediately offered to help protest. As it turned out, with incredible luck, Leader Wang happened to have free time and came to see the legendary stair-heavy truck. Zhe Lafei Kusi had appeared quite indignant at the time, which had surprised Leader Wang greatly. After learning the full details of the matter, Leader Wang was furious and immediately ordered Secretary Song to investigate. This little station master Zhao Ligua was terrified when he saw Secretary Song. He immediately confessed where those freight cars had gone, then accompanied Secretary Song here to help recover the equipment. Qin Yang had come in the red flag sedan to claim the equipment, while Zhang Chao drove the 212 back. Secretary Song had originally planned to stay in the car, but after hearing Zhu Guohua's remarks grow increasingly outrageous, he decided to come out. Uncle Song, you're so busy with work. How could you trouble yourself over such a minor matter? Zhu Guohua was also somewhat surprised. In public, address me as Secretary Song. Secretary Song's face was flushed with anger. During the last meeting, Leader Han made it perfectly clear this light machine gun development project is of great importance, directly affecting the Southern War. Whoever dares to interfere with this project is hindering the war effort and committing a crime against the nation. Zhu Guohua's eyes darted about as he suppressed the panic in his heart, then began to protest. Of course not. Engineer Qin, don't make false accusations. Uncle Song, my family elders fought through the war years and earned meritorious service for the motherland. Although I'm young, I understand serving the country and the people. How could I possibly hold things back? I did this to help our Factory 960 complete the development of this machine gun as quickly as possible. Help it. Qin Yang nearly laughed out loud in anger. You stole our equipment and delayed our development progress, and you call this helping us? Factory 960 specifically requested to purchase electroslag remelting steel equipment to smelt advanced steel. When it comes to steel production, our capital steel plant is naturally more professional. So we could absolutely help with production. It would certainly be faster than Factory 960 doing it themselves. Factory 960 is first class at manufacturing guns, but nobody has ever heard of them venturing into metal smelting. Zhu Guohua continued, Secretary Song, you should know that no factory can handle the entire process from mining to finished product. Modern industrial production relies on specialized division of labor. Engineer Zhu, thank you for your goodwill, but we don't need it. Qin Yang said, the military commitment was signed by our Factory 960, not by your steel plant, and certainly not by you, Zhu Guohua. If I, Qin Yang, fail to complete the project within the stipulated time, I will face severe consequences. You stole our equipment, and now have the audacity to offer to produce steel for us. If you cannot produce qualified steel and delay our RD progress, who will take responsibility? If our professional capital steel plant cannot produce it, do you expect Factory 960, which has never dabbled in metal smelting, to succeed? Exactly. If I don't believe it. Zhu Guohua looked at Secretary Song. Secretary Song, please have faith in our capital steel plant's capabilities. There is no steel we cannot smelt. These devices can only reach their maximum utility at our plant. Keeping them at Factory 960 would be a grave waste. I am even willing to sign a military commitment. How could he possibly spit out something already swallowed? Zhu Guohua would absolutely not watch this batch of imported equipment be shipped away. Zhu Guohua, you need to understand. There are no joking matters in military affairs. If you sign a military commitment and fail to complete the task, none of your family connections will save you. You will be punished according to the regulations. Secretary Song's expression softened somewhat. Uncle Song, does this mean you've agreed? Qin Yang smiled. He had long anticipated this outcome, and fortunately, he had been well prepared. Engineer Qin, the factory construction still needs another month. How about we leave this batch of equipment here temporarily? Let's set a 1-month deadline. If the steel plant cannot produce the steel you need, we'll transport the equipment away. What do you think? Secretary Song looked at Qin Yang. Since Secretary Song has spoken, of course I cannot refuse, but I have one requirement. Please go ahead. This batch of equipment was purchased with our own money. If the steel plant wants to keep equipment we paid for, then the steel plant must refund us. Otherwise, this is nothing short of open robbery. Aren't these equipments purchased with foreign exchange? What does that have to do with your factory? Zhu Guohua was somewhat surprised. He truly did not know about this process. We are not like your capital steel plant still operating under the planned economy, where you simply apply for whatever equipment you need. We actually spent money on this. If you are unwilling to part with the funds, then return the equipment to us. How much? 5 million. The price negotiated with my old friend Zaraficus was $500,000. This was an incredibly low price. At the 1980 exchange rate, $1 could be exchanged for 1.49 yuan, equivalent to 7 or 800,000 yuan. Purchasing a second-hand electroslag remelting steel unit at this price was an absolute steal. However, this was merely the official exchange rate and did not reflect the true rate. Due to the country's foreign exchange controls, ordinary citizens could not exchange currency at the official rate. By the late 1980s, the black market exchange rate was the true reflection of the currency's value. As for the current real rate, Qin Yang would have to calculate it carefully. Secretary Song was growing displeased. This project had been brought by Leader Dong along with Qin Yang using documents approved by Leader Fong and Leader Han to seek Leader Wang's approval. As Leader Wang's secretary, Secretary Song naturally knew the funds involved in the purchase. $500,000 plus transportation costs amounted to merely 1 million yuan. On this matter, he had indeed shown some favoritism toward Zhu Guohua. To compensate Factory 960, he would have agreed, even if Qin Yang proposed a 2 million yuan compensation plan. But now Qin Yang was demanding 5 million. That was a blatant overreach. Secretary Song, have you ever heard an amusing anecdote? Qin Yang, sensing that Secretary Song was considering whether to reject the 5 million demand, quickly explained. What anecdote? Our workers sent to assist in Africa each brought back a Forever brand bicycle upon their return. Half of them were from Shanghai. Zhu Guohua, still reeling from the shock of 5 million, hadn't reacted. Why was Qin Yang bringing up irrelevant matters? Secretary Song, however, seemed to grasp the implication: exchange rate issues. In China, purchasing a Forever bicycle costs 150 yuan plus a ration ticket. But in Africa, the equivalent cost in yuan was only 36. So when the workers returned by ship, almost every one of them brought a bicycle. This was essentially using bicycles as an anchor. Dividing 36 by 150 gave an official to real exchange rate ratio of 0.24. This didn't even account for the shipping cost from China to Africa. Factoring that in would lower the ratio to about 0.2. Thus the real exchange rate would be around 7.5. For a purchase of $500,000, including transportation, Qin Yang's demand of 5 million yuan was not excessive. Although Factory 960 had used the official exchange rate to acquire the foreign currency for this batch, how much effort had the factory expended to obtain these devices? They certainly couldn't give them away for free to the capital steel plant. Even if the capital steel plant needed to import equipment, they would have to go through the same arduous procedures. The benefit couldn't be handed over to them so easily. Charging based on the real exchange rate was only fair. With this realization, Secretary Song felt relieved. Exactly. The capital steel plant should pay this amount. Where is your factory director? Go call your factory director here. Wang Jinlai had been lurking nearby. When he saw Secretary Song get out of the car, his heart nearly leaped out of his chest. Fortunately, Zhu Guohua had indeed managed to persuade Secretary Song to keep the equipment at the factory. According to the plan, as long as they could successfully produce the materials needed for the new heavy machine gun, they could rightfully claim the device. But now being demanded 5 million yuan felt like a blatant shakedown. The factory director was abroad on an inspection tour and wouldn't be back anytime soon. Wang Jinlai had to step forward. When reporting to the director later, he would simply say Secretary Song had arranged it, and the director would have to comply. Having made up his mind, Wang Jinlai trotted over. Secretary Song, welcome to the factory for inspection. Why didn't you inform us in advance? We would have prepared a grand reception. How about we go to the factory conference room? The factory director is abroad on business. Please have some tea first. No need. I'm busy. Since the director is away, I'll leave this to you. Settle this messy affair quickly. Zhu Guohua briefly explained the situation. Wang Jinlai listened carefully and nodded repeatedly. Yes, this is an excellent resolution. The equipment stays with us, and we can't let our sister factory suffer a loss. However, 5 million is no small sum for us, and we can't raise it all at once. How about we issue an IOU first? Absolutely not. Qin Yang immediately rejected. Either pay now, or let us take the equipment away. If you issue an IOU, when will it be honored? Director Wang, you've handled this matter so brilliantly. If you get promoted one day, will the other leaders of the steel plant still acknowledge this IOU? Wang Jinlai frowned. Engineer Qin, you're being too harsh. I promise. Secretary Song, you've seen it. We've compromised, but they still want to play tricks. Let's take the equipment away. Wait. Wang Jinlai quickly grabbed Qin Yang. Engineer Qin, let me propose a solution. See if it works. Our factory doesn't have cash, but we produce steel. How about we supply you with 5 million yuan worth of steel? A few years ago Wang Jinlai would have risked imprisonment for such a proposal. Steel produced by the plant had to be allocated by the state, and the factory had no authority to dispose of it freely. However, now the state was gradually decentralizing. The capital steel plant, for instance, could freely use any steel produced in excess of the state quota. Otherwise, collective enterprises would find it nearly impossible to purchase steel. The current price was 550 yuan per ton. By 1984, when the dual-track system was implemented, state-allocated steel would still be at this price, but market prices could be set independently. Steel prices skyrocketed, reaching 110 yuan per ton that year, and by 1988, they had soared to over 20 yuan per ton. That would buy 10,000 tons of steel. Our factory makes guns, not ships. We don't need that much steel, Qin Yang said, shaking his head with a frown. Engineer Qin, you can use it slowly over the years. 10 or 8 years you'll eventually use it all, Wang Jinlai said. How about this? Our factory will try to scrape together 1 million in cash plus 4 million in steel. With Secretary Song here, Wang Jinlai will boldly make a decision. In truth, Wang Jinlai was now in a difficult position. Was spending such a huge sum worth it? He was only an office director, and without consulting the other factory leaders he had agreed to the terms. Even if the capital steel plant produced millions of tons of steel annually, this was still a significant amount. But now it was a matter of pride. Engineer Qin, you'll have to bear with it. Your factory has plenty of open space. Stack the steel there for now, and use it when needed. Secretary Song began to mediate. Well, since Secretary Song has spoken, we'll accept. The cash must be transferred promptly, and the steel must be shipped quickly. We'll settle the account in full, no further changes. He's back. Yangzi is back. At the new site of the capital agricultural machinery factory, Zhang Chao was waiting at the entrance. Seeing a convoy approaching, he immediately became excited. The lead vehicle was still the familiar stare, and the person in the passenger seat was Qin Yang. The car stopped at the gate to show credentials, and Qin Yang jumped down. Chaozi, what are you doing here? Zhang Chao breathed a sigh of relief. Yangzi, if you're on the job, nothing can fail. Qin Yang shook his head with a smile. No, this time I really didn't get it done. Didn't get it done, eh? Zhang Chao looked at the convoy in surprise. In front was a stare followed by a Mercedes-Benz, and then a Renault heavy truck. All these trucks were loaded with goods. Were they not the equipment intercepted by the steel plant? These are all steel. Find a suitable open space and unload them. Steel? Zhang Chao was utterly bewildered. Where's the equipment? The equipment is temporarily staying at the steel plant. As Qin Yang spoke, he walked inside just as Qin Bao's came out. Qin Bao's expression immediately changed. You didn't get the equipment back. The steel plant is too bullying. Exactly, I thought Secretary Song would stand up for us, but he just took sides. Zhang Chao's face darkened. I sold them the equipment for 5 million. 1 million transferred to our account, and the remaining 4 million offset by steel. This convoy will probably be hauling steel for a week. 5 million. Qin Bao's eyes widened. We were just worried about funding for the factory's construction. With this move, you've solved the funding problem. Selling it is fine. After all, we only make guns, we don't smelt steel. Qin Yang smiled. Yes, considering the funding gap for our factory's infrastructure, I reluctantly agreed. But they won't be able to use that equipment, and in the end they'll have to send it back to us. Zhang Chao's expression finally turned from gloomy to bright. Building the factory indeed consumed a huge amount of funds, but they could take out bank loans. After all, the Lion brand air rifles were selling like hotcakes, and the bank had no worries about Factory 960 repaying the loan. But the fact that the steel plant had intercepted the equipment could not be let go just like that. Only when he heard Qin Yang's last words did he relax. That's right, Yangzi wasn't someone who would take a loss. Since he agreed to leave the equipment at the steel plant, he must have other tricks up his sleeve. Since Yangzi said that in the end they would have to send the equipment back obediently, it would definitely happen. Just wait and watch the show. So do we have to return that 5 million? Qin Bao was worried about this. Since it's come into our factory, there's no reason to give it back. Qin Yang said, they'll have to come and beg me, and even spend money. Then it'll depend on my mood. The capital steel plant had a glorious past. Founded in 1919, it had a long history. After the founding of New China, the workers there burst forth with great labor enthusiasm. By 1952, pig iron production had surged from 260 tons in 1949 to over 340 tons, more than the total output of the 30 years before the founding of New China. At that time it only produced pig iron. Later it began to introduce oxygen top-blown converters to smelt steel. With the increasing number of equipment, the steel plant's workshops also multiplied. Workshop No. 18 was built later. Next to it stood the No. 2 blast furnace of Shugong, the most technologically advanced blast furnace in the country, completed the previous year, showcasing the strength of the capital steel plant. Now installing the advanced electroslag remelting steel equipment in this workshop to produce the most advanced steel in the country would further demonstrate the strength of the capital steel plant. The equipment was unloaded from the train station, transported by special trailers to workshop No. 18 and then assembled. A large crowd gathered around to do this work. Wang Jinlai felt uneasy inside. Even with Secretary Song presiding, spending 5 million was still too bold. Now his future was staked on this electroslag remelting steel equipment. If it succeeded, he would be credited for the factory. If it failed, he would have to take the blame. Engineer Zhu, if we produce qualified steel, but Factory 960 doesn't recognize it, what then? They won't be convinced unless we prove it. I've already obtained a copy of the steel standard they require, and there will be dedicated inspection data later. Zhu Guohua shook his head. If this failed, Zhu Guohua would also be in big trouble. After all, the light machine gun project was the most urgently needed by the military. If the charge of delaying time was pinned on him, Zhu Guohua would also suffer severely. Engineer Zhu, do you know how to use this equipment? Wang Jinlai suddenly thought of something. I don't, but someone in our factory does. Zhu Guohua said, looking outside. A worker in his 40s riding a 28-inch bicycle was speeding toward them. He's here. Sun Xingli. Wang Jinlai recognized the newcomer and felt a surge of joy. Yes, he once studied in Japan. He must know how to operate this equipment. Master Sun Xingli put down his bicycle and saw Wang Jinlai and Zhu Guohua walking quickly toward him. Director Wang, you called me over from the workshop. What's the urgent matter? Our factory has just acquired a set of electroslag remelting steel equipment. You've been abroad and have studied foreign methods. You can certainly operate it right. Sun Xingli frowned. Operating it is no problem, but the key to the electroslag remelting furnace is the thermal debugging after installation. If it's not adjusted properly, the result will be scrap iron. Electroslag remelting is a refining process that further removes impurities from steel. Its principle is not complex. It's a simple resistance melting furnace. When alternating current passes through the high-resistance slag pool, it generates a large amount of heat, melting the electrode tip immersed in the molten slag. The molten metal droplets pass through the slag pool, fall into the metal pool, and are then cooled by the water-cooled crystallizer to solidify into ingots. During this process, the metal droplets come into full contact with the high-temperature, high-alkalinity slag, producing intense metallurgical chemical reactions that refine the metal. After proper debugging, production becomes easy. Sun Xingli had only been exposed to operation. Debugging was usually the responsibility of the equipment manufacturer. You don't know how? The factory has trained you for so many years, and you still can't do it. Zhu Guohua's tone was stern. Master Sun, you're the only seasoned worker in our factory who has ever dealt with this kind of device. You must give it a try. It concerns the future and reputation of our factory. Alright, I can try, Sun Xingli nodded. The 2-ton electroslag remelting furnace was not large. It was delivered in several parts and assembled on site, followed by various peripherals, high-voltage equipment, low-voltage equipment, operating equipment. In 3 days, everything was installed properly. Installation took 3 days. After 3 days, Sun Xingli officially began the smelting process. The low-voltage equipment switch is closed. The crystallizer is intact, and the lifting equipment is ready. Cooling water is normal. Prepare to start the high-voltage equipment. Commands were being issued one after another, as if the normal production flow had commenced. Zhu Guohua and Wang Jinlai stood by, watching with anticipation for the equipment to operate smoothly and smelt the steel required by Factory 960. Their gazes fixed on the ceiling of the workshop, where the crane was slowly hoisting a massive steel column and lowering it into the furnace. This steel column served as one electrode, while another electrode lay inside the furnace. When the 2 electrodes made contact, they generated immense heat, melting the steel column. At that moment, the steel column, awaiting refinement, was gradually lowered. Just as it was about to touch the molten slag pool below, Sun Xingli shouted, "Start the high-voltage equipment. Prepare for arc ignition and slag formation." A buzzing sound arose as high-voltage electricity surged through. Crack! A bolt of lightning appeared inside the electroslag remelting furnace, startling Zhu Guohua so much that he instantly crouched down, covering his ears. A peculiar odor permeated the air, like the smell of something scorched. The lights in the room flickered out instantly, leaving the scene in a deathly silence. From the adjacent No. 2 blast furnace workshop, a roar erupted. Damn it, why is the power out? Quick emergency repairs. We can't let the molten steel inside the furnace go to waste. Regardless of power outages elsewhere, the capital steel plant had to ensure sufficient electricity supply, especially for the blast furnaces. Once a furnace was lit, it rarely stopped unless an accident occurred. Quick, disconnect the equipment. Sun Xingli reacted. Go to the external transformer and close the switch. Those around were still in a daze. Sun Xingli swiftly turned off the equipment switches inside the workshop and rushed outside without a moment's pause. Then he stopped in his tracks. Beneath the transformer, an experienced master worker had already grabbed a bamboo pole and was poking it toward the transformer to close the switch. Thud, thud, thud. With 3 strikes, he pushed the dropped part of the transformer back into place. The No. 2 blast furnace roared again. Cold sweat trickled down Sun Xingli's back. Master Sun, what happened? Wang Jinlai ran out as well and asked Sun Xingli. I'm not sure. Perhaps the startup current was too high, causing the transformer to trip. Sun Xingli said, we can't disrupt the normal production of the blast furnace. So if we want to use this electroslag remelting furnace, we need to run a new line and install a dedicated transformer. Install a whole new line and transformer. That was another expense. Wang Jinlai frowned. Let's do it. We have no choice. If this equipment can't operate normally, we'll all be in big trouble. I know there's a spare transformer at the railway department. We can requisition it first. Zhu Guohua had no way out either. He had to press on. Wasn't it just a matter of running a new line? A minor issue. 2 days later the new line was installed. Everyone prepare. This time we must succeed. Failure is not an option. Zhu Guohua's voice carried an irresistible authority. Prepare to start the high-voltage equipment. Sun Xingli gave the command again. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Amid the sparks of the electric arc, the transformer tripped again. What's going on? Zhu Guohua's face darkened. I suspect there's something wrong with this equipment. Sun Xingli fixed his gaze on the machinery. I don't understand the internal structure, and no one else in the country does either. We'll have to bring in a foreign expert to take a look. Bring in a foreigner. Zhu Guohua's eyes darted. Alright, I'll go find the person in charge from Steyr. The equipment was sold by Steyr, so after-sales service was their responsibility. If the equipment couldn't be used after purchase, they had to fix it. Coincidentally, Steyr was still bidding for the heavy truck project, and their representatives were still in the country. Originally, they had been wary that Qin Yang would manipulate the steel data, deliberately raising standards to prevent them from producing qualified steel. Who would have thought that now they couldn't even start production? How infuriating. While Zhu Guohua and his team were racking their brains, Qin Yang was drinking and chatting merrily with Zelify Kusi in a small eatery on the streets of the capital. Why always in small eateries? According to Qin Yang, good wine needs no bush and delicious food is always found off the beaten path. In reality, of course, it was because it was cheap. The two didn't eat much, and they didn't even need an interpreter. They could communicate directly. Over this period, our Steyr heavy trucks have gained recognition in the East. This morning, your leaders specifically arranged a meeting with us. They plan to invite our government officials at an appropriate time for government-level consultations. Zelify Kusi said, we are full of confidence in this transaction. In the future, Steyr heavy trucks will be everywhere on our country's roads with an annual production capacity of millions. There is limitless potential here. Cheers to the bright future of Steyr. The two raised their glasses. After a glass of wine, Zelify Kusi continued, I wonder how those people at the capital steel plant are doing. With that faulty equipment, they must be having a terrible headache. Of course. Although I only made a small adjustment, I'm sure they won't have the guts to open it up and inspect it. They'll never discover that the insulation performance of the high-voltage isolating switch is substandard. Why did it keep tripping? Because the insulation capacity of the high-voltage part was insufficient, causing arcing and short circuits. Tripping was the lesser evil. If it hadn't tripped, the entire transmission line could have burned out. Qin, when you asked me to tamper with it, I was a bit curious. Now I understand. Your system here is different from ours. In the West, there was no such thing as intercepting equipment. Who would dare to snatch another company's equipment? They would be sued out of their pants. But in the East, with its planned economy and intricate web of interests, blatant equipment hijacking happened openly, which shocked him greatly. Yes, the same thing will keep happening. Power struggles, infighting. Some people are very good at that. They'll do anything for profit. As he said this, Qin Yang sighed. Even the introduction of the Steyr project was no exception. The third automotive plant was abandoned and a heavy truck joint venture company was established domestically, with 3 companies collaborating to digest and absorb Steyr's technology. It looked good for now, but within a few years they would start fighting over interests. The 3 factories eventually split, and even the vehicle manufacturer and the engine manufacturer fell into massive conflicts of interest. Transitioning from a planned economy to a market economy inevitably encounters such problems. If they can't solve the technical fault, they'll have to ask for foreign experts. They'll soon come to you. Qin Yang continued. This is a perfect opportunity to fleece them. Colluding with foreigners to bully a sister factory seems somewhat unethical. However, Qin Yang did not possess the selfless altruism of people from this era. Whoever offended him would meet a miserable end. That equipment was something he had obtained through immense effort. If someone tried to steal the fruits of his labor, he would make them pay. What he detested most was internal strife. Hearing Qin Yang's introduction, Zelify Kusi's eyes widened. Qin, if we can fleece them, we split 50-50. Friendship Hotel. After the nation opened its doors, an increasing number of foreigners came to China. However, hotels qualified to receive foreign guests were few and far between. Friendship Hotel, located in the southern suburbs of the capital, was one of them. Built in the mid to late 1950s with noble origins, it originally served as a guest house under the general office of the State Council. As early as the 1970s, it had already begun hosting foreign tourists on vacation in China. Friendship Hotel covered an area of over 300,000 square meters and boasted nearly 2,000 hotel rooms. The hotel featured more than 20 restaurants and banquet halls capable of accommodating 3,000 guests dining simultaneously, making it one of the largest foreign-serving hotels in the capital. At the hotel's main entrance, beneath the gray exterior walls and red doorway, stood 2 men. One was a young man in a suit, the other a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit. Both gazed out at the road, waiting for something. The foreigners could arrive at any moment. Xiaozhu, it would be better to wait inside, said the front desk manager in a Zhongshan suit, addressing Zhu Guohua. No, I will wait right at the entrance. That conveys greater honor and respect, Zhu Guohua replied. At that moment, a Hongqi sedan pulled up and stopped directly at the main gate. Several people stepped out from inside. That is Zelify Kusi, who just came out of the back seat. Zhu Guohua nodded and strode forward confidently. Mr. Zelify Kusi, hello. I am Zhu Guohua, an engineer at the capital iron and steel plant. Zhu Guohua tried his best to appear dignified, adjusting his suit jacket as he spoke. The translator, who had descended from the front passenger seat, glanced dismissively at Zhu Guohua. Unauthorized persons, please leave. Do not disturb foreign guests at will. My father holds a high position, and my grandfather, though deceased, also held an important post. Zhu Guohua spoke with pride. The translator's expression shifted instantly. He turned to the hotel's front desk manager, who quickly nodded in understanding. The translator immediately put on a warm smile. Very well, Engineer Zhu. I shall translate for you right away. Mr. Zelafikusi, this is. Inside, Zelafikusi felt a surge of satisfaction. Earlier that day, while dining with Qin Yang, they had just finalized their plan. Now the opportunity had walked right to their doorstep. What had Qin said? Yang Hu, it is time to extract a substantial cut. Very well, let us go to the room, Zelafikusi nodded. Once inside the room, Zhu Guohua launched into flattering remarks. Your Steyr company is a renowned heavy truck manufacturer. Your heavy trucks are legendary in Europe, even more popular than Mercedes-Benz. Sir, our Steyr trucks are not particularly famous in Europe, and they certainly cannot surpass Mercedes-Benz. We came to the East relying on sincerity. If you have something to say, please be quick. We are very busy, and can spare at most 5 minutes. Zelafikusi glanced at his watch. After 5 minutes we have a meeting, and we must also make calls back home. Very well, I will speak directly. The electroslag remelting steel equipment your side exported to us cannot be ignited or used after our own installation. We hope your side can send technicians to assist us. Surely exported equipment comes with certain services. Was not the equipment exported to the Capital Agricultural Tools factory? How did it end up in your steel plant's hands? If it has changed hands, then it has nothing to do with our Steyr company. Zelafikusi said coldly, you may leave. Zhu Guohua's face immediately darkened. Mr. Zelafikusi, the equipment is ultimately yours. Since the equipment has problems, you must help resolve them. We signed an export contract with the Capital Agricultural Tools factory. Indeed, we can provide maintenance assistance, but the object of such maintenance is the Capital Agricultural Tools factory. In Europe, transfer of such equipment to third parties is strictly prohibited. We must inquire with the Capital Agricultural Tools factory about how they dared to casually transfer equipment we exported. Zelafikusi's expression grew dark as well. Zhu Guohua's mind raced. He had originally planned to invite the foreigners under the pretext of after-sales service, paying them at most overtime fees. But now it seemed impossible. Because the Capital Iron and Steel plant had no cooperative relationship with Steyr Company. Neither party in the contract was the Capital Iron and Steel plant. Of course, Steyr Company would not bother with them. Now there were only two solutions. One was to seek help from the Capital Agricultural Tools factory, asking them to contact Steyr's after-sales service. However, considering the questionable means by which the equipment had been obtained, the Capital Agricultural Tools factory would absolutely not help. The second approach was to pay money. These foreigners were too greedy. When Secretary Song had stormily visited the steel plant, wasn't it because of Steyr Company's protest? Now they pretended not to know. They were simply after money. Then if we hire your technicians as technical consultants at a fee, would your side be willing to help? You pay. Zelafikusi considered for a moment. In that case it could work. If hiring a professional technical consultant, the monthly salary would be $10,000. Even if he arrives for 5 minutes and solves the problem, payment will be calculated based on the monthly salary. $10,000. Upon hearing this, Zhu Guohua was dumbfounded. Was this really that expensive? Are foreigners really worth that much? Even at the official exchange rate, it amounted to 15,000 per month, while domestic workers earned only dozens of yuan per month. The gap was simply too vast. Adding round-trip airfare and per diem allowances, you will need to pay $30,000 up front. $30,000. Zhu Guohua was utterly stunned. Even with his extensive connections, securing such a large amount of foreign exchange was not easy. Would the factory cover it? If the factory paid, formal procedures would be required, and the plant director would need to sign off. After all, Secretary Song was not present for this matter. If the director found out, would he not be scolded mercilessly? Very well, you may leave now. And you, Mr. Translator, you may also clock out. Zelafikusi chased them out once again. Zhu Guohua walked out alongside the translator. Sigh, this has caused tremendous trouble. I originally planned to accomplish something significant and show my family. But instead, Zhu Guohua also regretted his actions. If he had known, he would never have meddled with these messy affairs. Now the mess only grew larger. By the way, comrade translator, does your foreign affairs department have any way to obtain foreign exchange? Zhu Guohua would never give up easily. He began thinking again. The translator was assigned by the foreign affairs department, accompanying foreign guests whenever needed. To ordinary people he appeared superior. But in front of Zhu Guohua, he still owed him some respect. Well, there is a way, but the amount of foreign exchange we can obtain is quite small. Then find more people. As long as you help me through this crisis, I will definitely reward you generously. Zhu Guohua said earnestly. Then you must provide the corresponding funds. Even at the official exchange rate, it would require 45,000. I will give you 50,000. Zhu Guohua spoke firmly. But you must help me obtain the money as soon as possible. We cannot afford to wait. According to the original agreement, the entire timeline was 1 month. 1 week had been spent on equipment installation and commissioning. Inviting the foreigners to travel from abroad would likely take another week. Hopefully the foreigners could repair the equipment so that they could produce qualified steel within the remaining 10+ days. It had already been agreed upon during negotiations with Secretary Song before the Capital Agricultural Tools factory completed its relocation. The Capital Steel plant must produce qualified steel. If time ran out, Zhu Guohua would be in serious trouble. All old and new scores would be settled at once, and his actions would amount to the classic sabotage of a key military project. No matter how powerful his backing was, he could not escape punishment. Zhu Guohua was extremely anxious. He exhausted every means to raise 50,000 yuan, handed it to the translator, and after converting it into foreign currency, finally managed to bring over Stair Corporation's technical consultant. However, all this commotion had cost another week. Only half a month remained. Mr. Christian, welcome to the capital steel plant. That day, Zhu Guohua and Wang Jinlai stood at the entrance of workshop number 18. As they watched a person step out of the Hongqi sedan, they immediately bowed and scraped their way over to greet him. You were the ones who invited me here. Even if I work for only one day, I'm paid as if it were a full month. Now tell me, where are the machines? They're right inside. Please take a look and diagnose what exactly the problem is. Sun Xingli stood behind the two men, extremely enthusiastic. He was also puzzled. What exactly was the malfunction, and how should they go about fixing it? Alright, I'll go take a look. Everyone stays outside, and everyone inside must exit. Christian stated. Not allowed in. Foreigners have so many rules. Why can't we go in? Sun Xingli grew anxious. Naturally, I'm concerned you'll learn the trade and undermine us, the translator said nearby. This expertise is worth 50,000 yuan. Train the apprentice and starve the master. Everyone understood now, their faces filled with anger and frustration, but there was nothing else they could do. The translator eagerly tried to follow inside, but Christian stopped him. You can't go in either. Stay outside. The translator had no choice but to halt, watching as the technicians inside were ushered out and the doors shut behind them. Once the doors were closed, Christian casually sat beside the machinery, pulling out gum from his pocket to chew on, while occasionally striking it with a hammer, letting the sound ring out. Can he actually pull this off? The anxious crowd outside demanded. Of course he can. An expert from Austria, how could he fail? Zhu Guohua said with conviction, though these words were really for his own reassurance. Exactly. The fact that foreigners won't let us watch proves they've got some real expertise. Let's just wait and see. Someone produced cigarettes and passed them around. By the time one cigarette was finished, the door behind them finally opened. How did it go? Mr. Christian, is it fixed? Amidst the crowd's barrage of questions, Christian approached the translator and launched into a lengthy explanation in rapid-fire speech. Zhu Guohua and the others watched with bated breath. Everyone, Mr. Christian says the machine has been repaired, the translator began after listening intently. Wonderful. Incredible, fixed so quickly. Hold on, I'm not finished yet. The translator continued, looking at the crowd. However, to get this equipment running properly, we'll need to purchase additional devices. Purchase additional equipment. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Guohua felt his eyelids twitching violently. More spending required. How much this time? What kind of equipment do we need? Sun Xingli asked urgently. Frequency converters. The translator was truly professional, accurately rendering such technical terms. Our domestic power grid uses 50 Hz alternating current, while this machine requires 60 Hz AC, so it simply cannot operate on our grid. If we want to use it, we must install professional frequency converters to modify the circuit. Mr. Christian has explicitly stated that absolutely no power should be applied until the frequency converters are installed, otherwise the equipment will be completely destroyed. Sun Xingli instantly realized, I understand now. When I studied in Japan, they also used 60 Hz alternating current. I didn't know Europe used this type of AC either. In reality, most European countries use the same 50 Hz AC as China with voltages of 220 and 380. But ordinary people simply didn't know. In this era, very few people had access to the outside world. How much is this frequency converter? Zhu Guohua asked through gritted teeth. $3 million. Crack. A bolt of lightning struck right in Zhu Guohua's mind. Bringing over a German technical consultant cost $30,000. He could find a way to raise that. But $3 million. Even he couldn't get his hands on that kind of money. Using such a massive amount of foreign exchange required approval from national authorities. Zhu Guohua lacked the authority to do this. Even if he reported it up the chain, it would never be approved. This electroslag remelting steel project hadn't been officially approved by superiors. It had been stolen from Factory 960. Now they wanted the state to spend vast sums importing supporting equipment. Impossible. Factory 447 was also planning to introduce this same equipment for their L7 tank gun project. Superiors would surely abandon the capital steel plant's project outright. This was clearly duplicate procurement. Wang Jinlai was equally dumbfounded, forgetting even to see the consultant out. Only when the crowd dispersed did he turn to Zhu Guohua. Xiaozhu, what do we do now? Can you pull some strings and get superiors to approve this import project? How is that possible? Zhu Guohua ground out through clenched teeth. A project this large requires formal discussion at a superior meeting. Do you think it would pass? Then what do we do? Sai, we can't use this equipment. We have to go to Factory 960, return it, and get our 5 million back. Zhu Guohua felt like a complete fool. He had gone through all that trouble only to end up with nothing. But he had no other choice. Return the equipment, reclaim the money, and let Qin Yang jump into this pit. Friends with foreigners. Those foreigners were clearly trying to scam him. $50,000 to buy a machine, then another $3 million for supporting equipment. And he hadn't even noticed. He had jumped right into this trap. This should have been Qin Yang's problem. As for having to apologize on the spot to Factory 960 once they finished manufacturing the guns, that wasn't a big deal either. The approval process for $3 million in foreign exchange would take considerable time. Factory 960 absolutely could not complete their RD project within the deadline. If he sabotaged the foreign exchange application process, preventing Factory 960 from developing the light machine gun on time, then Qin Yang would be the one suffering. Hearing Zhu Guohua's arrangement, Wang Jinlai nodded repeatedly. All right then, let's go together. No, I have a grudge against Qin Yang. He certainly won't agree if I go. You go instead, Zhu Guohua said. Me. Wang Jinlai's eyes rolled. Fine, I'll handle this trip. Since Factory 960 relocated to the capital, they'll surely need us someday in the future. This matter can be discussed nicely. Workshop no. 2 Workshop no. 3-0 in the residential quarters. The construction of the capital farm tools factory advanced with each passing day. In the final 10-odd days, roofs were continuously being sealed on buildings, and a modern factory was thus erected. In this era, no one sought elaborate decorations. Whitewashed walls, cement floors, wooden frames, doors, and windows. As long as people could move and it sufficed. Thus, once the main structure was topped out, it was almost equivalent to completion. When Wang Jinlai arrived at the capital farm tools factory, he witnessed a scene of bustling construction. Factory director Zhou, your construction progress is astonishingly fast. Even when we were building the third front back, then we never saw such speed. After Wang Jinlai met Zhou Yongfei, he couldn't help but chat with him. Back then, Zhou Yongfei had made many trips to the capital steel plant to secure this land, and thus became acquainted with Wang Jinlai. At this moment, Zhou Yongfei was filled with pride. Of course, Director Wang, this is the charm of a market economy. Market economy? How could this be related to a market economy? Wang Jinlai was curious. Director Wang, look at these construction workers. Most are from the surrounding villages. Each skilled worker earns a daily wage of 1 yuan, each unskilled worker 50 cents, and they get paid every day after work. They work with great enthusiasm. Wang Jinlai understood instantly. Workers in factories could earn dozens of yuan a month, but rural people earned very little. Some barely made a few dozen yuan a year. The rapid construction of the capital farm tools factory was purely driven by monetary incentives. The required building materials were coordinated by Director Dong, which wasn't an issue. The key was the labor. More hands make lighter work. Now money could solve the labor problem. Building this factory in 3 months was indeed largely due to the market economy. By the way, Factory Director Zhou, I came this time to discuss the electroslag remelting steel with you. Wang Jinlai stated his purpose. You'll have to find Section Chief Qin, Zhou Yongfei said. I'm only in charge of construction here, not research and development. Factory Director Zhou, that Qin Yang is still wet behind the ears, yet he's practically become a leader in your factory. Do you just let a mere child boss you around? Wang Jinlai couldn't help but say you can't. Before he could finish, Zhou Yongfei's face darkened. Director Wang, if you have business to attend to, go ahead. If not, stop spouting nonsense here. If anyone else hears what you just said, you might just get a beating. Wasn't that blatant provocation? The capital farm tools factory was now united as one. Everyone knew that the factory had been relocated, and that they enjoyed top-notch wages and benefits, all thanks to Qin Yang. Anyone who dared speak ill of Qin Yang here was asking for trouble. Zhou Yongfei wasn't close to Wang Jinlai. Back then, Wang Jinlai had often made things difficult for him. Now he only wanted to maintain a semblance of courtesy. Wang Jinlai's words had touched a nerve. Wang Jinlai forced an awkward smile. All right, I spoke out of turn. Section Chief Qin. Section Chief Qin is busy and not here. Come back another day. Zhang Chao happened to pass by, and said with a dark face to Wang Jinlai. Another day? This was urgent. Wang Jinlai's face showed a sincere expression. May I ask where he went? I don't know. At that moment, Qin Yang was in a small restaurant, hosting a farewell banquet for Zeraphikus. Our friend, congratulations. The bidding process went so smoothly. After you return to report to your government, you'll come back to sign the official contract. Qin Yang raised his glass with a smile. You defeated Mercedes and achieved a glorious victory. Zeraphikus also raised his glass. Qin, it's all thanks to your skillful maneuvering. You are a true friend of Stair Company. They drank in one gulp. Zeraphikus then recalled something and continued. Oh, by the way, our company's security guard also asked me to thank you. That so-called technical advisor from Stair Company was actually a security guard at the company's gate. He was thrilled to have a free trip to the east. If they had actually sent a real technician, the $30,000 wouldn't have left much. Qin Yang smiled. And I have to thank you too for giving me my first overseas deposit. The money was split 50-50 with Zeraphikus, and as per Qin Yang's request, deposited directly into a Swiss bank account. Qin, if you ever come to Europe, I'll treat you to a big meal. I look forward to it. We'll definitely visit Stair Company for an inspection tour one day. Oh, I heard you like music recently. I have something here that I hope you'll like. It was rectangular in shape with a silver casing and buttons on the side. Through the transparent plastic cover, 2 reels could be seen inside. TCM 100. Qin Yang immediately recognized this vintage music device. It's commonly believed that Sony's first Walkman was the TPS L2, launched in 1979, but in fact it was merely a simplified version of the original TCM 100. At the time, the TPS 2 hadn't yet become popular. The common model was the TCM 100. Thank you. Qin Yang took it. After the meal, Qin Yang saw Zeraphikus into the car and noticed Zhang Chao waiting outside. What's up? After seeing Zeraphikus off, Qin Yang asked. Zhang Chao was very excited. Yangzi, just as you predicted, someone from the capital steel plant came looking for us, and they seemed quite anxious. Let him cool his heels for a few days first, Qin Yang said calmly, like a fisherman waiting for the fish to bite. By the way, Chaozi, you like listening to music, right? I've got something good here. Oh. The next day Wang Jinlai visited again, but Qin Yang was still absent. On the third day Wang Jinlai finally grew anxious and waited at the construction site all day, but no one returned until dark. On the fourth day Wang Jinlai finally met Qin Yang. Engineer Qin. Section Chief Qin, it's a pleasure to see you. Director Wang, say what you have to say directly. I'm very busy. Section Chief Qin, I came this time about that electroslag remelting equipment. What? Have you already smelted qualified steel? Qin Yang's face lit up with excitement. That's great. Our factory will be fully completed in another 10 days. I made a military pledge back then. The research and development schedule is very tight. Don't hold me back. Section Chief Qin, we don't want that equipment anymore. We'll return it to you. What? How can that be? Back then in front of Secretary Song you took the equipment away. Now returning it would make me Qin Yang look petty. No. Section Chief Qin, we are sincere. Let's cancel the transaction. We'll send the equipment back and you return the money and the steel to us. Director Wang, are you joking? Qin Yang's expression turned serious. That money has already been spent, and that steel. We've used some and sold some. Nothing is left. Now you want us to return the money and the steel. What can I give you? Wang Jinlai was dumbfounded. The money was spent, the steel was used up. Back then in front of Secretary Song our agreement was clear, money and goods exchanged, no takebacks. Qin Yang's tone was stern. Back then you wanted to snatch our equipment, and we accepted it. An arm can't twist a thigh. But now, you want to back out. After all this fuss you've accomplished nothing. Director Wang, please leave. Section Chief Qin, let's talk this over nicely. Wang Jinlai's tone was sincere. I know this matter has upset you, but from now on we're both factories in the capital, brotherly units. We should look out for each other. You talk about brotherly units. Qin Yang shot him a glance. When you snatched our equipment, did you treat us as brothers? Brothers stab themselves in the ribs for each other, but you stab your brothers in the back. Section Chief Qin, is there no room for negotiation? None. There's no money or steel left. Even if you return the equipment, I won't take it. I won't take it even if you pay me. I'll just stick to the original agreement. When you fail to produce qualified steel and delay our light machine gun research project, we'll see how you explain that. Upon hearing about Wang Jinlai's encounter, Zhu Guohua clenched his fists. This Qin Yang is deliberately trying to harm us. Yes, Wang Jinlai said, he is a man who never forgets a grudge. If someone offends him, he will never let it go. A few months ago he was still a idle good-for-nothing youth, and he dared to provoke the then deputy factory director. Zhu Guohua felt his eyelids twitch. What happened then? What happened? The deputy factory director fell, and I heard he was sentenced to over 10 years. This fellow was not only vengeful, but also ruthless and merciless, never showing any mercy. In the past few days Wang Jinlai had been frequenting the capital farm tool factory, chatting with the people there during his leisure time, and thus learned of Qin Yang's glorious achievements. A newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. This kind of reckless youth was the hardest to deal with. Xiaozhu, we need to think of a solution quickly. The factory directors will be back in 3 days. If we still have a mess on our hands, how will we explain ourselves? Wang Jinlai wore a bitter expression. He wished he hadn't joined Zhu Guohua in that reckless scheme. He had thought it was a stepping stone to promotion, but it turned out to be a trap. What to do? What to do now? That Qin Yang is already immune to both soft and hard tactics. But we can target the people around him. People around him. Right, he's close with that Zhang Chao. Then we go to Zhang Chao and explain the consequences. If they don't properly resolve this matter, we have 100 ways to make Qin Yang disappear. As he spoke these words, Zhu Guohua's face was full of murderous intent. Wang Jinlai couldn't help but shudder. To cut off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. Now that Qin Yang was so ungrateful, it was almost like he was driving them to desperation. How could Zhu Guohua be willing to be forced into a corner by Qin Yang? He would certainly fight back. Xiaozhu, I'm not good at this. Perhaps you should go yourself. Wang Jinlai didn't want to be the messenger, might bring him big trouble. It was better for Zhu Guohua to go personally. Zhu Guohua's eyes darted around. All right, we'll go together. As night fell, the construction site of the capital farm tool factory was still bustling. Wang Jinlai searched through the crowd for a long time before finding Zhang Chao. Chief Zhang. You've worked hard all day. Come, let's grab a few drinks outside. If you refuse, you're not giving me face. All right, Director Wang, but we have to set a limit, 1 hour at most. I still need to come back and arrange the urgent procurement of construction materials. Don't worry, it won't take too long. If you need any construction materials, we can help coordinate. No need, we'll just report it to Leader Dong. Leader Dong. Upon hearing that name, Wang Jinlai felt a chill down his spine. That Zhu Guohua was too naive. Did he really think threats would work? Behind them stood Leader Dong. The 212 drove to the restaurant entrance. Wang Jinlai led Zhang Chao into the private room, greeted Zhu Guohua briefly, then clutched his stomach. Sorry, I suddenly have a stomachache. You two talk. Zhu Guohua cast a contemptuous glance at Wang Jinlai's retreating figure, then put on a smile. Brother Zhang, you are a standout among the youth. To become the sales department chief of the 960 factory at such a young age, this position certainly has its perks. Engineer Zhu, you flatter me. I Zhang Chao know my limits. The previous deputy factory director ended up in prison for dirty hands. I handle a lot of money every day, but not a penny has gone into my own pocket. Zhang Chao said, plopping himself down on a chair and pressed 2 buttons in his pocket. Indeed, Brother Zhang is a man of integrity. I have a tin of fine Longjing tea here, let me give it to you as a gift. No, I can't accept that. It violates discipline. Besides, one should not accept gifts without merit. Brother Zhang, please take it. Actually, there's something I'd like to ask for your help. Zhu Guohua put on a warm demeanor. Recently, because of that machine, there's been some unpleasantness between us. But really, we're all working for the construction of our country, for the development of our national industry. We're all in one big family. Although my grandfather and father have rendered great service to the nation, I personally keep a low profile. Go back and talk to Chief Qin. Whatever mistakes were made, they were all my fault. I'll apologize to him. He should know when to stop, return the machine equipment, and give us back the money and steel. We're all in the capital city, I will run into each other often. I can try to persuade him to return the equipment, but the money and steel, I really can't decide on that. They've already been spent. Then write us an IOU. As long as there's an IOU, it's fine, even if it takes 10 years to repay. Engineer Zhu, given Chief Qin's temperament, I doubt he'll agree. He won't agree. Tell him this, let's all be civil. Give him 2 days to think it over. If he doesn't agree, don't blame me for being rude. Zhu Guohua's tone turned icy. He could get into a car accident on the road, a falling object from a crane could hit him during a factory inspection, or his research product might suddenly explode. In short, I have 100 ways to make Qin Yang die without knowing how. The meal was not had. Zhang Chao returned, and upon meeting Qin Yang, took out the device from his pocket. Thanks to the device you gave me a few days ago, we now have solid evidence. Yangzi, is this matter finally coming to an end? What do we do next? Next, let him have his wish. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Time passed slowly. In the factory office, Wang Jinlai sat at his desk worrying. Bang! The door opened, and Zhu Guohua walked in exhausted, tossing the key to the 212 onto the table. Although the car belonged to the factory's motor pool, since Zhu Guohua needed it, Wang Jinlai naturally had to arrange one for him. In the past few days, Zhu Guohua had been running around for the electroslag remelting steel equipment. For certain reasons, it was inconvenient for the driver to know, so he drove himself. Xiaozhu, how did things go? Wang Jinlai stood up, looking at Zhu Guohua expectantly. How could they go? I was refused all day. None of the uncles and elders I approached would even see me. This is the end. I knew Qin Yang was too stubborn to be cowed by a few harsh words. What now? The factory leadership will be back soon. How are we supposed to report? Wang Jinlai paced back and forth like an ant on a hot pan. Stop pacing, Zhu Guohua said irritably. How should I know what to do? You can think of something too. Bang. Just then the door was pushed open again, and several officers in uniform walked in. Hey, what are you doing here? This isn't a place for you to just wander in. Are you Zhu Guohua? The officer's tone was icy. Yes, that's me. What's the matter? Take him away. Take him away. Before Zhu Guohua could react, 2 officers pinned his arms. He fumed. How dare you? Do you know who I am? Do you know who my father and grandfather are? With a single word from me, I can have you stripped of those uniforms. Take him away. Wang Jinlai was completely dumbfounded. In the past, any problems in the factory were handled by the factory's security department, never involving officers in uniform. Comrade, what's going on? Wang Jinlai asked quietly. Who are you? I'm the director of the Capital Steel Factory's director's office. My surname is Wang. Comrade, may I ask your name? Director Wang. You'll have to come with us too to assist in the investigation. The officer said, Zhu Guohua is suspected of plotting to murder Qin Yang, head of the technical department at the 960 factory. We hope you can provide some information. What? Wang Jinlai was utterly stunned. Frame up, this is clearly a frame up. I, Zhu Guohua, am an upright man. When did I ever hit Qin Yang with a car? In the interrogation room, when the officer in the peaked cap demanded that he confess to hitting someone with a car, Zhu Guohua immediately flew into a rage. Qin Yang had been struck by a vehicle and was now in the hospital. Serves him right. This is what they call karma. Why wasn't he killed outright? This was indeed a cause for celebration, but what did it have to do with him? Don't you people know who I, Zhu Guohua? If I wanted someone dead, would I need to dirty my own hands? Zhu Guohua, come clean. At 7 this morning, Wang Jinlai requisitioned a Beijing 212 from the motor pool for you, and you didn't return it until 7 in the evening. Where did you go all day? Where I went is none of your business. Zhu Guohua replied defiantly. He couldn't say. He'd spent the whole day running errands to pull strings and accomplished nothing. It would be too embarrassing to admit. None of our business. Zhu Guohua, you know our party's policy: leniency for confession, severity for resistance. Screw your old man. Zhu Guohua remained arrogant. None of you will get away with this. Once I get out, I'll flay every last one of you. In another room, Wang Jinlai was already sobbing bitterly. I confess, I'll tell everything. Engineer Zhu did say some harsh words, but I thought it was just venting. I never imagined he would actually do such a thing. I wasn't involved. I've been wronged. Then explain clearly. What exactly happened? Start from the beginning. At the hospital, Qin Yang lay on the bed. His close friend Zhang Chao was beside him, peeling an apple as he said, I've already handed the evidence over to Leader Dong. That bastard Zhu Guohua won't escape now. He'll either die or be skinned alive. If he goes to prison now, I actually feel a bit sorry for him, Qin Yang said. In a few years, when the nationwide campaign began, someone like Zhu Guohua would definitely be executed. Zhu Guohua seemed to have a powerful background, but Qin Yang wasn't afraid of him. He knew that in 1983 this guy would be arrested as a typical example and fed lead. Why should he fear such a man? If Zhu Guohua went in now, it might even be a blessing in disguise. Pity. Zhang Chao didn't understand, but he trusted Qin Yang unconditionally. Whatever he said was right. By the way, my parents don't know yet, do they? I bypassed the factory leadership and reported directly to Leader Dong. Good. If my mother found out, she'd be crying for sure. Qin Yang said. Now we just wait for Secretary Song to step in and everything will be settled. Even though he was agile and had no broken bones, he still had scrapes and bruises. His whole body was now wrapped in bandages. At least it looked severe. Zhang Chao nodded. Yeah, before the factory construction is completed, that equipment should be shipped back to our plant without costing a cent. By the way, Yangzi, you know how to use it, right? Of course I do. Qin Yang said. We can use it to make not only gun barrels, but also cannon barrels. We might as well build a standard L7 tank gun for military testing. In the future, we could even branch into artillery production. The capital agricultural machinery factory had completed its relocation. Now it was time to leap forward. Although they had started out making guns, Qin Yang had no intention of staying in that field forever. The gun market was limited. With this imported equipment, they could produce artillery and later they would expand into even more businesses. For example, professional refurbishing of nuclear warheads, polishing submarines, recycling second-hand aircraft carriers, patching tires, and inflating them, repairing leaks on carriers and subs, overhauling nuclear reactors, maintaining and refurbishing space shuttles, high-altitude cleaning of satellite surface dust, fixing rear-view mirrors on aircraft. This incident was just a minor stumbling block on the capital agricultural machinery factory's path to growth. Their future development would leave all other military enterprises in the dust. As for Zhu Guohua, he was merely a clown. At that moment, Zhu Guohua was still roaring with fury. I'm telling you, I've got your faces memorized. Not one of you will escape. Zhu Guohua's gaze was fierce. He utterly dismissed the people before him. Bang! The door burst open. Zhu Guohua glanced at the entrance. Leading the group was Secretary Song, followed by Leader Dong and several others. He immediately brightened. Uncle Song, have you come to pick me up? These people dared to arrest me. They must be severely punished. You insolent fool, shut up. Secretary Song thundered in fury. Zhu Guohua, I truly misjudged you. I once thought you were clever and quick-witted, then later I saw you as frivolous and hot-tempered, but I never imagined you would resort to murder for revenge over work matters. Uncle Song, I didn't. Zhu Guohua shouted loudly. I didn't kill anyone. I've been framed. Framed? Secretary Song said angrily. Fine, then listen to this. He produced a cassette tape and had the officer in the peaked cap put it into a tape recorder. Soon voices emerged from it. He might get into a car accident when he goes out, or a falling object from a crane might hit him during a factory inspection, or his product might suddenly explode during development. In short, I have 100 ways to make Qin Yang die without knowing how. A recording. He had been recorded. At that time the venue was his own choice and Zhang Chao wasn't carrying a tape recorder. Where did this recording come from? This is clearly a frame-up, deliberately forged evidence. I did say those things, but they were just empty threats. This was indeed a doubt, but when Zhang Chao reported to Leader Dong, he had already explained clearly. A few days earlier, Qin Yang had hosted a farewell dinner for the foreigners, and they gave him this portable cassette player as a gift. In this era, such exchanges were nothing unusual. Mutual gift-giving was meant to foster friendship. When Zhang Chao was called to dinner by Wang Jinlai, he happened to have it with him. Hearing Zhu Guohua's hostile tone, he quietly pressed the record button. He had also handed over the unopened tea can, which was stuffed with crisp new banknotes. Where's my father? Where is he? I've already called your father. He has authorized me to handle this fully, sentencing or execution, whatever is due. Now you'd better confess. Zhu Guohua's body went limp and his voice broke with tears. Uncle Song, I'm telling the truth. I've been wronged. I didn't hit Qin Yang with a car. Why won't anyone believe me? The facts were clear. Qin Yang was just the offspring of a low-level worker at a third-tier military factory worlds apart from Zhu Guohua, who grew up in a Beijing compound. How could Qin Yang possibly frame Zhu Guohua? Moreover, eyewitnesses and physical evidence had been found. In this era, without surveillance cameras, a passerby saw a Beijing 212 hit someone and flee, and the license plate matched the one Zhu Guohua had driven out. The route also aligned perfectly with his movements. If Qin Yang hadn't been agile, he would have been killed on the spot. Zhu Guohua had motive and opportunity. If it wasn't him, who else could it be? I heard Secretary Song went and gave Zhu Guohua a thorough scolding. Zhu Guohua still insisted it wasn't his doing, which only made Secretary Song leave in anger. Beside the hospital bed, Zhang Chao, while feeding Qin Yang canned mandarin oranges with a spoon, recounted the news he had heard over the past few days. Alas, this Zhu Guohua, relying on his family's status, acts recklessly and lawlessly. He deserves a good lesson. Qin Yang sighed. Our predecessors shed blood and sacrificed to build this nation. It must not be destroyed at the hands of such people. Indeed, well said. A voice came from outside. Qin Yang had already heard footsteps, so he deliberately spoke those words. When he heard the voice, he looked toward the door with feigned surprise. Leader Han. You are so busy with countless affairs, how could you come to see me? I am unworthy. Chaozi, help me up. No need, you're a patient. Just lie down. Leader Han entered, followed by his secretary, who placed some canned goods on the bedside table. Actually, my illness isn't serious at all. Just a few superficial injuries. I could have been discharged the same day. Qin Yang did not conceal the truth. Though medical conditions in this era were backward, basic examinations were still available. He had no broken limbs or missing body parts, the injuries were not severe. Yet he was quick to embellish. Leader Han, since nothing major happened, let's just downplay this incident. Our 960 factory has just arrived in the capital, and harmony is paramount. Recently some people have come to me to mediate, hoping to sweep this under the rug. I made it crystal clear at the meeting. If anyone still tries to play tricks, don't blame me for being ruthless. This time I will handle it strictly according to the law. Rest assured, no matter what background or connections the other party has, they cannot override the nation or the law. I will back you up. Leader Han, thank you. Qin Yang's face showed gratitude. Let's set that aside. I heard there's a problem with the equipment we purchased. Leader Han said, will it delay the development of our light machine gun project? Equipment problem. No wonder that Zhu Guohua came demanding to break the contract. He wanted to set me up. But the Stair Company staff assured me in person that although it's second-hand, it's perfectly functional. Qin Yang was somewhat surprised. What's the issue? The secretary interjected. It said that the power supply frequency doesn't meet the standard. We need a frequency converter which will cost a lot of foreign exchange. Our country isn't wealthy, and we can't afford to spend more foreign exchange. However, I have a way to solve this problem. Qin Yang said, but the equipment is still at the capital steel plant. Zhu Guohua forcibly took it away, wasting so many days. Alas, we at the capital steel plant are willing to deliver the equipment intact to your capital agricultural tool factory, ensuring it doesn't delay your use. At that moment, another voice came from the doorway. A man in a mouse suit with silver hair entered. Seeing him, Leader Han said, Old Zhou, with your factory leadership away, chaos ensued. In the future, when conducting similar inspections, leave at least one deputy director at the helm. Yes, Leader Han, you're right. This was our oversight. We will learn from the lesson and never let such a thing happen again. Are you the director of the capital steel plant? Qin Yang asked curiously. That's right, I'm Director Zhou Wuguan, the man replied. I'm terribly sorry, this incident is entirely our fault. We will definitely learn from this. The equipment was originally yours, we'll deliver it as soon as possible. I hope it won't disrupt your operations. The inspection trip had been very productive. On the return flight, they landed in Modu, and Zhou Wuguan and his team took the opportunity to visit the Modu steel plant. There they heard about the serious incident at their own factory and rushed back by train. After learning which hospital Qin Yang was in, Zhou Wuguan hurried over to visit the patient, only to find Leader Han had arrived before him. Seeing how seriously Leader Han took the matter, Zhou Wuguan hesitated outside several times, not daring to enter. But when he heard Qin Yang sigh, he seized the moment to pick up the conversation and stepped inside. However, the 1 million yuan and 4 million worth of steel you paid have already been used. Qin Yang hesitated. This mistake is ours. We'll forget about that money. Consider it our support for a brother factory's construction. Zhou Wuguan understood the principle of spending money to avoid trouble. At this point, they had no other choice. That's truly kind of you. In the future, if your factory needs any help, just say the word. Qin Yang was also magnanimous. Let bygones be bygones. By the way, your overseas inspection, was it to study advanced machinery? No, we were studying advanced Western systems, Zhou Wuguan said. Our country is embarking on reforms, and the capital steel plant must lead the way. We want to see how modern steel enterprises operate in the West. Director Zhou, you should go back and arrange the equipment delivery first, Leader Han interjected. Yes. Zhou Wuguan nodded and left. Do you really have a way to use that equipment? Leader Han continued after the steel plant personnel departed. Reforms were not his purview, his focus was solely on this light machine gun project. Actually, it's not difficult. High-power frequency converters are exorbitantly expensive and beyond our means. But we can use alternative solutions. First, we'll try modifying the internal circuitry. If that fails, we'll implement a motor generator set, use our industrial power to drive a motor, which in turn drives a specially designed generator to produce the required frequency. That would cost only a few 100,000 yuan. Leader Han's eyes lit up. Then I'm relieved. Don't forget your promise. This project is our top priority. I will never allow anyone to create obstacles for you. By the way, is there anything else you want to say about this accident? Please rest assured, Leader, we will develop the firearm within the designated time. Qin Yang said without hesitation. When the weapon is finalized, I will make a self-criticism to you, Leader Han. A self-criticism? Hearing this, Leader Han laughed heartily. Forget the self-criticism. Just keep some things buried in your heart. After Leader Han left, Zhang Chao asked, Yangzi, what do you need to criticize yourself for? Of course, for the maneuvers I pulled during this incident. What? That secret stays between heaven, earth, you and me, Zhang Chao said. If you voluntarily confess to the leadership, aren't you asking for trouble? Qin Yang broke into a smile. Trouble? Chaozi, those leaders are shrewd. Do you think they can't see through our little tricks? If we admit it voluntarily, we'll leave a good impression. What leaders hate most is being kept in the dark by their subordinates. Of course, ability is still paramount. If we didn't have the RD capability, would the leaders back us up? The crackling sound of firecrackers erupted as a crowd gathered at the entrance of the capital agricultural machinery factory, watching the leaders speak on the stage. Today we are delighted to announce the successful completion of the first phase of construction at the capital agricultural machinery factory. Moving forward, we must devote ourselves with even greater enthusiasm to the relocation work. We have finally emerged from the mountains. From now on, we will march toward an even brighter tomorrow. The voice carried by the autumn wind spread to every corner of the factory, including workshop No. For nestled beside the blast furnace. Yangzi, with such a grand occasion, shouldn't we go out and take a look? Many leaders are here. If you go out, you'll surely get a chance to speak on stage. That would be quite impressive. Zhang Chao suggested to Qin Yang. Speak. Speak about what? Showing off at a time like this is foolish. We need to leave the superiors with an impression of down-to-earth professionalism. By the way, Master Zhang, are you ready? It's time to start work. Yes, ready. Zhang Guoqiang, Zhang Chao's father, replied with excitement. For this equipment, Qin Yang had risked defending the children of officials and even made an enemy of the capital steel plant. It was clear how important this machine was. Now Qin Yang was about to teach Zhang Guoqiang how to operate it, and the latter was thrilled. Master Zhang, operating the electroslag remelting furnace requires caution. Follow the operating procedures step by step. Now let me walk you through the process. Qin Yang was meticulous. Yes, let's follow the procedure. Zhang Guoqiang picked up the equipment operation manual compiled by Qin Yang and began to operate step by step. Close the low-voltage equipment switch. Inspect the crystallizer and lifting equipment. Check the cooling water. Start the high-voltage equipment. Back then, the capital steel plant had met with an accident at this very step. But now Zhang Guoqiang effortlessly closed the high-voltage switch without any mishap. Arc initiation and slag formation. Sparks of the electric arc burst forth. Inside the electroslag remelting furnace, heat spread rapidly. The contact surface of the steel electrode melted and metal droplets fell into the molten metal pool. A large amount of cooling water flowed with a gurgling sound, carrying away heat, causing refined metal ingots to condense on the crystallizer. If one had X-ray vision, they could see through its shell to the dazzling metallic luster, as bright as chromium. The arc had vanished. The separated metal slag floated atop the molten metal pool, above which was the steel electrode awaiting refining. This slag pool had high resistance. Current passed through it, generating continuous heat that melted more metal. The entire system had entered a stable state. As smelting continued, all that was needed was to steadily lower the steel electrode. Success! The electroslag remelting furnace was operating stably. If that bastard Zhu Guohua were here, he'd be furious. We spent just a few hundred yuan, and this machine is running perfectly. Zhang Chao said excitedly to Qin Yang. Qin Yang had merely replaced some insulating materials in the high-voltage circuit, and the electroslag remelting furnace was working normally. The materials cost only a few hundred yuan, but knowing what materials to buy and how to repair them is worth millions. Qin Yang said with pride. This was an absolute truth, but Zhang Chao couldn't fully grasp it yet. He was about to chime in when a flurry of footsteps sounded from outside. Section Chief Qin, are you inside? Is the equipment operational? Qin Yang turned his head and saw a group of people at the doorway. Leading the group was Leader Dong, flanked by Director Zhu and his father Qin Baohua striding in. It's already successful. The first refined ingot is about to be extracted. Qin Yang said. Leaders, has the celebration ceremony concluded? If they were to make cannons later, the steel electrode would need to melt continuously to form an ingot 6 or 7 meters long to meet the requirements of tank barrels. But for now they were making gun barrels, so a length of about 1 meter would suffice. After cooling by water, the ingot still radiated heat. Seeing its shiny surface, Leader Dong was excited. Is this the refined steel? No one answered Qin Yang's question about the ceremony. Now everyone's attention was fixed on the newly extracted refined steel ingot. That's right. During the smelting process, impurities in the steel turn into slag floating on top of the molten pool. The resulting steel has significantly fewer impurities and superior performance. Using it for gun barrels can reduce the thickness by 1/3. Previously, Factory 960 never had to consider what steel to use for gun barrels. They used whatever the higher authorities allocated. Usually medium carbon steel, occasionally alloy steel. They strictly followed the process. Now Qin Yang proposed using this refined steel for gun barrels and reducing the thickness by 1/3. Qin Baohua immediately frowned. Making guns requires scientific rigor. If you rashly reduce the barrel thickness, what if it bursts? This is science built on improving steel quality. The yield strength of this steel is 50 higher than that of existing gun barrel steel. Reducing thickness by 1/3 still leaves ample margin. Next, we'll apply the auto-frettage process, which can further reduce barrel thickness to half of the current standard cutting weight by half. Auto-frettage involves applying high internal pressure to the gun barrel or cannon tube, causing plastic deformation of the inner wall. In simple terms, it compresses the inner bore. After the pressure is released, residual compressive stress remains on the inner wall, allowing the barrel to withstand higher internal pressure, thus enhancing its strength. Western cannons already come standard with electroslag refined steel and auto-frettage, but these were entirely new fields domestically. Even cannons hadn't adopted these techniques. Now Qin Yang was applying them to gun barrels, like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. This would drastically reduce barrel weight, making it possible to achieve a heavy machine gun, weighing only 25 to 26 kilograms. Auto-frettage. Leader Dong was curious. Does this process require special equipment? Yes, we need the higher authorities to coordinate the procurement of some equipment. The most important piece is a 2500-ton hydraulic press from a domestic heavy machinery plant. In 1958, Shenyang Heavy Machinery Plant produced China's first 2500-ton hydraulic press. In 1961, a Jiangnan shipyard began using a 100-ton press, which remained in good working order for 60 years, a testament to the quality of domestic products. A large military enterprise must have heavy equipment like a hydraulic press. Forging electroslag refined steel with such a press would further improve the material's quality. As for auto-frettage, part of the hydraulic press's functions could be used to achieve it. The procurement cycle for such machinery is often more than half a year. Leader Dong frowned. If you need this equipment, why didn't you say so earlier? This will delay our research and development. Yes, but without this equipment we can use alternative methods. What methods? By packing explosives inside the barrel and using detonation to achieve auto-frettage. What?